Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NRG Series 10K Modern Showdown in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm your host, Mason Clark, and my co-host, Dom Harvey. And Dom, are you ready for 8 rounds of Modern action today?
That's a lot of rounds, and more to come from our top 8 once we have that decided tomorrow as well. But yeah, it's going to be a long day of Magic, hopefully a fun one, and there's a lot of eyes on Modern. We've got a Modern Pro Tour coming up in just a few short weeks. We're currently in the middle of Modern RCQ season, so Modern's a format on everyone's mind. Arguably, some other formats they're going through it right now. Maybe not as many viable decks as they would like, but Modern really feels like not quite a brewer's paradise necessarily, but there's a lot of stuff going on, and hopefully we'll get to see a good mix of it on camera here today.
Yes, there is a lot of action happening in Modern, and we have a lot of players to watch this weekend as well, so let's check out some of those names. As these players, I think, have all brought different decks. I kind of did a quick spot check here, but you see these names on camera here. We're going to cover these players throughout our 8 rounds today, and our players are in the feature match area ready to go, Dom. So let's just cut straight to them. We'll come back and talk about these great players later, as one of them is actually on your screen here. Ryan Hayes on the left with Esper Gorios had a completely dominant weekend at our last NRG event in Lansing, with Ryan Whitmore trying to go for the Ryan title on the right, playing Affinity. So Dom, what do you think about this Esper Gorios versus Affinity matchup?
Yeah, we've got a Ryan mirror, but 2 very different decks that they've brought to battle here. So both of these decks actually big winners from Edge of Eternities, and 2 decks that really have gone from kind of fringe players in the format to 2 of the staples over the last few weeks, because 2 warp cards on either side. So Affinity with Pinnacle Emissary, the Izzet warp card, you can warp it in for 1. Every artifact you cast then generates a drone token. There's an artifact in itself, so you can flood the board with rectangles very, very quickly. And you can get some really broken starts with turn 1, turn 2, Kappa Cannoneer. Your cranial platings look pretty nice when you have a bunch of dinky little guys in play that early. So Affinity is back doing Affinity things, and we'll see if it can do it here as well. And then Esper Gorios, thanks to Quantum Riddler, a card which really, taking names in all formats, has impressed in Standard. If Pioneer ever exists again, I'm sure it'll be great there too. And then here in Modern, you get to pair that with these Modern Horizons blink effects like Ephemerate, Philia, to scam that one back into play very early. And then for a deck like Esper Gorios, which it does very powerful things, but you need a good backup plan. That's a pretty nice backup plan. And that's a much more threatening Ephemerate target than your Falaji Archaeologist or whatever a few months ago.
Definitely, yeah, a pretty big update there on these sort of decks. I mean, and a lot's changed in Modern over these last couple of months. I think we saw the RCQ season, people trying to innovate it, kind of move forward. We got a lot of new and powerful cards added. You just mentioned a bunch of them a second ago, and now our players are going to have to kind of battle it out. As people were kind of resigned a little while ago that maybe I just have to play Esper Energy, Boros Energy all the time because it's just sort of the default deck. But players are branching out. We love to see it here, as Polluted Delta is the play here for Ryan. We're going to fetch in a turn, and Ryan Whitmore, turn 1 Affinity, Spiral coming out past. We are working on fixing those audio issues, so just give us one quick second there, as we are going to get a Surveil land and Surveil.
You get to play the fun sub-game here with the Gorios deck of, can I directly surveil my legend to the graveyard? There it is, folks. There is Grizzlebrand. Don't need to find your faithful lending or whatever to get that thing there. Just put it there on the house. You get that one for free.
Yeah, and Ryan shocks and passes the turn. Whitmore, Urza Saga into Memnite, equally powerful as Grizzlebrand, into Mishra's Bauble. Into turn Gorios. Target Grizzlebrand. Metallic Rebuke, Ryan Hayes with a Force Negation and a blue card, Atraxa. Dom, is this good? Is having a Grizzlebrand in play on turn 2 powerful?
Yeah, well, why doesn't everyone play this deck? This looks broken, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's kind of hard to set that one up, turn 2, with Force Protection every single game, but if you can, then maybe Ryan Hayes is about to win another tournament. Who knows? But yeah, you see 2 pretty unique strengths of the Gorios deck there, which is it's one of the few combo decks that gets to run enough blue cards for your force negation, along with white cards for solitude and so on. Makes great use of those pitch spells. And then because Goyo's Vengeance, your namesake combo card, isn't instant, you can set up these fights on your opponent's turn, where even if they have one form of defense, like a Metallic Rebuke, you can just plow right through that. So, yeah, I don't expect to see this all the time, but this is the top of the deck's range, and the ceiling on that deck is extraordinarily high.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I really look for, Dom, in modern decks is the ability to have a free win while still playing a normal game of Magic, right? And that's in this Espergorgis deck we're seeing doing spades here, as Ryan's going to draw a ton of cards and then cast the Thoughtseize and rip apart whatever Ryan has left. Looks like 2 Thought Monitors, Cranial Plating, and a Darksteel Citadel of the leftovers for Ryan. Whitmore. Looks like we took the Cranial Plating.
Ryan Hayes, sifting through his 20-something cards, figuring out which ones he wants to keep. Going to fire off a Prismatic Ending and a Memnite, which might feel like a bad trade normally, but when you have 2 full hands to spare, you're going to discard a dozen cards anyway. Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, and it looks like Prismatic Ending is maybe eyeballing even the bobble. He at least pulled it to the front. Looks like he's going to keep it. And yeah, you're seeing here too, as Ryan discards other Griselbrands, is left with the Goryo's in hand, so we can run it all back again later. Yeah, it looks like he's just sculpting the 7 cards he wants to keep.
Always somewhat demoralizing when you're waiting for your opponent to figure out which mix of 7 cards from their gigantic hand they're going to continue with. You feel like if they take too long, you feel like just packing up your cards on the spot. I mean, I don't know what Ryan Whitmore's chances are of winning this game, but he's going to stick around. He seems to be having a decent time at least.
Yeah, and here's Goyo's Vengeance again on another Griselbrand that got discard to hand size. Not much we can do about it. This Ryan's now going to attack for 7. And he's going to draw 7 cards again. Lots of cards drawn here. Psychic Frog hits the battlefield, sculpting our perfect 7 again. As it looks like Ryan Whitmore needs to start thinking about what we're potentially going to sideboard in. As we're just going to start discarding these extra cards to Psychic Frog instead of discard. All right, and here we go. Looks like an Urza Saga popping is happening. That's going to put us in a position here. All right. It seems, Dom, and I'm knocking on wood, that the audio might be fixed.
Here's hoping. We want our dulcet tones to be rendered as faithfully as possible here. And is that Ornithopter coming in off the Urza Saga?
That is Ornithopter coming in off the Urza Saga. That is tough to say the least. I was hoping, and I was thinking in the back of my mind, maybe we have something like a Graph Digger's Cage main deck, maybe we have a Pithing Needle, something we can search up to make life a little easier here, maybe turn this frog off. But it looks like the tried and true Ornithopter is going to be met with a prismatic ending. And that's going to be lethal, I think, here for the old with the Psychic Frog.
Yeah, Ryan, not even the spare mana to, eat a spell bomb, try and bounce a frog or something. Just little old Ornithopter standing against the world. But surprisingly, not going to be good enough. And Ryan Hayes on the left going to take a very convincing 1-0 lead in the Ryan mirror.
Yes, in the Battle of the Ryans, he comes out of ahead. And you know what? What a round for us to not have our mics really. Not much to say. Ryan sort of just had it all. Turn one, I'm going to put my big fatty in the graveyard. Turn two, bring it back, draw 14 cards. Kind of one of those games that was going to be a miracle for Whitmore to win. And that's part of the advantage of that Esper Gorgios deck. Let's take a look at the sideboard in here for Whitmore and see what he has available to him. As we have 4 Consigned Memories, 1 Magus of the Moon, 3 Whip Flares, 3 Force Negation, a Graph Digger's Cage, a Pithing Needle, and 2 Blood Moons. Dom, what jumps out to you?
Yeah, so some matchups kind of speak for themselves, as they say. Looking at this sideboard, the one Graph Digger's Cage obviously going to come in here. The Force Negations, the same reason that Ryan Hayes' forces are so good for him, maybe a little suspect from the Affinity side, right? Like if you can't even counter the namesake Goryo's Vengeance reliably, how good are those cards? Now, you might think you want those anyway against some of the sideboard hammers like Wrath of the Skies potentially coming in from the Goryo side. So we'll at least consider those, I expect. And then I think the Blood Moon effects, especially on the play, the Goryo's mana base is a little shaky, even at the best of times. And so those 3 Blood Moon effects, you turn to one of those, that might get you that same kind of free win, even if it doesn't look quite as flashy.
Definitely. Well, let's check out Ryan Hayes' sideboard over here and see what he could potentially bring in. As Ryan has a couple of cards of Elish Norn and the Mother of Machines, 2 Teferi Time Revelers, 4 Consigned Memories, just like every blue deck, 1 Pest Control, 2 Wrath of the Skies, 1 Force Negation, 2 Mystical Dispute, and 2 Nile Spellbomb. What do you like here, Dom?
I think the Mystical Disputes, maybe. The Affinity deck, it's mostly colorless, but there are some high-impact blue cards in there, including Pinnacle Emissary, Kappa Cannoneer, and then that same dynamic of if you're boarding in stuff like Force Negation, then maybe I want my Disputes to help force my stuff through. 2 Wrath of Skies, fantastic there. Pest Control as well. It doesn't quite clear up as much, doesn't hit Urza Saga or whatever, but going to clean up basically everything. So the sweeper, I think, is going to come on in, and then you can maybe consider some other things, but a little too expensive. I would keep it pretty lean. And as you say, 4 Consigned to Memory, it feels like you just take that for granted with every blue deck these days. And if you look at a blue deck sideboard, it doesn't have 4 Consigns, you assume, well, that's probably because some of them are in the main deck.
Yeah, really a card that is overperformed in ways that are just hard to really imagine, like even just here, right? Like we see sometimes Esper Goryo players main deck a couple, right? As just, like, oh yeah, it's just like a pretty good card. We see that for the Zoo deck as well, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, you just have some. Yeah, it works with your full age. Just a really powerful card. I'll tell you what else is really powerful, Dom. Our upcoming event, we have one more NRG series stop this year. So let's quickly look at Elmhurst, Illinois, November 1st and 2nd. These are our last, this is the last event with our 2 events going on here. A Team 10K Showdown Standard Sealed Modern on Saturday and Sunday 10K Modern as well. So come on out November 1st and 2nd. We'd love to see you and get some action going there. So we're going to cut back to our feature match areas. Both players are mulliganing, going down to 6.
Yeah, and both of these decks are quite resource intensive. So the Affinity side, you don't want a handful of Ornithopters and Mox Opals and so on, but you need some amount of that stuff to grease the wheels for everything else. So this is one fewer card that you get to dedicate towards those. And then on the Goryo side, this is a deck that is full of these pit spells, right? So Force Negation, Solitude, often things like Subtlety as well. And then you have these effects that want you to discard cards. Very few ways to actually go up on cards other than Goryo's Vengeance on Attracts Little Goods around. That goes up on cards, but everything else is either break even or puts you down cards. And so this is part of why Quantum Riddler was such a nice pickup, right? This is a way to actually go back up on resources. So you could very quickly just run out of stuff to do if you end up going to 6 or especially 5. And Ryan's new hand here, Ryan Hayes, of course, excuse me. It looks like he is going to keep like a double frog hand. That's going to be the main plan here.
Yeah, that is one of the strengths, right? Like maybe Ryan Whitmore will keep a hand that, is better at stopping the Warriors half of things, and you just have some frog and friends. Looks like we were going to put back one frog. Looks like Solitude, Quantum Riddler, Prismatic Ending, and 2 lands are the backups for Ryan. As we have Dark Citadel into Midnight, into Ornithopter, into Mishra's Bauble, into Mox Opal, into the draw 2 with the old full card hand here for Whitmore. Double checking our mana. Mox Opal.
Turn 1 Thought Monitor.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Ryan Whitmore really putting me to the test there when it comes to the play-by-play. Ryan Hayes giving me a break here with the old Watery Grave tap past the turn. Whitmore is going to pop a Mishra's Bauble, draw from the Bauble, draw for turn. Spiral Canal is the pickup there. Woo. Thoughtcast, Dom.
It always feels a little embarrassing when your opponent dumps 5 cards into play on turn 1, and all you can do is just play a land pass, play a land tapped and pass back. But you see the other side of that coin, though. How many of Ryan Whitmore's cards actually do anything, right? Like Ornithopter, Memnite, it attacks for 1, I guess, but not applying a ton of pressure, even though most of his hand is on the table here. And Ryan Hayes will try to stem the bleeding with that Psychic Frog.
Yeah, and Ryan Hayes here does have Ephemerate Solitude in hand, but no white mana source currently to actually, ephemerate your Solitude and clean up this battlefield. But like you said, it isn't the end of the world currently anyways, so we'll have to see here, as here comes a Legend-ruled Mox Opal after floating a mana. And Dom, I think we have the big boy in hand, Kappa Cannoneer.
There it is. I remember us talking back when MH3 preview season was underway, and you were saying you had some of the inside scoop. What kind of cards would you expect to see? And I said I would expect something to push Affinity. For example, like Kappa Cannoneer, but they would never print that, right? That one's a little bit too good. And then, sure enough, the big lad himself is here to stay.
Yeah, I remember because you said, well, Kappa Cannoneer, but that would be too good. You said, quote, it'd obviously be too good. And I just remember thinking, keep a cool face, as I knew it was in the set. And yeah, it looks like Ryan is going to pass the turn here. Does have a Solitude that can shoot down this Kappa Cannoneer.
Well, except for the whole Ward 4 thing. And 4 is so much, right? We're accustomed to Ward 1, maybe even Ward 2. That's annoying at the best of times. Ward 4 is, that rounds off to Hexproof a lot of the time. And even here, right, Ryan Hayes has Solitude. He has Ephemerate. He finally has the white card, or the white source to cast all of that, but doesn't have 4 mana spare to actually deal with the Kappa Cannoneer. So these constructs, maybe we can clean those up. But the Kappa is still a game-ending threat by itself, and currently there's no way to deal with it.
We gotta land off the top and another Solitude. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be okay. And it does look like Ryan Whitmore picked up a Metallic Rebuke in the draw steps. Obviously, that won't stop the Solitude being pitch cast, but could be brutal for the Ephemerate. So it looks like Whitmore's trying to figure out exactly what we want. We're going to go with the Graph Digger's Cage. Just play around getting Goryo'd.
Yeah, I think missed one trigger there from the construct coming in, but Kappa's still firmly big enough. I don't think that 1 point will make all the difference. And now the graveyard angle shut down thanks to the Graph Digger's Cage. So Wrath of the Skies, maybe, if we can find a second white source and the Wrath, that's how it has to begin, I think. But then you need a lot of energy or a lot of mana to deal with a 6 mana value Kappa Cannoneer. So really every word and number on that card just makes life miserable for your opponent.
Yep. And here is Solitude. Now we know Whitmore has a Metallic Rebuke in hand, and Hayes has got to think that there's something like it or a consign if Whitmore's thinking. Interesting spot here. Do you Metallic Rebuke and have Ryan tap out the 3 mana in order to just let the Solitude one and done what you think is going to be your construct, or do you hope that Ryan is going for something like an Ephemerate / you get better value elsewhere? Looks like Whitmore's going to save it for now.
Yeah, this may make sense because if you rebuke now, then it's just like Ryan cast 1 Solitude, right? Whereas if you let him also go for the Ephemerate, then he commits the mana, commits that card, and you lose one thing that was going to happen regardless. But this way, you kind of get it all.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense, especially too with your Capicaneer's Ward 4, right? Like if there is going to be some, like Solitude type shenanigans in the next turn again, then holding the Metallic Rebuke could also go pretty big there. As it looks like a draw turn here for Ryan. Not going to get in any draws here with the Psychic Frog. Ornithopter can block that one. Gore's Vengeance was a draw here for Hayes.
Yeah, going to pitch that one to the Frog, which that has to be a relief to see that. There's probably no Attracts that Grizzlebrand coming down the pipeline here. And Ryan Hayes is doing that now so that this Quantum Riddler will draw 2 cards instead of 1, hoping to draw, I guess, like land Wrath of the Skies and then hope to deal with the follow-up Kappa somehow. But yeah, even Ephemerate at the top deck to bring back the Riddler, the Kappa can become unblockable so easily. So that thing is going to be lethal again in 1 or 2 hits. So Ryan's doing a lot of stuff, but yeah, none of it's going to be good enough. And we are going to a game 3 here very swiftly.
Yeah, I was going to say it takes kind of a miracle there. And also you need Whitmore to just not draw artifacts, right? Like has so much life thanks to the Solitude that, even if Ryan started to get things together, any artifact was just going to let that Capicaneer become unblockable. We're on a 2-turn clock. So we'll have to see how these players want to change things up in their sideboard. I'm looking at Whitmore's sideboard here, a little face up in front of us, and it looks like cards like Pithy Needle didn't make the cut this time when it comes to the pre-board game, but did side out cards like Capicaneer. Dom, I'm a little curious how you go about siding with a deck of Affinity in your perspective, because it is such a high synergy deck. Like, how do you sort of solve that riddle when you're sideboarding?
Yeah, that balance is really tough to strike. We've seen Affinity lists before. When Affinity was winning extended Pro Tours 20 years ago, you'd often see these sideboards that were just 15 colored cards, every color under the rainbow. And you always have to be scared of diluting your deck too much, because then, okay, even if you draw your high impact sideboard cards, if you're not doing anything with the rest of your hand, those cards have to be really good if they're going to win a game completely by themselves. So I think you can kind of cut away around the edges, right? Like you can shave some Mem Knights here and there, like against, for example, if you're against Is It Prowess, right? You don't want to be casting your Mem Knights into a hail of lava darts. So that's the kind of thing you might look to trim early on. And then some of these Saga Toolbox cards, right? This is a Toolbox script matchup. There are a lot of matchups that aren't. And so maybe that one is the first to go for, if you decide your Whip Flares are going to be an upgrade on those, that kind of swap is pretty easy. But after that, it does become pretty tricky to know how much you can cut, what to cut. And that's something that only experience with decks like this can really tell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a tricky balance, but it's one of those things too where it's going to change up a lot matchup to matchup, right? Like, okay, do you think Ryan has Wrath of the Skies? How many this weekend too might even move the needle on what you want to bring in? So that makes a lot of sense. Let's take a look at Ryan Hayes' sideboard again. I have the little cheaty face camera. I can see the players in the future match area. It doesn't look like he changed up his plan. Dom took a look at his sideboard and put all the cards back. Pretty happy with what he has, at least theoretically, but kind of knows that, hey, you know what? Game 1, I kind of got Whitmore with, this crazy draw. He got me in game 2. That's life.
Yeah. And I do wonder, from Ryan Whitmore's side, those 3 Blood Moon effects that we saw in the sideboard, that's the kind of card that is much more reliable, I think, on the play than on the draw. Certainly in a matchup like this, where, if your opponent has more breathing room to just use a spare fetch land to find their basic, that card can go from game ending to ineffective pretty quickly. So I wonder if, firstly, if Whitmore brought those in at all, and then if he did, if he thinks they still keep enough of their value here on the draw. But looks like he didn't change anything up either. Players going to shuffle and present pretty quickly, and we are going to get a game 3 for you without any further hesitation.
Yeah, looks like Ryan has a hand of Ephemerate, Quantum Riddler, some lands, and a Thoughtseize. Maybe a Prismatic Ending hiding in there. There was one other white card I couldn't quite make out. But this would have been kind of a wild start here from Whitmore. Looks like Thoughtseize is going to reveal a hand of one land, the Pinnacle Emissary you talked about before, and a bunch of cheap artifacts, Kappa Canyon, and Thoughtcast.
Yeah, and this is why Thoughtseize on the play can be so effective against Affinity, because a lot of their hands will look a lot like this, where they either have a lot of setup cards and maybe only one payoff, or a lot of payoffs, but not a ton of excess setup cards. And so you can kind of take the lay of the land on what they have too much of, what they have not enough of, and really poke the hole in the hand accordingly. So yeah, Pinnacle Emissary going to go away here, which means that Kappa Cannoneer, that Thoughtcast, going to be a lot harder to cast in the short term. And another Kappa Cannoneer from Whitmore, that one's not doing much anytime soon.
Yeah, and Springleaf Drum in the pass of the turn here for Whitmore. All that we can do. Ryan has a Griselbrand added to the hand. Drew a Meticulous Archive for turn. Thinking out if we want to maybe run that out right now or maybe use more of our mana. It looks like we are going to go for the Flood Strand into a Prismatic Ending, take down that Springleaf Drum. Just try to keep Ryan Whitmore off material. Basic Plains. Conserving life, but also playing around the Blood Moon. As we are going to see Bobble into Midnight into pass. No land for Whitmore.
Yeah, Ryan Hayes is a 15, but all of that is self-inflicted via lands and Thoughtseize. So going to make sure we don't add too much on top of that. But so far, the only aggression from Ryan Whitmore is that Solitary Memnite. So not under too much pressure just yet.
All right, looks like Hayes has a Polluted Delta, so we're going to fetch you. And I think, Don, we might be setting up the old Quantum Riddler plus Ephemerate.
Yeah, and this is the new kind of fair angle that has really brought this Goryo's deck back from the dead. You know, it was a mostly fringe deck a few weeks ago, and this is really, I think, launched it into the top tier of the format at this point. And this is a matchup where if Affinity is kind of doing its thing, then a Frog or a Riddler by itself is not going to stem the tide. But when the Affinity deck is floundering a little bit, well, a sequence like this can really be devastating. Ryan does have the Metallic Rebuke here, though, so Riddler gonna stay warped in exile for the time being. But yeah, if Ryan Whitmore can just not do anything in the meantime, Ryan Hayes can get to 5 mana pretty quick, and then try the Riddler again.
Yeah, one of those awkward spots, right? Do you fight over the Riddler or do you fight over the potential Ephemerate you think is coming down? Mystical Dispute's going to get surveilled away there for Ryan. And it looks like he's passing the turn. Whitmore's thinking about popping this Bobble. Does still have that Thoughtcast to hand we knew about. Weirdly, Bobble kind of acts like a mana source for some of these. Singing the Super, that's a land. Mox Opal.
That's
all right.
That's spiritually a land, I guess. Kind of.
Yeah. We lost our Bobble in order to find it, so we need 2 more artifacts. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he has anything, so we're just going to hold the Opal. Maybe have one of those crazy turns in the future. But Ryan doesn't have anything. Our hand's just Solitude Goryo's Griselbrand. So we pass the turn. Whitmore passes back.
It's a nice draw-go control mirror here, I suppose. But yeah, this is one issue with the Goryo's deck, even with all this new stuff, is that you can get these disjointed draws, right? You have your Goryos and your big thing in both in hand, but the third part of that combo is the discard outlet, which Ryan Hayes does now pick up thanks to the Psychic Frog. So this game is certainly on a clock now. But yeah, sometimes you can have a bunch of stuff in hand and just none of it really does anything in the short term.
Yeah, and Whitmore's going to tap out in order to cast Thoughtcast. Picks up another Mox Open or Cranial Plating, but now Ryan Hayes can potentially discard a Griselbrand to this Psychic Frog and go crazy. We'll have to see what he wants to do. He only has 1 black mana, notably so.
All right, looks like we're going to start Pest Control instead. Yeah, I actually like this because I think Whitmore, if he had something like a Force Negation, would feel obliged to at least try and counter this. So you shield your most high-impact play, but losing 2 permanents when you barely have anything already, that's high impact enough. So I think Ryan Hayes is happy whether or not this resolves. Frog does connect, finds a second black source, and so now he gets to do it all. will get to follow up with the Goya's Vengeance. May even clear the way with the Thoughtseize that we saw him draw for the turn earlier. And there it is.
All right, so the goods in the hand: 2 Kappas, Thought Monitor, Mox Opal, and Cranial Plating. I mean, you kind of have 4 payoffs, a 5th with Plating, but not really anytime soon, and then this Opal. I'm pretty tempted to take the Opal. I don't know about you, Dom.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because I was going to say that too, and I wasn't sure. Is that just me being a maniac? Am I irresponsible here? I'm glad we're on the same page, though.
I think it's a little irresponsible, but I think it just makes the most sense. You know, like, you've got the Gorios in hand for your Grizzlebrand, right? So at least I think you do. Maybe I'm missing the card, but either way, like, that's how, you know, everything gets kicked off here.
Did you just say Grizzlebrand?
Yeah, the Rizzler. All right, looks like it is Grizzlebrand. And Emissary is going to get warped in. We're going to get a 1/1 servo off the Cranial Plating. So a couple pieces of material. Quantum Riddler drawn for the turn here for Ryan.
Yeah, so despite us perhaps hallucinating a Goya's Vengeance that was not in Ryan's hand, might have been thinking of the one discarded earlier, I think Ryan is still in a commanding position, because now he can cast second Quantum Riddler from hand, going to draw 2 cards. Then when the Psychic Frog connects, if it does, with that combat damage trigger, he can discard the worst cards in his hand to get below that threshold, draw 2 more cards. So even without any Ephemerate shenanigans, just Psychic Frog, great card on its own, Frog plus Riddler, you get to build a massive Frog and also tear through your deck in search of whatever your missing pieces at the same time.
Okay, interesting play here for Ryan. So we're solituding to get rid of the blocker, because we're going to discard cards like you said anyways. So this way we get rid of it, but we keep Prismatic Ending instead of Wrath of the Skies. So we're going to Surveil, leave a card on top. We hit Whitmore for 3.
Okay, if you're playing Affinity and your opponent casts Solitude, pitching Wrath of the Skies to remove a random 1/1 token, that's a show of strength, if anything is, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's got to feel pretty terrifying. And we have the second Riddler winning in the wings. They're in exile for Ryan Hayes. So he can smell blood. He knows he's about to take a 1-0 lead in this in the tournament, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like we do finally actually have a Gorios. And with Prismatic Ending 2, we can clear up some of these material. And yeah, Whitmore might be able to play a couple of cards next turn, you know, if we don't die here. But it's looking like we're going to die here, as the Gorios did resolve. No force negations, something like that to stop it. Another Quantum Riddler gets warped in. Time to draw a lot of cards, Dom. Ephemerate.
Is Grizzlebrand plus Quantum Riddler, is that a combination, would you say?
I think it's a little bit of a wombo combo, to say the least. Yeah, and you see Whitmore's like, okay, I'm just going to concede, whatever. You know, maybe I'm alive, but not really. Congratulations there to Ryan Hayes, winning round.
Magic between here we go. Reed Anderson on your right on Eldrazi and Garrick Alford, defending NRG champion. His squad took down the Trios event in Lansing just a few weeks ago, and also our 2024 MVP. So definitely one of the biggest threats to win any one of these tournaments that he attends, and seemingly off to a good start in this one, because that is straight out of 2004, Mason. That is Icon Scepter plus Orange Chant.
Yeah, and we are presenting the lock. You're seeing Garrick saying, "Hey, I'm going to tap this mana every turn. I'm going to keep hitting with this Kahira. Maybe I'll make some land drops. We'll see." As you see, the players aren't even, untapping those things. Looks like we do have 2 mana. We're going to consult the star charts. So we're not actually tapping the lands to this. They're technically up. We might hit, some different land we want to tap.
Wait, are we paying 3 for that consult under the Trinisphere? Come on now.
Ooh, we are not paying 3. We do need to get that taken care of.
I'm not sure it's going to materially impact the result of this game, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah, and we'll make sure that gets taken care of. At the end of the day, it's probably not going to matter too much, especially if like a non-surveil land gets grabbed here, right? Just any sort of basic. But yeah, this is the evolution of the blue-white control deck. Great, we got a plains, pretend it was tapped. We're getting Garrick a warning, call it a day. And so at the end of the day here, this deck, Dom, it's a prison deck now. It's not like, at least the way Garrick and the people of Flex Slot play it here on the NRG series, they play it like prison. They lock people out. They go for Narset plus Gyru Chantarium. They go for, these Orm Chant locks, with Scepter. It's a very weird evolution for a deck that was, I don't know, like 13, 14 months ago, just a traditional blue-white control deck that had some elements to kind of lock you out.
Yeah, and I think in Modern at large, this is the way you want to do it. You want to have some kind of proactive plan, which, if things align in the right way, will just slam the door shut on your opponent. And this deck, you have a lot of those plans. You got Sept Chant, you have Narset Days Undoing, Teferi Time Raveler. Again, some decks, just Teferi itself, like that's the prison piece right there, right? But Teferi plus stuff like a Sweeper, Wrath of the Skies, and so on, very powerful synergy. And then you've got just some of the control classics alongside that. You've got your Counterspell, Solitude, Prismatic Ending, some of the best one-for-one removal in the format. So yeah, I've never been a control main in Modern, but this control deck, this gets my gears turning a bit. This one really speaks to me.
Yeah. Looks like we are just talking to the judge. Looks like we're confirming the wording on our consult the star charts. Not sure why we would need to do that, but
God, it's so fun seeing these two hallmarks of the Mirrodin block, right? Icon Scepter versus Trinisphere. People were doing this 20 years ago, Mason, and getting confused by the interactions even then.
Yeah, it's a weird world we live in for sure. As you know.
Some people would tell you the most offensive part of this board state is actually the Kahira that's there, just completely free rolled in its control deck. Don't have to work for that one at all. It just stands there watching from the sidelines and then jumps in from the bench as needed.
Yeah. And yeah, it looks like basically Garrick's gonna get his warning as he should. He, didn't represent the game state correctly, but it is going to be a concession there. These two players are teammates and friends. They know there's no ill will. This is just a moment of, hey. As there is a lot on the line. First place, $2,400, 30 NRG points, and an NRG invite to champs and the regional championship. Second place, $1,200, 25 points. That RC invite as well. Third and fourth, 820 points, and the RC invite. And then cash and points all the way down the prize wall here. Let's go check out these players to watch, though, Dom, as it looks like our players to watch are doing pretty well today so far.
Yeah, we've got 6 of the 8 there. After a nice 1-0 start, we saw Garrick Alford. We cut to one of the more deranged board states we've seen in quite a while, just to see him slam the door shut on that round 1 backup feature. We got Grayson Nemitz, who has been on an absolute tear in our events this year, at 1-0 in this one after a good start. He's our backup feature for this round, so hopefully we'll get a chance to see him. And we just saw Ryan Hayes move to 1-0 in our first feature with the Espagorius deck. We saw kind of the highs and lows of that over the course of the match, but definitely the highs won out in the end. He is 1-0 after a nice start. But for our feature match here in round 2, to start things off, we have Fletcher Johnson, another staple of the NRG series here on Is It Prowess, a deck that was very widely touted when Target Dragonstorm released. Corey Silcutter propelling that deck to the forefront. Dropped off quite a bit since then, but has kind of been on a bit of a quiet resurgence lately, especially online. And it's the kind of deck that Fletcher's well known for playing and for playing well. So we'll see him try his stuff here on that side. And then he's up against Ethan Carlson on our right on Domain Zoo, a deck which it comes and goes, but given that you have access to the entire color pie, a lot of stuff there to attack whatever kind of metagame you expect.
Yes, Dom. I believe I saw you once say that Domain lets you try anything, and so there's always hope. As we are going to see this matchup here, Fletcher on the play with Prowess. I think Prowess really showed that, if people aren't prepared for this deck, it can just run them over. I think Corey Stillcutter was a good get for this deck. Don't get me wrong, but I think a lot of it was just people were not prepared for something like this happening to them, right? And then as people prepared, this deck sort of waned a bit, kind of traditional, weak combo decks, right? Like when your opponents kind of have cards for you or are more aware and build their deck a bit more in mind, you kind of fold under the pressure. And I think that's sort of what happened there with Izzet Prowess. As Ethan does have Leyline of the Guild Pack to start the thing off here, as the Monastery Swiss Spear is going to come down. Both players at 19 due to the Fiery Islet.
Yeah, but Prowess has morphed into more of this aggro combo deck over time, with you see Slickshot Show Off there in Fletcher's hand, often joined by stuff like Mutagenic Growth and Violent Urge, putting together a really big lethal turn very early in the game, often. And then on the other side, you could say there's a little combo woven in here too. Leyline of the Guild Pact with, really just your whole mana base and most of your spells, but specifically Leyline plus Silent Draco. That's a 1-2 punch, which is the scariest element in the deck in any kind of fair matchup, anything that revolves around playing to the board or damage, which this matchup certainly does. So if Ethan can follow this up with the turn 2 Scion, then he will have probably a commanding lead in this game.
Fletcher's going to play a Severe Land to bin a Steam Vents. Going to play a Dragon Rage Channeler, lose a life for it. Does have a Mishra's Bauble.
Ethan, with that leyline, he has Domain already on turn 1 off Basic Plains or really any other land. So if he has leyline binding, he can cast that and send the bleeding here, buy himself some time. Looks like just going to take a smaller hit from these instead.
It looks like Territorial Kavu is the top card of Ethan's deck. Fletcher's going to draw from the Bauble. Ethan's going to draw for turn. So we know we at least have a turn 2 play lined up. It's like Arena of Glory.
5/5.
Oh, Dom.
Oh, God. Okay, so Arena of Glory coming into play untapped alongside the Basic Plains, thanks to Leyline. That Plains is a mountain, along with everything else, and uses that 2 mana to cast a Son of Draco and gets a hasty hit in with lifelink right away. So this is essentially the best possible start Ethan can have in this matchup, or really in most matchups.
Yeah, and this is going to put Fletcher in an awkward spot. Fletcher's hand, Slickshot Show Off 2 preordained explosive iterations, so he has the ability, to overpower these Scions in combat when it comes to prowess triggers and stuff. But, you have to burst through. Otherwise, the Scion's just going to keep attacking for 4 lifelink, 4 lifelink, 4 lifelink. And if you get Delirium, your DRC is going to fly itself into death.
And could you name off the top of your head all 5 abilities that Scion Draco currently has, Mason? Not including flying, of course.
Obviously flying. That's the gimme square. There's lifelink. There's First Strike. There's Hex Proof. There's Trample. And there's another one. The 5th one's got me. What?
It's Vigilance. It's
Vigilance. Oh, the most obvious one. God. It's even face up on the board.
It is. All of those can come up, of course, but here, Hexproof, certainly nice. You got to feel pretty safe turtling up behind the Scion, but lifelink and First Strike, crucially, too. So even if Fletcher can string some spells together and, get... the Dragon's Rage Channel, for example, is basically never going to be able to attack into the Scion unless Fletcher either has Mutagenic Growth or wants to make a very adventurous bluff representing the Mutagenic Growth. So yeah, this is... I guess he is putting Ethan to the test. I think Fletcher knows, though, that left to his own devices, that Scion's going to take over the game. So Fletcher has to make these kind of semi-bluff attacks, hoping Ethan doesn't block, and that this nickel and dime damage now a few turns down the line, maybe those points add up to exactly enough that he can get across the finish line. But it's not going to be easy, even if he passes the test every turn.
Yeah, and Ethan decides to not block here, doesn't want to lose to mutagenic growths. So.
But now that Ethan has mana up again, any bluff like that is that much harder, right? Because any interaction from Ethan's side, even if you find the growth and line it up well on an attacker against a Scion, you get absolutely blown out by any kind of removal. So Ethan will take the shields down, but has to play a fully powered 5/5 territorial cover instead. So he'll take that. And that also is going to have all 5 of those abilities and potentially more. Who can say?
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? It's like I think if Ethan had a hand that was maybe really weak, we might just see him feel forced to block, right? Like, oh, if you have 2 mutagenic growths, it's just getting worse and worse and worse for me. So maybe I want to just do it now. But with this Kavu, Fletcher is going to have to turn on these DRCs, which means we're going to have to spend a lot of mana. So Ethan's going to have a much better idea, and then we might even just be able to take it, depending on sort of where the game state's at. As we do get to surveil twice, and to preordain, scry 2 to the bottom, draw a card.
Yeah. Also, on the other side, you could see Ethan say, all right, I'll block with my Kavu. I think you have the growth. I'll make you spend it. And then I'll still gain 5 in combat there anyway. So you can just chuck cards away, chuck your creatures away, hoping to get some damage and maybe not even net damage at the end of combat. And I still have my Scion dominating the board here. So I think Ethan, certainly from his demeanor, I think he feels totally in control here.
Yeah, we do see Fletcher scry 2, including a mutagenic growth to the bottom. We already have 1 in hand. So that means our DRC is already going to beat the Scion in combat. Surveilled. Second Lava Dart hits the graveyard. You're seeing now just how powerful this deck can be. Imagine, there wasn't a ley line here. This game would be basically over.
Yeah, and don't forget about the trample too. Easy to forget with all the other abilities defining the game here. But I mean, if Ethan gets it on tap, he's just going to attack, and Fletcher's already down to 6 between those attacks and the 2 Fiery Islets, and yeah, going to be hard to even survive the combat, let alone have anything left at the end of it.
Yeah, the only thing that could maybe go Fletcher's way, I don't know when. I assume we did this all in main phase 1, but we could have seen main phase 2 as well. I was curious on that regard, but yeah, you're going to see Ethan just block the Swift Spear and sort of say, I'm good, I'm at 22. These DRCs don't have prowess, right? Like, they are base 3/3. So even though we cast a bunch of spells and the potential to Lava Dart, Ethan knows it can't go too sideways. Looks like he's considering, though, still maybe blocking the DRC.
Yeah, blocking Swift Spear makes sense. You can imagine some mix of triple mutagenic growth plus violent urge or something just punking you out of nowhere. But the DRCs, as you say, those don't grow with all the spells that Fletcher casts. So the damage from those is more capped and more predictable.
Yeah. And Fletcher is sort of weirdly limited. We only have 2 mountains in play. Luckily, we only have 2 Lava Darts, so that's all there is there. But we also don't have enough life to really mutagenic growth a ton. So damage is sort of capped here. Ethan can do some math here. Looks like we're going to see 1 Lava Dart. I imagine, yep, that's enough so that Monster Swift Spear wins combat against Territorial Kavu. Ethan took the 1 from the dart. Looks like Ethan's tracking his life on his phone. They have changed the rules, so that's allowed now, in case you were like me from the old days where you couldn't look at your phone. These kids these days, they can't get away with them. We had to change the rules. All right, looks like we're bringing pen and paper out. Ethan took 6, but gained 5 from the Kavu and 1 from the dart. So really just down 2 life from where we were last turn. And Fletcher, it's going to take 4, which means he can't use both Fiery Islands next turn, right? And if he has any creature here that can be cast for red, this Ring of Glory can give it haste. All right, attack for 4. Nothing's going to happen. Fletcher down 2. And then, yeah, it looks like Lightning Bolt upstairs for the win. Weird game, Dom. All right, well, it's left Dom speechless. So let's check out our sideboard here and sort of see.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the contrast there, right? Fletcher had a ton of spells, a ton of triggers, 4 or 5 rows, filling his graveyard with different cards, different types. And then Ethan just, I think he cast 2 spells that game, put in the ley line, and that was it. Didn't have to do anything else. So yeah, Fletcher, I think against that kind of start has to do a lot of work to claw anything back. But if he can fade that exact combo, Leyline into Scion, I think he has a much better shot. And I think in sideboarding, those 4 Unholy Heats do a lot to swing that matchup back in his favor, right? Where having that 1-cost card that can shoot down a Scion that doesn't have Leyline, can shoot down Territorial Kavu, even an Escape Flade, like really any creature in the deck. That's one of the issues in game 1, right? Is the zoo threats are just so big that you kind of need to spend multiple cards killing them. And the only other thing you can do is, I guess, just try and avoid them or go over them. But that's easier said than done. Unholy Heat goes a long way in rebalancing that.
Yeah, and into the Flood Maw as well, a way to answer that ley line of the Guild Pact, right? Maybe, you can't trip a bunch, attack in, he thinks he's getting a nice little block, boom, Scion loses all its abilities, suddenly you're in there. So lots of options here in the sideboard for Fletcher, despite maybe not looking at first glance. We do have those 4 consigns, by the way. We're going to keep an eye on how many consigns we see in the future match here today. So far, we're down for the full 12. Let's go and check out Zoo and see if we can get the nice Sweet 16 going on. All right, so there's 1 in the sideboard, but 3 in the main deck. So 16 for 16 so far on consign. Not so bad.
I think the main deck one should count for more. You should get some bonus points for that, in my view. But
yeah, that makes up for our Tron player last round,
Right.
Yeah.
I think if we get to our backup feature, May French there on colorless Tron may break our streak, but we can just choose not to perceive that. It'll be fine. On Ethan's side here, I think not too much in the sideboard that jumps out to me. The 2 Rathalos guys, you can imagine cleaning up, Corey Soul Cutter and its tokens, as well as Dragon's Rage Channeler, Monastery Swissbear. The entire point of the prowess deck is all of your cards are super cheap, super efficient, and so all of them basically will get swept up by Rathalos guys given enough time. You see 2 copies of High Noon there. This is a matchup a few months ago when prowess was at its peak that was in the sideboard for, and it's decent against stuff like Storm or some other combo decks, but this is why you want it to be High Noon. So those are definitely coming in. And then you could make a case, I think, for something like Summon Denial in some number, right? Where a lot of the time you'll have one thing that you're hoping to stabilize behind or finish the game with, and just protecting that from Unholy Heat or Flood Maw or something is what you need.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, our players are drawing up, so let's head to the feature match area and see how this game's going to go. Looks like Ethan's taking a quick mulligan. Did not like what he was looking at there. Also kind of knows, hey, you know what? The first mulligan, pretty free, right? Like if I find Leyline plus Scion, I can be on 4 cards. That plus 2 lands is enough to beat some number of Fletcher's draws.
Easy to gloss over as well, but you saw that on the deck list. Ethan has another combo element or scam package in the deck. He has Felia plus Quantum Riddler. So no Ephemerates, but if you curve Felia into Riddler, I mean, that is a great start in its own right. And both of those cards can just do good work by themselves, which is really what you want from those A plus B pieces, right? Felia is just a pretty scary card in Modern in general. And Ethan's going back to the deck again. So is this to 5 or to 4?
I think it's 4. Yeah, it's rough. Correct me if I'm wrong. Consign stops the warp as well, right?
It does, yeah. So you don't get the extra card from it coming back, but Riddler kind of paid for itself in that sense up front, and you have a giant 4/6 draw engine left over. So that's fine. You'll spend a card making that stick around. So a really interesting take on the deck here from Ethan, who I think I've seen his name in connection with Domain Zoo before. So it would not shock me if he is a specialist in this deck and is trying the new thing to see how well it fits.
Yeah, I saw Dak Faden did post a 5-0 with this iteration or something very similar to it. By the way, Ethan on a mold of 4, but does have the ley line. So if he has Scion plus 2 lands, I talked about it being good enough to beat a lot of draws from Fletcher. And we might get to see how right and or wrong I was, as Fletcher's going to lead on a DRC. Ethan just Flood Train pass. Dom, I'm a zoo enjoyer, but a coward when it comes to the tournaments. You know what I mean?
Are you a zoomer, would you say?
No, I'm definitely not a zoomer. I'm zooming to the retirement home. I'm old, man. But it's a strong deck, and I'm always just a little afraid to pull the trigger on it. As here comes Corey Steelcutter, that's going to trigger our DRC.
Yeah, I remember when people played the Zoo deck before Ley Line the Guild Pack was printed, and my thought was always, well, your spells are bad, and also your mana can't actually cast them. Now, like, your spells are pretty good, and also often you get to just bypass the mana system entirely. So that goes a long way.
Yeah, that helps a ton. As we are going to see this mutagenic growth target the DRC, Ethan's going to respond before the surveil and before the mutagenic growth resolves to bolt it, knock it out. But we are going to get
From
the Core
Vestige
trigger.
Doing good work. Sadly, they don't let you play full Lightning Bolt and full Thrum of the Vestige. They really want to stop you having any fun at all, but you have to make some tough choices there.
Yep. When it comes to our backup feature match area, I do see May French has got up with the backpack. So you know what, Dom? I think our feature match area might be full of some lightning quick rounds this one, as we do see Ethan here get hit for 2. No more prowess. And does Ethan have it? Okay, it's a pass of the turn. Looks like we kept some lands and a ley line. And honestly, on 4, what more can you ask for, Dom? Like 2 lands, ley line, bolt's a pretty good 4. As here comes Slickshot Show Off into Mishra's Bobble, trigger our Corey Steelcutter, trigger our Slickshot, and boom, an attack here for 7.
Yeah, this is how Fletcher wants to draw it up. Certainly helps to be facing a multi-4, but this is, I think, how most of the more normal games you would expect to go, right? Fletcher gets off to a pretty fast start, and then Ethan, ideally with more cards to work with, hopes that 1 or 2 of them are powerful enough by themselves to go the distance.
All right, Surveil happens here.
Lush Portico. Now going back. Okay, well, Thundering Falls was on top anyway. We can shortcut that a little bit.
Yeah. Let it ride.
I want to say that was... It didn't get a clear view of Ethan's card. In this situation, what are the cards that you would have to think about? Because I think stuff like Scion would be a definite keep, right? And then there's a lot of cards which you don't want. Certainly second ley line is almost always pretty bad. What's the stuff in between that you would have to think about?
I think Riddler, right? If you had land Riddler, that's like 2 looks at Scion. And if you had like a consign or something. Okay, so Territorial Kavu was at least one of the cards. Maybe not the one we're thinking about, but one of the cards. That's like a reasonable thing. Like that buys a lot of time on the ground, right?
Sadly, though, there's a big bird that I think is about to get pretty violent here, as birds often do.
Yeah. Well, when they work for the government, it just makes sense. As we are going to see Slickshot hit the graveyard. We've got a bunch of prowess tokens here, and I think this is really close to lethal. Fletcher has a bolt in hand. Everyone's really large and in charge. Fletcher also knows whatever card Ethan drew. So if it was Kavu, we don't have any information. But if it wasn't, or the land, then Fletcher knows what's happening here. As it looks currently we're attacking for lethal.
I don't think this is close to lethal. I think this is massive overkill.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
I think so too. Yeah. I think the creatures were lethal, and if you have interaction, the bolt is lethal. So Fletcher's going to tie things up here 1-1, and we're going to get a game number 3, see if Ethan can do a little better than that mold of 4 without a Scion. But you can see too, Dom, if we had Scion as the play there on that turn, things would have been pretty dicey.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where like that one combination can almost defeat the entire deck by itself. I mean, Fletcher would have a lot of time to dig for, the Floodmore or the thing that would answer that. But certainly that's what most of the games can just come down to single-handedly. I wonder if Ethan might actually move away from this Felia Riddler angle in the post-board games, because I think this is one of those matchups where you don't have as much time to set it up, and then if your Felia dies, gets bolted or something, even Lava Darted, the Riddler might be stranded in your hand. So you have a lot of these A plus B kind of combo elements anyway. I wonder if that might be the one you move away from if you want to have a bunch of these sideboard cards.
That would make sense to me. It looks like Fletcher has no lands, but is waiting for Ethan to make his choice before he mulligans. Maybe Fletcher's thinking, but if there's a Steam Vents on top, life is so good. And mulligan. Dom, if you were shuffling up for today's event, what modern deck would you bring if you weren't allowed to play Amulet?
Or even if I was.
Or even if you were.
I think the Goryo's deck is pretty good and pretty appealing. It's the kind of deck I do want to be good and do love. I bought my set of Attractors the week that card came out and haven't actually found many chances to play with them yet. So it would be good to put those in something. And then I do think the Tron deck is good. Having been brutally embarrassed by Belcher many times, I've developed a healthy respect for that deck as well. So I'm actually in the spot where there are quite a few decks in this format that I think are good and that I would enjoy taking to battle. How about you?
I think I'd be belching. I think Belcher is really nice. I don't know. I haven't played it a ton, but I have a lot of respect for it.
Yeah, I think it's a very good deck and a very weird deck, but it's in my wheelhouse, and also a deck that I think the work on it isn't finished yet. Like there's a lot of it has a surprising number of options for a deck that is mono blue and works in very specific constraints. Like there's a lot of things you can do there. So it would not shock me, the PT in a few weeks if a player or a team shows up with Belcher, but the list looks 10 cards different than the list we're used to right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of work to be done, and I also think it's like weirdly adaptable, despite seeming like it wouldn't be. Speaking of weird, Ethan here is shock past turn 1.
Yeah, I think maybe hoping to have Lightning Bolt up for if this is a select shot turn or spit into something. This is a matchup. You're not shocking in a land just on a bluff, right? Like that damage is very, very meaningful. So definitely representing something, but does not get to use that mana here in the end.
Yeah, Fletcher just goes Preordain, and now we're going to go Territorial Kavu. So Ethan maybe incentivized Fletcher to skip turn 1, Preordain instead of playing into the pretty transparent, I have some sort of interaction spell. But rewarded with a 4/4 on turn 2. Empty board. All right. DRC into Preordain. Surveil into some scrying. Looks like we're going to potentially top bottom. All right, Lightning Bolt left on top and a pass of the turn.
And Ethan's lands, he's one of these gamers who likes to play weird mixes of lands from different sets. So hard for us at home to tell exactly what those are. But you kind of safely assume there's probably at least 3 types in there. And with that fetch land representing any kind of shock land, triome, we can get this card to the 5/5 as and when we need to.
Yeah, I'm also curious, are we going to see, the rare Territorial Kavu eat a card from the opponent's graveyard? You see that a lot when they're decks that are super graveyard focused here, but you could keep Fletcher off a creature, which would help with Delirium. Save you a little bit of life, maybe not get attacked in the air by this DRC. Looks like maybe with the trigger on the stack we fetched. Gonna bin a Leyline to the Surveil, and then we're going to discard draw. All right, I think Ethan has 4 now. I believe I was wrong before. I think that was a Temple Garden. So now we have a 4/4.
And 4 versus 3, a big difference against the Lightning Bolt deck. Yeah, we saw that gets Surveil to the top there. We'll see what kind of follow-up threat Ethan has. Because, I mean, one Kavu is impressive, but if that's all you got, then Fletcher's going to have a decent amount of time to figure something out, especially with that Unholy in hand, right? And Delirium getting even more important if that's your way of cleaning this up. Mishra's Bauble will get him back there right away. So there's the Bauble, trigger DLC. Sees expressive iteration. So a great card if you think this game is going in a more grindy direction, potentially. If Fletcher does have a stocked hand already, and not a ton of spare mana to play with. So in theory, the iteration could help you find more lands, more spells, but is a big commitment up front. Decides to keep it. I think I like that. Now I was going to see what's on top there for Ethan with the Bauble.
Showed a little bit of a silly face. I wonder what it could be. DRC is delirious.
Yeah, so we're cracking for 3 now. And I wonder if Fletcher has a card like Summon Denial on his radar, he may want to take the chance now to heat the Kavu before the Thundering Falls on taps and maybe offers that kind of protection.
We see Ethan does have a Ragavan in hand. Decided to hold up our red mana. Remember, we bluffed represented a Bolt on turn when we shocked in the Sacred Foundry. So those players are thinking about that. And yeah, it looks like Ethan's going to untap.
Yeah, Ragavan's a card I'm a little surprised to see still in against the Quad Lava Dart deck. On the other hand, there aren't really other good targets for Lava Dart in the Domain Zoo deck. So there's kind of weird back and forth there, right?
Yeah.
And I guess on the play, Ethan might just be hoping, hey, if I play someone Ragavan, catch you without a good answer to it, then, or if I have removal of my own to help push it through, then it could win the game the way that Ragavan has for, 4 years now?
Yeah. Just hit. Get a bunch of mana, get a card or two you want to play, call it a day. Looks like a Holy Heat at the beginning of combat. Trigger our DRC. He's probably going to let that Surveil go through. Fancy and Holy Heat there from, I believe, the RCQ system. Corey Steelcutter going to hit the graveyard there for Fletcher. And it looks like Ethan's going to play Scion of Draco now.
Yeah, and leaving up the Sacred Foundry. So representing Bolt, but also Leyline Binding potentially.
Yeah. I do see a Blood Crypt in play. So I think that's all the types.
Yeah, but Blood Crypt facing the other direction from its peers for some reason, but it's still adding up to 5 land types between all of them.
I respect the tap of how you feel it, Just, yeah, left, right, left again, sure, whatever, Esteem Vince is going to get found here off this expressive iteration. Slickshot Show is going to hit the bottom of the deck. Fletcher thinking about how he wants to play out his turn. Does have Bolt. Has Mutagenic Growth so that when this DRC attacks, he could use that to trade off the Scion. Could also just Bolt the Draco after damage in order to finish it off. I'm curious to see how he wants to play this out. Looks like beginning of combat, there's going to be a Leyline Binding. And then another DRC and a passing of the turn. All right, does Ethan have a Leyline of the Guild Pact to slam? And can he even cast it? As here comes Soul Guide Lantern. Looks like we're just going to actually pop it right away. Bolt on that DRC. post Soul Guide, a little oopsie poopsie, but not the end of the world. As Ethan is now going to attack in with Ragavan, and the Draco is going to hit a Quarry Steel Cutter, gets a treasure. But Fletcher down to 5. It looks like Ethan's going to shock in the Steam Vents Dom to get the Quarry Steel Cutter.
And the Ragavan is even the first spell to try and trigger the color again next turn. It's a little synergy there, if you ask me.
Yeah, a little bit of a combo. Now, Ethan is down to 11, but Fletcher at 5 means this Draco will die to the Quarry Steel Cutter equip if there's nothing in the air that can block it, which is the secret mode of Quarry Steel Cutter. It is an equipment.
Yeah, so I guess Fletcher needs to iteration to try and take for another Unholy Heat or some mix of, a land and another burn spell to go with the Lava Dart. Or
yeah, he's
actually, hold on,
close to lethal. Yeah, I was gonna say I think Ethan's shock might have been, he had an idea, right? He wanted the Quarry Steel Cutter to kind of be lethal, quote unquote, but I mean, the bolt plus the slick shot is 5 damage, right? And then 6 from the base power. Mutagenic growth is 4 damage, which that puts you to 10, which means Fletcher is 1 damage short of lethal here against Ethan.
Yeah, so instead, it's a cast Quarry Steel Cutter. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think he realizes everything he does is just like a little bit short. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Fletcher, I think you're right. I think he does have to find an Holy Heat off the expressive iteration and then needs to find like Bobble fetch land. And then the Bobble needs to draw the heat. I think that's how Fletcher wins. Because currently he's dead on board.
Okay. Yeah, I think that Ethan's thinking now, okay, so you gonna play another land over there? Like what's good? Because if Fletcher's just passed the turn, all right, this is lethal on board. Game's over.
Yeah. And it looks like Ethan is just double checking. I mean, he's grabbing 2 mana pretty quickly. Gonna play Ragavan.
That's one. I mean, any second spell, that works as well.
Yeah,
there's a dog.
This isn't lethal now, right?
Well, hold on.
All you have to do is equip the Steel Cutter, and this might have been Fletcher's out. Hey, what if you just buy me a turn? And that's what happened here. Also, notably, these monks do have lifelink because they are white, right? Or is it blue that gives lifelink? I forget.
It's definitely white, but there's no ley line, I believe, right?
Well, the monks are just white, right? And Scion gives the ability.
From the side. Yeah. Okay, so the other thing too is with Fletcher down to 1, he can't pay Phyrexian or green for that mutagenic growth. Can't take any damage from a land, including that Fariada that he just drew. So he gets a turn to try and make something happen, but I think he's officially drawing dead now.
Okay, black is lifelink because Death Shadow.
Black is lifelink. Sure.
They were afraid of giving it to. I remember the story now. They didn't want Death Shadow having lifelink, or excuse me, they didn't. They wanted to have that so Death Shadow couldn't play Scion, basically.
I remember at first the stories being that Scion was just like an 8/8 or something. It was like somehow twice as good as it is already, which is crazy. But
yeah, it was an 8/8 as in the original files, my understanding. Also, Dress Down was made. It was just Hogak. Yeah, they just made Hogak too. They made Dress Down to beat the Zoo deck because the Zoo deck was too good in testing. But here you go. Expressive Iteration is going to find nothing. Fletcher Johnson is going to pack it up, getting beaten there by Ethan. We're going to switch to our Zoo, just plays a Draco and it's enough. And sometimes you play real games. May French on your left with Eldrazi Tron versus Grayson Nimitz on your right with Belcher. You mentioned it at the top of the round. Grayson has been on a hot streak this year, absolutely crushing everything here on the NRG series and also doing well at events outside the series.
Yeah, Grayson has won one of our showdown events this year with this Belcher deck. So just running it back. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it may be broken. And I think we'll see a decent amount of Belcher certainly today, but also at the PC in a few weeks.
Yeah, May Frontier playing Eldrazi Tron. May, a player who won one of our events last year, made our champs, and is somebody who oscillates between picking a deck that metagames for the weekend or stock best deck, and never any in between, as it looks like she kept some Tron lands plus maps plus spells and drew the same Tron land, but does have 2 different ones to crack with the map. So we are representing turn 3, 7 mana.
Yeah, which if that leads to Con the Great Creator, or there are other things that will be terrifying for Grayson, but for Grayson on the play, turn 4 is your combo turn as Belcher. This is, people joke about Modern being a turn 4 format. This is almost the platonic ideal of that. You want to kill on turn 4. You actually physically cannot kill any faster with the stock list. So it really is a turn 4 deck. But you make up for that by having a lot of protection kind of built in between all of these DFCs, Sink into Stupor, Dry Disruption, stuff like that on there, and then all the free counter magic like Flare of Denial, things like Force Negation potentially, and then you see things like Stern Scalding, Spell Snare, and what have you as well. So the deck is slower than most of the pure combo decks, but it's highly interactive, and so usually it's pretty favored against the kind of combo pseudo mirror, and also tends to be good against decks like this, right, where you're trying to do a powerful thing very quickly, but not really offering much resistance to yourself.
All right, so May is going to crack her map, masterfully find the missing Tron land. She's done it. She has 7 mana and draws a Chalice of the Void for the turn.
Okay, well, that's a great start. And now Flare of Thought-Knots there, that's going to get Flare of Denial. That's one of the few cards that is relevant interaction against the Belcher deck, because one thing that's really tricky in this matchup, right, is you actually don't care about stuff like Devour of Destiny, Ugin, like you just don't have color permanents to exile. Stuff like Kozilek's Command often just doesn't actually, none of the modes really do much against you. So when it comes to stopping you doing your thing, there's not much going on. Also, though, if it snipes your one threat, that could qualify. So yeah, May's going to play out 3 more cards here: Mind Stone and Map, and Chalice for 0, hoping to strand that Lotus Bloom into spend. But Grayson has Road of Invention here, using that 3 mana that he left up to just find another Lotus Bloom. And if he has Tameshi here or Belcher, then he will win game 1 very, very quickly.
Yeah, we're here. Great way to get around this Chalice on 0. That suspended Lotus Bloom was going to get stopped. I don't think Grayson had a Belcher or a Tameshi in hand, but did have a Sink into Stupor, so we have a little bit more protection for the coming turns. We can also just always draw the card. All right, we drew another Sink into Stupor. Oh, and it looks like we did have Belcher, pardon me. And so that's going to do it here. And May's just going to double check that Grayson isn't playing a cheeky land / wants to see what are the tech cards here in Grayson's deck. As you and I were talking about it in our main future match this round, a lot of innovation still going on this deck, and players do sort of change up what some of the interactive spells are. So May's going to take a look at that, and we're going to quickly take a look at these sideboards before we jump into game number 2 here. Of note, historically, these Eldrazi Trons kind of have a ton of wish cards in the sideboard, and it looks like that's more the same here, Dom, with the only repeat card being Disruptor Flute.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that's definitely coming in. And there's always this interesting decision point with these Karn wishboards of how much do you want to leave in there for Karn versus if you have a bunch of cards that could be relevant in the matchup, how many of those do you move over to the main deck so you have more relevant draws? And looking at the other stuff May has going on, cards like Aurel's Dust, horrible in this matchup. There's going to be a lot of duds. And so if you can upgrade those to, stuff like Disruptor Flute, other relevant cards, then you kind of want to cram as many of those into the main deck as you possibly can. So you're not so all in on Karn. And then over on the other side for Belcher, you're going to see a lot of blue cards here. There we go. I think Harbinger of the Seas. Or is that? Hold on.
That's Harbinger of the Tide.
So I'm trying to consider, is there a world where you actually want Harbinger of the Tides in your sideboard? Maybe Grayson's just on another level there. Or the graphic is wrong and it's Harbinger of the Seas. Either way, if it's Seas, those are coming in. And then Consigned to Memory. Does Grayson have any main deck?
Wait, is Grayson the first?
Hold on.
No, there's only 2 consigns.
Whoa. Okay. That's radical. But I think Grayson understands, though, that obviously this is a consigned matchup. Perfect here. But already a pretty decent matchup already, as you saw some of the reasons why in game 1. And so it's easy to just pencil in your 4 consigns and go from there. But if you actually look at your matchup spread and you think, the main matchup where I want consign, I already feel pretty comfortable in and don't have a ton I want to take out, then I can use those remaining slots a bit more effectively. So 2 consigns definitely coming in though. I imagine the force negation and then possibly the Tezzerets if Grayson wants more, more redundancy on his threats, more things that have different names against Disruptor Flute, that kind of thing.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Well, let's head on back to our feature match area as our players should be ready here for game number 2. Looks like they are drawing up their hands. Looks like May has a Chalice of the Void in the opening hand along with 2 Tron pieces. Not happy enough with that, though. Going to take a mulligan. It looks like Grayson has Bloom and Belcher in hand. And here's the fun part of commentating this deck, Dom. I can never tell how many lands they really have.
Yeah, whenever I've tried playing this deck myself, I always have to do a double take and just actually check that I have the number of lands that I think I do. Because that's a bad way to go. If you keep a 0 lander by accident, or you try and play your Into the Floodmoor as a land or something, you don't want to do that. See if this looks any better here for May. We see 1 Tron land plus a map plus the Chalice, various other things, but does this hand actually do anything is the question.
I don't think it really does. Yeah, she's just going to go to 5. Looking for cards that actually matter in this matchup. And it's tough, right? We talked about how much permission Grayson has, but May also just needs to have a card that matters. Otherwise, she's not going anywhere quickly. All right. May's going to present the deck for a little cut. And we're on 5, I believe, right, Dom? We took 2 mulligans, so looks like we have Devourer, Map, Land, Thought-Knot Seers. Not the worst hand we've ever seen.
Yeah, Tron classically is a deck that you can keep 5 or even 4 cards, but if that's Tron plus something, that's all you need. You'll take it. You do actually need that though, and May doesn't have it rolled up. I mean, Devour of Destiny now with MH3 does give you redraws towards that.
Another bizarre MH card. All right, we're going to keep... Okay.
You kind of want the Eldrazi to be bizarre, right? Like, that's that whole deal, but not too bizarre, because then no one knows anything that's going on.
And it looks like Eldrazi Temple was left on top. That is a double land for the sake of our Thought-Knot Seer. So we can pop the Expedition map in order to get our 3rd land and then have Thought-Knot Seer on 3. Lotus Bloom, plus I believe a Seagate Restoration as the play here for Grayson. Grayson's going to bolt in a land. And it looks like we're going to play, I imagine, something like Thundertrap Trainer, as it is Thundertrap Trainer. All right, Seagate Restoration. Another land added to the hand. Thundertrap's really good in this deck. Just finds your combo, but also just finds you lands, right? It looks like Ugin's Labyrinth is going to be the take here from May off the search from the deck. She's going to pick up Karn, the Great Creator. She's going to put the Devourer under the Ugins, and then she's going to lead on Thought-Knot Seer here, trying to make a way for Karn to come down the following turn. And it looks like double Belcher, Tameshi were Thundertrap Trainer and land.
So she would love to take the Soul Goblin Child Belcher, but given that that's not an option, what do you try and poke a hole in instead?
It's tough. I kind of want to take the land, Dom. I know I'm a little crazy for it. But
you got a problem.
Yeah.
You want to mana screw people. We were hearing rumors about this actual land destruction deck that's out there in the field today, which for your sake, Mason, for professionalism, we don't want to get that on camera because you might get a bit too excited, but we can still dabble in that here and there.
Yeah. Thunder Trap Trainer is going to get exiled to Thought Not Seer, and May is going to pass the turn. Listen, Dom, Tangle Wire is one of my favorite Magic cards, as Into the Flood Maw is going to be the pickup here for Grayson. That's going to be huge against Karn, the Great Creator.
Are you a smokestack girly as well?
I actually don't like Smokestack. What I like about Tangle Wire is people get so mad, but it's over so quickly, you know? It's kind of like getting stung by a bee. It's like, ow, and then you just move on with your life, you know? All right, Karn's coming down.
I'm not sure I do know that, but regardless.
Fair enough. Well, we'll talk more about this when we need to fill some time. I have a lot of extreme Tangle Wire thoughts.
So May has to be, pleased yet confused that Karn has resolved here. So now the question is, all right, if Karn sticks around, I'm good to go. Given that Karn is probably going to get bounced or dealt with somehow, what can I get that will, buy me more time, hopefully let Karn come back down again, stop me just dying if Grayson has something right now. And I guess Tormod's Crypt if the payoff is Tameshi, which you've got a sneak peek of that by the Thornoughts here. I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess.
Yeah. If you get... Does she have a Pithing Needle that she can put into play? I mean, Torrent Script does stop the Tameshi stuff, like you said. And it's 0 mana. I was just curious, if you name Belcher, how much does Grayson need to, realistically win? Looks like we are worrying for 0.
Yeah, so this is... what once Grayson Floodmoors the Karn, has access to everything, he'll still have the 2 Lotus Blooms and the 2 lands left over. That's enough to belch with a mana to spare, just in case. So yeah, I think we're going to see a swift and convincing 2-0 win here from Grayson to move to 2-0 here in our 10K.
Yeah. All right, there's a harbinger of the C's in the hand. So with the graphics messed up, or Grayson submitted his deck list wrong, we'll make sure to get that looked at. And there is John Belcher. May French just extends the handshake, and 2-0. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series Mundelein, Illinois Modern 10K. I'm your host, Mason Clark, and my co-host, Dom Harvey, and we are in round number 3 of our event. So let's see what these players are playing for besides just the money real quick. As Dom, your face is about to be on screen here, as all Showdown winners do receive a custom Inkling token. There you are right in the middle. There's May French, who actually was in our backup feature match last round and kind of getting owned. Besides your own, Dom, here, which one is your favorite on screen?
I always like the team tokens, just seeing how all 3 of them show up and feature in there. So that one, that's the Brickman team. I like I think the one that just came out recently, actually, which is Andrew Ellenmogen, Master King Johnson, and Greg Michael. Like, their token is really good. I just like the kind of ensemble cast ones in general.
Yeah, those are some nice ones. I'm a big Theo Jung Energy fan, and the May French ice cream one I always thought was a nice little meme at the time that plays well as a token. Let's check out our players to watch as we're going to see one of these players win a token today as well of all the money. As you can see here, half of our players are undefeated, and the rest are having okay starts, with Samuel having a tough 0-2, but still plenty of points to be won. Let's cut down to our feature match here, though, as these players are so eager to play. They are drawing up their hand. Sam here on your left playing at Jun Saga versus Ryan on your right playing Ruby Storm. Dom, what do you want to think about this matchup?
Yeah, we got a nice Polish surnames mirror going on here on the main table in round 3. I think this is a matchup... I think Jun Saga struggles into Ruby Storm. I think Jun Saga struggles into most things, frankly, but Sam disagrees and putting his money where his mouth is here so far. Ruby Storm in general, though, it tends to be a very good game 1 deck against most of the format. And then, depending on how much hate people have, how much general interaction they have in the sideboard, that's when things maybe get a bit more tricky. But if you win game 1 as Ruby Storm, you only have to get one of the other 2. Feels pretty good. If you lose game 1 as Ruby Storm, that's when it starts to feel a little bit dicey.
All right, and the jig is up here.
Glimpse the Impossible hit by the Ragavan here. So it would not shock me to see Sam just play a second land, cash in the treasure, fire off the Glimpsing Impossible to fill his graveyard in case he cares about Delirium, and get those 3 spawn tokens ready to go for next turn. But going to be more disciplined, just cast Inquisition cards like instead. Makes a lot of sense. You want to get that 2-mana enabler if possible, the Ruby Medallion or the Ral. And Ryan's going to lay out the hand. I think that is a Ruby about to hit the graveyard there under the glare in the bottom right.
Yeah, there's a Ruby Past in Flames Grape Shop Ritual and a Ren's Resolve along with 2 lands here for the Ruby Storm player. So yeah, Sam could take that Ruby Medallion and really cut off a lot of mana. Does look like Sam also has Scavenging Ooze in hand, I think.
Oh, that's a throwback. I mean, the whole deck is something of a throwback, right? But definitely all the greatest hits from across the years coming back in here.
All right, Ruby Medallion's going to hit the graveyard. And then Sam does seem to have a land, so we're going to fetch probably Shock here as well.
Yeah, Scavenging Ooze, I mean, if you have the time and enough green mana, is pretty effective just at containing a possible Past in Flames, going long, and in the format at large, right? Certainly looks a lot more appealing than it did a few weeks ago with Gorya's Vengeance everywhere. There's even that Grixis reanimated deck with Persist instead that's been popping up as well. So the graveyard is a more active zone. There is more nonsense, if you like, coming from it. So yeah, get Scavenging Ooze in there to clean that up.
Yep. And here's Tarmogoyf coming down. Only a 2/3 right now, but excuse me, 3/4 because of the medallion, but will grow with time as well. Tarmogoyf Scavenging Ooze Wombo combo still around in 2025.
It's kind of nice seeing Tarmogoyf again. Like, remembering when this was the premier threat in Modern that a lot of decks just simply struggled to beat.
Yeah. We still have the Tarmo die ready to go. Wow. I was curious.
Gathering dust in a box. Yeah.
Yeah. Nethergoyf not really making the waves in Modern. I was thinking it might.
Yeah, which is sad. I think the issue there is Nethergoyf just being one-sided actually comes up a lot more than you would think. Because so often you see, like, I cast Inquisition, I take your Ruby Medallion. Well, now that's 2 extra types potentially, right? I was not going to get an artifact there by myself, but you kind of helped me along, or I forced the issue. And with Nethergoyf not really offering that, it's just not big enough to really raise any eyebrows anymore.
Yeah. Here's Ren's Resolve, Valakut's Awakening, and a land. That's going to push the Tarmogoyf up to a 4/5. Excuse me, it's still a 3/4, pardon me. That is a sorcery. There's Renin 6 in the hand for Sam. Another card that kind of is one of the best things to be doing in Modern for a while. Just making all of your spells playable, as here's a Surveil land.
Yeah, I remember the summer MH2 came out, and the John Saga decks, thanks to the Zoomers at the time, like really came onto the scene. And they seemed quite revolutionary, where you look at classic John, and then you compared it to the John Saga decks that you made the best use of all the new cards, and now it's the John Saga deck that feels like the relic of older times, but still hanging in there on camera.
Yeah, and you can tell Sam loves this deck as well. So many of the nice versions of the cards here. I wonder if this is just Sam's go-to, right? Rain or shine, we're going to play Jund Saga. As we are going to play Ren 6.
There are a lot of there's a lot of foil Jund guys out there, Mason. And look, not all of them are nice, not all of them. Well, sure. I mean, often you think it's more likely to see foil Jund than non-foil Jund at this day and age. There's foil Fear of Missing Out. A more recent pickup, but a very nice one.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a pretty huge get for this deck, right? Just looks like Graveyard Trespasser is in hand with the Scavenging Ooze. Oh my goodness gracious. Trespasser lines up well against Plage, I guess. As we saw, that was a thing that happened a while ago. People were playing that in their Mardu deck.
Mason, you see, at first, John Saga was a lowest deck. And now that those shackles are being cast off, we can play all the 3-drops we want. And Graveyard Trespasser somehow still the best one. No Barragoyf or any nonsense like that here.
No need for that. There's a 4/5 Tarmogoyf now. We're going to play a land here and fetch. Notably, Sam does have 3 types in the graveyard, so if we can pick up a 4th one, that fear of missing out could mean double combat here for the old Tarmogoyf, which would threaten lethal, especially because we get another card type in the yard. So, Ryan, feeling the pressure.
I've seen, Aspiring Spike and a few others really focus a lot of brews around fear of missing out, because in Modern, very easy to get to Delirium, even without trying too hard. And then also easy to pump its power with stuff like your mutagenic growth or other things, or Arena of Glory is a really nice 1-2 punch out of nowhere with FOMO. So very powerful card. And it's one that scales well with the size of a format like that. So doing great work in Standard right now, but the ceiling is even higher here in Modern.
All right, so Ruby Medallion's going to get played. We're going to cast a Desperate Ritual for a mana, make 3. Storm count is 2. If worst comes to worst on, we can always just Grape Shot to clean up some of these bodies.
Yeah, I think Ryan... I mean, we can say Ryan now. We don't even have to specify which one. Ryan, I think, feels some level of urgency, wants to get this game over with sooner rather than later. But as you say, he has the buyout of, well, if all else fails, I'll Grape Shot, kill 2 things, and maybe buy another turn after that.
All right, another ritual found, but I think we're still a little bit short of casting our Past in Flames in our hand and still going off. So cast the ritual, that's our 4th card of the turn for Storm. We played a land for turn already. Looks like we're doing some backwards counting of Storm now that we didn't whiff on the thrill. All right, that dice is going to be our Storm counter. All right, and it looks like we're going to use Valakut, Awakening, going up to 5 on Storm. Now, how many cards are we going to put back? Looks like just 2. So we'll draw 3 here. All right, another 2 rituals found. Okay, that's going to give us the mana to cast Past in Flames. This will be up to 5.
Yeah, those... So it sounds like Ryan had the Past in Flames already. Is that right?
Yeah, we saw it on the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, so this is often the spot the Ruby Storm gets into, where you kind of have 2 or 3 classes of cards, right? You have your rituals, you have your card filtering, and then you have your payoffs like Past in Flames. And often you have one, and you really need to find at least one of the others. So that Valakut Awakening, if it found another Past in Flames, a Ruby or something, well, that's useless. If it finds double ritual, that's exactly what he needed, and yeah. Tick those boxes perfectly, and I think is going to be able to cross the finish line here. It might take a while, and might take a few different exile piles and what have you, but I think Sam kind of sees the writing on the wall here as well.
Yeah, the real question is, because we know Ryan put back 2 cards, right? And we're thinking he kept Past in Flame, but that means he wouldn't have a Grape Shot yet. So
he wouldn't, yeah, but once you've seen this much of your deck, I mean, even if the Grape Shot's literally on the bottom, it's pretty trivial for Ryan to just see the rest of his entire deck from here. Or to find the Wish or whatever else.
So I think what's happening is our last card in hand is this Grape Shot. So we've played the Ral, and now we're going to see if our Ral flips. If it does flip, that means that we're going to be able to ultimate Ral, I believe, because we've cast enough instants and sorceries to have that. And we might just hope to go the rest of the route. But we have this Grape Shot, which can clean up the board and still hit Sam for a ton of damage. Might just go mostly face. I mean, you can shoot Tarmogoyf down, which I believe is a 5/6 now, given all the cards in the graveyard. Players do need to double check this.
So yeah, if you're right, it sounds like he kept the Grape Shot thinking, okay, well, if I get the perfect hits, I can maybe try and keep going off anyway. But the odds are not that much in my favor. So if I miss, I want to have this way to buy myself another turn. If I hit something like a Rend Resolve or whatever, I want to have the extra turn to use those extra cards. So makes a lot of sense. So this turn might drag on a little bit longer, but I think we're going to get to about the same conclusion in the end.
Yeah, so it looks like what Ryan is doing is we're casting Grape Shot, and we're shooting the Goyf enough to kill it. And then maybe the rest is going upstairs. I saw us point to the Goyf. All right, looks like actually we just went all face because Sam's life total is now 2. So maybe there were some conversations about sort of what's the toughness at. Ryan thinking it's not worth it. Ultimating the Ral.
Okay, interesting.
All right, we got a glimpse, a ritual, and some mana abilities. We still have that other Ral we can play too.
Yeah, and between the 3 tokens from Glimpse and the Ral, Ryan can even field a bunch of trump blockers there if he needs to.
Do you know what this fancy art card is?
They're all fancy art cards, but that one specifically on the right?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I imagine it's like a wish or something. You know what I mean? But what we're going to see right now is Ryan's going to play it. All right, we got to flip the Ral. The Ral does flip.
Chad is saying secret lair Manimorphose, and Chad would never lie to me.
Sure.
That sounds about right.
Oh my God! Flip, unflip, reflip. Just it's okay, gang. We can just say this is the one.
I mean, look, if Sam is on 2, there's a very easy way to get this game over with right here.
Yeah, it's just minus the 2 and hit Sam.
So I assume may have to update our life totals instead. We'll see.
All right, we found a Past in Flames. It's over.
Okay, or it's to Rome, I think here.
Yeah. Definitely did have just the win on board, assuming our life totals are correct, but it's all right. We find it in the end. And that shows you why the Storm deck does have, so many big fans, right? Not only is it fun for a certain type of player to really enjoy playing, but also just can win from, basically nothing on a turn. So you're always still in the game. Let's check out Sam's sideboard, though, and see what he might have for this matchup, as I'm sure he knows somebody out there is going to be trying to storm him. As we have Ashiok, 2 Pick Your Poisons, 3 Brotherhood's End, a Riveteer's Charm, Ghost Vacuum, Grafdigger's Cage, Pithing Needle, Damping Sphere, Torpor Orb, and 3 Blood Moons, Dom. What do you like?
Wow, it's strange to see actual Riveteer's Charm. I was told that was the card that was going to propel John back to the top tiers of Modern. But there's a little bit of stuff here. So Grafdigger's Cage lining up well against Past in Flames, potentially. Damping Sphere, go-to hate card against Storm decks since it was printed many moons ago. And we do also have many moons, which this is not the matchup those are there for, but other combo decks perhaps going to fall prey to those. And then look at this beautiful spread of museum pieces here in the main deck. Dark Confidant alongside Ragavan, Scavenging Ooze, Tarmogoyf, the one emotional support Graveyard Trespasser there. And then 1 Shoot the Sheriff, 1 Abrupt Decay, 1 Modern Collapse, a perfect GTO spread. Everything.
1 Tarfire too.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that can go upstairs. It's like a bolt with your Goyf. So yeah, I mean, truly, the Museum of Juntier. You love to see it. Let's check out Storm, I guess. See what we have over there. Anything cool happening here?
Boring.
2 Flame, 4 Enchant, 4 Ending. The Grape Shot we wish for. A Past in Flames we can wish for. An Empty the Horns we can wish for. And then 2 Brotherhood's Ends.
Yeah, I could imagine Prismatic Ending coming in if you want to, how to say what stock John Saga plays these days. So you might want to have a hedge against various hate cards, and then they can always just tag a Ragavan or a Tarmogoyf or something to buy more time. And then I wonder if there's a Flage matchup as well. Just given that if you're getting, there's probably a decent amount of graveyard hate in the John deck. You might not know about exactly Graveyard Trespasser, but if you're getting Thoughtseize a bunch and so on, or there is some hate card that's hard to beat, Flage is a good way to sidestep all of that. So it would not shock me to see all of those as well. But in general, the Ruby Storm deck, a pretty minimal sideboarder, right? Like you don't want to be cutting your rubies or your Rals. Hard to shave too many rituals so that you can start with that. And then the kind of most redundant piece is the filtering, right? These reckless impulses, Rens Resolves. But this is the exact kind of matchup where those cards are at their best. So really not a ton of obvious stuff that you would want to cut to make room for all of that.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the interesting things. We talked about Belcher, right? I think it's kind of far from its final form, right? It still has some work to get. I weirdly feel like Storm is that way too. I feel like there's still a lot to be explored here, and there's just not a lot of people digging. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
As it looks like these players are shuffling up here. We're going to talk about our last event of the year, though, really quick, while these players are shuffling up their beautiful cards, as we are going to be going to Elmhurst, Illinois, November 1st and 2nd for a team 10K Showdown Standard Sealed Modern on Saturday, and then Sunday, 10K Modern Showdown happening there as well. So excited to see sort of what the future holds when it comes to that event. We're going to figure out who's going to be going to our champs at the end of the year. And all the final
Mason.
You're playing this event, right?
Oh yeah, I'm playing both of them. Two shots there potentially. So probably not me still, but not completely locked in yet. But Chicago Denizen, Dr. Ryan Radgor, I believe, will be in attendance, and then going to find some kind of ringer from out of town. Probably not Michael Ringer, but not going to lock anything in. And then it'll just be me battling solo in the trenches there on Sunday, and who knows what I'll be playing. Stay tuned.
Yeah, this is post Pro Tour, right? So it's gonna be pretty exciting to see sort of what happens there. Always interesting to see how the pros take down Modern.
Yeah, it's always exciting too. I think especially with the Modern PC, you see what happens on that weekend, and then you see the entire format adjust to that new reality. And often you look at the past few Modern PCs, the format at the PC and the format 2 weeks after the PC look very different. So keen to see what that difference looks like this time around.
All right. It looks like some fetch lands and passing is how we're starting off game number 1 here. I wish I loved any deck enough, Dom, to just be like, Jund Saga guy. You know what I mean?
What would you say is the deck in any format that's come closest to that for you?
I mean, the 4-color stuff I honestly just loved a ton. I liked Amulet a lot before Urza Saga. I know it got better with Urza Saga, but I don't know. I lost some of the joy in my heart when that card entered the deck.
You're one of these Amulet snobs.
Yeah, I am. I miss being tricked by Dominic Harvey with Wayward Swordtooth as Damping Sphere comes down.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Before I knew Dom in the old booth, I saw him win an event with Wayward Swordtooth and thought, that looks good enough. He knows what he's doing. And so I took it to an event.
Well, we do have a 4-color deck on our backup feature just for you and for all of your kind out there watching. We'll see if we have time to get to that. I mean, if Sam can protect this Damping Sphere, then looks like we may get a game 3 here, but Ryan will soldier on in the meantime.
Yeah, thinking back to the Flage conversation we had, right, in the Prismatic Endings coming in, this does seem like the hate card that you could most accurately assume is going to come in, right? That someone's going to have something for you, and that deck's probably pretty weak to things like Amulet, and that's like a fine enough card there. So I imagine this is probably the hate piece that Ryan is the most confident he was going to see Sam play. Damping Sphere is like, okay, that's kind of my, free bingo square.
Yeah, these tournaments are closed deck lists until the top 8, and so there's always this weird dance of what hate cards does my opponent have, how much do I need to hedge against those, and then do I want to do that with the most efficient answers or with the ones that they're okay against the hate cards, but also okay against other things. So for Ryan, seeing this maybe feels a bit blindsided, or maybe he thinks, okay, not surprised to see Damping Sphere, but is this Sam's only Damping Sphere? Is he going hard on the Damping Spheres because he wants to hedge against like Storm and the Trondex and Amulet? Could go either way, right? So for game 3, there's at least one in there somewhere. You update your priors on that, but how much you want to hedge against Damping Sphere, that's still kind of an open question.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay, so Sam catching that hate card is symmetrical. He would have to pay one more for that time ago as well, which makes me wonder, I guess you could play the Goyf and pass and try and push around an upkeep, but then if Ryan has the spell and successfully flips the Ral, 50-50 odds, then it gets a little bit dicey. So I think I like playing it slow instead.
Yeah, I think I like playing it slow. It works out really well for you, obviously, if Ryan fires off something like a Manamorphose in the upkeep to protect the Ral, right? And then, doesn't win the flip, but you don't really need to take that kind of huge of a risk right now, right? We're fine just sort of chugging along. As it looks like Abrupt Decay is in our hand. That card can answer a Medallion as well.
Yeah, backup Ral is in, and now Sam deciding, does he want to make a construct with Saga on the way out, or float the mana, use it for other things, decides to float it, which makes sense if you have a stacked hand. Making a construct, probably not the best thing you can do. And it's going to feel some pressure, I think, to remove this Ral before it can get up to any mischief.
And it looks like Haywire might be the pick here for Sam. Indicates to me Abrupt Decay might be going after this Ral, and we're wanting to hedge against a Ruby Medallion potentially coming down on the next turn.
Yeah, might be the pick, might not. Tough to say. Could also go for the Graphics Cage that came in, Nile Spellbomb, if you want to get some graveyard hate in advance of the combo turn. Would also hedge against the Flages if to go to the next level in that back and forth. If Flage came in, and that's the way that Ryan might beat your Sphere, well, how do you beat the Flage? You want cards like that.
I gotta say, by the way, I'm sure we're all thinking it. This is my first time in the future match here having to cover these basic lands from Ryan. Disqualifying for future matches. I think that's going to be my new stance. Last event, Dom, I sent out a call to action to people that if they mislabel their decks, I'm not going to feature them. Yellow basics, I'm not going. If I find out, I'm not featuring you. That's my new. I'm going tyrannical dictator mode as we do see your Tarmogoyf come down.
I've heard them described as urine colored. Is one euphemistic way of putting it. Ooh, Brotherhood's End. Okay.
Artifacts cleans up the Haywire
Mapping Sphere and Haywire might. Wow. And maybe flip the Ral. We'll see.
Okay. Odd is win. I'm curious if Ryan actually wants to flip it or not.
Yeah, it's weird here, right? Because flipping it actually makes it more vulnerable thanks to the Tarmogoyf on board. So it might be a classic win the flip and just decline situation. We're flipping, but we're not flipping,
Yeah, not my favorite, I'll say. As we are going to see, it looks like Manamorphose. We're going to lose the flip, take one. I always love when my Storm opponent is on one life and they have to flip their Ral. It's just a good sweat either way.
Oh, yeah. Now, Mason, when you were working on these designs, did you think, okay, if we got Ral in here, we need to have Clark's Thumb, Chance Encounter, maybe Paracreep those with a 2024 version, just for all the coin flipping fans out there, they need some love.
All right, so I'm working on the MH3 PowerPoint, Dom. I said a year after the set came out, I would release something, and then Nadu kind of ruined it, I think, and so I gave myself a little longer, because I didn't work on that card. So, I like to think that Modern was delayed for what I worked on, and I worked a lot on the Storm deck. I did kind of all the testing. My deck and y'all's deck is basically the same deck, which I am convinced means that Storm is not in its final form. You know what I mean? It's kind of like yeah, one of the two.
I'll throw it out there.
Yeah, I love the coin flipping. I think it's definitely frustrating for some percentage of players. But I don't want to put more coin flipping cards, but I definitely wanted Ral to enter with 0 loyalty. That was my whole thing. I wanted you to really need to take some more chances, potentially risk it all. So that's my big thing. As we are going to see Reckless Impulse, another ritual.
I think if Ral had entered with 0 toughness too, perfect.
0 toughness too, yeah, that'd have been something. Yeah, all the MH3 Planeswalkers are pretty nice, and Grist.
Yeah, I think the only one I haven't seen show up anywhere in Modern yet is Grist, which maybe only a matter of time, depending on what comes down the pipeline soon. But Tamio, fantastic card. Ajani, centerpiece of the Boros decks, and then here, Ral is single-handedly the card that makes this deck possible. I guess Ruby as well, so half-handedly, but you see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this deck was a huge winner from MH3, and something definitely wanted to be a part of the metagame. It's sort of, I think a big thing people forget is like MH2 kind of killed all of these decks. there was nothing like Storm really that I ever consistently saw play, which just basically killed the format for multiple players.
Funnily enough, this was a huge loser immediately after MH3 because people played it at the PC. They did not win a lot of matches. But I think what we've seen over time is that's not some completely fatal flaw for the deck. And there are a lot of people who play it and do very well, especially online. It just needed to find its moment and bide its time. And I think this might be the right time again.
All right. So our Ral hit 4 lands, 2 Past in Flames, a Wrench Resolve, and a Valakut's Awakening. Looks like we're going to Ritual. And we're probably going to see Ryan just try to, move through as many spells as we can, cast that Past in Flames, cast all these things again, and sort of go from there. Here comes Ral. So we're back on the discounting. Here's some Manamorphoses, thanks to Twitch chat. All right, that's a ping. It should be at 3, right? Because we were at 1. Oh, excuse me, 2. Yes, that's right. As Manamorphose number 2 is coming down. The crazy part about all this too is a lot of this comes from Sam feeling like we need to answer this. To get pressure on the board and not answer the Ral and hold the Abrupt Decay, right? Sam could have, Abrupt Decayed the original Ral that, sort of started this all. We saw him do a similar play on his turn 3 with the Fatal Push skipping his Goyf, but that's where the hard part too, right? Like maybe none of this really happens. Ryan doesn't have enough to fight through everything. He doesn't have that like Brotherhood's End type card. And then, this Tarmogoyf kills Ryan before this happens later. It's a really tough part of playing against these sort of decks.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because even the Tarmogoyf, as big as it is, still a 4 or 5 chunk clock by itself. So, I think Sam realizes he can't just give Ryan forever because eventually one of these impulses will hit the prismatic ending or something that he's boarded in, and then he's off to the races. So it's always a tough balance to strike, and hard to say it was a clean mistake on his part, but he took a risk, and Ryan was able to punish him for it in a really big way.
Yeah, and this Ral is hit all spells, it looks like. Okay, so there were 2 things we can't play for free off Ral there, so not totally a big hit, but I get a Manamorphose for free. There's 2 different graveyards there. One is the Past in Flames pile, the other is not. But we have multiple Past in Flames, so we can always run that back. We're going to cast some Rituals. And I have to assume here that, Ryan doesn't have a Grape Shot. He would just show it to Sam unless he's maybe playing around a card like Surgical, and he wants to kind of one-shot Sam.
Yeah, I think the most charming part about this deck is how many different zones there are. Because most decks, you got one graveyard, you got one exile, and you don't even care about the exile. But here, you've got multiple graveyards, 4 different exile zones at the same time. And if you lose track of which is which, you're going to get a GRV, and the judge will come and tase you with a cattle prod or something. Like there's really a lot going on at any given time.
Yeah, and I think we have a deterministic win now, Dom, as Wish has been found. So as long as there's a Grape Shot in the sideboard, we just need to keep casting spells until our Grape Shot is lethal.
I mean, that's what we said before. And Ryan took a few more actions for the fans at home. So maybe just deciding, hey, I'm on camera. I'm on camera for a reason. People want to see this. So let's give them some more content.
Yeah,
some more cards.
There it is, Grape Shot.
Encore.
And Sam has had enough. He's going to pick the cards up. So congratulations there to Ryan, moving on to 3-0. We should have a backup match that we can cut to. And it looks like we're going to actually cut to it live right now as the round is midway through here. So on your left, we have Matthew on the Samwise combo versus Sean on your right with 4-color Omnath. This is the Birthing Ritual Helga deck that I believe players like Aspiring Spike have been promoting.
Mm-hmm. Also, Birthing Ritual deck here on the left. A really nice pickup there for the Samurai stack. So 4-color Omnath, former top dog of Barden, really fallen out of favor, but gets this kind of steady stream of new cards. Quantum Riddler, really nice pickup here as well. So to keep it there on the fringes. And then Samurai's combo, creature combo on the whole is going through some tough times, right? Yawgmoth has really fallen from grace and so on, but I think if you want to play something in that space, this is the way to do it right now. And so, yeah, you see this deck from time to time as well.
Yeah, the Flubber Omnath here. Looks like Endurance in hand. We're popping a food to maybe bring back a cat in response to the fetch. We're just going to get an Endurance from the hand, which is going to force the food, which is then going to Leyline binding the Samwise.
In response.
Yeah. All right. Matthew's got a Quarter Calling, so they get to search their deck for a creature. It looks like X is 2. Looks like we're going to grab a Viscera Seer,
which will make a food, which will bring back the Colin Familiar on top of all of this. So yeah, Matt can re-combo on top of this giant stack of interaction, and having won the first game, winning this one means Samwise combo now moves up to 3-0 here. So not quite as much 4-color Omnath as you and others wanted on camera, I'm sure, but a little something to whet the appetite.
Yeah, that really is my kind of experience. Is, it's surprisingly bad against decks like that, right? Like, you're a deck that has a ton of kill spells, but they're just so efficient and pretty good at protecting themselves, and eventually you do have to play some sort of clunky Omnathy type card or something, and then you end up losing the game. But maybe we'll see more of that as time goes on. Speaking of time going on, we are going to talk really quickly once again about our last event of the year in Elmhurst, Illinois, November 1st and 2nd. We have a team event on Saturday, Standard, Sealed, and Modern, and then Sunday, Dom, Modern Showdown 10K as well. The winners of both those events are going to go to our end of the year championship. And let's look at the leaderboard really quickly here, Dom, and see sort of where we're at with everything here. So all the names in orange are already qualified from either winning a showdown or points at large. All the names in white are the ones that are still very much live. And a lot of the players you've been seeing in our feature match area here, very high up here on the leaderboard.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who they've booked their seat there already, but hey, they play these events because they love playing them. They love playing Magic, so they're going to come out and play more, kind of run up the score a little bit. You see that, Harrison Canfer, who already qualified, winning our 10K in Lansing a few weeks ago. Grayson Emmets, really just a colossus bestriding the leaderboard for the entire year. He's going to keep doing it, and on track to do it again this weekend. So I'm going to say a lot of these names at every event and continuing to do well. And then, a lot of the people here, you see the combined leaderboard, but for season 2, those seasonal slots, there's going to be a really heavy contest for those. And there we go. Your Ryan Hayes, who we saw round 1 in 50 there. A lot of these familiar names. And with this weekend and then that following weekend, not a ton of spots to run up the score there. So ideally, you're looking to play all those tournaments, keep doing well in as many of them as possible, because if you don't, someone on this list will, and then you might be sweating more than you'd like.
Yeah, Grayson Emmets, by the way, you see here as well in 15 for the season 2 leaderboard, right? Like, would be in a fine spot if it was only season 2 we were looking at. Grayson Dom was talking to us and is going to try to beat the record for the most points in a year. And so Grayson on track. Did unfortunately, have a kind of a rough standard event at our last one. So, didn't put up a top 8 there, kind of a first there for Grayson, but is really trying to kind of, punch the ticket when it comes to the Hall of Fame type situation. So that's going to do it for our players this round. And it's going to do it for us. We're going to take a quick break as we set up for round number 4. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series Modern 10K in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm your host, Mason Clark, joined by my co-host, Dom Harvey. And Dom, we are getting ready for round number 4 of our event, the halfway mark for players.
Yeah, and this is where if you are 3-0, you're not counting the dollars just yet, no dollar signs in your eyes, but you start to wonder, right? What could be here? And we have some great players towards the top of the standings. We've got a real clash of the Titans for you in our main feature match here in round 4. So we'll take a look at how our players to watch are doing, just to give you a flavor of all of that real fast.
Indeed, as our players to watch is a little all over the place. So Ryan Hayes, Wesley Hickman, and Grayson Nimitz, who you're going to see in our feature match here in just a second, are all undefeated at 3-0. 2-1. The only one standing is Alden Katz, and then everyone else is 1-2. So battling it out, trying to get some leaderboard points here. There we go. We got a little rearrangement happen for you so you can see it a little bit more clearly now. And for some of these players, they're going to keep battling it out until they're just dead for any sort of points. We play out points down to top 64, I believe, is the differentiating maker between 1 and 2 points. So these players are going to keep on battling until they're good in X and 4, X and 5 range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's probably no more Garrick on camera today, Sally, but he had his moment and he got to provide entertainment of sorts for us here at home. And then some other big hitters, Will Kowalczyk, someone who you very often see towards the top of the standings these days. Not his day today, but has tomorrow to rebound and then a final weekend there as well. But as you said, we have some true big names at the circuit here at 3-0. We're going to see 2 of them face off here. Grayson Emmets, who on an absolute tear this year, going for the all-time points record, up against Raja Suleiman, someone who, NRG champion in years past, and just very likely to be a champion of sorts in any format he plays. Back on the Pro Tour, going to be in Atlanta in a few weeks as a result of taking the Esper Blink deck to the top 8 in the Spotlight Series in India a few months back. So someone who you often see around, very glad to see him around, very friendly guy, also a phenomenal Magic player. So seeing even more evidence of that here this weekend.
Yeah, Roger Suleiman has always been someone who's really done well at Magic at various events. He's ebbed and flowed. Sometimes we focus on real life a bit more than Magic, as we all do, right? But someone here on the NRG series, especially since I've started covering the events, Dom, in mid 2022, has just been a constant feature of the series. You always see him at our events, and you always see him around now too, because Roger's always doing well, and we never want to cover blue-white control for round number 1, and he loves playing his control deck. So I like to joke that the midday Raja Suleiman feature match is a staple here at the NRG series because he's always doing well. And it's like, well, we got to feature Raja. It's time. Kind of the Grayson Nimitz.
Yeah, and if he's not playing a blue control deck, he's playing. Yeah. And if he's not playing a blue control deck, he's playing some black mid-range deck with some of the wackiest card choices you've ever seen. Black-white Rajas, as we like to say. So either way, it's going to be a grindy matchup.
Definitely, yeah. It's so funny too because he definitely has his own way of approaching matchups and also just playing the in deck construction and also just deck building, right? If you remember in 2022, he was playing Bant Charm in his blue-white control deck, splashing the green for basically it, and I think pick your poison type situation. So Roger always has his own.
Whoa. Mason. Yeah. I think you mean Broker's Charm, my friend.
Broker's Charm, excuse
Possibly
me.
Both.
Charm. Yes, yeah. Well, I wouldn't put it past Roger to have Bant Charm in his deck either, but you're right. It was Broker's Charm. And he just sort of consistently does that. And it really, I think, shows too just how when you have tight play and combine that with a deep understanding of how you want these games to play out and sort of building your deck for specific metagames, you can really succeed. Yes, I remember this now.
Nice Broker's Charm on camera here in the year 2025. You'd love to see that.
Yeah. Destroy target enchantment. Blow up that Urza Saga. Draw some cards. Every now and again, get that first mode, a little pump spell. We're going to see Grayson take a mulligan. Notably here for us, Dom, Roger, I think, has Teferi Time Raveler in hand against a Lotus Bloom deck.
Yeah, and it's not just any Lotus Bloom deck. It's a Lotus Bloom deck with a bunch of reactive blue cards. So those get shot off just as nicely. And yeah, 2 copies of Lotus Bloom suspended for Grayson. Now, Grayson is on the play, which means Roger has exactly a 1-turn window to stick Teferi before the blooms do come down. So based on that, we might see a real set of fireworks here on turn 3, and Grayson will try and prepare for that fight as much as he can, but hard to do that without a second land. So he will just be passing the turn back, and Roger won't feel as good about that as you might expect, because that means, obviously, Grayson's hand is all spells, and you know what that might mean for you. Plus, Grayson has, Flare of Denial if he can stick something like Thundertrap Trainer. He has Disrupting Shoal, so no guarantee if you slam Teferi on 3 that it's going to resolve. So still a lot to think about.
Yeah, it's actually. Yeah, I was gonna say it's it's weird where there's a lot to think about, and also the decisions matter a ton because there's so little that's going on, right? It's like, well, I have to get this right. As you do see, Raja topped Jace the Mind Sculptor and is now fetching, I can only assume, is slamming to Fairy Time Raveler. Of note, Dom, Raja has Wrath Disguise in hand. So if Grayson pops these Lotuses, but then doesn't use them to win or get some big advantage, Grayson is going to just be back on, nothing if the Wrath resolves.
Yeah, if you had me rank everyone in the tournament by how likely they were to have Jason Mind Sculptor in their deck, Raja would be very near the top of that list. But Grayson does Disrupting Shoal to Teferi, pitching Murder Invention. Now both those lists will come down. So Grayson just has 7 mana. So if he has Goblin Charbelcher, that's instantly lethal. And then if he has Tameshi, I mean, only 2 lands to return here. So not a massive jump in mana, but still pretty substantial.
All right, it looks like we drew a land with the Specimen. So now we're going to Thunder Trap Trainer. Raja does have a Solitude if he wants to get rid of this trainer.
Okay, so this is interesting now because Grayson is a mana short of playing and using the Charbelcher. So ideally, he's going to set up to that next turn. But now, as you said, Wrath of the Sky is potentially an active card here, just crippling Grayson's mana development. Whereas your one option might be use the Lotuses now, play the Charbelcher, but then you still need that to survive a turn, and then also to find the third untapped mana source. So either way, some pretty big risks.
Yeah, I think Raja, weirdly, if he wants, can beat everything, but he has to expend a lot of resources because he could go Solitude this Otter to play around Flare Denial. He drew Counterspell for the turn, and so that would, leave him with very few cards left in hand, but he does have Jace the Mind Sculptor, who I've heard is greater than all. So it's really a matter for Raja here. He knows one of the cards is Charbelcher, so he's thinking about, if it's Force Negation, if it's Flare, what's going on. Like you mentioned at the top of the game, he knows it's all spells in hand beyond just the fact that this deck is all spells. As we are going to see, looks like we're going to not do the Solitude line. We're going to hold on to our material here. Wrath of Skies for X is 0. And Disrupting Shoal, getting rid of the Archaeologist. Raja knows the last card in hand is that Goblin Charbelcher.
Yeah, so can now use the Counterspell to force it through. And so we'll have to beat that Charbelcher at some point, but Grayson is multiple lands away from even casting that thing, let alone using it.
Well, notably, too, Raja has a Shadowy Backstreet in his deck, which is a splash, and he has a Prismatic Ending in hand. So if Grayson just, plays the Belcher and passes, right? If Raja has enough splash colors, he can maybe just Prismatic Ending the Belcher.
Yeah, I'm scanning the list quickly. I don't actually see a source of a 4th color because Raja does have, an actual black splash in the sideboard that we'll get to when we're between games there, but no, Steam Vents or Hedge Maze or anything for that eventuality.
Oh, okay. So Raja plays the Teferi Time Raveler, which means now he has a way to unsummon the Belcher for a single turn. So he does have a one-shot window to kind of bounce the Belcher if he can't counter it on the way down. And he does have Jace the Mind Sculptor in hand. So if he wants to start, sculpting his hand, he can do that. He can even start ticking up, try to keep Grayson off of anything that can maybe, lead to quick shots. But Raja's kind of in a great position if he can somehow figure out a way to just keep that annoying Goblin Charbelcher off the board. It looks like he drew Otawara. So I guess that's another turn of, bouncing this Belcher over and over again.
Yeah, a lot of time walks in Raja's hand. He does have to be a little concerned about Tameshi, potentially. So we do have those blooms in the graveyard now where Grayson wants them, but Raja does have Solitude to cover that. With Teferi as well, meaning, Grayson can't pick up one of those DFCs and use that to defend it.
All right, looks like Raja's going to put back 2 cards from his Jace Brainstorm. I believe they were both lands. One's an island, one's an Otawara. He's going to play a tapped Watergrave and pass the turn. Grayson, I believe, drew one of his blue-white tap lands, Suppression Ray. Yeah, and Belcher resolves. Grayson's going to attack Teferi. Grayson knows that it's likely the Teferi is going to bounce the Charbelcher, so he wants to keep it low on loyalty. Doesn't need to worry about shooting Raja for, you know, the 14th versus 15th. He'll get the job done there.
Problem is, Raja is looking at the cards and not in the way that Grayson would prefer.
Does Raja have like Days Undoing in this version of his deck? I need to take a little look.
He does, yes. So he has the Narset Days Undoing package with the Guy Reach Sanitarium as well. He doesn't have the Orange Chan focus that a lot of these similar lists have. It's kind of a more classic list in that sense. But 3 Narset and then the 1 Days Undoing to dig for as well.
So we're going to play land for turn, Prismatic into the auto. We drew Force Negation. Florida now the pickup for Grayson, but with Teferi Time Raveler in play, that's a dead card. And Grayson's forced to play the Belcher. Force of Negation is going to answer that Goblin Tri-Belcher. And now Raja is in a great spot, and you see him moving quickly. Takes up his Teferi, knows these Solitudes can kind of very quickly close the door on Grayson.
And this is where we see how much emotional fortitude does Grayson have, Because he's not 0% to win this game, but it's not looking good.
It's not looking good. Raja puts back 2 lands off the Brainstorm into a fetch. The classic Legacy combo, Dom, which we'll see tomorrow when we feature Legacy. It's going to be a fun stream there, so make sure to tune in for that. Follow along if you haven't already. Surveil. Get rid of this other land. Play Narset. Find some other counterspell. Hopefully, Grayson concedes. No counterspell found. Spell Snare, I guess legally a counterspell, so you got me there, as it is the take. Seagate Restoration, Dom. And Grayson's going to pick it up.
Yeah, Grayson starts the process of flipping and re-sleeving all of his lands so we can proceed to a second game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I respect that he keeps them on the front side forward, but I also respect people who do it the other way. As long as you're committed to one, I like it. Let's take a look at this Belcher sideboard, Dom, as this was a deck I talked about liking earlier today. I'm curious to see what Grayson has in the sideboard that could be good here. As we have 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Tezzeret the Seeker, the 2 Consign, 2 Fluster, 2 Into the Floodmaw, 1 Force Negation, Tormund Script, 2 Torpor Orbs, and this single Mountain, typically for White Orchid Phantom.
Yeah, I would expect Force Negation. You've seen a lot of these really strong sorcery speed threats out of Raja's deck. Fluster Storm to kind of win those stack battles, and then probably Tezzeret the Seeker as well, just as yet another threat that could zig and zag around different things.
Makes a lot of sense to me here. Let's check out Raja's sideboard and his deck. Get it up on the screen for people, as there's our Consult the Star Chart spotting, excuse me there. And look at this sideboard here, Dom. 4 Psychic Frogs, the pivot from Raja. We talked about it earlier, how Raja is willing to kind of pull the trigger on his own ideas and his way of playing. And this is the loudest Raja Suleiman thing I've ever seen. But along with that, we have the 4 Consigns, a Subtlety, a March, a Spell Snare, a Certain Scolding, a Purge, and a Wrath.
Yeah, those 4, count them, 4 Consign to Memories. At least some of those coming in, I would expect. The Spell Snare as well. And then I think this is a Psychic Frog matchup. I don't know if it's just every matchup is a Psychic Frog matchup. It's just your usual go-to pivot. But this matchup, definitely, I think having this cheap threat that can take over the game and that Grayson kind of has to answer, but is very not well equipped at answering. And if you untap with it and you have a bunch of reactive cards in hand, you got to feel pretty good. Like that sounds like a nice recipe to me. It is funny that Raja, he's a Kahira deck, but Frog, not among the types that Kahira looks for. So if Raja doesn't reveal Kahira, the jig is up, but unclear what jig exactly it is until you see the Frog.
Yeah, and Grayson will pay attention to that, right? He'll see like, okay, Kahira's gone, and unless he's talked to Raja or maybe heard someone, maybe a friend's played against Raja, right? And he's like, yeah, he boarded in Psychic Frog. Sometimes this happens. You have a really innovative take, and you're a player like Raja that everyone knows and respects, so your tech gets out. But it is like, if someone doesn't know this is coming, it's a really big pivot, right? Like just being able to kind of slam a Frog on 2 and then protected is what the blue-black deck's are all about, and everyone's cutting all their kill spells against you.
Yeah, or if they're not, because they know what you're doing, or they just know you and they've got your number, it's still tricky, right? Because you leave in all of your removal, you leave in some of it. If you leave in all of your fatal pushes, well, sometimes Rada just won't draw his frog, and then you have a hand of those against the Narsets and Teferis and stuff. So it really does put the opponent in a really awkward position, even if they know what the gambit is.
Yeah, it's really powerful. We actually saw this happen with Ragavan back at the release of MH2, right? Like there would be these Jeskai control decks that would sideboard it in every now and again. And, they never were huge staples of the format, but I think it's like a really important thing to keep in your toolbox if you are a control kind of one trick, right? If you're going to always play some of these, kind of decks, knowing like, hey, I can sideboard in a card like Ragavan, like Psychic Frog and take over the game. It's an important thing to keep in the back of your mind. As it looks like these players are presenting their decks here for game number 2, the finished sideboarding. Heavy sideboarding. Kahira still in play for Raja. I wonder if it's a game 3 on the play situation for Psychic Frog for him.
Okay, hear me out. Game 2, you don't reveal Kahira, but you also don't have Rock in your deck.
Yeah.
And then you play like you play a 20-turn game, you lose it. Grayson sees nothing that would cause him to be suspicious. Like, okay, fine. I don't know what that was about. Maybe just forgot. Game 3, you don't reveal it. And then turn 2 or something, you go, I knew I was missing something. Maybe less ostentatiously than that, as if you just forgot about Kahira. But then you cast your frog.
Yeah. We have to do is you have to really Hollywood it, right? So like turn 4 of game 2, you go to pick up the Kahira that's not there, and you're like, you know what I mean? And then you're like, whatever. And then game 3, you keep and you go shit, and you just act like, oh, I don't have this Kahira. You gotta sell it. You have to really, let Grayson think that this is a huge blunder on your part. And then he doesn't have any counterplay anyways because Psychic Frog. Oh, he's actually saying, sorry, this isn't in my deck. So yeah, the Psychic Frog isn't there. Loud and proud there for Raja. So Grayson is now, his brain's turning. What is the threat? What card could he have in? Is it Clarion Conqueror? Right? That's a pretty reasonable card that could be in Raja's deck.
So yeah, I guess Raja just left it there as a habit without thinking, and then realized, oh wait, hold on.
Yeah. I'm surprised Raja doesn't have he has a lot of nice cards, but he doesn't have one of the nice Kahiras. I'm a little surprised by that, as we are going to see a shocked Hollowed Fountain, pretty loud spell snare situation, maybe Mystical Dispute. All cards Grayson is thinking about. As it looks like Grayson is going to pass the turn back. Draw Disruption pretty loudly represented here as Lorien revealed is going to go find a island. Watergrave is the island.
Whoa.
Do you think it's coming down?
I think we're paying 2, Mason. and
then be asked to pay an additional. One of the awkward parts here of the Belcher deck, though, is when you do stuff like this, you don't have a lot of flexibility, right? We talked about there is a good amount of flexibility in this deck, right? Like there are some flex slots and people are still figuring it out. But Raja knows, well, this deck plays 4 Drawers Disruption. So if I play my card, I'm potentially playing right into it. As here comes Thundertrap Trainer. Raja has Consigned Memory in hand, has Teferi Time Raveler too.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a spare Consign, I don't think it would be crazy to just effectively counter the Trainer trigger. If it's your only Consign, probably going to want to save that for the Lotus that's staring at you across the board here. But I think Raja would like to contest this in some way if he can. Has a lot of ways to do it.
Looks like Counterspell is going to be the option here. This plays around Flare of Denial. And then, like you said, we might want to just consign off this Lotus Bloom.
There is a Flare, now stranded in Grayson's hand, for now at least.
Hollowed Fountain to pick up for Raja. Guy reached Sanitarium along with Watergrave with the remaining lands in his hand. All right, how much are we, replicating this consign? Looks like the answer is maybe going for the single to play around Belcher. Just one and done on the consign.
There's also I know we saw Fluster Storms. Those were in Grayson's sideboard, right?
Yeah, Grayson has the 2 Flusters.
Because that's another weird angle here, where depending on how much you can sign for, and then how much Grayson might be able to fluster for, you can get punished for overpaying for your consign, if you like. And so there, right? If Grayson has the fluster, then paying any more than this, it gets a little weird, right? Because okay, there's 2 copies, you have 2 consigns. Grayson has to put 1 on each, but then you can pay for one of them, so that's still okay. So yeah, gets tricky.
Yeah,
that other stream should be in exile. We can get that moved over there.
Yeah,
assuming
that matters.
Roger timed that properly.
Yeah, that matters a ton for the old Tameshi. We'll get our judge to confirm with the players that it's in the right zone. As Gyrid Sanitarium is going to be the land for turn for Raja. Looks like we maybe went for the counter the colorless spell mode, so.
Interesting.
Yeah, maybe a small
why
misstep
Roger would
there.
do that. Yeah. Trying to think of a strategic reason to do that instead. It's not jumping out at me. So there's Teferi for Grayson, or for Roger. Grayson will hardcast that Flare of Denial.
Yeah.
Now get to untap with the shields mostly down.
All right.
Grayson draws Tezzeret, the Seeker, so that one definitely came in. And Roger does get to use his last mana, spell snaring this Philology Archaeologist.
And now we're in this weird kind of Grayson has a lot of threats, and Raja needs to answer them. Oh, but here's Psychic Frog. I was going to say Raja needs a way to win the game. And yeah, I mean, you see Grayson sort of be like, all right, I've got to win before this frog wins. Tezzeret is expensive. Draw Disruption comes in tap land, War of Invention. Draw from the Psychic Frog trigger, pass the turn, says Raja.
And here is Whir. So only 2 cards left in Grayson's hand. I mean, Raja, if you have one piece of interaction, it's got to be tempting to let this resolve and then just try and fight over the payoff here, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think Raja has Subtlety and Consign. So if Grayson goes for this Tezzeret, he can actually Subtlety and then increase his clock on board pretty heavily. I'm a little surprised Raja didn't discard anything to the frog, just to speed up the clock, you know?
Yeah, is there a clearly dead card in hand you'd like to see him pitch?
I think Solitude's close enough when you have the Subtlety, right? That like that's going to probably cover the Tameshi a bit better. Just want to get the game over with, right? I mean, maybe the plan is like, okay, if you're going to go by intervals of 2, then getting him to 16 versus 15 doesn't matter. But on this next attack, you would like to try to, shorten the game.
I think the issue is if your interaction with Subtlety, that buys you a turn, but it buys you 1 turn. And so if it's Tameshi, right, Grayson puts it on top, just cast it again next turn. You need to find something else in that space, and maybe Solitude is enough to save that off. Now, as it happens, the threat Grayson has is Tezzeret, which, okay, we can Subtlety this for 1 turn, but then what, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're definitely going to see the Subtlety because you want to force to come back. Grayson does have this Bloom in play from the Whir, so he has Force Negation up. But obviously, Subtlety is not a card you can force negation. So yeah, you see Grayson think about it, decides, okay, I'm going to take this Tezzeret. Now Raja does have a 4-turn clock with Subtlety plus Psychic Frog. All right. Well, we're going to attack. Get a card draw. Couldn't quite make out what Raja drew, but Jace the Mind Sculptor would be an insane card to just, bottom that Tezzeret off the top.
I want to say that there's a Consult the Star Charts waiting in the wings there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's going to let you look at 6 cards, either take 1 or 2, depending on how much mana Raja wants to spend.
So Tezzeret is now on the stack again. Raja just has a counter spell. Okay, Grayson is going to have to fight this. So that's Force.
Okay.
Now,
so
if there is Consult, that's a really big impulse, so we can try and find the next interaction piece with.
Yeah. You can even fetch, get a land out of your deck if you want. And even if it does resolve, it's not like the game is exactly over right now. You do have like a turn. You could find something like Teferi, and I guess Teferi doesn't do very much here, but it does something.
Kind of does, right? Because let's say if this resolves, Tezzeret finds Charbelcher, then that's all of its loyalty by itself, and then you Teferi bounce the Belcher. There's no excess mana, and you have effectively a 2-turn clock in play.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's see if we're all right. We are consulting. Consign Solitude, the last 2 cards left in hand for Raja. All right. This is that flexibility that people have talked about really liking with Consult. You can spend the 4 mana and have it be, your big dig spell the blue-white control deck always likes to have. But you can also just have it be, a super impulse. So never really stuck in your hand like we see from a lot of these cards.
Yeah, and to me, this is almost the most powerful mode of this card, because turn 2 as an impulse, it's not even that, not even anticipate. On turn 4, it's Memory Deluge, it's a lot of the cards like that. When you get to this stage, though, and it's the best impulse you've ever seen, find you the card that you need with the mana to cast it. Like, that's when this card really looks impressive.
Yeah. Raja does have March of Otherworldly Light, by the way, found off the Consult the Star Charts. So Raja here, able to shoot down the Goblin Charbelcher. I believe only 1 card in hand for Grayson, so he doesn't have to worry about force negation. Raja obviously gets to attack with the Psychic Frog first and figure out what he wants to do. If you discard 2 cards to Frog, it's a 2-turn clock. Yeah, I think that's maybe what Raja's thinking. He's like, okay, if I pitch 2, this is 2 turns, I'll get a card. Then I march down the Belcher. I have consigned for your next Belcher. And then you're dead on the next turn. We'll have to see what exactly he wants to be doing here. All right, looks like we're going to discard a consign. My play was just not at all what Raja wanted to do. Got me. He finds Narset.
Oh, so I think he wants to cast March, but pitch the Solitude as part of the cost. Yeah, so then he gets to hold up
3 mana.
The remaining mana. Yeah. Or just spend it on Narset.
Yeah, now that he's drawn Narset, I wonder if he's just going to play that. Nah, he's just going to hold up. Interesting. I mean, Raja does have lethal if Frog plus Subtlety are able to connect next turn. He does have 2 cards at least in hand. Discarding the consign, definitely a power play. Grayson had Whir in hand as one of his 2 cards. Looks like he's going to pass back. Raja picks up Plains. He could lead on Narset to see if he hits a counterspell to know if it's safe to go for the Frog. Afraid of cards like Into the Flood Maw probably here. All right. Rogers is double checking his work. Don't worry, we have a backup feature match ready to go for you all when this one is finished. As Narset's going to get played. Okay, Raja looks at 4 cards. Finds Stern Scolding, Narset, Solitude, and one other. We also have Narset plus Gaia Reach Sanitarium. It's a little bit of a lock. Okay. Stern Scolding was the take here for Raja.
So what's the way back in? How does Grayson win this game? I guess it has to involve Whir now, right?
Yeah, it involves
Whir resolving.
Yeah, it involves Whir resolving, and Raja not discarding cards here to present lethal. Right? He needs Raja to like overthink the situation. And then you Whir for the bloom, and then with the bloom, you can probably go the distance. Yeah,
Raja. Like Raja kind of kicking himself as something.
Yeah, I wonder if he just did the math wrong. Like, not this turn, but turns ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he could have put himself in this spot now where I don't think he can go for lethal and feel fully safe. So instead, he's not going for lethal. But then if you're not going to do that, then maybe you kind of threw a card away for no reason the previous turn, which it would take very specific things to happen for Grayson to punish you here. But I mean, I have seen stranger things.
Yeah, I'm curious what Grayson could do to punish you that the Gaia Reach Sanitarium block doesn't beat. You know what I mean? Like, what's the one card he has left in hand if he like interacts with Frog and you Gaia Reach? I don't know. There might be something, but I'm all right. One of the spells, the waterlogged teachings. Yeah. Search your library for an instant card or flash.
I guess. I mean, does finding Whir actually help here? If
no, I think we're going for a counter spell because we have Whir already.
Okay, so yeah, if you find Fluster, yeah, okay.
All right, what does this mean if Grayson draws and plays a Tameshi? That should be lethal, right?
Well, so yeah, I mean the Whir would need to resolve first because we need the white source to come from somewhere, I guess.
Yeah,
and it can't be Razorgrass Ambush because Grayson's on 2, so can't lightning bolt himself again.
Yeah.
So yeah, this needs to be Whir plus Tameshi.
All right, looks like end of turn, Raj is considering doing something. Decides against whatever he's thinking. It looks like. It looks like counterspell.
Yeah. Okay. But he can't Gaia Reach and counterspell.
Yeah.
So he can kind of, even if Grayson has the perfect holdings, he can force him to lose the protection, but then doesn't have the thing he'd be protecting from, I guess.
Okay, I think I figured it out, Dom. Raja didn't play the planes. I think that's what he's kicking himself about. I think he moved to the end step without playing his land, which means he can't hold up the counterspell.
Okay.
Because there's definitely a planes in hand. I think he just miscounted his. I mean, it's potentially possible to consign play as well. It might be a double whammy situation. All right, here's Whir in response to the Gaia Reach. Now, if Raja finds a white card, he's had this Solitude that I wanted to discard turns ago, and he'll look like a genius if Tameshi is the win or goes for it.
Well, okay. In that scenario, does Grayson have one of these lands that would actually protect the Tameshi, right? Because there's... Okay, yeah, Grayson doesn't find it, and it's all for naught. But that came perilously close. I mean, saying nothing he can do, not necessarily right. Right? There is a real risk there.
Yeah, it was a really bizarre and interesting game. I'd love to go back and watch that one with a fine tooth comb and talk about everything. But we're gonna go to game 2 of our time shifted backup match, as we want to get you as much magic as we can before the next round starts. On your left is Matthew Bailey. They're on Samwise combo. We saw them win the game at the end of the last round, but not enough Samwise for us. So we got Matthew back in the future match area versus Jacob here, Tano on Is It Prowess. We've seen Jacob play some of these aggressive decks here on the NRG series and do pretty well, and doing pretty well today at 3-0, but down a game.
Yeah, this is one of the matchups that Samwise is most scared of typically. Just fast pressure backed up by a lot of cheat removal. Hard for the combo deck that needs 2 or 3 small creatures in all the right zones to navigate through that.
All right, Young Wolf, the play. And this here comes Monster Swiss Spear. After DRC was played, so we cast any spells, we will get some surveilling. All right, Young Wolf's going to come back, and it looks like we're going to surgically extract Young Wolf with the Undying trigger on the stack. We get surveilling first. Put an expressive iteration in the graveyard, so no wolves. And it looks like the hand has Cauldron Familiar, Path to Exile, Endurance, 2 lands, and something. Maybe a Gilded Goose? All right, Dom, how much is Young Wolf?
And last, Young Wolf leaves the deck.
Yeah. Dom, how important is Young Wolf to this deck's combo, right? Like, this deck can still win without this as part of it, right?
Well, I mean, it's not a part of the core combo at all. So what usually happens is you have all the Samwise combo stuff, and then some lists will try and splice in something else. So early lists had like the Amadia Wild Growth Walker combo as well. Sometimes there's the one Yawgmoth, and then other stuff as a nod to that Warren Soul Trader stuff. A lot of ways you can kind of fill it out, and once you have the Calder Callings and stuff already, it seems like it's relatively low cost to just fill out some second combo too.
Makes sense to me. As it looks like Gilded Goose is going to come down, get us a food. And it looks like Verdant Catacombs is going to be the land for turn. We're going to fetch. We know there's a Cauldron Familiar in hand for Matthew. Looks like Overgrown Tomb. Shocked on in. All right, that's going to gain us a life and lose Jacob a life. Looks like we're surveilling with the old Thundering Falls here, Dom. Putting a land in the graveyard. Looks like Jacob thinking about how he wants to play this turn out. Big thing with decks like this, you kind of want to fully plan your turn. You don't want to start making a play, then halfway through realize it isn't going to be what you wanted to do. Never really want to do that in Magic.
You don't want to play a lot of turns with this deck, but each of those turns, ideally, will have a lot of triggers, a lot of game actions in them. So want to make sure you don't scramble those and derail everything.
All right. Jacob bolts the Gilded Goose, surveils away another land, attacks in here with, I believe, Delirium. and a 2/3 Swiss Spear. Cauldron's going to get in front of the Swiss Spear. Urge is going to double strike the DRC and get us some surveilling. It's going to be hit for 6 in the air. Corey Steelcutter hits the graveyard. And then Endurance. Okay, that spell's still probably on the stack here. Maybe we let it resolve so it goes to the graveyard too. I'm not exactly.
Yeah,
okay.
well,
all right, so it was with the Urge on the stack. So the Urge will resolve without Delirium, right?
Yeah, you don't want the Delirium part of the Urge to resolve either. So yeah, that's going to neuter the Urge a bit and shrink the DRC in the process. So Bailey at least has a little more life to play with here. And it sounds like we are going to fast forward to the next portion of this. There's a judge call coming up that we don't want to force you to sit here silently here through. So we'll let you know when that happens here.
Yep. Past Exile, an oldie but a goodie. And get a mountain here for Jacob. A card that's really just, disappeared from Modern as we got like really strong removal spells. But every now and again it comes back in. It's definitely not
it's always a pleasure to see it at this point, right? Like it's so rare that it feels quaint as opposed to, oh god, they had the path again.
Okay. Yeah, and here's the moment we're going to skip through this here. So we accidentally looked at 4 cards in the expressive iteration. We will do a little time magic for you and jump to the point at which this is finished and resolved. I imagine it's going to be a look at extra cards warning here for Jacob. And if that's our first one, we're going to keep on moving on. And we shouldn't know where the location of any card is.
Some may recall when... Some will remember when expressive iteration was originally planned to look at 4 cards, which turns out looking at 3 already more than good enough. But what a world we could have lived in.
Yeah. Expressive Iteration 2, a card released during, the kind of the fog years of COVID, right? And so many people thought it was an MH card when they got back into Standard, right? Because it was just a card that we saw a ton of in Modern and how powerful it was. But this was a card aimed at Standard, and it has done well. As here comes a Surveil to the top with a Gilded Goose in play. That's our second food.
Yeah. Strixhaven, kind of an interesting set, right? Where I think generally, well received and popular, but not a ton of standouts for constructed, and not a ton of rare gold cards or anything that stood the test of time. But turns out the like innocuous, uncommon is a card still kind of a banger.
I love this from Matthew. Just I'll put the goose in front. Yeah, I can make more foods, but whatever. Jacob Mutagenic Growths loses 2 life in order to push through the goose. There had been something like, a lava dart that cleared the way. That could have been huge for Matthew here. As we are going to return the Cauldron, gain a life, lose a life. And maybe this is a quarter calling situation. What we got here? Oh, it's Sephiroth. All right. So now we're going to sacrifice the Cauldron Familiar. You're going to lose one. I'm going to gain one again. I'm going to draw a card. That's a bit of a heater.
Yeah, Sephiroth struggled to find its place in constructed so far, right? Like not making many moves in Standard and so on. There's no like dedicated Sephiroth deck, but if you want a Blood Artist, this is a really, really nice Blood Artist.
Yeah, it is a nice card. Just it's a matter of when, I think, on this one. I also love that Soldier's all cap. It really goes nice.
You know what Soldier stands for there, Mason?
No. Is that an acronym?
It just stands for Soldier.
Oh, cool. No doubt. Here comes Endurance. A card that is weirdly great against this Prowess deck. It uses its graveyard a fair bit, and 3/4 Flash is just a nice line of text. Also, just dies to Sephiroth attacking and lets you draw a card and lose a life. Lose them a life, excuse me.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Like, is a random card and the drain actually better than just having the 3/4 reach around? Like that part is not obvious to me, but Betty seems to think so.
Yeah, I think if I was like maybe a combo piece away, I'd be tempted, but it does seem like, 3/4 is just gonna block and be really annoying here for Jacob. All right, Jacob's gonna start with a Mishra Bubble. That's gonna trigger Prowess. We're gonna look at the top card of our deck. I believe we have a fetch land in our hand, so we can change up the top of our deck potentially. And it looks like we're just going to pass the turret. Yeah, Swiss Spear's on defense. Oh my goodness. Oh, here's a spell snare. Okay. Let's say this wall from Foundation's actually so good against these burn decks. Here's a birthing ritual. Speaking of cards, I haven't really found a home, Dom. It keeps showing up and then disappearing. As here comes back Cauldron Familiar.
Yeah, but it shows up in a bunch of different places, right? So you see it in, I've seen like Simic birthing ritual decks where it's like this super fair card and you're finding a Bar and Oculus and things. And then you see it in these combo decks, some of the Neoform lists had it even. So I expect it will show up there at some point. You're good with Warp, seen a bunch of like birthing ritual, Quantum Riddler decks. So I'm optimistic it will find its place.
Yeah, I think birthing ritual is once again a matter of when. As we are going to find a carrion feeder. So that triggers the Sephiroth. Jacob down to 5. Matthew up to 15. We saw last turn we couldn't really attack profitably. Preordain here. All right. Well, it looks like Jacob has a little bit of action in hand. Have to imagine Preordain was either the card we bobbled or drew for turn, since we didn't do anything last turn with a ton of mana. Here's Slickshot Show Off. Now that's a card that can win the game out of nowhere. Lightning Bolt on Sephiroth. Do you have Carrion Feeder? So you can at least put a counter on that, worst comes to worst. All right. There's that fetch land. An attack here for, I believe, 6. Bailey down to 9. Card like Lava Dart could represent lethal on the next turn. Force the play for Bailey. Quarter Calling. All right, so we can get... All right, Marionette Apprentice. I imagine we're going to make the 1/1 here. Get a little servo off our Fabricate.
And Jacob at 5, so we're pretty close to just counting to... Oh, this is lethal, right? If Jacob doesn't have anything?
Yeah, I think this is lethal.
Yeah, there we go. Wow.
Yeah. Huh. So now...
I really thought we had a game 3 coming here, but no, Betty decides, no, I've had enough.
Yeah, and it looks like... so you can sack it any time, right? So it looks like Bailey's trying to maybe find like a cat, to play around some sort of weird spell.
Yeah, that...
okay. I don't know what spell it could be, but you might as well, right? Like you get to Birthing Ritual for free. It's all the same. So congratulations there. Moving on to 4-0, undefeated playing that Samwise deck. We might be seeing more of that as time goes on, Dom, but we do need to set up for our round number 5. We are deep into this round. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back after these messages. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series 10K Modern event. Dom, it's round 5. We're pulling in to the later parts of the day. 8 rounds. A lot to go. No one's locked up yet. But let's check out this yearly leaderboard before we see who's going to be in our future match area, try and secure their spot for top 8, and hopefully get their name in orange, as all names in orange are already locked for end of the year Players Championship.
Yeah, we have Will Kowalczyk there in 4th. Our first person on the outside looking in so far. He has not had a great day today, but still has a few chances to rebound and has a pretty comfy lead over really everyone else. So can afford a day like that where possible. Expect to see him back on his usual form before too long. And then Wesley Hegman still in the hunt. A few of these names who they've had success before, having success again. Hopefully, we'll see at least one of them in our top 8 here before too long.
Yep, and notably too, Will kind of, I would, at least for me, when it was coming to commentating the events, Will really burst onto the scene in Legacy. We saw Kowalczyk kind of dominate all of our Legacy events, or at least do very well in them for about a year straight. I want to say in 2024, and tomorrow we do have a Legacy event, Dom. So that could be the time Will's going to get a couple more points there. Let's check out our players to watch. You are going to see Will though 1-3. Tough day today. Ryan Hayes 4-0. We saw Grayson Nimitz lose to Roger Suleiman in an epic match on our feature match here, and then everyone else on the board.
Yeah, Roger is someone who very much could and should be on this list. It's just we don't have space for all of our players to watch. But Roger is 4-0, and you saw him 16th-ish on the leaderboard currently. If he top 8s on his current trajectory, he will get a nice chunk of points, vault into the middle of that left column instead, and very much be in the running for one of those seasonal slots, even if he doesn't win the whole thing and just bag the spot for that up front.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I think if you're Roger, you're just like, well, I'll just win the whole event, just punch my ticket that way, let these leaderboard kids keep doing their race, and I'll try and win another championship. And speaking of trying to win, let's go to our feature match area. These players are finishing shuffling up here. On your left, we have Trevor on Domain Zoo, and on your right, Robert on Affinity. Now, these are two decks that we have seen in our feature match area today from other players, but also different takes on the decks.
Yeah, we saw Domain Zoo with this new Philia Riddler kind of combo scan package spliced in earlier on, and then Affinity, also a deck which you're a mostly colorless deck, but most of your color sources are rainbow lands, and you can really support a bunch of different things. So a lot of room for customization, and certainly if you're like a Zoo main or an Affinity main, a lot of stuff that you can try and really refine to your own sensibilities. Domain Zoo, though, every list is going to love to start on pre-game Leyline the Guild Pact. So
there you have it.
Great way to kick the game off here for Trevor.
Dom, the recent fascination I've had that I heard from someone else that I kind of like with Zoo is main deck Thought Seizes. That's instead of Stubborn Denial, it's kind of like, hey, maybe you have a mix of them. We're just 4. You can do whatever you want with Zoo. Once again, I'm infatuated with the idea of Zoo and just never pull the trigger.
It's a good deck to, goldfish and build in your Mind Palace when you're bored.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I'll have these plans, which will solve these problems. Okay, I'll play Belcher at the tournament. You got me. As here comes a Flooded Strand and a passing of the turn. Fable the Mirror Breaker here for Trevor. We're not doing the Quantum Riddler stuff, as we saw in our round 2 feature match.
Yeah, Trevor does have the Doorkeeper Thralls, which some variants have. So this is a way to kind of build your own scam with Flage, end of turn Thrall into Flage. You don't get the Lightning Helix on ETB, but you also don't have to sacrifice it because you hadn't escaped it. So Flage just sticks around to deal some damage next turn, or if you have Arena of Glory, you get to attack and then get the attract trigger right away. Doorkeeper Thrall also pretty nice against the Affinity deck, as it turns out.
Definitely. All right, as Bolt's going to take down that Emissary. Looks like we're leaving up our mana. We're not equipping the Shadow Spear. Could be something like Metallic Rebuke being represented here. Speaking of represented, by the way, Dom, can you imagine telling people from 8 months ago that Mox Opal is going to still be around and it's like barely going to be represented in the metagame?
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Mox Opal at its worst can do, and so now we deserve Mox Opal at its best, and that's what we're seeing here.
All right, Lightning Bolt's going to hit the graveyard here for Trevor. There's some alternate art card that is just pitch black, and so I assume it's one of those Phyrexian lands. There it is. They're doing this again with a Spider-Man set, Dom, and I hate it.
At this point, the horse is bolted, the genie is out of the stable or whatever. we can't go back as much as we would like to.
Maybe not, as Thoughtcast is going to get cast. Stubborn Denial in the hand here for Trevor could force Robert to pay 1 mana, but decides against it. Notably here, Trevor did have Fable the Mirror Breaker in hand, so we could have tapped out for that last turn. Urza Saga, the land for turn here for Robert. Looks like... Yeah, I was thinking of maybe equipping the Shadow Spear, but decides just to attack for 1. And Trevor, taking a think, decides, yeah, 1's okay with me. And here's Doorkeeper Thrall. If this is a Metallic Rebuke in hand for Robert, we can play around Summon Denial. It looks like Doorkeeper Thrall is blocking the Servo. So that's going to lead to a Cranial Plating main phase 2. Into a Mimknight, into a pass the turn. Godless Shrine is the play.
Yeah.
Well, 1 damage comes across.
There's Fable. So cranial plating, also kind of a blast from the past at this point, but in a list like this, once you have all your ducks in a row, the idea of everything I put this on, whether it's 1/1 drone from Emissary or a lowly Memnite, everything is a must-kill threat. That is really powerful. And I mean, the Urza Saga also going to be turning out some must-kill threats. So Trevor can try and find something cool to do with the Fable, but I think Robert's in a pretty commanding position for now.
Yeah, I mean, Cranial Plating plus Shadow Spear is really hard for a deck that's trying to win with combat to fight through, right? Like, that's just a ton of life. So here comes the Darksteel Citadel.
Yes, Urza Saga goes to 2 instead of 4, as it turns out. The hidden extra mode does not manifest in this game.
Yeah. Had a Gilgamesh spotting, excuse me, second ago from old Trevor. And it looks like Robert's kind of doing the math here on, do I want to equip this plating? Do I want to hold up this construct? Can I do it all? Do I want to equip the Shadow Spear as well? And it looks like we're just attacking with a huge Mimknight. Stumber Denial still in hand here for Trevor. Looks like, oh, Leyline Binding was the last card. That's huge. All right. Looks like Fable's up to chapter 2. We drew a Flooded Strand and a Flage. Flage with Doorkeeper's Thrall. Wombo combo. Not the way intended, as here comes a Flage trying to Fire's Fury. Activate Urza Saga. Make a huge construct. That, I mean, if you equip Cranial Plating and Shadow Spear to the construct, it's pretty huge. You have to wonder if you're maybe kicking yourself here.
Or even if you don't.
Yeah, that's fair. the Leyline Binding here, maybe you're kicking ourselves a bit. As I mean, even if Robert just activates this to make another big construct, and it's really not the end of the world for him if he can't use everything. That's assuming he doesn't have a land in hand. Could also maybe find something like Springleaf Drum if he wanted to off the Urza Saga to have all the mana to equip and do everything.
There's also the Lava Spurt Boots as well. So potentially we could see 2 giant constructs attacking this turn if Robert wants to get that aggressive.
All right, looks like construct being made and searching. So each construct is going to be an 8/8 after this search, which means it would be 17 with Shadow Spear and Cranial Plating equipped on the power. Conveniently, Trevor is at 17 life. And there's that Springleaf Drum. Dom, this is not looking good for Trevor. All right. Using the Mox, using the land, equip the Shadow Spear with the construct. And now, just double checking, do I want to Springleaf Drum over this Cranial Plating? Could also not move it over if you want to instead have a blocker up just in case there's like a Leyline Binding for something like the Shadow Spear or the token. Probably fine either way, as now Trevor's going to get hit for a ton and Robert's going to gain a ton. I believe 9 was the amount there on the construct. As a flipped Fable is now going to come into play. And a Scion with the Leyline. Okay, Dom. This was kind of, one of the things. Okay, and here's Metallic Rebuke that we've been holding up all game. It's finally time. Scion is down.
Yeah, and despite everything, Trevor does not have one more mana lying around to actually force that through. So really big swing there.
Yeah, we discarded the Stubborn Denial a couple turns ago, right? So we don't have that anymore. Would have been good enough, but now I don't think Trevor has any way to really win the game because Cranial Plating has that secret instant equip mode. So that's going to threaten to be lethal on either attacker, assuming we have the double black for it, which any creature will work with their Springleaf Drum to do. But also you can just equip it to the huge Shadow Spear, and that threatens lethal. Yeah, and Trevor picks it all up.
The Mem Knight return to its owner. And that's where you wonder, like, could we have exiled something else instead? Yeah, probably. But we'll see if Trevor can do a better hit in game 2. And he does have a lot of good sideboard tools here to try and bounce back with. So another Doorkeeper Thrall, Clarion Conqueror. Really flexible hate card, but especially against this deck. 2 copies of Wrath of the Skies. The Mystical Dispute, which again, against a mostly blue-ish deck. Also pretty solid. And then I wonder actually if the Fire Magic is worth considering too, given that a lot of the best draws from the Affinity side will involve Pinnacle Emissary, churning out a bunch of stuff, and you got other ways to clean all of that up, but you don't want to have to deal with those individually, and Fire Magic's a good way to hedge against it.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Dom, what do you think about High Noon in this matchup, specifically with you on the play?
So I don't really like it. I think Robert is going to try and empty his hand ASAP anyway, and that can be as early as turn 1. And so if you're spending a card and your turn casting High Noon, and it will affect you as well, not nearly as much, but it's still somewhat awkward. That feels like a lot to bank on when you have so many other good tools coming in. And again, you don't have a lot of great stuff to cut when your Doorkeeper Thralls are already good and so on. So I would leave those on the bench, I think. Certainly on the draw, but even on the play.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. I was just kind of curious. It's one of those things I always kind of think about, It's like, and I know people probably feel similar. It's like they play a lot of spells. It's also
like, let's say you play the High Noon, and the one spell that Robert casts at that point is Kappa Cannoneer, right? Or even doesn't cast spells, just passes the turn with Urza Saga up. There's a lot of ways to make good progress. Cast Cranial Plating and equips it, right? Like a lot of these things, you'll cast one spell a turn, but that one spell is good enough.
Checks out. Let's check out the Affinity sideboard. See what we have over there. See what we can do to be undefeated after round 5 here, potentially. With 3 Consign, 2 Galvblast, 2 Whip Flare, 2 Force Negation, a Metallic Rebuke, a Tormod Script, a Pithy Needle, and Trips Blood Moon.
Yeah, this is a much more aggressive take on Affinity than we saw earlier on. I like the Galvblast, so they're good in those racing situations. Also good at taking down a Scion if there's no ley line. Often will take down a Kavu as well if there's no ley line, depending on how Trevor has to fetch, and just solid card overall. And then the Blood Moons, these are the big wild card, right? Because this is a 5-color deck, and even if they have ley line, if you then Blood Moon, I believe Blood Moon timestamp will win out there. So anything that isn't already a basic is now still just a mountain, only tapping for red. So I'd expect on the play, at least, the Blood Moons to come in, and then probably on the draw as well. But expecting it to be much harder at that point to kind of find a good window to line them up.
Checks out to me. I'll tell you what lines up really well, though, Dom, and that's our last event of the year. It's going to be November 1st and 2nd in Elmhurst, Illinois. Saturday is a Team 10K Showdown, Standard, Sealed, and Modern. And Sunday is a Modern Showdown. November 1st and 2nd coming out for our last one of the year. If you win either of these events, you'll go straight to our Players' Championship with over $20,000 in prizes, invited to the Pro Tour, and free entry to the next year of NRG Series event. You can also meet Dom Harvey, who will be there doing his best to try and secure a spot at NRG Champs.
I'm not that as a visiting artist, so don't expect me to draw beautiful works of art for you, but you might get paired against me or something, which might be good for you. Probably is.
I was gonna say, Dom, playing against you is art. You're a craftsman in the board.
I see.
Do you not consider yourself an artist? I guess not. But
I may have some artist talent. We'll see.
I think you're more an artist than a mathematician. As we're going to check out these Inkling custom tokens real quick, which you get for winning the showdown, including today's winner will win one of these. You see Dom Harvey there with his Wolverine-esque one in the middle. You see some of the other NRG champions here who have taken an event and got a token of their own. The Matthew Hoey GOAT does not get the appreciation I think it deserves enough. Someone who's done really well here on the series historically and got himself a little GOAT token, which I respect, not the one that's going to see the most play, but kind of the, one of the more show-offy, like I'm him tokens, which I appreciate.
Oh, yeah. Like, even when Pioneer was a format that existed, Ghost Rider, not seeing the light of day too often. But the real ones know, Mason.
Yes,
the legend of Matt Hoey.
Yes. As it looks like our players have presented to cut again on their mulligans to 6, I believe, here. I've thought a lot, Dom, about what token I would want, and I just don't know. I don't think I'd be happy with like any one token that isn't just like something I could use a lot, All right, looks like Flage, some lands, and a couple spells here. Stubborn Denial is one of them. Flage, a card that was terrorizing folks just a few months ago with Energy. And now, Energy, a deck that people are much more suspicious of. And I mean, honestly, Dom, it's not like we've been avoiding it. It just has not been performing today.
Yeah, maybe Flage is washed. Maybe it's maybe it's always been bad, Mason.
Believable, as here comes Leyline the Guild Pact to start off the game with a land. So perfect mana here for the Domain Zoo deck, as Urza Saga turn 1 is going to come down for Affinity. Makes you think there might be a Springleaf Drum type card in hand, as there is Springleaf Drum. And Stubborn Denial is going to clean that up. I like that from Trevor.
Stubborn Denial, I think, going to be like pretty hit or miss in this matchup in general. So I don't think you can afford to sit on it for too long. But yeah, you find a good spot like that. You've got a mana open. Opponent's draw seems pretty reliant on the drama. Yeah, fire it off and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, even just making sure that Robert can't be using any real affinity cards this turn, right? I think it's just something. Not even mentioning, like you're saying, how it might be an awkward card in the matchup, which I totally agree with.
I mean, also if they lead on turn 1 Saga, right? If they cast a drum, either their hand is pretty land light, or you're thinking maybe that drum with any 0 is going to let them try and activate the Saga on 2, then on 3. So you might be preventing at least one construct from terrorizing you later.
Yeah. And this deck doesn't have as many colored sources as you would expect, so maybe even just, getting rid of the drum strands Robert with a couple, draw 2 effects in hand when he has a couple Dark Soul Citadels like we saw for the turn here, as we are going to fetch a Lush Portico and get a little surveilling action. Big Phyrexian fan here for Trevor with that tattoo. That's also, I think, a Monster Energy shout out moment. So looks like a card we're pretty interested in. Big eyeball moment. Stubborn Denial. All right. Hits the yard. That's going to make it easier to return the Flage. As here's Wrath of the Skies.
That doesn't suit your vibe in the slightest, but here's a token idea for you. You could be the Manifest Dread overlay.
Manifest Dread overlay. Okay. I do think my commentary does that for a couple people. So I kind of like where your head's at with that one. As we are going to pop the bauble, we're going to lose the Urza Saga, which we're going to lose it the way, but now we don't get a search off, which is nice. And the bauble is sort of a weird Lotus Petal.
Yeah, Wrath of the Sky is definitely a card that will manifest a lot of dread for a lot of decks in this format, and Affinity is near the top of that list. Robert going to try and rebuild here with second Urza Saga, but nothing else this turn. It can only pass the back.
Yeah, and you've seen Trevor here still has this Flage. Looks like maybe we accidentally saw a card or something. I'm not exactly sure what's happening, but we're definitely getting a judge involved. Definitely possible we just accidentally bumped and saw like the top card of our deck or something, Don't really know.
But luckily, when every card is shiny and has alternate arts, probably didn't even tell what that card was anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah. I honestly think that's one of the weirdest things about this with like in Modern is Bobble. Like when you are like looking at the opponent's top of their deck, if they have an art you've never seen before, sometimes you have to like double check, but you can't ever double check. You know what I mean? You need to be like very concise and, be like, okay, that's what it is. All right. All right. We're going to have a Flage come on down. Potentially. Looks like we're lining up, but maybe we want to hold. Looks like, oh, we're activating Arena of Glory. Here comes a Scion of Draco. Okay. Bam, attack for 4 on Robert. Interesting play. I wonder if that's better than just playing your Flage and escaping out on the next turn.
Yeah, especially with the Saga. I'm not sure if there would be like a Soulguide Lantern style card that Robert could get if you were trying to work towards that Flage over a turn or two, but the Scion and Flage by themselves, both more than enough to kind of solo the game, if you like. That's one of the perks of the Zoo deck is all of your threats, especially under Leyline, will just win the game by themselves if uncontested.
All right. Scion Draco attacks in again. Robert down to 12. We're going to Flage now. Robert's going to take it. Down to 9.
Worth noting, too, that this is a fully Izzet Affinity deck. So no Haywire Might to try and snipe the Leyline or anything like that. Yeah, a little bit more of a restricted range of options. Yeah. Robert, I think a little frustrated with himself about something, but realized the writing was on the wall anyway. So we are going to get a game 3 here.
Yep. And in those spot 2, yeah, we made a couple mistakes. Still plenty of Magic left to be played. It's not over yet. So let's just shuffle it up and get to the next game here. As we're going to quickly take a look at this deck again here when it comes to Zoo for Trevor. As I think Zoo, we talked about it before kind of jokingly, right? Like you have all the colors, so you can do anything you want within reason. And players really have explored a lot of what they can and cannot do.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Psychic Frog in this deck, right? If your deck can cast it, it should probably have Psychic Frog. And for some definitions of this deck can cast it. And yeah, there's a lot of cards like that, where if you're all 5 colors and kind of ignoring the color pie in a lot of games with Leyline, then sure. I mean, try the wacky experiment, and if it's good, then you get to keep going. So yeah, I think probably not too much going to change in sideboarding here. I don't think we saw anything from Robert's side in game 2, because honestly, Robert didn't get to do all that much.
Yeah.
So what would change even? I wonder if you would consider consigned memory actually, because there's a lot of just a lot of colors cards in general, right? A lot of that is baked in, and that play we saw of stubborn denial on the drum, you can do that with consign, but you can also 3 turns down the line, if you don't have the threat, I think consign's going to line up a lot better against most of the stuff you'd be hoping to sub. Like, I'm not sure which. Yeah, what card are you hoping to stub that you can't consign as easily? Maybe Thoughtcast or something, but
yeah, I thought Thoughtcast is the only one that jumps out to me. Maybe there's some sideboard card like Blood Moon, like maybe like it's not normal, but like Robert did have 3 Blood Moons. Maybe Trevor saw it. Maybe they're even friends. You know, we don't quite know these players as well, so it's possible he knows that, like, okay, Blood Moon's in the deck, I want to have Stubborn Denial for that. But I'm with you. You know, if you don't know that sort of thing where that's on your radar, I kind of like consigned memory over the stub, because I do think the early turns are the ones that kind of matter a lot for this affinity deck. I feel like it tries to like sprint ahead, you know, and it kind of runs out of gas normally after that, you know. And so if you just kind of buy a couple turns, you can often kind of close the door out. Looks like Robert's going to take them all again.
Yeah, we kind of glossed over that one Huerto in the sideboard too, but that's another heater that will definitely make its way in here.
Yep. Robert getting a little shuffle of his deck. It looked like we riffle shuffled from the top bottom, the unique riffle shuffle. I normally see the side, you know what I mean, with a little bridge, I guess is what I'm looking for. But
sadly, no pile shuffling on camera yet, but there's still time.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, yeah, there it is again. We actually, the players did pile count while we were sideboarding, which I'm forced to watch on my little mini camera and mentally damages me every time. But you know what are you going to do?
Look, if you get to watch an expert pile shuffler, there's nothing like it, Mason.
That's true. Beautiful. Dom's just saying go back, watch his feature matches, you know. He's very quick with it.
I'm always saying that. Many such more people are saying it, actually.
More,
previously it was no one, and now it's me.
Yeah,
that's like 100% increase.
And then I'm saying it too. And there's so many of your feature matches that I've probably said something about it in the past. I had to kill time at some point.
Yeah, there's a real like monkeys on typewriter situation where, you know, every possible sentence you have uttered during one of my feature matches at some point.
Exactly. As we are going to mold a 5 here for Robert. It is tough with a critical mass deck, but this affinity deck does play, you know, 8 draw 2s. So if we have a quick start into one of those, we can maybe kind of, you know, get back up to that high critical mass. But also, you know, if we just get Kappa Candy or a Shadow Spear, we can get that on the board quick enough. That can be enough to win the game. Is Kappa Candy or Shadow Spear
give you?
Oh, sorry, go.
I was gonna say, does this like give you that like 2015 affinity kind of vibe? You know, if you were someone who, you know, you played that deck exclusively back in the day, and then you sold your Mox Opals when it was tragically banned. If you're looking to dip your toe in that pool, is that gonna give you those same warm feelings again?
I think it's gonna give you some of them. I weirdly think the Hammer deck gives more of it. You know what I mean? Because I feel like, at least to me, and I was not around for a lot of the peak of affinity. I kind of came in as it was leaving. Right. I guess it was like a 2-year period there, but like it was never one of the best decks when I was starting to come up. And I feel like Ravager was a big part of that. You know, like I feel like the Ravager math and like sneaking across lethal, that sort of thing was a big part of affinity. So I think it gives some of the vibes. I think it lacks that like kind of sneaky I gotcha moment, you know? You've been around the whole time. What do you think?
Yeah. It makes me sad not to see Arband Ravager, or Ravager, as the French would say. It's sad not to see that, but I think it's close enough for me. You know, I've played some Affinity in my time, and this gives me some of that rush.
Yeah, we're going to get Frank Carson in here, get him to weigh in on it all. I feel like Hardened Scales should be a deck in Modern more. And then I remember things like Wrath of the Skies, and I understand why they don't do it.
Yeah. Who came out with that one? God, ridiculous.
Yeah. The secret cut Hardened Scales card from MH3. lost to time.
There are some nice ones though in even Edge of Eternities, right? There's the one with Warp that doubles all the counters, and there's it feels like that's such a recurring motif in Magic these days is where you put counters on things, or when you put counters on things, you do something else. So over time, it will get more and more new tools, but fundamentally, there are issues that none of those can really fix, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I have hope that a Pioneer Scales deck exists. Now, does Pioneer exist? That's a better question. We are going to see Spirable of Canal and a Passing of the Tourney for Robert on the Mold of 5. It looked like a tough one. Looked like there was a lot of thoughts going on. Urza Saga, Pass of the Turn. We talked about Affinity.
I have played Hardened Scales in Pioneer before. Yeah, won a PCQ with it. And then they stole Walking Ballista from me, and I was incredibly sad.
Yeah. Let it back. I don't know. We're going to see how Thundering Falls. I was going to say, we talked a little bit before, at least I did, about how Affinity, I feel like, is a deck that kind of tries to, get ahead, sprint these leads, and then kind of, finishes off across the finish line and gets those fast starts. It does have this other thing, which are just kind of plays an Urza Saga, and sometimes Urza Saga is good enough, It activates a couple times, you get a couple pieces of material for one card, and then, you start playing some things, and you slowly build up and snowball like a more traditional deck. But definitely not the game plan that I think Affinity is known for.
I think ideally you have so much going on that the Saga is kind of an afterthought, right? Like you never really have time or the mana to activate it. But yeah, you have the games like this where otherwise you'd just be doing nothing. And here, potentially, you're doing like a really good something instead. You see Trevor's eyebrows raised, like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Guess this is how it's going to be. No actual spell put on the stack by either player yet.
Such is life. There's a Fable in hand for Trevor. We could slam that down. Oh my. What on earth is this card? It's from Dragon's Dark here, I think. Twitch chat, save me. As we are going to see an Urza Saga activate.
So it's a 3-mana. Is that Clarion Conqueror? Some like weird alternate art.
Yes,
dragon thingy.
Yeah, because all right, it's definitely from the Dragon set because it has that art, and that's the only. All right, Dom, you solved the puzzle. It is Clarion Conqueror.
I still got it, man. No one's doing it like me these days.
It's true. I used to be so on top of all the old hearts, and now I'm like an old man.
We'll learn soon if Robert has literally any artifact to make these constructs 4/4s that can attack. Although honestly, you'll attack with your 3/3s into the Clarion Conqueror because what is Trevor going to trade? Trade his best hate card for half of your Urza Saga? Probably not.
Yeah, and if he does, you're probably dead anyways, right? So it's a good way to learn a little quick. Move on with your day. Maybe go see an artist, get something signed. All right. Robert gets Shadow Spear. +1/+1 to the constructs in the face of a Clarion Conqueror. But we did see Robert had cards like Galv Blast in the sideboard. Something that pretty easily comes in here. Fights over a Scion. Fights over a Draco, as it were.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for this Affinity deck. Yeah, when you're under a Clarion Conqueror, there's nothing in the Saga toolbox that actually does anything. There's no, when this enters, do something or whatever. It's just, I don't know, somebody's gonna sit there watching until hopefully the Conqueror dies somehow and it gets freed up again.
Yep.
But I mean, with what's going on here, right? So Robert just plays another Saga and attacks, and pretty quickly here, I mean, if Trevor just doesn't have anything, that Clarion Conqueror is going to be forced to jump block just to stay alive. I'm sure Trevor has something because he's done literally nothing else this entire game, but we'll see what that something is.
Yeah. So it looks like we surveil. We get a mountain off the top of the deck very quickly. Then we Leyline Binding. Notably, Robert played the third Urza Saga, Dom. So, I mean, if you're going to have a draw in a Mold of 5, all these sagas are going to do a good job of keeping you up on at least material. Robert is going to take 3.
If you treat those as like 2.5 cards or something, and then you do the math, you carry the one here, like, okay, you've recovered from your Mold of 5 pretty nicely.
Yep. All right. Robert does have the Galv Blast in hand, Dom. Trevor getting rewarded there, getting these artifacts off the board.
So I imagine the plan now is it's hard to get a sense of exactly what else Robert has, but he could probably just sit back, get full value from the Saga again, hopefully, and then try to use the Gal Blast to free up everything else.
It's interesting.
One concern would be, I guess, if you saw Summon Denial, right, the previous game. So if Trevor is able to find a Kavu or a Scion or something, like you don't want Stub to be a relevant counterplay for that, but not much you can do about that if it is.
Yeah. The one good thing going on here is Clear and Conquer is not the world's fastest clock. It's hitting you, it's putting you under the gun. All the other things are going to close the door quickly. Don't get us wrong, but you've got a little bit of time. All right. We're warping. Here's a Mem Knight. Here's an Ornithopter.
Yeah, and Emissary being an artifact that turns out more artifacts when you cast your artifacts makes it so easy to get to. I mean, definitely Metalcraft, but even just the 6 mana for Kappa Cannon here, which it looks like a lot of stuff's being tapped. I think that's what we're gonna see. There it is.
Yep. And there's another Improvise.
Big lad.
On out here.
And that should get him another drone as well, right?
Yeah, I think he's just pulling it out from his box. Yeah.
Okay.
Galv Blast is the last card in hand. And yeah, you see this. I mean, Emissary really showing why some players have gone back to this deck. I mean, that one inclusion in the deck has just allowed you to do this sort of thing, right? Sometimes you do it on turn 1, like we saw in our feature match area in round number 2. Sometimes you do it here, and it's just always quite impactful.
Yeah, Trevor really wishes he had that lightning bolt, which at the time, made total sense, right? You got to kill the construct and stop the board getting bigger that way. But Emissary, when Robert kind of buys his time and then uncorks all of that in one turn, you need some amount of instant speed interaction. And one binding's been used already, one bolt's been used. There's just not a ton left after that.
Yeah, we have a Scion in hand. And, if Trevor can do something like, yeah, it looks like he has Scion Leyline of the Guild Pack. So he could, try to get down the Scion now, right? Stem some of the bleeding. And then play Leyline and kind of, hope to race the Kappa Cannoneer. It doesn't seem that unrealistic, especially with the Clarion Conqueror in play. All right, and there's the Scion, and that gives the Clarion Conqueror Vigilance.
Yeah, funnily enough, the Doorkeeper Thrall, there's not actually a ton that it shuts off against the Affinity deck, right? It's Thought Monitor, but crucially Kappa Cannoneer. So if you want to make the Kappa unblockable, usually just any artifact's enough. But if you can't do that, maybe you can chump it with something else, although Shadow Spear in a lot of those spots will make that even more difficult. And no Doorkeeper Thrall in sight either, it looks like.
Yeah. Looks like Robert is thinking about if we want to make a construct or if we want to float mana. Yeah, it looks like we're going to make a construct. That's going to trigger our Kappa Cannoneer. And then the Urza Saga Search is also going to trigger the Kappa Cannoneer. And Robert here might be thinking too, okay, I've got this Galv Blast to handle the Clarion Conqueror if need be, but also I might just throw it at Trevor's face. And we know Trevor is like, please let me just untap and slam this Leyline of the Guild Pact.
So even that, I mean,
it's maybe not good enough.
Kappa's at 7 already, going to go to 8. And then I guess one hit with both cancels that out, but then, yeah.
There's a big construct in play, but I think we have a leyline binding for Trevor. So it's definitely not,
Okay.
like it's not like all the problems are solved, but I think it's the only way I think the only way Trevor has to win. And Robert is notably at 14. So he's dead in 2 turns. So if Trevor can buy a turn or two, he also has a lot of burn in his deck. All right, he drew a Flage.
Okay, so leyline comes in. We attack with both. Trevor goes to 14.
We swap life totals.
Yep.
Okay. I don't think we can first strike down the construct, right? Like there's way too many artifacts. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. So can't do that as a way to kind of make life awkward.
So a chum block is forced it, and either way, so either Trevor loses a Scion, at which point there's no kind of onboard threat, or he loses Clarion Conqueror, but then that opens up so many other issues potentially, and there's no lethal attack on the backswing then either way. So yeah, I think assuming Robert can play any artifact and trigger this Kappa Cannon and then get 2 attacks in. But I think the issue is we may have missed a Kappa trigger, at least one, in a previous turn. And at that point, 7 versus 8 is a world of difference. Okay, there is Pinnacle Emissary. So
okay. Emissary is huge. Trevor does have Flage in hand, by the way. So that Ornithopter can block the Scion and prevent that from being lethal. I remember Robert
and all those drones, right? Which can only block flyers anyway.
True.
Okay, so Clarion Conqueror down.
Mm-hmm.
So now Springleaf Drum is back online. Shadow Spear is back online.
Yeah, and I mean, even just equipping Shadow Spear to anything that can block, just give you a little bit more life. Take a little less on the trample as well. Yeah, it looks like it's going to go on Ornithopter. Using the Emissary for the Springleaf Drum. Emissary should warp out now, but this game's also probably over either way, but we'll make sure the players know about that. So Trevor needs to figure out a way to somehow get across lethal. There we go. I could be a warp token, Dom.
Ooh, you could. That's kind of nice, actually. You could get some like weird futuristic quantum art being done. That'd be nice.
Yeah, maybe I've got like glasses on or something too. I guess I wear glasses these days because my eyes are going bad. There you go.
The problem is you kind of you never get to be on the board. You just be hovering around the edge somewhere, and then whenever you enter the screen, it's because you're immediately about to be obscured by whatever's going to the warp zone instead.
It's kind of like commentary, though, right? It's kind of like I'm here, but I'm obscured by what really matters. I think there's something poetic about it all.
Wow, really makes you think. Anyway,
anyhow, Robert here is like, okay, I can block with these. No trample damage will happen. Trevor can then flip.
This would be a nice fire magic moment.
Fire magic would have been huge here. Potentially a winner in the right situation. Not in this one, though. And you're seeing, too, just how strong Kappa Cannery is in this deck.
I mean, still any turn of this game, basically, Wrath of the Skies would have just ruined it on the spot. But yeah, it looks like Robert makes the natural blocks there.
Robert looks like Robin Williams. That's this whole match. I've been like, he looks like somebody. He's even got some of the mannerisms. All right, here's Flage. It looks like it's just going upstairs.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe the hope would be if you get to chump, although Shadow Spear is going to make that harder. If you get to chump the construct and live, and he's gained obviously a bunch of life, so that maybe he doesn't even need to do that. But God, the construct is so big.
It's so big, and Kappa Cannoneer can also get life linked by the Shadow Spear now. So whichever one's the biggest is going to also just be gaining a ton of life back. So Trevor might be all in on like a leyline binding here.
Yeah, I thought you said you maybe saw one already, but it would have presented itself by now, I think, if that was the case. So yeah, Galvanic Blast heading upstairs, end of turn.
If there is a binding, I have to imagine it's coming down now with no cards in hand. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, like
well, just kidding.
Yeah, I do respect the double check that token's off the board. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the issue. Right? It feels like if to have a shot to win the game, you need Robert to stay at about this life total, and that means taking the Shadow Spear, assuming that doesn't leave you dead on board anyway. I guess maybe if you buy enough time to top deck Wrath, but then if you don't have your Scion, where does that get you? Because the Kappa's suddenly sticking around.
I see the vision. I see the vision, Dom.
Okay.
We have two different outs. Are you ready? We leyline binding the spear. We chump with our Scion to soak as much damage as we can. We're probably alive. Then we have Bolt plus Flage, so we can top deck Bolt, or we draw Arena of Glory. Both of these are lethal lines.
Okay, that's actually a decent number of outs then, if you count up all of those.
Yeah, and there's Flage in hand, so I mean, Trevor just needs one of the bolts now. Maybe he sideboards some out, but I mean, he's at essentially an additional 8 life because the Scion can block and gain 4, and if there's like trample involved or something, it gains like another 4, right? So it's a lot of life potentially.
I think the thing here though, now that the binding's face up, I guess if Trevor's thinking this long, I mean, unless it's a very elaborate double bluff or something, like it's kind of face up anyway. But let's say Trevor hadn't revealed that and just instantly passes back. At that point, if Robert suits up the Kappa and attacks, then you're kind of in the same spot. But maybe, is there a world where Robert tries to put it on the construct, thinking, for what, it gives it trample, it lets me go for lethal right away, and then gets the ultimate blowout from the lane line. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was your best bet. Was just you have to insta pass if you're not going to do it now, right? Like that's one of those things where you're just like, okay, I am going for like this high risk play because if you let Robert draw, he could draw something like Metallic Rebuke, and you are just dead. Like if the Shadow Spear gets on that Kappa or the construct and there's Metallic Rebuke to stop the leyline binding, the game is essentially over. Because like we were talking about before, you're gonna have too much life. You're not gonna be able to get the damage across. It's gonna be way, way too awkward. But now Robert's thinking, and he's not only thinking about leyline binding, but also what else could maybe be in hand that could potentially stop Trevor from wanting to do it. We know it's more Trevor just hoping things go his way. And it looks like Robert wants to activate Urza Saga. Okay.
Main phase, nice. Okay, so that maybe that's his only way to trigger Kappa.
Okay.
Now we see this on the construct, and so if the thought is, well, there's no other mana source to equip, but there is.
The land for turn. And I think Robert got Trevor there with a little bit of, like, hey, I'm playing my card, nothing to do. And now Trevor's going to take, oh my goodness, Dom 10, and Robert's going to gain 10.
Right. And there was no real reason, right, to do this now instead of see if the last card was a land to then equip. So yeah, I think Trevor got a bit hasty, and I mean, if you have that read on your opponent, I think Robert played it beautifully given that, but maximum punishment. And
Yeah,
I mean, Flage, the puny Flage, it's Escape from the Graveyard, God of Fire and Fury, whatever, no match for this 10/10 giant life-linking indestructible turtle.
Yeah, and unblockable probably too, because you have both the Urza Saga search and activation. And that means you're dead if Robert just activates Urza Saga and has anything in his deck that is 1 or less mana. A likely outcome to have happen. And this is going to be one that Trevor's going to go back, watch, and I think probably kick himself a little bit for. As we are going to construct, Robert's going to remember that Kappa Cannoneer trigger. We're going to search our deck. And I get.
So let's see, how big is the construct? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This will be 9. So
Well,
I guess with the first strike,
yeah, you don't want to attack with
the construct.
Yeah, you don't want to attack in general, right? Because otherwise you just gain life for Trevor, because this is an unblockable turtle.
Well, I was thinking if if you could force Trevor to chump with something and then just close out the outs even further, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's close, but it's not quite there yet.
Yeah, Robert does have whatever's in his hand. He also has those warped emissaries. So if he drew like a Mox Opal or something, that would be a pretty huge. Could play that, get a trigger, play the emissary. Oh, there's Darksteel Citadel. That allows for the emissary to come on down.
Yeah, that does it too, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Who would win, Mason? The god of eternal flame or whatever, and a giant life-linking dragon, or
A turtle.
Just a robot, just a guy, some guy, doesn't even have a name. Not legendary, not nothing. Just a guy.
All right, well. Kappa Cannoneer is, I believe, 9 plus 4 plus 1, so 14. I mean, this game has had so much damage dealt. It's crazy. So much lifelink. Can Trevor sneak his way out of this, though? And if he does, what does it look like? Because you know the cap is unblockable next turn because there's the emissary. So Robert can't even draw a land as an out, right? Where you just sort of like hope Robert fades or whatever. So Flage is going to negate 6 of the damage dealt due to the lifelink on Scion. But Robert still gains all that life. Up to 21. Looks like we're in turns.
Yeah, I don't think we'll need all 5 of those, thankfully.
So you can like Flage the emissary to get, that out of the way. You're up to 11.
I guess. Oh, is this This is Wrath of the Skies. Okay. So that leaves just the lands and Capricorn in play. But there's an emissary in exile, right?
There's an emissary in exile. Yeah, I don't see the Wrath. Does he have the land for the Wrath? Because it looks like he just played Flage.
Oh, okay. It's a alternate art moment there. Definitely not my fault in any way at all.
You're all good.
No doubt.
I thought
Flage definitely doesn't do it.
Yeah, Flage is not enough. Trevor,
Flage sucks, Mason. What the hell?
Yeah, Flage does Flage gets lifelink, so it gains the extra 3 as well because it deals the damage.
Saying even Flage with extra fake lifelink isn't even a good card.
That's so true. Probably should be fine in standard. It should have been 2 mana. All right, here's a hardcast emissary from hand. Curious to not see the one warped played and then just warping this other one and get a bunch of triggers, but I think it's okay. We have a Midnight in hand.
I think we got it, Mason.
Yeah, I think this is lethal. There's 2 constructs in play. They are ungodly big. There's the Kappa Cannoneer. It's ungodly big and has lifelink and can't be blocked. And we're going to just get some artifacts in play, which even if we miss the triggers on our Kappa, which we're not, then we would still just have these huge constructs.
Yeah, don't worry, chat. Next round, we're going to have, Neoform against Ruby Storm or something, just a little palette cleanser, and
yeah,
it'll be fine.
Well, that was a round and a half. I mean, so much happened that game. Truly a interesting game and one to go back and watch and think about, what does winning look like? But winning for us, Dom, looks like bringing people Magic as soon as possible. That was turned, so the round timer is done. We are going to take a quick break and set up our round 6 feature match. We'll be back in just a few minutes. See you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round number 6 of this Modern 10K on the NRG Series here. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host, Dom Harvey. Dom, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. The end is in sight, Mason and chat. Never fear, because we're coming back in here for round 6 of 8, and this is where if you're 5-0, even 4-1, you start to lick your chops a little bit, but you still got to lock in and stay focused. Even our top tables, table 1 and table 2 here in our feature matches, they can't draw yet. They still got to win one more to lock up their spot potentially. So we're going to see if they can do that right here in front of us. So table 1, we've seen them before, and we've seen their pretty cool and unique deck before. Matthew Bailey with Standby's combo. Not totally out of the blue, right? We've seen this here and there on the fringes in Modern, but it's our tournament leader at this point up against Carter Steichen on Domain Zoo, which, as we've seen, there's a lot that can mean in practice, but you can kind of fill in the blanks yourself from there. And then Robert Pounds on Affinity, we just saw move to 5-0 against Roger Suleiman on Blue Eye Control. So some nice feature matches for you, and we'll get you down to those in a second here.
Yeah, it's just a moment before we get that underway. And it's exciting. We've had Matthew's deck on for a turn or two, right? But not too much. This is that Samwise combo. And Domain Zoo, a deck that's been doing really well today. We've had a lot of different players with a lot of different takes so far, just sort of rising to the top as turn 1 Leyline into Ragavon's going to come down. Dom, how is this matchup traditionally?
It's hard to gauge. So compared to something like Energy or Prowess, which I think typically are the toughest matchups for creature combo for their Sam deck, although Matthew already has beaten a Prowess deck in this tournament today, I think Zoo's a little easier just because the Zoo decks a bit clunkier. They don't have quite as much removal, right? So there aren't these lava darts or whatever floating around. So you got a bit more time to set up your thing. When you do set up your thing, it's more likely to stick. And also, I mean, okay, classic pairing here, Young Wolf against Ragavan. But also, it's easier to, as I was about to say, very conveniently, just play some stuff and put it in front of their stuff. So maybe Sado Draco is going to make Ragavan a great attacker, but no, Steichen just has to pass back.
Yeah,
Ragavan humbled yet again by the mighty young wolf.
Yes, the wolf preys on the monkey. A tale as old as time. As here comes a gilded goose. Honk. Make a food. And this one of those things.
So you mentioned a lot of Domain Zoo doing well, as Carter put pre-game Leyline into play. Pretty strong correlation between those two things, I think. You really see it's night versus day when the deck does have Leyline versus when it doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, huge power spike for the deck. One of the appealing things about it, I talked about it earlier in the day, Dom, but when I'm looking to play decks in Modern, one of the things I'm always kind of looking for is that free win equity, right? Can I play a deck that has a good game plan that also presents free wins? And Leyline plus Scion is kind of that for a good chunk of the field.
Yeah, even the control decks in this format subscribe to that philosophy, right? With some of the Narset Days Undoing stuff, or Narset by itself, a free win against a lot of decks. Kind of same deal with Teferi, and then the variants that are doing the Icicle Scepter Orange Chant thing, same kind of deal. So yeah, there's very little in Modern where it's purely fair. Like everyone has some little thing or little combo or package where if they get that together, they can feel very far ahead.
Yeah. Ragavan attacks, hits a Boseiju. Matthew stuck on one land. So, Carter would have liked a spell that he could have deployed, but pretty happy to potentially Mana Screw Matthew for another turn. I'm going to say it, Dom. I feel like Domain Zoo is, the Jund deck that Jund always wanted to be. Kind of like, Boros Energy is kind of a similar way where it's like it's creatures plus interaction. They're well statted and they get the job done.
Yeah, if you think about it, Domain Zoo is Jund and Azorius Control at the same time.
Well, that was my follow up for the next round. So you can't be taking.
You do the math.
Yeah, got to give me. It's also a prison deck. You're locked in here with Scion of Draco, gaining 4, and you lose.
Great minds, Mason.
Yeah.
Great minds.
Mm-hmm.
Although this game so far, Carter not doing much attacking, controlling, or imprisoning. It's nothing is really coming together. But Bailey stuck on 2 lands, not much together over there either. So really any good threat here from Carter might push him into the lead.
We do have a Flage in hand, but there's a food in play.
Good threat, allegedly.
Yeah.
So I'm told.
This is an interesting spot, right? Like you can Flage on the cat and then throw away your Ragavan if Matthew wants to. But also, I don't know, then Deflage is in the graveyard and you have an Arena of Glory in play. So like life's looking pretty good in that regard too.
Yeah, Carter offers this trade, and I think he's pretty happy either way. If Ragavan connects, great. And if you get to trade it off for the food, that's fine. Kosa's clear for the follow-up Flage. So
yeah, it's kind of an
all roads in the end.
Yeah, all roads lead to Rome here.
Yeah, Rome, sadly not a stop on the NRG series this season, but maybe next year. We'll ask Norm, see what he has to say.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing Poppergeddon, over there, and so why not us? We got Popper on our series now, which you know all too well about, as Windswept Teeth is going to fetch up a Temple Garden. We're kind of close to winning here, which is kind of silly. All right, we've been given confirmation. Rome 2026 will be considered. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, though it probably won't be in Rome itself. It'll be, an hour out of the city in the mountains somewhere.
It is a...
Transit in Europe is good, so we'll be fine.
Yeah. Cauldron Familiar comes down, makes a food. And now things get a little weird, Dom. All right, Stubborn Isle in hand for Carter.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Carter is concerned, right, the Flage is face up, the Arena's face up. So maybe this is just what Bailey has to do to avoid dying on the spot, but we also know Okay.
So
yeah, I guess that this just brings back the other cat for free. Fair enough.
Yeah. That gives you a life.
Samwise is gonna die, and so we're still 2 pieces away, effectively, from going off and stealing this game out from underneath Carter.
All right. So we shoot down another cat. Carter gains another 3 life. Notably, Carter has Stubborn Denial in hand. So cards like Quarter Calling, which are normally a good way to find the piece you're missing, are not going to be a good plan in this game. We saw Sephiroth as a card in Matthew Bailey's deck in the few turns we saw earlier in the day. That's a card that could come down here and get us some stuff. Oh my! The Ruthless Outlaw, I believe.
The Lawbringer.
The Lawbringer, excuse me. Yeah. All right. So sack the cat, kill the Flage. That's a great play.
Love it. Love it.
And Amalia one of.
So now what?
I don't know. I mean, you're far from dying, but also weirdly close. This is one of the weird things about Zoo, where sometimes you have a lot of options, and other times you kind of just don't, right? Like, it's like, okay, well, I've got like stubs and bolts, so I have to kind of wait for you to do something.
But that's the weird part about this game is Bailey was on a really low resources for quite a few turns, has a bunch of cards in hand, and it's like, well, what can those be? The spells of some kind. And probably they're either combo pieces or things that help to find other combo pieces given the time. So you definitely feel like you're on some kind of implied pressure from the Zoo side.
Okay, Ritual doing its thing. We're going to sack the Lawbringer and bring out something. Gilded Goose. Okay, that gives us another food. We have 2 cats in our graveyard, so potentially also some synergy there with Birthing Ritual. Carter's like, I'm not going to cut that. We're never getting there. So here comes a Triome into play. All right. I mean, any threat we draw, or I should say most of the threats we draw, we can Arena of Glory them out. So you do have that going for you if you're Carter. You're at least able to haste most things. But no, just a pass of the turn still.
Yeah, so Bailey now has all the time in the world. And there's Sam. We have 2 cats ready to go in the graveyard there. So all you need to do is find that sack outlet. And we have at least 7 looks off the Birthing Ritual.
Yeah.
As well, so if one of those cards is Quarter Calling, which, no great shot for Betty to have played that yet, then the cats can come back in response, and there's enough there to cord for at least 1, if not 2.
All right. So we're definitely, here come the 2 cats. Break even on food. And then
and here's cord.
All right, cord for X's 2, and there's the Stubborn Denial.
Sure. But we have, this is, even if this is just find some fair card like Bowmasters or Marionette Apprentice or something, that's already somewhat scary. And it's another Sam.
Yeah, so we're just back at it again, right? We still have those 2 foods in the yards. We can still bring back the cat if you want to. It's weird. If Carter can find a threat and fade for a turn, we can maybe start to do something, but yeah. Man, he's just going to bring back the cat. Carter's going to lose another one. We're going to name another one. We're attacking for just, 3-ish, but like, I don't know. Like, like you're talking about before, we can just nickel and dime our way to victory if need be. All right, 3 mana for something. Maybe not. All right, sending in the cats, holding back the Sam. Sephiroth comes down. All right, more
people
birthing
who
machine.
have not seen this in action yet, the way the Sam combo actually loops and goes infinite is, and there we go, there's the sack outlet just in time. So when you have Samwise Gamgee in play, whenever another non-token creature enters, you get a food. So with Golden Familiar and anything that lets you sacrifice a creature for free, you bin the Familiar, it made a food when it came in, you sack that food, bring it back. Samwise triggers, you get the food, you drain from the cat, you sack it again, and do the loopy-loop endless amount of times. And then as you saw that game, a 3-card combo is hard to set up, but even with just 1.5 or 2 of the pieces, there's still a bunch of like small synergies and loops you can do, game actions you can take, and Birthing Ritual really tying the room together here, just making it so easy to find any missing piece or just to do good value stuff over the course of a few turns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really impressive. And I mean, Matthew has been in our feature match area since basically round 3. We just haven't had a lot of time to show off the deck. Our main features have just taken too long, where we've come right as, we're about to combo kill. And I think this deck has a lot really going for it, Dom. So we can maybe pull up the sideboard here and take a look at what these players might be doing. But one of the things I think I really like about it is you have access to just a lot of potential different tools, even if they're not all here in our deck this weekend. You know what I mean? Like Crystal Barricade, I think, is a good example of this, of just like a card that does win against some matchups, and you just have access to it so often with both Quarter Calling and Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, that's a kind of a weird card that it's not clear at a glance. Like, is this some strange combo hate card? Is it just a nice tool against like red removal or aggro decks? It's a little bit of both in practice. So the main use is going to be, this is a nice thing to find against the decks that we highlighted as some of those tougher matchups, right? Like the Prowesses, Boros Energies, where protecting your stuff from Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart, Galvanic Discharge, Flage, all on an O4. So you can't even bolt that or Flage that to get it out of the way in the first place. Really effective at stymieing all of that. So, in a deck that has 4 Quarter Calling, the rituals, and so on, like even those one-offs, you can find pretty consistently in a longer game.
Yeah, stops Belcher too, right? You have hexproof, non-combat damage doesn't do anything. So
yeah.
bizarre here. It just, there's a lot of customization here. We talked a lot about this with Belcher kind of earlier, and to some extent Storm, of like, this definitely doesn't feel like the final version of it. But there's also one of those decks too that's going to customize its slot so often by what it's expecting to see. With that all being said, let's take a look at the sideboard here, think about what might be coming in for this Sam deck here. We're going to start with Zoo over here. Maybe we'll head back to Sam in a second. We have 2 Doorkeeper Thrall, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 3 Consigns, a Stubborn Denial, a Pest Control, 2 Wrath, 2 Dispute, and 2 Nile Spellbomb. Dom, what's your quick hits here?
So Doorkeeper Thrall, excellent against this deck. That revolves around creatures doing things when they come in. Clarion Conqueror, I get a lot of creature activated abilities in here, so those are great too. Pest Control, pretty nice, just to clean up a lot of the smaller stuff and the food tokens. And maybe Wrathless Guys for the same purpose, and can also hit stuff like Birthing Ritual. So more expensive, but also more effective. That's a decent chunk of cards. Not sure if we can make room for all of that necessarily, but would expect, Consigns, Summon Denials, maybe to hit the bench.
Makes sense.
Maybe Ragavan too, just given that, Young Wolf and friends are good at getting in the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine Ragavan won't be seeing much time in our feature match area for at least this round. Really quickly, though, back to the Sam deck. Some of the cards that we might potentially could bring in here. I mean, you have cards like Path, which is actually a great answer to a Scion. I wonder if cards like Force of Vigor are tempting. There's Leyline Binding, the Leyline, Scion, Fatal Push. There's a couple pretty good options here on the sideboard for Matthew Bailey.
yeah, I'd want, the pushes, decays, path to hedge against stuff like Thrall and Clarion Conqueror, and also just the threats in general, right? And yeah, this is our first time actually seeing the entire deck in its glory during this like interstitial segment, because previously we've had Bailey in our feature match area for the past few hours, but it's always been the backup that we go to and we maybe catch a glimpse of at the end. Our first time actually seeing this for what it is, and there's a lot going on here. So on top of the sound combo that we explained, you have this mini Soul Trader option too. Your Warren Soul Trader Gravecrawler lets you loop those endlessly, and then that goes infinite with a card like Sephiroth or Marionette Apprentice. You've got Orcish Bowmasters, a card we really haven't seen in any capacity until now in this tournament. You got some of those threes in the toolbox, right? The Grist, the Lawbringer that proved so effective in that game. Sylvan Safekeeper is some nice protection there. And then the Young Wolves, Mason, which is funny. Looking at this list, there's no Yawgmoth or anything. This is just, hey, I want a green 1-drop that I can sacrifice to my birthing ritual or to other stuff. And there's aren't a ton of cards, even in the modern card pool, that tick all those boxes, and Young Wolf's still the best one.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that happen there too, especially because there's one Gravecrawler, right? Like it shows a lot of intentionality behind Matthew's deck here, where it's like, okay, I have one Gravecrawler because with the Soul Trader, I got the combo Dom talked about, but also, I want to have Young Wolf because I want to have enabling for value that's green for my cord. Just a lot of care put in this deck. Now Carter is on, I think, a mulligan to 5 here. So we're going to put 2 cards back. I saw Leyline in hand, and I see a Scion here maybe going on bottom. It implies to me that maybe we have multiple Scions. This might be actually a mulligan to 6. I know we took at least 1. All right, well, 1 card going back implies to me 6 here, as we are going to see Leyline of the Guild Pact. And yeah, there is another Scion of Draco in hand here, with Wrath of the Skies being the card Carter went to keep instead of second Scion.
Luckily you won't have to Wrath of the Skies for 12 probably, and couldn't even if you wanted to. So Scion going to be safe from that one. No, collateral damage there.
Have you ever seen a Wrath for 12 to kill a Scion?
Not yet. It's on the bucket list though.
I've seen people get close, but I've never seen it happen. I've seen a lot of like, oh, I can get to 9 or 10, but. All right, there's Wrath to the graveyard. This is 1 in hand already. We need the lands.
This is that classic puzzle, right? If you see your opponent surveil away a Wrath of the Skies, in theory, one of the copies in their deck is now out of commission, so the odds of seeing another one is lower. On the other hand, they just chose to bin one of their best cards in the matchup, so you got to think they have access to another one, probably.
Speaking of having access, Matthew here played Haywire Might, then used the food to blow up the Leyline of the Guild Pact to leave the fetch land, implying we're really valuing either surveilling or maybe Dryad Arboring. Maybe playing around something like Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, exactly, right? If you think this food is not long for the world regardless, then find a way to convert it into a mana source instead, preserve the flexibility on the fetch land. Yeah, it's a really heads up play.
Now the hard part of your Zoo deck. Okay, I have to actually start thinking. I lost my Leyline. What mana do I have and what do I not have?
Yeah, when you have the Leyline, it's like, I'll just fetch whatever, it'll be fine. Now you actually have to think about the types and how they all fit together and what mana actually casts your spells and all that good stuff. All
right, and here's another Scion coming on down.
You see a different art Scion of Draco, which lesser commentators, Mason, would be fooled by this, and they would say, oh, wow, what color is that? It must be something different. Not us. Not on top of it.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Corbin and Devin do, as they might have to be covering Carter as the day goes on with another win and in or potentially at our top 8. We'll see if they can keep up. Now, Dom, I'm going to ask you an alternate question here while Matthew shuffles. True or false? There is a secret lair Mecha Godzilla Scion of Draco. Notably, this one would not be from the Ikoria set.
So that sounds like something that would be true. I have no idea if it is. I'm going to say you're trying to bamboozle me, and there isn't one.
There is. I found it when I was buying Scion of Dracos between rounds because I was like, oh, I'm missing one for my Zoo deck. It looks horrendous, I think, but you can pick it up at NRG.com if you want. It's over there. As we are going to see the Lawbringer come down and blow up that Scion.
Oh, there sure is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good God, that's disgusting. I mean, it does preserve the option of you could play 4 completely distinct arts of Sino Draco.
Mm-hmm. Which is important. It's Draco through
one normal, one curse, and everything in between.
Yeah. All right, here's Marionette Apprentice coming down. A darling card. Everyone loves this one. Horizon Canopy. God, I remember when that card was a huge part of Modern. What a different time we lived in. Gilded Goose comes in. It looks like a lightning bolt here in hand for Carter. Gonna double check what Marion Apprentice does before we do anything. And it looks like, yeah, we're gonna go upstairs to Matthew. Matthew down to 6, and this looks to be really close to lethal. As there's Wrath of the Skies for X's 2, excuse me, because there's a Arena of Glory for the land for turn. And yeah, that's just gonna kill everything, including Matthew there. And we're gonna go to a game number 3, Dom.
Who knows what art of Sino Draco will emerge in our third game?
Yeah. Well, I've seen enough now that if I see a different one, I might need to get the judges involved. But wow, so many different great arts, and the Mecha Godzilla one. You know, the real hold experience out there. Dom, I gotta say, the more I watch the Zoo
I will say in Carter's defense, I guess like most of his card choices seem somewhat, normal, responsible. The Zoo deck that we featured last round, it almost seemed like it was optimized for every art selection is as disorienting to watch as possible. Which maybe it's just how he rolls, I don't know. But the combined effect was quite something.
Yeah, it really is. I think I was gonna say here about the Zoo deck. The more I watch it play, the more I'm impressed. But also, the more it's like, this has got to be very beatable. I'll tell you what's not beatable, though, hanging out at the NRG Series, as we're going to go to Elmhurst, Illinois, November 1st and 2nd. Saturday, we have a Team 10K Showdown, Standard Sealed Modern, and Sunday, Modern Showdown to wrap up the 2025 year. We will hopefully see you all there or watching along with us here on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to follow that way you don't miss any of the action as our players are mulliganing in the feature match area, figuring out if they want to keep this action or take a new look, as it looks like both have kept 7. And we have a ley line to start things off here.
As we so often do.
All right. Ley line into Cauldron Familiar. 19 us. Pass.
Yeah, now I used context clues to work out that was a Cauldron Familiar, but I could not have told you that otherwise, because I haven't seen that out before. I can tell you that much.
Oh, that's a Store Champs one for about 6 months ago.
See, I was not winning Store Champs 6 months ago, so I would not have known.
I wasn't either. It was a participation one. As Sam White GMG come down, I actually do think I won that one, but I've done a lot of losing in the finals of these very expensive promos, which I have handled in stride in person and in the car. Have said very nice things to myself about my play, as we are going to see a Dorky Patrol in hand for Carter.
I can't even win a participation trophy these days. What is the ball coming to?
Yeah, well, Dom, I believe in you. Territorial Kavu, weirdly powerful in this matchup, right? I mean, it's a card that allows you to fight over these Cauldron Familiars, get them out of the graveyard, and then potentially slow Matthew down. Excuse me. Also, just very big. All right, Fetch Shock with the ley line in play. I don't know why we would do that, but I also don't know if it is that big a deal that we did. Oh, I see. Okay, this is smart. If Matthew were to go land, Haywire might activate. The ley line would die. The Draco would die to state-based actions.
Yes.
Okay. Very smart play.
I have been on the blowing up the ley line end of that before, and it feels real good. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I imagine. Okay, that's nice. I probably would have got there, but not anymore. All right, Gilded Goose comes down. That's going to also get a food. So now this Cauldron Familiar can come back if the Kavu ends up targeting it. Doorkeeper Thrall still in hand here for Carter. That is going to make life very hard on Matthew.
Notably, given enough time, Matthew does have a grist to chord for to -2 and potentially kill a Doorkeeper Thrall. So we do have outs we can find.
All right, Carter is going to discard a Leyline of the Guild Pact and draw a new card. And this one, there's interesting place too, right, Dom, where it's not like it's setting off alarm bells for Matthew, because Matthew's like, oh, okay, I've got the food. They don't want to force, my hand with the cat. Makes enough sense, None the wiser to the Thrall hiding out in our hand, as Gilded Goose is going to get in the way, and we're going to get a drain here from the Apprentice. Now, notably, Matthew on low resources. Nile Spell Bomb coming down.
Interesting. So typically, Graveyard Hate like this, not very effective at breaking up the combo, because even just a single spare food would allow them to just start recomboing on top of that. So you really would want either some kind of harder hate, like a Doughty Voidwalker, Leyline of the Void style card, or something that also has other applications. So I don't know how great Spellbomb is in that role. The nice thing about Spellbomb, though, is it replaces itself, right? So the floor is a lot higher than some of those more specific hate cards.
Yeah. And okay, it looks like, so with the cat sack on the stack for the food, looks like there's maybe a miscommunication about where we're at in the turn.
Yeah, so I'm assuming this, Force Vigor still on the stack here.
Yeah, so I think what happened is Carter popped the spell bomb to force Matthew's hand. Matthew put the cat into play, and Carter might have said something like, yeah, okay, but was still thinking. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm responding to the sacking of the food. And Matthew's like, oh, okay, my bad. One of those weird sort of, like, yeah, you sacked the food, but it's not really in play yet. So you still get to keep the cat if you're Matthew, but you don't get the drain. Now, there are cards like Fatal Push and Path to Exile in Matthew's sideboard. We have to assume at least one of those came in. As here's Gilded Goose and Carrion Feeder coming down.
Gilded Goose, just an O2, no food, no nothing, but holding off the 1/3 Doorkeeper Thrall, I guess.
Yeah. And here's Birthing Ritual. Like you mentioned, there is a Grist somewhere in the deck, so we could find that here. And if we can protect it for a turn cycle, that could answer the Doorkeeper Thrall.
Yeah, worth noting as well that Carrion Feeder can still be activated under Thrall, and Marionette Apprentice will still see creatures dying under Thrall. So that second Apprentice, not far away here from just burning Carter out.
Yeah, I mean, Carter took one from the cat being sacked, excuse me. Now, you don't get to Fabricate, but, I mean, yeah, this Carrion Feeder represents a ton of damage here. It's also getting bigger, so if it gets, if it can, like, tussle in combat, then it might actually attack for a lot. We have a Flage in hand for Carter, but the Flage doesn't do anything on the ETB now, thanks to our Doorkeeper Thrall.
And with Leyline gone, Carter would have to sack both fetch lines to actually cast that thing in the first place. So he's kind of being shackled by his own cards here, to some extent.
Yeah. All right, and we're seeing the Flage get discarded. Potentially a huge play if, this game continues on for a ton of turns. Man, it looks like Gilded Goose is just going to jump in front of the Thrall. Carter has no effects for that. Looks like, I think what maybe happened here is we have a declared damage, and now Carter wants to fetch to grow.
Yeah, because it affects how much is being dealt here. So Let's see how this resolves real fast. Just clarify exactly where we are or aren't.
Yeah, I think this is a spot where I'm no judge, but my intuition would be as I wouldn't be allowed to take this back because I said, good on the goose or whatever, which implies damage has happened. But this might be a situation too where it wasn't clear, slash, we're inferring a lot here. Those players are talking to each other. Clearly a judge is getting involved, but we'll get the correct ruling and continue play. It is a super important thing, right? Dom, I'm sure you and I have both lost tons of matches to little small errors like this.
No.
And also won because, we didn't make these small mistakes.
Oh, yeah, sure. That one. Yes.
Yeah. That one you can relate to me on. The first part, I don't know. I'll never forget when I messed up. I had a Ghost Quarter and a Radiant Fountain against Old Affinity. And I had to play around like Galv Blast, or I want to say an Ink Moth activation. And I thought about everything. And I was like, okay, the thing that makes the most sense is, this one. And I say the right land, but put the wrong land in play. And at that point, I wasn't allowed to take it back. And then they obviously have the card that the other land beats and I lose. And that one is one that I'll remember until the day I die. Probably the last one I have on Earth. Yeah.
I think any player who has played competitive Magic for long enough, you ask them, they have a few relatively minor or forgivable mistakes that, because of when they happened, how they happened, still haunt them. And even mentioning them will bring back those horrible memories. And I definitely have a deep well of those as well.
Yeah. Well, looks like we're in main phase 2 is my guess here. This is another part of the odd thing about this deck is I actually, whenever I have played this deck, fetch can still be cracked. Looks to be the ruling. So, all right. So we're in the middle of damage, and we're gonna figure out if we're gonna fetch and shock. What are we doing? What are we not doing? But if you shock both in to play the Marionette, then that's gonna do a ton of damage to you. So it looks like the first fetch is gonna find Indatha. Applies to me. Maybe the second fetch is gonna get a basic or a Surveyor land, since you already have Domain. Yeah, so Floodstrand finds Indatha, Arid Mesa finds Mountain. Matthew takes 5. Temple Garden from hand puts you to 7. I mean, Dom, any creature I think is lethal.
It's fine. There can't be that many creatures in the deck, right?
Yeah.
Chat?
For sure. Well, this Flage doesn't do anything, so we need to get the judge involved. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to Flage.
Directly entomb that. Yeah. Well, also, the other thing is Bailey has another 7 looks at a creature off the birthing ritual too. So,
yeah. All right, we're gonna bin cord. We're gonna get a judge down to that feature match area very quickly because none of this should be allowed to happen. As this is all supposed to have I mean, you can attack, you just wouldn't get very far. Now you activate the Gilded Goose. The Gilded Goose gets a food. The food brings back the cat, and then you sack. You're taking 2/4 from the cat's dying, from the Marionette, and then the Carrion Feeder is getting 2 counters. I mean, maybe Doorkeeper Thrall doesn't work when tapped. Maybe I'm a little bit of a silly goose.
No, you're a Gilded Goose, Mason.
Thanks. Okay, and it looks like we conceded. Now, I think Carter was just dead actually either way, just given, we would just activate the goose, right? The goose would then bring back the cat, sack, hit anything off the Marionette, sack, lethal, Carrion Feeder can sack itself.
Notably, Marionette also triggers when an artifact dies. So the food being sacked triggers again. So that's just deterministic. Yeah.
Okay, so it was lethal, and we saw the food activation. So, we'll make sure that there is a warning applied to those players for failure to maintain game state. That is something we want to track and follow between the tournament rounds. It's not the end of the world. It wouldn't have changed this round, but it is important that we do that. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me and Dom today here in the booth. It has been great to work with you, Dom, and cover these first 6 rounds of today's 8-round event. We're going to tag out now, and we're going to let Corbin Hassel and Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, take you all home with the remaining rounds of Swiss and top 8. But it was a blast talking with you today, Dom, about Modern.
Well, my pleasure. Always great to hang out with you and to hang out with you out there in chat and ideally out of chat as well. But it's been fun. A lot more Magic to enjoy today. And then also tomorrow, I'll be home watching. And then next time around, I'll be there playing, I hope. So yeah, hope to see you all in some context soon. Take care, everyone, for now.
Yes, take care. We're at Legacy tomorrow, so make sure to follow along for that. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series here in Mundelein. I am Corbin Hostler with Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, and we are here to take you through the end of the tournament today. We've seen some great magic with some great commentators, you've got to say, coming up before us, but Devin and I are here to take you through to the end. So it's been quite the day so far, and a top 8 to come, right, Doom?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got to see the last 2 rounds of Swiss, followed by, as you mentioned, the top 8 today. And I cannot wait to see what these players have in store for us. But before we get started down to the feature match area, we're going to take a look at our 2025 leaderboard because, we have players playing all these types of events. So this is kind of where we're at. We got Grayson, who just can't seem to lose a match, although, maybe not having the best of days today. Harrison, Jake, Rodney, Andrew, Cliff, all those players in yellow already qualified. And then this for our year to date. And then if we take a look at our just season 2 leaderboard, we got Harrison in first place, Jake and Grayson already qualified, and Ryan, Will, Joseph, Sam, Garrick all fighting for those leaderboard spots. And we're also going to take a quick look, speaking of Ryan, at our players to watch here. So Ryan Hayes, 5-1. Alden Cates, Grayson, 4-2s, Garrick's 3-3, Sam, Wesley, and that's how we're looking. So yeah, very, very excited to get started here, Corbin.
Yeah, it's been a great day so far. And this is a pretty deep tournament, right? Like 8 rounds of Modern before the top 8. So a long day of Magic here means that we get to watch a lot of Magic, but it also means for these players, both the players to watch and everyone else, still doing in the field, you have a little bit to give, right? It's not a thing where you pick up your second loss and you're just kind of, hosed if it's, a 5 or 6 round tournament. With an 8 round tournament, all of the players here are live for maybe not necessarily top 8, right? But certainly points, cash, all of those things you're playing for on the NRG series that are not just the top prize. And I think we're getting ready to head down into our feature match area. And you can see here, we've got Zoe Riedemann on the right playing Boros Energy. You know that one. And Jacob Havard on the left with Jeskai Affinity, one of the cool sort of comebacks into Modern, I would say, in terms of classic archetypes that have sort of been revitalized in the, I don't know, gosh, has it been almost a year since Nadu?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. And since Mox Opal as well. Mox Opal was, part of that sort of affinity resurgence back in, I think it was it was like December of 2024, right around that time when Mox Opal got unbanned. But not even just the unbanning of Mox Opal, also a recent printing here, Corbin, in this affinity deck, 4 copies of Pinnacle Emissary.
Yes.
And we've seen it on camera before. This card is crazy. So, whenever you play an artifact spell, you get a 1/1 drone token that pairs very, very well with all the cheap or free artifacts like Mishra's Bauble, Mox Amber, Mox Opal, and it really sort of turbocharges the affinity deck to just make, a bunch of tokens, cast fast Kappa Cannoneers, and it really sort of just like kind of takes it over the edge and allows it to race, decks like Boros Energy.
Yeah, you see it on screen there. That is one of the it's a card you see in limited and you're like, oh yeah, this is pretty good. I can build around this. And I love when cards like that pop through to something like Modern in a way I didn't expect, right? Like I would not have, I looked at that as a cool limited build around, not a piece of revitalizing Jeskai Affinity in a newly powered up Modern format. But here we are. I mean, Mox Opal obviously goes a very long way. But yeah, really just we've seen a lot of variety of decks in the format, and obviously the Pro Tour is coming up in a few weeks. Some of these players are probably going to go from here to the PT, maybe doing some practice with their decks along the way. And Boros Energy, that's one of the ones you're going to see there in any Modern tournament in spades, really. It's very popular. It's sort of the default best deck of the format, if that means anything, right? Because it's a pretty open format, etc. But it's just sort of the straightforward, fair, powerful game plan. And you see one of the reasons why there with the Ocelot Pride to start.
Yeah, and Jacob has the Pinnacle Emissary, so we are off to the races here. Uh, I'm pretty sure that's a Mox Opal, but what do you think, Corbin? That looks like an Opal, right? I think.
It's a bit blurry for me, but I'd say so. I'd say that's probably where we're at here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like the secret layer version. You don't see that one every day. But yeah, Jacob really off to the races here, and this is you see the true power of Pinnacle Emissary. You know, you can
Yeah.
sort of convert those extra 0 mana artifacts into more stuff in the battlefield. And you know, Jacob didn't cast any of his payoffs this turn, like no Capicanity or no Thoughtcast. But now with 4 artifacts in play, if Jacob just has land number 2, that's 6 for a Kappa Cannoneer next turn. And Kappa Cannoneer, the way that it's balanced, it has what's the ward 4. So it's you have to pay 4 extra mana to kill it. But I mean, if you're casting that card on turn 2, it's good luck trying to pay 4 mana to kill
Yeah,
that.
basically unkillable at that point.
Yeah, hexproof.
But there we see another thing you can do with those tokens, right? Hitting that Voice of Victory with the counterspell, Metalcraft counterspell coming out of the affinity deck there.
Yeah, and that's a really good target for Metallic Rebuke, because if the Voice of Victory hits the battlefield, then that Metallic Rebuke is essentially offline for the rest of the game.
Yeah, improvise, I should say, not affinity.
Close enough.
It is very close. They tried to make it more fair, and I guess maybe it's more fair, but it all works together to be the same old, seemingly, it feels at times unfair affinity deck. Although in this case, I have to say, we're doing some pretty straightforward gaming here, right? Like this is kind of some limited action. We got 1/1s and 2/1s and 1/1s. Not a lot of high-powered modern combos going on here. Just some of the best fair cards, if you want to put it that way. We can find.
Jacob's probably going to make a couple of 10/10s over the course of the next couple of turns with that Urza Saga.
Yeah, Zoe's cards though fairly fair in this spot.
Oh yeah, for sure. One of the really important tools in the affinity decks to be able to fight against Boros in the Urza Saga like toolbox package is Shadow Spear, right?
Yes.
The Boros deck is very good at gumming up the ground, making a bunch of 1/1 cat tokens with Ocelot Pride and 2/1s with a Johnny. But once you have a Shadow Spear off the Saga and you put that on a construct token, the entire dynamic of the game shifts.
Yep, that's a good call out. And that may be where we're heading with this one, right? Zoe kind of sitting stoic, 2 lands in play, not much to do. Jacob, though, I'm certain has more options, right? Because you can obviously activate Saga if you want to go that way. And you have an attack step in there somewhere. Obviously, any artifacts you put into play will create triggers. There's just a lot going on here. And, a decent amount of mana really to work with as well. So Zoe's going to take the hit, fall down to 11.
Yeah, looks like a portable hole here for Jacob. We don't see that in every single affinity deck list. Some of the versions of affinity that we see and that we've seen today are splashing red for stuff like Galvanic Blast or something along those lines. But portable hole being just a way to answer some more problematic permanents, like you can answer opposing static prisons and flip the Johnnies and all these kinds of things that Galvanic Blast won't be able to touch.
And it's you'll note very similar to Seam Rip, which is heavily played in standard, but of course portable hole came first and is an artifact, and that fits right into your affinity deck.
Yeah, so Jacob lining up some mana, potentially thinking about, do we want to make another construct token? Zoe is representing 1 mana, but with no energy in her pool, if Jacob, say, maybe goes and floats mana and gets something like a Shadow Spear, it's pretty tough for Zoe to be able to answer that construct at instant speed unless she's playing something, I don't know, like Path to Exile, which usually Boros Energy does not play. So in Jacob's mind, should be pretty good to go with this Shadow Spear, and presumably that's the one he's going to go fetch up here.
Yep, that was a great call. Wow, look at that. Zoe knows.
Yep.
Well, that was a great call, Doom. You nailed it. That is exactly how that match went in game 1 there. Just Jeskai Affinity running over the Boros Energy deck, which looked very much too fair in that game. But let's look at the sideboard and see what Zoe has access to change the dynamic here.
Yeah, so Zoe is working with 3 Containment Priest, 3 Clarion Conqueror, a Lightning Bolt, a Celestial Purge, 2 Wear Tears, 2 High Noons, and 3 Blood Moons. So from Zoe's side, one card that stands out to me is Clarion Conqueror because, well,
Yes.
as an Affinity player who I used to Affinity was my first modern deck corp.
Oh, I didn't
Like
know that. Okay.
way back in the day. I'm an old school Mox Opal gamer, and I've played my fair
Love
share of
it.
games against Stony Silence, and you don't want to play against that card. So Clarion Conqueror, fantastic card here for Zoe. Wear Tear, another fantastic card, getting able to hit the Urza Saga and an artifact if you can fuse it if you have enough mana.
Mm-hmm.
Get a nice little 2-for-1 there. Those going to be coming in for sure. You could consider something like Blood Moon, maybe if you're on the play. I don't know if I would like that as much in the draw because it's really only the Saga. Also, there's that new ruling with Blood Moon Saga. So, like,
Yes.
if you Blood Moon after they Saga on Chapter 2, the Saga stays in play. So, you don't really want to get involved with that.
It definitely became different. I don't even know if I
Yes.
don't want to say better, worse, more awkward, better, straightforward. It's different now. So that is an interaction. We'll take a look over the other sideboard here as well, over at Jacob's Affinity list. And on this side, against Boros, seems pretty straightforward, right? I see some whip flares over there you're probably looking at. I don't know if you end up wanting, something like Consigned to Memory or anything like that. Maybe the needle. There's some options though, I suppose, just kind of to deal with the creatures.
Yeah, Whip Flare for sure. Going to be a slam dunk here for Jacob. The one thing that we talked about a little bit earlier, how Jacob is playing Portable Hole instead of Galvanic Blast, right? There's some
Right.
upsides to Portable Hole, but there's also, Corbin, some very significant downsides because Portable Hole only kills things that cost 2 or less. And if you remember, in Zoe's sideboard, she has 3 copies of Clarion Conqueror. So, in this specific instance, Jacob is, maybe at more of a disadvantage having Portable Hole over Galvanic Blast in the face of those Clarion Conquerors. So, but yeah, with regards to what Jacob is boarding in here, those 2 whip players for sure. Yeah, maybe you could go for something like Wear Tear to pull up Goblin Bombardment, but I don't know. And then Soul Guide Lantern, I think, to handle Flage, at least in the short term, I think is pretty good.
Well, yeah, the cards like Soul Guide are so nice. This effect has come a very long way over the years, since Tormod's Crypt. But it's a thing where you can throw it into the deck, and if you draw it and it's good against Flage, great. And if not, you can probably cycle it. And hey, gives Metalcraft.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think players are just about shuffling up. So heading down back here. And typically this is kind of, I think, exactly how the matchup would go, where the Affinity in game 1 situations most of the time is left up to its own devices, where it's just, especially against Boros, where they don't have a ton of good instant speed interaction to kill larger things. It's just make a big construct, put a Shadow Spear on it, so it concedes. But in the post board games, that's where things get a little more interesting. There's a lot more sideboard cards. We saw the Clarion Conquerors, the Wear Tears. So Affinity is sort of like Dredge in that sense, where it's
Yes.
maybe the best game 1 deck in the format, but everybody's going to be prepared for you.
That's exactly what I was going to get at, was the Dredge comparison, because I was going to say, like, there are a lot. It's 2025. There are a lot of Affinity hate cards available to players across sideboards. But if people aren't playing enough of them, then you just get run over by the Affinity deck, even in the year 2025. So that is, we'll see if Zoe has access to enough over there. But hey, the turn 1 Guide of Souls, it's a pretty good start. Bit of a slow start, I guess, considering from Jacob. First creature bit the dust.
Yeah, I mean, compare this draw to the last hand, right? Jacob had turn 1, Pinnacle Emissary, 4 permanents. Turn 2, cast Pinnacle Emissary with the Saga. This game, he's got a turn 1 Tamiyo and turn 2, nothing. So, night and day.
What's interesting about it is that, the Boros Synergy deck, for all of its power and reach and all of the things that sort of make playing your 1/1s and 2/1s an acceptable strategy in Modern, the pressure is not necessarily there early, at least in this game. And Jacob's deck can build a board pretty quickly if he is able to sort of get get his feet off the ground, right? But
Yeah.
Zoe just passing the turn back here. We can assume that'll be more interaction. And let's see what it is for Jacob.
Yeah, given the hand, given that Jacob has basically done nothing, I would guess that Jacob probably has at least 1 or 2 payoffs in hand, some number of Thoughtcasts and Kappa Cannoneers that are just not unlocked yet. Probably, if he had a portable hole, probably would have cast that. So no portable holes, maybe a Metallic Rebuke, maybe something like a sideboard card, maybe a Whip Flare.
Something just costs too much mana, perhaps.
Right, yeah.
It's the bobble there, so we're going to get 1 deeper, I guess, or keep it around for Metalcraft on the Opal. I'm not sure.
Well, it's weird here too, because if Jacob does have something like Thoughtcast or Kappa Cannoneer, if he sacrifices the bauble, he gets a card deeper, but then it's 1 mana farther away from the Kappa or the Thoughtcast. So it's almost, if you have a Thoughtcast or a Kappa, it's like, well, I kind of want to keep the bauble in play. It's this really weird tension with the affinity cards when you get to spots like this.
Yeah, a little awkward, because you also might want to just, cycle it, and I need a land, I'll try to draw a land, but if you don't draw a land and you're playing an affinity/improvise deck, you're actually still down mana. Bit of an odd little twist here, but like, to the point about the pressure, now that might amp it up, the Arena of Glory there, but 17 life still for Jacob.
I mean, Zoe's not really doing much either. This is just this weird game of draw go. Both players sideboarding into control decks, I guess. Maybe both of their hands is just all reactive cards.
Affinity control.
Boros does typically have, a lot of reactive cards, right? Like Galvanic Discharge, Wear Tear, things like that.
Well, and that's what makes the Boros deck so good, right? Is it has these aggressive starts that it can go with the Guide of Souls and Ocelot Prides and Ajani's and just run you over. But it can also play the removal game. It can play the long game with the bombardment. It can play the combo game with the Arena of Glory and Flage, where it just hits you out of nowhere after clearing your board. Like, it's got a lot of range. And that is the strength of the deck. Now, it because of that, like we saw in game 1, will maybe draw all of your 1/1s and your opponent draws their 10/10, and you can't do anything about it. But in this game, where Zoe was able to just disrupt Jacob just enough.
Yeah, the more that I think about it, I think Jacob's hand really relied on that Tamiyo. Probably kept a hand of 2 lands, Tamiyo, 1 0-mana artifact, and then maybe like 2 or 3 payoffs, and was like, well, if my Tamiyo survives, we're good to go. But yeah, okay, there's the Whip Flare, so that will clean everything up.
Probably was sitting on that one for a while, right? We can assume that was probably one of the cards. Well, it's a whole different. This is just a very different game, right? This is where a Flage, which I don't think we've seen yet, starts to become one of the key cards.
I think I might have spotted no, that's not a Flage. I think it's a Pyromancer in Zoe's hand. I think her hand is Pyromancer and 1 unknown card. I can't quite get a good glimpse of the last one, but it must be pretty good if she's not willing to play the Pyromancer here. Maybe something like a Wear Tear, because she figures if she plays out the Pyromancer here and discards the Wear Tear, and then Jacob draws an Urza Saga, that would be pretty bad for her.
Looks like it's an Emery, I believe, hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, you know what that one is?
No, not offhand. I'll tell you that.
I was gonna say, because Jacob just picked up 2 cards off the top of his deck, that might give it away. That's the Secret Lair Thoughtcast.
Oh, there we go. I was gonna say I didn't get that far. I was trying to decipher the arts, the fun little sub game we all get to play as common.
I know that because of Arena. Arena only has that version of Thoughtcast.
There you go. Are you a big Timeless player? Is that where it's heavily played?
Well, I was trying to play Timeless, and then they recently added Box Opal to Arena too. But
I can't cast Spreading Seas though in Historic. They banned that one.
That's true.
Too powerful. Yeah,
it might be enough Merfolk on the client.
Oh, Merfolk's great. I'll tell you, it's great in Historic, but not so much in Modern. It seems not spotting a ton of Merfolk running the NRG tables today.
So interestingly, I think Zoe exerted the Arena, but then she didn't attack with the Pyromancer. Curious. Unless I'm missing when the Arena got exerted. I could be wrong.
Okay, well, here we go. Jacob's going to activate Emery, start to try to do things, for lack of a more eloquent way of putting it. And this is a good way to start.
Yeah, there's Pinnacle Emissary. So Pinnacle Emissary paired with this Emery is going to, make some stuff here, and that'll be a portable hull to be able to take care of the Souls as well. Excuse me. So, Jacob didn't really do anything for a while, but all of a sudden now kind of has a pretty sizable battlefield here, and the Emery is just going to keep providing him more cards over, given the length of a couple of turns.
Yeah, this is what we talked about the affinity deck being able to build out of nowhere. And I mean, to be fair, like we're talking about a board of 1/1 still, right? It is what it is. It's not the most impressive thing in the world. The Pinnacle Emissary is a 3/3. But that's probably good enough to get it done. I mean, Zoe's obviously flooded out to a fair extent here. But that Whip Flare kind of gave Jacob the time he needed, even though that time kind of came in the middle of the game after taking some hits, to get to this point where now all of a sudden looks to be in a fairly, dominating position just in terms of the permanents and blockers and so on in play.
Yeah, and I mean, it's situations like this when you're the affinity player, it's like, well, there's always that possibility. What if my opponent has Wrath of the Skies or Meltdown or, whatever sweeper of choice? And, as the affinity player, you kind of have to think to yourself, well, how much do I want to overextend? But we know, and Jacob doesn't know this, or maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. We know that Zoe does not have Wrath of the Skies in her sideboard. She went for the all in on Clarion Conqueror and Wear Tear approach, at least for this matchup in particular. So that is not a card that Zoe has access to. And this Kappa Cannoneer would, I guess, well, funny enough, Zoe could probably Wrath for 6 at this point, given how much land she has.
Anyone play Kataki these days?
No. But yeah, like a Clarion Conqueror on this board, it just wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You need the Kataki. Well, let's tax every one of those 1/1s. This is kind of a just a display. I mean, we played Emery onto an Emperor board, Jacob did, and then just untapped with it, and one turn later, we're here.
Yeah, it's the Emery that could, Corbin. Little Emery that could.
And it just goes to show, right, that the affinity deck that Jacob's playing here just completely ran over game one. Turboed out a giant construct, put a Shadow Spear on it, ended the game quick. This game had some counter spells, had some board wipes. Oh, and eventually we're just going to win by making a swarm of 1/1s. I mean, not exactly what you think of when you picture affinity in Modern, but this is the build of the deck that kind of can do it all and has been one of the, newer decks at the top. But here we go. Zoe's going to try to get back into things with Flage here. This is a really important one in the matchup, and it is pretty late, but we'll see if it's able to get Zoe back in here.
Well, Flage could certainly do it because I think Zoe has not played her land for turn, and she has an arena untapped and presumably enough cards in the graveyard to be able to escape it. So that could be ETB deal 3, attack, or ETB again deal 3, and attack deal 3. So that could be deal 9 to Jacob. Now Jacob is at 11, but Zoe would also gain 9 as well. Presumably could take a hit. And that's a huge draw step here. And I like I said, I think Zoe has not played her land.
I don't think that if that's how it works out, I don't think Kappa Cannoneer can get big enough, even with the emissary, probably to kill Zoe from 26 life. So, yeah. Or perhaps 23. I mean, see if life totals updated yet,
and I think Zoe's thinking about maybe going after Tameo. Maybe deal 3 to Tameo, and then the escape, come back, deal 3 more to Tameo, attack, deal 3 to Jacob. But I don't know. I feel like you're probably not winning that kind of battle, because even if you gain 9, say you go to 26, there's a good chance Jacob might be able to make it a 2-turn clock, right? So if you hit the Tameo and then you go 3 to Jacob, put him to 8. Well, I guess Jacob, because the drone can't chump block the Flage, so then Jacob would either take 6 or chump block with the Kappa Cannoneer. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Going after the Emery, actually.
Well, opts not to go face, and if you're going to go for the board clear route, Emery is going to be the one that allows the most of a refill.
And I'm curious if she even goes after the Tameo here. Maybe it's just kill Emery and then deal 5 to Jacob, because that still forces a chump block with Kappa Cannoneer.
Well, this game kind of went from 0 to 60 real quick here.
Yeah.
Slow grind for whatever it was, 5, 6, 7 turns, all to explode here at the end.
I like how Jacob cast like 6 spells last turn, and then Zoe's like, all right, hold my beer. Here's my Flage.
Yeah, right. Just, you gave me Flage targets. I'm ready.
She is going after Tamiyo. Interesting. Okay. I'm actually a little surprised she's going after Tamiyo, because now I feel like Jacob can just take this hit. Although, I don't know. Maybe he wanted the chump block with the Kappa Cannoneer anyways, because there's no more Emery. This is an interesting spot. I guess she maybe thinks that she can't, like, I was going to say race the Tamiyo ultimate. Yeah, so Jacob's going to take 5 and go to 6. But that 9 life swing from Zoe, that 9 life from the Flage is massive. Because presumably, maybe Jacob can go like Pinnacle Emissary, play 2 things, right? That's best case scenario. So that would be Pinnacle Emissary entering as 1, and then 2 more artifacts would be 4 more counters. That'd be 5, 10, 14 damage.
Big spot here. Both of these players 5 and 1. Remember, we are in round 7 out of 8 Swiss rounds here at the NRG event, and that means the top 8 is just on the other side here. And these players are both very live, and this match could be the difference. So this is a big spot, a big turn here for Jacob.
Yeah, it does kick things off with Pinnacle Emissary. So that's 1 counter. 3rd Thoughtcast.
Old school Thoughtcast. That one I recognize.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that art. Was the ones that I played with. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine Jacob can get to 26 this turn.
No way.
Barring some crazy, insane sequence. Yeah, Jacob's not even playing Thought Monitor, so that would be a card that like allows him to keep going, but there's no Thought Monitors in Jacob's deck list, so I can't really imagine. Oh, you know what that one is, Corbin?
Yeah, the Dusk Rose Reliquary. Is that what that's called? Yeah, that'll get the Flage out of here.
Yeah,
that's a nice pickup right there.
Yeah, that is huge compared to something like Portable Hole, because Portable Hole can't go after Flage, right? Dusk Rose doesn't care about mana value. So that is a massive find here for Jacob. Only a 1 of, too.
You see it there, out of the sideboard, you have to sacrifice an artifact or creature, but not a big deal in this deck, at least when you have your tokens going. And 1 mana exile anything is incredibly mana efficient, and anything does include Flage. So that was a big play. Zoe held on to it, held on to it or drew it. Either way, it came in at the last possible moment to give Zoe a shot to get back in this. But now that it just bites the dust, that 26 life could go pretty quick here. I think Zoe's down to 1 or just 2 cards in hand. Going to need a big swing, but another Cannoneer is going to land for Jacob.
Yeah, depending on the number of cards in graveyard, I think Zoe's only out is Flage. But the only way Flage isn't out is if she has 5 more cards already in the graveyard. Maybe her last card's a fetch land, so 4. And I don't know. I obviously can't get a good look at the graveyard now. But it looks like there's 4 in there. So there might be enough for a Flage if that is the draw for Zoe.
Access to, I guess, almost all the mana, but I do think there is another Arena of Glory in there, so can haste out another one.
Well, Wear Tear would also do it, because you can Wear Tear the Dusk Rose. That'll put the Flage in the graveyard, and then you can escape it.
Yeah, so still kind of a tight spot for Jacob, who would obviously, and I don't know if it would actually help him necessarily, but would have hoped in this situation to have something like Metallic Rebuke up to try and protect your life total, because you had to go completely shields down here to getting burned out, right? Like, you are just dead to a second Flage, which, as it seems that Zoe doesn't have, as you can see, going deep into the tank here, trying to find a way out.
Actually, Wear Tear might not do it, because the Dusk Rose has Ward 2. Well, we're lining up Arena mana. Wonder what this is.
Oh, gosh. All right. Ragavan and Ajani.
Because she can haste the Ajani. So
dash the Ragavan.
Well, it's not good enough
for 6
because he just blocks the Ragavan and takes 3, right?
Or yeah, swing for 5 rather. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Zoe's out was hope that hope that Jacob didn't block the Ragavan and she hit something crazy off the top, but
Good effort.
yeah.
Well, Infinity deck from Jacob Havard looking really good here in round 6. We think shortly on the way to a win, and there it is. We got there on the fist bump. Jacob takes it down, moving to 6-1. Zoe Reederman falling to 5-2. Still live though, so that was a nice one. Welcome back into the booth, everyone. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwick O'Donnell. That was a great one to start things off for us.
That was a lot of fun. We get to see the Affinity deck do its thing. We get to see Boros do Flage things. A little bit of everything in that feature match.
Yeah, and you know what? We're not done there. We have a time-shifted match coming up for you, and we are going to hop right into it. In fact, we are in game 2, where Daniel Staub on Greentron, the classic, is up on, well, I don't know if you'd call it a classic, but certainly a deck everyone is familiar with at this point in various formats. Is it Prowess from Yin and Wan, who is also 5-1 and will be on the play for this one?
Yeah, Daniel Stop. Actually, yeah, it looks like Daniel is playing. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was gonna call it Eldrazi Tron. No, this is not Eldrazi Tron. This is just classic Tron. Yeah, we got a couple forests, 2 Ugin's Labyrinth, got the Stirrings and the Scryings, the Spheres, and only 1 Chromatic Star, along with some Talismans. But yeah, this is kind of the more classic version of Tron, still sporting some new-ish cards. Ugin Eye of the Storms. I remember, Corbin, when that card first got spoiled, then that card came out in Torquir Dragonstorm, and people were losing their mind. They thought that card was going to be, the next best things than sliced bread. And I feel like it's been okay, but really only showing up nowadays in the Tron version, less so in like the actual Eldrazi decks.
Yeah, 7 mana is a lot, right? Like, it's just a lot of mana. And the current version of the Eldrazi decks have gotten, despite they play the big cards that they play, but they're also pretty streamlined. And that card just is always going to cost what it costs, right? It's just always expensive. It doesn't have as much, and sort of Eldrazi synergies with it. So, all right, hopping into this one, though, we've got a Monastery Swiftsphere leading things off on the left versus a good old Expedition map plus a Tron land from Daniel. So should there be a second Tron land, that would be the classic Tron on turn 3, crack the map on turn 2. And probably not Karn Liberated these days, but hopefully Daniel will be looking for a big mana. So this is really the big turn here. Does he have the second Urza's land to go with the first one in the map?
Well, he has a second Urza's land.
not exactly the one you were hoping for there. So instead, it's just going to be a talisman for Daniel. It's just a second. I believe that's a power plant.
This is why I don't play Tron, Corbin. This is this is my experience. I always draw the second power plant.
I'll say that you came up with Mox Opal and Affinity. I too am a Mox Opal gamer.
Oh, okay.
But it's in Lantern Control.
Oh, I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
Yeah, we are not.
No, I'm kidding. I respect the Lantern players. They're definitely dedicated.
I love it.
Yeah, there's this one player on MTGO. I keep seeing him in challenge results, and he's just been playing Lantern for the past 2 or 3 years, and it's always refreshing to see a deck list.
We always have hope. Mox Opal is probably the closest we've gotten, but it was a very it's also like the perfect deck to have existed and then not exist anymore. It's just kind of better in lore that way, right? Like if Splinter Twin had never gotten unbanned, right?
Oh yeah,
it'll be legendary as opposed to just unplayable.
It would just be the endless meme of all time.
All right, well, Daniel's going to need something big here because Yenan is setting up for a big turn next turn, right? It's going to untap with the Slick Shot and any triggers you get from that, plus, of course, the good old Prowess triggers on the Swiftspear. And remember, this is a format where you can play Monstrous Rage, so the potential for just a massive attack is always there.
And I already see a Violent Urge in Yinen's hand, so And I believe we have instant land sorcery in the graveyard. So if there's any way to get the 4th type, I believe the hand right now is Quarry Steel Cutter, Lightning Bolt, Mutagenic Growth, Double Violent Urge, which, if that is the holdings, there is currently no way to get Delirium for that Violent Urge. Very, very powerful. Double Strike Enabler has sort of taken the role of Teamer Battle Rage in these kind of prowess style decks, given the fact that it's a little bit cheaper. But it does require you to have Delirium, and that is a little bit difficult when you don't draw, stuff like Channeler or Mishra's Bauble.
Well, gonna cast it, and we're gonna use it to get in for what damage we can, and a lot of gas in hand there for Juan.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, even if Juan does not win the game this turn, right? Which he may actually be able to do, because this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus the bolt would be, the bolt would be enough, right? 10 plus 3, 4, 5, 6 is 16. So yeah, I guess we had enough anyways.
There you go. I was gonna say it was impressive of Daniel to pick up game 1, honestly, because mono red historically has the ability to do that sometimes to Tron, and Is It Prowess is sort of in many ways upgraded version of that. So let's take a look at the sideboards here and see what Daniel is working with over in that sideboard. And well, I don't see a lot of anti-Is It cards specifically, but there may be a few things you think you can work with there.
Well, I mean, Daniel's sideboard, this is as classic as it gets. There is
Yeah.
a 15 one-of sideboard, and presumably these will likely all stay in the deck because they're all Karn targets, unless there's something in your main deck that you really wanted to cut. Maybe the Ulamog comes out because it's too slow. But for the most part, Daniel's going to be running it back. Maybe you board in something like engineered explosives because you don't think you have enough time to tutor for it, or something along those lines. But Daniel's basically just going to be running it back.
Good old Tron strategy. Don't overthink it.
Just don't even look at your sideboard. There's no reason to,
Over here, though, Is It Prowess sideboard certainly has the option. Now, taking a look at it, not any explicit Tron hate. Again, it's a wide field here in Modern. It's not sort of like 3 decks to sideboard against. What do you want, though? I suppose you want some number of the Spell Pierces, perhaps? Consigns, maybe?
Yeah, exactly those cards. Consign and Spell Pierce, I think, are going to be coming in. There's always the cute, like, if I can get my opponent to somehow put a piece of Tron in their graveyard, I can surgical them, but that's probably not going to happen here. But yeah, Consign and Spell Pierce definitely coming in. Sometimes you can shave on stuff like Lava Dart because there's no 1 toughness creatures on the Tron side.
Right.
So maybe you can trim some of those, trim a Preordain, kind of like shave a little bit on the edges for the Consigns and the Pierces. And I think that it just in terms of the post-board games, Juan just wants to be using Pierces and Consigns whenever he can. Any Ancient
Anything
Stirrings, Chromatic Star, whatever. He just wants to trade it for a card.
Yes, anything to slow him. Like ideally, right, you go 1 drop of any kind, or worst case scenario 2 drop, and then every other point of the game is interaction. So that is that'll be the plan here for Juan. So we'll head into game 3 and see if players are able to do that. So round 7 here, both these players still live, obviously very much so for top 8, sitting at 5-1.
Yeah, I would say definitely from Daniel's side of things, this is probably not the matchup you wanted to play against in the X1 bracket. Tron historically has had a very, very rough time against these sort of prowess style decks. Maybe it was a little bit better. I think back to the days of when it was like Tron versus Burn, but the Tron deck was playing Thragtusk. I remember those days.
Those were some days, weren't they? Everyone has their golden era of Modern. And I have to say, I just like that everyone has a different one. That means there's a lot of good Modern being played.
I just want to cast Burning Inquiry on turn 1 again. That's all I want to do.
That deck is so sweet.
Oh yeah. Which I guess, Looting got unbanned. We can maybe try it out. Yeah.
I've seen some Hollow One floating around. I was actually like covering the Grand Prix back in the day where that deck first broke out, And it was so cool back then. And not to say things aren't cool now, but like that was sort of when Modern was new and new decks were breaking out every month that you had never heard of, right? Like Shred Red of all just shows up in top 8s on GP, right?
I remember
Lots
that.
of really cool stuff over the years in Modern. And I have to say, Modern today, Modern this year, and this sort of post Nadu, post One Ring, Boros cards, etc., that we live in, has a lot of diversity and some pretty fun looking stuff.
Oh yeah. So Daniel actually played the correct land this time. Decided to play a second, different Tron land on turn 2 as opposed to the second power plant last
Much
game.
better strategy. Yeah.
So maybe signifying a tower in hand for turn 3. Okay, important question to ask, Corbin. If you have natural Tron in hand, which land do you play first and which land do you play last?
I think I have an answer here.
Okay.
You play the tower last. That way, if you are like mana destroyed, your last one is the one that makes the most.
Yeah, well, I was more so. I know that tower last is correct, but I'm saying just from a vibe standpoint, like if you're,
Which
just
one's
like
the most intimidating?
well, you like the art of the power plant
yeah.
the most, so you want to save that one for last because if they have a stone rain, you don't want them to blow that one up. So it's like
that's next level.
You
see, I'm playing that creepy power plant just to intimidate. You got nice, like Daniel's got nice black border Tron lands here. You play
those are nice
out
Tron
there,
lands.
and you say go, and your opponent knows
Stare at
exactly what they're in for the next half hour.
Oh yeah. All right, we got a preordain, and I think Yanan does not really have a second creature here to deploy. Really wanted something like that. The second, we got a disruptor flute here. I wonder what we are going to name with that.
That's not bad. We'll see if we get that one put up on the screen for you here. We talked about the sideboard being a bunch of one-ofs. Well, this is one of them, and it's got some utility for sure. Let's see here. The Disruptor Flute, as it enters, you choose a card name, and spells with the chosen name cost 3 more, and activated abilities with the card name can't be activated. It has flash, for what it's worth.
Yeah, interesting. I'm very curious as to what Daniel is like, what the main target here is for. We'll see if we can get confirmation of what was named. Maybe something like Corey Steel Cutter. Like if the cutter is not in play, you name Cutter to kind of like cut them off of being able to double spell more effectively. But as I said that, there's the tower, Corbin.
Yep, and that's 7 mana, and that's a Ugin.
And Ugin is going to just make very, very quick work of this, being able to kill the channeler when it's cast. And then also, not only is Daniel at basically 20 life already, he's also just going to be able to gain a bunch of life off the Ugin. And Juan is really not going to be able to kill this. So from here, it's essentially a question of like, does Yanan have the ability to set up like sort of a 1-turn kill with like a slick shot show off and mutagenic growth and a violent urge? And because of that, I wonder if Daniel just named slick shot show off with the disruptor flute.
Well, that's what you start thinking about it, because we also, Daniel had natural Tron from I believe, right? And a payoff in hand. We don't know how much of it he had in his opening hand, but we can assume enough of it to go on. So in that case, like if you have Tron, you're playing Ugin on turn 3. Well, when you play that Disruptor Flute, you maybe name the cards that can actually kill you from that spot, as opposed to a generic card that is maybe better in a different situation.
Yeah, like if you have the Tron and the Ugin, you're just like, Operation Don't Die. I don't care what happens as long as I don't die.
If you can get natural Tron like that in game 3 of a huge spot in round 7 of a tournament, you should play Tron, because I imagine it feels amazing when your deck works like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, didn't even need a map, didn't need any of the stars. Just
think
add it all.
You're in a big spot, you draw your opening hand, and it's just beautiful.
In this game.
Yeah.
I mean, you just add it on 7. Well, I mean, yeah. If we can get Ugin pulled up on the screen for you guys. You don't usually see this one ultimate, but it is a very, very powerful ultimate. You get to search your library for any number of colorless non-land cards, exile them, and oh wait, there's more. You can cast them without paying their mana cost.
I think there's
So,
probably some pretty good targets for that in this deck.
There's a couple. Not Kozilek's command though. You can do X equals 0. You ain't get nothing off of that.
Yeah, nothing.
Oh wait,
Wants to
oh,
show
we
them
have to
all to
order
me,
mug.
though. I love it. Smile on his face. Let's see all these cards.
All right, I'm gonna put half of my deck into play. All right, never mind.
Well, Tron taking it down in what might have been a tough matchup. Daniel Staub moves to 6-1 here at the NRG Championship Series. Welcome back into the booth. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwick O'Donnell with you. And that was round 7 out of 8 Swiss rounds here today. So only one more.
Yeah, that was, you don't usually expect to see Tron beating prowess in situations like that, but the combination of the natural Tron with the best payoff and, Juan's draw was, Juan seemed to be visibly frustrated, just didn't have maybe enough spells to kind of power through. But yeah, very impressive stuff there from Daniel.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at where we are heading next, because at the end of this weekend, these players who we have been watching will have points for the end of the season, leaderboard, all of those things. And then there will be another event where they will have an opportunity to add to that. And that event is Elmhurst, Illinois on November 1st and 2nd, a couple months away. There is a team showdown there on Saturday, followed by a 10K Modern Showdown on Sunday. And those team events, as we always talk about here, just can't be missed. You see Team Flex slot the photo there on the right. There's nothing like having a team to play Magic with, and there's nothing like competing in a team showdown.
Oh yeah, team events are great. You said it all. The team events are amazing. I wish we had more team events like on the like the main circuit and stuff. But
yeah, the Spotlight series, right? With
Team Spotlight.
That'd be great for sure. Yeah. Well, that's where we're heading next for the series. But today, where we are heading next is into break, and on the other side of that, round 8, as we play for the top 8 here at the NRG Championship Series. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Series. I am Corbin Hostler. That is Devin Doomwick O'Donnell. And you are watching the final round coming up here in Mundelein. We are playing for the top 8 in our 10K Modern Showdown. Let's look at those prizes that we are playing for, because we're about to have some win-ins to bring to you. And then for everyone who gets into that top 8, they'll be playing for that first place prize of $2,400. And of course, the invites to the NRG Champs and that regional championship invite, along with the 30 points it gives towards the end of the season. Second place can take home $1,200. Everyone in the top 8 going to take out home at least $400, and the payout goes all the way down to $32. And of course, there is another prize, Devin, that is available to our winners.
Oh, yes, there is. Players who win a Showdown event receive a custom token by England Customs in their likeness. You see here some of our past winners: Dom Harvey, May French, Sean Gallagher, who we may have in our feature match area, Theo Jung, all that. And yeah, it's a very, very unique and personal item that, I got to say, I would love to have one of these.
Yeah, these are amazing. You see them all there. And you know what? Yours could be next. You come out to one of our events and you could run into one of these players there, because we're going to take a look at our players to watch. These are some of the regulars on the NRG series. Ryan Hayes is 6-1. We might see him in that top 8 coming up. Everyone else here looks like perhaps fallen out of top 8 contention. Alden Cakes, Garrett Alford, Grayson Nimitz, all at 4-3. Samuel Clayton, Will Kowalczyk hanging in there in 3 and 4, couple of drops. But big weekend for Ryan. And you know what? All of these players still playing for either cash or NRG series points, which are, of course, very important to everyone who comes out to our events.
Yeah, and we are off to the races. So this is actually a table. This is table 2, and this is a pair down. So Matthew Bailey, who drew the last round, is now playing down to Jacob Havard because there were only 2 players who were undefeated last round. They drew. Now there's 2 XO1s. They both get paired down. So Matthew is in regardless. Matthew is going to be in top 8, win or lose. They've already locked up their slot. So playing for seeding and things like that. So we see Matthew on the Samwise combo deck. We've seen this deck on camera quite a few times, Corbin. And I gotta say, of all the decks we've seen today, this one seems definitely the most interesting to me. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here with like Birthing Ritual and Samwise Gamgee, and very, very interested to see how this matchup plays out.
Yeah, I think maybe people who haven't looked at Modern for a while or haven't run into this in Commander, weren't, big Modern Horizons 3 fans, aren't familiar with something like Birthing Ritual. Um, that card is a house, and it really enables decks like this. I mean, there are a ton of toolbox creatures in this deck, including Sephiroth from Final Fantasy. But 4 Court of Calling, 4 Birthing Ritual, that is sort of the bones of many a green deck in this current format. Of course, Court of Calling's been doing that since Modern's inception. But yes, certainly one of the most unique builds we've seen in a while. But hey, that speaks to, I think, what people love about Modern. And in many ways, like it says on screen, Jeskai Affinity versus Samwise combo. Like, I mean, I don't know. Kind of looks like we're watching Affinity versus insert the green, white, black combo deck of your choice over the years, right?
Malira
Kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
The Viscera Seers are still in the list, even.
The Viscera Seers are here. Anything else that's a holdover? Court of Calling.
That's it.
Yeah, that's about it. Maybe I guess Verdant Catacombs and Windswept Teeth.
Sure.
Yeah. Count those. There was an interesting thing that happened on on turn 1. So Jacob had a turn 1 Urza Saga, and Jacob decided to play out the zeros, right? The Mox Opal and the Mishra's Bauble. Small thing, but worth noting that it's a little bit of a decision because Jacob has the Pinnacle Emissaries in his deck to be able to, if he decides to save the zeros, can maybe get some value out of those. So I think because those were deployed on turn 1 sort of heavily, at least, in my eyes, maybe heavily, it, tells me that Jacob probably has a Metallic Rebuke in hand because that's, wanted to play out those on the first turn to be able to hold up the Rebuke on turn 2.
And it'd be a pretty good one here because with all the creature spam there with the geese and the bowmasters, Matthew's setting up for a big Court of Calling early, right? Or obviously Birthing Ritual would be good as well. But like the threat of a big Court of Calling is already there.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because Matthew is almost at a point where they can just tap only creatures to pay for the Court of Calling and still be able to go get Samwise. Not quite, because there's 2 Gilded Geese and 3 black creatures, so you would need at least a 3rd green to be able to cast the Cord. But if Matthew has, say they have land number 4, they can go tap the 2 geese, 1 land, the other 3 creatures, Cord for 3, and still be able to pay for Metallic Rebuke.
A lot of mana made very quickly is what that is.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, Jacob, you looks like you're staring down a lot there. And to be fair, you are. But it's not necessarily all that much power, right? That you're under a different kind of pressure.
Not a lot there yet.
This deck. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see actually Jacob goes ahead and grabs the Aether Spell Bomb, which is presumably, Jacob is maybe worried about getting combo killed next turn with Samwise Gamgee and Cauldron Familiar and a Sack Outlet. So maybe is interested in getting something like a Spell Bomb so that if Matthew does decide to go for a combo, Jacob can at least try to break that up with a Spell Bomb. But it doesn't really work if Matthew just has an extra food in play, because you can bounce the Samwise in response to the Cauldron Familiar coming back, but if Matthew has an extra food, they can just sack the extra food, bring it back again, and then so on and so forth. Yeah, I guess we should, for people who haven't seen this Samwise deck in action, just to kind of give you a rundown of how the combo works. Samwise Gamgee is a 2/2 that whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you make a food. Sacrifice Outlet, Viscera Seer could, just anything that sacrifices a creature. And then Cauldron Familiar, when it enters the battlefield, you drain your opponent and you can sack a food to bring it back. So you sack a food, bring back the familiar, make a food off Samwise, sack the familiar, and you just do that infinite number of times.
Rinse, repeat.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was a decision by Jacob. So, notice Jacob decided to get the Aether Spellbomb instead of something like Shadow Spear. And, Matthew takes the opportunity to just say, okay, well, I'm going to chump block with this Cauldron Familiar, where, those constructs are large, but Matthew does have Matthew can buy a lot of time
Right.
and just, not have to worry about those constructs. So we see,
Well, yeah. So like
Soul
Jacob
Trader?
is worried about like getting the spell bomb there, tells you he wants to be able to break it up. So, he's worried about a combo hand for Matthew, whereas Matthew might have been worried about, without, knowing what Matthew's sitting over there on, right? Might have been worried more about a Shadow Spear. Please don't kill me because I don't actually have anything to pay off this early ramp kind of hand. So that's kind of the dance these players are playing here. But Jacob does get a chance to untap here for a big turn. Well, what he hopes is a big turn anyway.
Yeah, and Matthew decided to go for a Warren Soul Trader last turn, and Jacob did not fight. So
Yeah.
that pretty loudly signifies to me that there is not a Metallic Rebuke, because I think that's a card that you would want to fight over if you're Jacob.
Yeah, the Soul Trader is a 1-of in the deck. You can pay 1 life, sack a creature, create a treasure token. Importantly, that does not require you to tap that creature. So the Soul Trader, just immediately, you have that ability when it's in play.
Yeah, and even though you have to pay a life to sacrifice with the Soul Trader, it does still go infinite in the same way, because every time you're going through that loop, you're gaining a life off the Cauldron Familiar.
Yeah. So even if you end up at the same life, your opponent ends up at -1,000,000.
Yeah. And Matthew is threatening the combo, right? Has the sack outlet, has the Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard, just needs to find a way to get to something like the Samwise Gamgee. And there's a lot of effective copies of it. There's the Samwise themselves, the Court of Callings, and then also the Birthing Rituals, which
Right.
Doesn't necessarily tutor for it, but does give Matthew 7 looks at it.
Yeah, I mean 7 deep, especially if you consider at this point of the game you haven't seen it. You're already whatever 10 to 15 cards into your deck. At that point, you're seeing a fairly significant portion of your deck to try to find it. So Birthing Ritual goes very deep, and there's a lot of bullets to find there. So, all right, Matthew's down to 13 life here, untapping for this turn.
And there was a card kept on top off of the. Yeah, looks like there was a card kept on top off of the Surveil, and I think this is a Court of Calling. And actually, it may not be enough, because there is only 1 food. So
two treasure, right? So we're playing through Metallic Rebuke. Is that what I'm seeing over there?
Right. Matthew has the ability to pay for Rebuke, has the Canopy, 2 treasures, and a food with the Goose. So it has 4 mana left over. But I'm pretty sure Matthew cannot play through the Spell Bomb, because there is only that 1 food. So we're going to go for the Rebuke. Presumably Matthew is going to sack the 2 treasures and tap the Canopy. But then with only 1 food, if Matthew goes sacrifice food, bring back the familiar, Jacob can then respond, use the Spell Bomb to bounce the Samwise. Okay, this also works. We're going to bounce the Soul Trader in response.
Yep.
Does this work? So we can actually sacrifice the Bowmaster to make a treasure. And Matthew
looks like the line we're going down.
So Matthew has 2 mana left over.
Samwise has hit the battlefield. So we now have Cat in graveyard, Samwise in play, access to food.
The Soul Trader in hand. Matthew does not have quite enough mana to play the Soul Trader, right? Because
you won't have the food because you would lose the
2. Oh, but does have enough to play the Viscera Seer, and that will also do it.
Classic Viscera Seer coming in. It's 1 mana sack outlet, and that'll do it. It's not going to happen on screen, but that is game 1 going to Matthew Bailey with Samwise combo. Assembled the Cat the Sack Outlet, and of course the Samwise. So on to the sideboards we go.
All right. What is Jacob working with? We saw Jacob on camera earlier today with this this affinity deck list. And as far as the sideboard cards against the Samwise combo deck, I think Jacob is going to look towards those whip flares. They do kill basically all of the creatures in Matthew's deck list. There's a couple of things that dodge it, but for the most part, kills everything. After that, the Lantern is pretty good because you can stop the graveyard shenanigans of the Cauldron Familiar returning. The Needle is interesting, although you'll notice that game
It's a little
Matthew
loose.
Matthew presented two different sack outlets.
Right.
So if Needle names one of them, Matthew can just go get the other one. So
And this is where all of the redundancy of the deck comes into play, right? It's got a lot of weird one-ofs, but it can make your opponent's Pithy Needle look really bad when you can dig with Court of Calling to find the one they didn't name.
Yeah, so the Whip Flares and the Lantern, maybe the Needle, and probably the Dusk Rose too, just for some extra kill spells.
Yeah, just to be able to interact. So
yeah.
All right, pretty straightforward there. And of course, if you're Jacob, you also hope you can always just draw an aggressive hand here. So taking a look at the Samwise combo deck, this is a different kind of challenge because you are going to be much more limited in what you can cut, right? Because you have obviously just sort of what look like weird numbers in the first place with all of these different 1 and 2 drop. But it also means that you only have so much of your combo you can cut. So where do you want to look here? Do you look to just cut some of the pieces like Court of Calling or Birthing Ritual? Or do you actually trim down on some of the redundant combo pieces?
So I could maybe see cutting like some of the more expensive cards that you don't think are going to come up very often. I'm looking at Grist specifically because Grist, first and foremost, doesn't really interact that well against Saga because the timing on Grist, you have to do it sorcery speed and affinity. That Jacob can just go end step, make a token, untap, and then go from there. So I think maybe you could trim on Grist and maybe you can trim, maybe you want to keep the Sephiroth for the life gain. The Safekeeper, because Jacob doesn't have a lot of kill spells, maybe you can cut that. The Gravecrawler, like some of these cards that aren't combo pieces specifically. Maybe trimming on Bowmasters wouldn't be the worst idea. There's not a lot of X1s in Jacob's deck.
Well, there's either not a lot or there's too many.
Right, exactly.
For the Bowmasters to be relevant.
So as far cards that are coming in, the Force of Vigors, Slam Dunks, the Charm to take off Saga, and then depending on how many cards Matthew wants to cut, can maybe bring in a Fatal Push or a Path here and there.
You can also name Cat with the Needle, right?
Oh, right. That's a good point because the Cat is an activated ability. Yeah. That would be much better.
Well, then they chord for the way to kill the Needle. That's the beauty of a chord deck, as it turns out. But here's the beauty of an affinity deck. Turn 1, Mox Opal with the Tameo start. So we've seen Tameo actually dealt with pretty quickly in the matches we've seen it hit play today. We'll see if this one's able to do a little more work here. Jacob's on the play. You maybe expect Matthew Bailey's deck not necessarily to just be overloaded with ways to just immediately deal with Tameo. Might be interested in setting up their own plan.
Yeah. Shock on turn 1 here for Matthew, which signifies maybe the Fatal Pushes did come in. Or we're attacking. Maybe. See, it's possible that maybe Matthew has Fatal Push and just doesn't really care that much about Tameo.
Have to exile out of the sideboard, right? If you have one of those. Yeah.
Be Path.
And wants to wait till Incept, see if you get a better target.
Yeah, maybe you'd rather target this Emery. Although if it's Fatal Push, you can't push the Emery because there's no Revolt here for Jacob. So we'll see what Matthew decides to go with. I got something.
It is the Path to Exile. Okay.
Yeah, no, heads up there for heads up call there. You just let Jacob take the turn and see if he provides you a better target for that Path to Exile. And as far as Matthew is concerned, that was a better target. And given the hits off of the Emery, I think that does make a lot of sense. Ooh,
yeah, if your plan is basically like if you use removal on anything other than Emery, you're kind of defeating the purpose of the removal in the first place, right? You're still going to be down cards at least with Tameo, it takes a little more work for it to become card advantage.
Talk to me about that basic island from Jacob. Are you a fan or are you not a fan?
Oh my gosh, this is the secret lair full text island.
Oh yeah,
with the comp rules or whatever printed on it. No.
All right, yeah, no, that's fair. That's a respectable answer, and I would tend to agree with you.
They have such beautiful art, and look, I'm someone who likes words. I should like them, but no.
Who's the artist for that island, though? That's the big question.
Whoever wrote the comp rules, Richard Yardfield's rules manager. All right. Well, it looks like is that Samwise getting eaten by a portable hole, I believe, removal spell there.
Yeah, Samwise got eaten by portable hole, and Jacob's going to look to make some constructs here. Now, very curious to see if Jacob decides to go for the Shadow Spear or the Lava Spur Boots. Given the fact that the only creature on Matthew's side right now is the Carrion Feeder, presumably you would want to go for the Lava Spur because the feeder can't block anyways. And but I guess it looks like Matthew maybe has something that they want to do right now. Maybe has a Beseiju or some way to stop the Saga from making a second token, because they are fetch shocking here.
Yeah, I was going to say Matthew needs a play here because didn't have the mana acceleration in this game, and I'm sure you had a removal spell, but that just ramped your opponent. So you need something, and that's something I guess is going to be a Bowmasters. That's maybe not quite as good.
Yeah, and now that Matthew played the Bowmasters, now Jacob is maybe more likely to get something like Shadow Spear. Right? Before, Lava Spur Boots looked a little more enticing to haste the second construct, but now if you do that, Matthew could theoretically just chump block both of them. At least if you get the Shadow Spear, you're giving yourself one less threat, but also you're guaranteeing damage that gets in this turn. So I think that's what's on Jacob's mind. Also, does Jacob want to make a second token, or does he want to hold up mana? So a lot of things to think about for Jacob. It kind of depends on, what type of interaction he has. Maybe he doesn't want to, maybe just wants to bluff, hold up the spell bomb. But I think either way, I do like getting the Shadow Spear this turn.
Yeah. Well said. And it's a big moment here. Obviously, Jacob not having the pair down is down a game. So, this is one would presume a win and in for Jacob. And while Matthew doesn't need the win and in, it is the kind of thing that obviously locks up seeding, et cetera, gives you the play in the top 8, which is pretty important. So a lot on the line here for both players. The critical turn, really the critical search here, I would say. And it's the Pithing Needle. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like Jacob maybe wants to play a little bit more defensively just to make sure he has all of his bases covered. And, presumably maybe the needle named something like Cauldron Familiar, just so that, less likely to be able to die next turn and sort of like create this layering of disruption and hate pieces.
Yeah.
And it looks like the needle did name Cauldron Familiar, but like create multiple different layers of interactions so that even if Matthew has a sideboard card, they won't maybe necessarily be able to answer all of them.
Well, yeah. And I mean, you don't have a lot of pressure, but I guess you have a little bit of pressure, right? Matthew's done a bit of work on their own life total, so down to 13.
There's about to be some more pressure this turn, Corbin.
Yeah, you're right about that.
How about that?
Kappa Cannoneer hits the battlefield.
Yeah, that is what I would call pressure.
All right, well, I guess the only upside here is that it shields down. Well, you would assume if you're Matthew, but not necessarily a lot to do here.
Yeah, shields down with the needle. So in order for Jacob to die this turn, Matthew would have to have an answer to the needle and produce a Samwise and find a familiar, because I don't think there's one in the graveyard, although I might be mistaken. So that is asking a lot, but Matthew certainly could have the kill this turn.
Also possible that, it ends up being some kind of fair turn where you try to interact and claw back. I mean, you're not, you can at least hope you don't die to the Cannoneer, right? But it's possible that Matthews has got to try to fight back on that angle just to hope to live another turn. Maybe you have a piece of interaction for one of the hate pieces plus, a board way to build your board here. You get somewhere, and that like
there's the
that. There's the
Sam.
Samwise.
Sam, and is that the Crystal Barricade? I think that might be the Crystal Barricade. I'm a little surprised to see that one come in.
It looks like that, yeah. So 04 2-man defender. We'll see if we get this one up on Battlefield.
Oh, I get it now. I get it.
Prevent all non-combat damage to be dealt to other creatures you control.
Yep.
That's whip flare protection right there.
Yeah, whip flare protection. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
There you go. I missed that. No, that's a
not Kappa Cannoneer protection though.
No, definitely not Kappa Cannoneer protection. I wonder if there's ever I wonder if Matthew has been in a situation where they've had the Court of Calling up and you cord for the thing in response to a whip flare or something.
Sure just that is devastating, cool. Actually.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of power coming in here.
Yeah, this is a big hit here from Jacob. So we'll see if the game ends on the spot or if Matthew's able to come up with another turn. And if that is the case, then if Matthew's able to put something together. But this is what it needed to look like, right? Which was deploy one of the pieces you needed between interaction and combo piece to the board while not dying.
Yep.
And so Samwise is now in play. You're actually able to, feed the carry and feeder. So you have a sack outlet in play as well. So, I mean, you've got a lot to work against, but you do have two of the pieces you need.
Yeah,
this looks pretty brutal overall, though, right? Like, there's the needle and the spell bomb.
The spell bomb doesn't matter too much because Matthew does have the extra food. So Matthew does currently have the spell bomb covered. But yeah, I mean, if Jacob has something like a metallic rebuke or anything like that,
I mean,
in hand,
just main phasing the spell bomb to tax the mana on Samwise at this point is devastating. So it's really tough spot, obviously, for Matthew. 5 life. See if they can come up with it, or if Jacob can send us into a game 3.
Yeah, because even if Matthew's 2 last cards were, say, Court of Calling for 1 for Haywire Might sacrifice, kill the Pithing Needle, and then cast Cauldron Familiar, then Jacob could just respond to that and bounce the Samwise, yeah. Okay, well, there's the Familiar. Jacob letting all of this happen. 1 mana. That is Boseiju.
Well, this is everything Matthew needed, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, now Jacob can just respond.
Not gonna, this was the line defining victory by Matthew, and it may or may not work, but this was really well played.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a situation where maybe Matthew should have, or potentially could have, just passed the turn and try to get Jacob to bait. Like if Jacob just decides to use the spell bomb, then Matthew can go respond Boseiju and then just have you covered. So interesting.
But there you go. Good try there by Matthew. Doesn't work out. Jacob Havard picks it up, and that means we're headed to a game 3 here between Affinity and Samwise combo. Let's take another look at the sideboards here. I'm not sure. I actually saw players doing some in and out of their decks, so perhaps some things change on the play and the draw. But yeah, I mean, we saw some of the sideboard cards make a real appearance in that game, right? We saw the Crystal Barricade show up. The thing is, now it's kind of known. Not that you're not going to play the Whip Flare if you have it, I suppose, but yeah, some of the surprise would be gone at this point.
Yeah, that the Crystal Barricade is one that I had not considered when we were looking at the sideboards before, but it does make a lot of sense because Whip Flare is, as you can see, then the deck list basically kills everything in the deck. So having a card that sort of just is a way to counter that Whip Flare is pretty good. We saw the Path come in. That could be a play draw thing, or maybe Matthew feels like they need to be a little bit more reactive on the draw, but on the play wants to board in some extra combo pieces. But I mean, I'm sure the Force of Vigors are in there somewhere.
For sure. Well, the thing is, it's, it's not like you can just hit the cranial plating and turn off their thing. Like the Kappa Cannoneer is itself just big and has ward and cannot be abrupt decayed. And then if they end up going wide with Pinnacle and just drown you out in 1/1s, your plan of paths and fatal pushes, and even at that point, the force sort of looked, little too late. That said, again, if you have your own aggressive in the sense that it is proactive game plan, and it can all you maybe need is one or two pieces of that interaction, and that's sort of the combination you're hoping to draw as Matthew. So, all right, we're going to head straight on down into the match here. Players picking up their opening 7, round 8 here at the NRG Championship Series, top 8 on the line.
All right, game number 3. Matthew in the play. Looks like they're deciding if they want to keep their 7. And I mean, this matchup has been pretty interesting so far in terms of seeing like how the games play out. Matthew sort of just had that the combo kill in game 1, and then Jacob, drew those sideboard cards in game 2. The Pithing Needle was able to kind of leverage those a little bit and not be able just set himself up to a spot where he didn't die to the combo. And we haven't really seen too explosive of a start from Jacob here, so I wonder if we'll get one of those this game, and looks like we won't.
Not bad, though, I suppose. Couple permanents.
Yeah, nothing like we saw last round where Jacob had was it like turn 1 Urza Saga, or no, it was turn 1 Pinnacle Emissary, 2 zeros, turn 2 Urza Saga, Mox Opal, cast a Pinnacle. Yeah, it's just...
It was pretty sick.
Oh, yeah.
Turn 3, make a construct, go get your Shadow Sphere in the game while you play Affinity right there.
Can we go back to playing Arcbound Ravager and Cranial Plating? Like, I know it's 2025, but like, come on.
Those two cards in particular, I think, like, obviously people have lots of thoughts about Old Affinity or whatever, but those two cards in particular were the source of so many frustrating moments because of the instant speed equipping on their Cranial Plating, or just the infinite tricks you could do with Ravager.
Yep.
Yeah, the Ravager math, that made people hate Affinity.
Yeah, it was also just Arcbound Ravager, was one of those cards that just like made your removal spells feel meaningless, because every time you cast a removal spell, you have to kill the Ravager as your very first thing, or else they're just going to be able to sack their other stuff. So
somebody gets to put Ravager in next to the this build here, right? Maybe a Ravager plus Emissary.
Ravager Emissary is nice. I've been messing around. I played a little bit of Affinity last week, and I was playing with Ravager and Weapons Manufacturing, and that was kind of cool.
Yes. That's a fun one. I like that. Weapons Manufacturing, a little bit of waves in Standard.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of those that you hope, come mid-November, you hope it'll be like a real deck.
Haywire might still in the deck here for Jacob. I wonder... Birthing Ritual. Right. Okay. Yep. That makes sense. Just kind of forgot about the Birthing Rituals there for a second.
All right. Real slow start here from both players, but there's a cat from Matthew.
Yeah. Neither player really doing a lot here. I mean, I would say that Jacob has, in this particular game, the fact that the Urza Saga on the battlefield certainly punishes Matthew for doing nothing, because that is going to create an immense amount of pressure and really force Matthew to eventually do something to play into what Jacob has. But we are choosing to go for a portable hole here and presumably not holding up a Saga token. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So it seemed like maybe Jacob had the read that Matthew had interaction up, right? So you say, I don't want to just make a token that's going to get fatal pushed. I'm going to use this exile removal on this cat that you exposed without a way to get rid of it. And that actually prompts Matthew to fatal push their own cat just because having it in the graveyard is so valuable.
That's such a cool line there from Matthew. Yeah. Just being able to put the cat into the graveyard and basically sort of counter. Yeah, I guess you could say counter the portable hole. Jacob does have 6 permanents here, but not lining up a Kappa Cannoneer. Huh. All right. So no Saga token this turn, which is
Also, no follow up. Like if there was an opal, like you might have sandbagged it so you can still make a token, now. But like just actual nothing there from Jacob would assume that there's genuine interaction sitting in the hand, perhaps along the lines of metallic rebuke, and you didn't feel like it was worth fighting over the cat. Perhaps.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting just in terms of like what you're signaling to Matthew that you're willing to cast the portable hole and use 1 mana instead of like holding up the ability to make a Saga token. And that signifies to me that Jacob is maybe has less interaction because Jacob is maybe more worried about dying to the combo if he doesn't cast the portable hole that turn. Maybe is
Sure.
afraid that the spell bomb isn't good enough. So yeah, but I don't know. Just
Kind of an odd game for sure. In fact, both of these sideboarded games have been, obviously very different than the first one, but lots of sort of back and forth choices and at least considerations both players have to make.
yeah, and Jacob does still have the ability to make a Saga token and haste it next turn. Oh, the barricade.
Okay,
That
sure.
that thing blocks.
Okay, yeah, that Haywire might no longer a win condition.
Yeah, get it out of here.
Jacob shaking the head. Oh, Haywire might. Side note, I may not be very good at reading lips.
Good enough. I believe it. All right, I wonder what Matthew is going to do this turn. You mentioned like neither player really doing all that much this game. I mean, Jacob cast a couple of spells, but no real pressure here. No combo pieces for Matthew. No large creatures for Jacob. Just kind of hitting land drops and
Yeah, I mean the might can actually take out the barricade.
no,
Sure.
Might's non-creature.
Oh, good. Okay, good catch.
Yeah.
Good catch. Good catch. So yeah, that is in fact then strictly then for basically the birthing rituals.
Yeah, and there is a ritual, and this seems like a pretty clean turn for Jacob to just pop the ritual with the Haywire Might, given I think it's a starting town. Yeah, starting town untapped. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So Matthew obviously knows that's coming, but
Yeah, I mean,
there you may as well get it out of the way.
got to make the exchange at some point, right?
Yeah.
Especially if Matthew drew a second one. Maybe they were like, okay, well, I can force the issue this turn, then deploy the second copy of Ritual next turn, and then set up there. And now Jacob is thinking, well, I want to get something out of this Urza Saga. I want to get a little bit of pressure going. But maybe if is worried about making a construct token this turn if he doesn't have enough interaction available. Kind of depends on, ideally wants to hold up the spell bomb and
Yeah.
is
So
just going to
imagine you
float
don't
mana.
even have a land here, right? Then I guess you get
Get the needle.
Yeah, you can get the needle, but you're just really you got to make the whole choice if you go for that construct. So you're going to go for the needle without the construct. It looks like.
Presumably naming Cauldron familiar, but we'll get a table spotter just to double check for us. And yeah, so with 1 mana floating, 1, 2, 3, has enough to play Kappa Cannoneer and hold up the Aether Spellbomb. I think that's maybe best case scenario for Jacob. Worst case scenario is playing that island, but
Familiar was named, and here comes the Cannoneer. So okay, this will do pressure for Jacob. Follow up is the Shadow Spear. Okay,
Drew the Shadow Spear. Always, every time you play a Saga deck, you always just draw the one-ofs in spots where you don't want them. Although it's not clear that Jacob didn't want the Shadow Spear here.
Yeah, say it just depends whether you're getting comboed or not. And here we go. Samwise hits the battlefield for Matthew Bailey, but it doesn't, as a matter of fact, because it's going to run into a Metallic Rebuke. I think was the last card in hand for Jacob. So okay,
huge.
No Samwise. A Haywire Might is the follow up for Matthew there.
Yeah, and I mean, the Haywire Might can check the Pithing Needle, but you still have to find the other combo pieces and play through the Spell Bomb, which it's not clear that you're able to do. And Jacob is...
I think Matthew's
going to kill you pretty quickly.
In hand as well. So
yes.
Oh, well.
Well.
No. 2 cards in hand now for Jacob because Thoughtcast does that for you.
Saga as well. So it's going to threaten even I guess not really a faster kill. It's kind of the same because you can just go equip the shadow. You don't even need an artifact for the Kappa Cannoneer because you have the Shadow Spear. So you can just suit up the Kappa Cannoneer. That would be an attack for 7. What's this? That is Pinnacle, I think. Yeah, Pinnacle Emissary. So attack for 7, put Matthew down to 10. Artifact off of Saga would get up to 8, plus the spear is 9. So any 0 mana artifact, any artifact period is lethal next turn.
Yeah, and one of the issues here for Matthew is this deck is built to combo very quickly. It can do that. It's built very lean. Everything costs a low amount of mana so that your chords are optimized and all of this. However, what there isn't is like a collective company type card where you just actually get multiple cards and bodies into play at once to try to dig back in. And instead, it's just this Bowmasters here for Bailey. So looking pretty rough here as you tear down the Cannoneer.
Yeah, so at 10, I guess Matthew can sacrifice the Haywire Bite to pop the Saga, going up to 12.
Yeah.
And then any artifact would be 7, 8, 9, plus the Shadow Spear is 10. So 2 artifacts would kill Matthew. Yeah, there's the Bowmaster trigger from the Bauble Draw. That is 1 artifact, so that should be 4, 8. Yeah, plus the spear is 9.
There's another. Yeah, there's the
10. Yeah, so any artifact is lethal here. But I mean, even if Jacob doesn't have an artifact, I don't know if Matthew has any outs because, again, you have to be able to answer the needle and you have to find the combo piece. And it's not like you're going to kill Jacob in just regular damage because Jacob's going to gain 10 life this turn.
Yeah, and there's just no way to catch up when you need to answer multiple things and you're top decking. So the trade-off to the speed is to not have the ability to go farther. And that means that the match goes to Jacob Pavard, who takes it down with Jeskai Affinity. And that means very live and probably into the top 8 goes Jacob, where, hey, we might see Matthew again because, Matthew is also 601 going into that match. So welcome back to the booth. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell with you. That was round 8, at least the first match of round 8 here at the NRG Champions Series in Mundelein. And that was a great match right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got to see both decks do their thing. We got to see the Samwise combo deck pop off, Affinity do Affinity things, and I think it was a very, very good showcase of both of those decks. And congratulations to Jacob. And I believe we're going to get you down to a backup match here. Time shifted. We're going to start in game 3 because we're running a little low on time, but this is Sean Gallagher on the right-hand side with Jeskai Control against Jacob Cup on the left playing Belcher. We believe this to be a win-it-in because these players are both 6-1, so I'd be shocked if it wasn't. In game number 3 here, not sure who's in the play, but Control against Belcher. This should interesting matchup where you would think that the Control deck has enough counter spells and ways to stop Belcher from resolving, but the Belcher deck does have a lot of ways to fight back. Things like Flare of Denial, things like Flusterstorm. A lot of ways, a lot of counter spells and ways to win counter wars of its own.
Yeah, when we talk about the extremes of Modern, Goblin Char Belcher coming to the format after like 10 years of not being a deck in the format, definitely one of those extremes. But it seems to have sort of fallen into the meta as a top tier deck, but nothing new where the format can't handle, and therefore we get cool looking starts like this.
Oh boy, Corbin, I think I spotted a card in Sean's hand. It's a one of in Sean's deck list, and it may or may not be Isochron Scepter.
Oh, let's go.
And I don't know if you've ever resolved an Isochron Scepter with an Orange Chant under it against a Belcher deck, but I have to imagine that seems pretty good.
I haven't, but I was taught to play Magic that way by friends who thought that the way to hook somebody on Magic the Gathering was to scepter chant them. Yet somehow here I am. All right, the archaeologist goes down to the counter spell there. Pretty clean start here from the Jeskai deck in terms of keeping things clear. You're making your land drops, sort of going to plan for Sean, but the Belcher deck has way more interaction and things going for it than you think. This is not play a couple rituals, play a Charbelcher, hope to kill you. This is mono blue Charbelcher.
Yeah, there's no Iron Crag feats here where it's like you cast the Iron Crag feat and you literally can't cast any other spells for the rest of the turn. This is quite a little bit more interactive than you may be used to. Oh boy, that you know what that is right there, Corbin?
We are looking
as a cleansing wildfire.
Oh yes, destroy target.
And the Belcher deck, not known for having a lot of basic lands in it. That's kind of the idea. You play Belcher with all these MDFCs, and Jacob said I have to force of negation this just because I don't want to get Stone Rained, and it makes sense.
2 mana Stone Rain, draw a card. Love that. That's a nice one to draw for Sean. It doesn't always come up, but when it does, it looks pretty good. And while it's not a huge, turning point in this game or a moment or anything like, that's not what this is going to hinge around. But that was one of those, small advantages you want to grind out over the course of the game with the control deck.
Yeah, I will say I do really respect Jacob the way that we have the lands in play. We don't even flip them face up because the thing is, a lot of times you do and frequently will cast some, if not all, of these different spells, and it makes sense to just kind of keep them all at face up because you might want to cast them at some point, but don't bother spend the time to take them out of the sleeve and put them back in. I respect that.
Well, I mean, think about the actual tournament clock at some point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Spend
it takes up a lot of time.
Sleeving and unsleeving cards. Not to mention the cuts from the corners of the sleeves. I think of your hand,
Okay, we're making 3 mana. We word for a Lotus Bloom. So I think that might mean that Jacob has Tameshi in hand. Yeah, I think Jacob's last 2 cards are Tameshi and Charbelcher.
And Belcher, right.
So Jacob had the ability to just go for Charbelcher and pass the turn, but should have enough mana here to be able to Tameshi, because Tameshi, the interaction with Belcher is basically you pick up a land, you return an artifact from your graveyard, being the Lotus Bloom. So you pay 1 mana, pick up the land, return the Lotus Bloom, sack the Lotus Bloom, and you basically add 2 mana for each land you have. So Jacob having 4 lands in play, that gets him to 8 mana. 8 mana is enough to go Belcher plus activate. So basically, we're at a point now where if Sean does not have Force of Negation, the game is over.
That's right. Putting Sean to the test. You explained it perfectly. That's the power of the Belcher deck in mono blue Belcher. And these days, no basic lands needed. This was Jacob using a counterspell last turn, then comboing off this turn. Sean lets him pick up all the lands. Here we go.
Oh. And actually, I'm looking at Sean's deck list. Spoiler alert: there is no Force Negations.
Well,
so
then
we're
this
done.
might be a test he's not going to pass.
Yeah, could have had something like an Orum's chant in response to the Tameshi, but we should be done here, I believe.
Yeah, and he knows it. There's the handshake. That was game 3. Remember, that means Jacob Cup with mono blue Charbelcher moves to 7-1, probably into the top 8. Here at the NRG Championship Series. And that top 8 is coming to you on the other side. I'm Corbin Hosler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. That was a quick one there, but hey, that is a preview of what is to come in the top 8.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a lot of that match, but there was a lot of fireworks and a lot of belchering.
There was. And if you are someone who likes to play Belcher, or maybe you have a friend who likes to play Belcher, you can head to the next NRG event in Elmhurst, Illinois, November 1st and 2nd, couple months from now, I suppose that is. And you can on Saturday play in a team trios event, Team Showdown, Standard, Sealed, and Modern. So, hey, you a limited aficionado, you've even got a seat at that team event. And then, hey, $10,000 on the line Sunday for the Modern Showdown, November 1st and 2nd, Elmhurst, Illinois. Also a key opportunity to gain points for the end of the year series that so many of these players are chasing. Well, I think that we are wrapping up round 8 right now down on the floor. Final matches should be coming in, and that means that when we come back on the other side, we will have a top 8 announcement. We will see what decks make that top 8 and who is piloting them, and play out for a title here at the NRG Championship Series. So we will see you shortly for the top 8. Hello, everybody. Welcome back in NRG Championship Series. And Mundelein, Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. And Devin, I think you know what time it is.
Oh, it's top 8 time, Corbin.
It is top 8 time. Let's take a look at the bracket, because here we go with our modern 10K top 8. Let's take a look at the players who we are about to watch. You just saw Jacob Havard win his 8th round with Jeskai Affinity, and that puts him into the top 8, where he will be meeting Casey Ryback on Esper Gorios. I think we maybe saw some Gorios Vengeance earlier today, and you're going to get a chance in the top 8 because there's 2 of them. But after that is Raja Suleiman on Trusty Azorius Control, Robert Pounds on another build of Affinity, Jacob Cup, you watched win with a Belcher. Matthew Bailey, Samwise combo has been tearing it up. And in our final match, Ryan Hayes on that Esper Gorios deck, one of our players to watch, I'll note. And Daniel Staup on the Green Tron list. So there you go, Doom. That is a modern top 8 if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ryan Hayes on our players to watch leaderboard, kind of the last bastion for our players to watch. Really, the only person who, of the players who we were taking a look at, was the only person who really made a super deep run here in terms of the leaderboard. And, a lot of what I like about this top 8, nice diversity, right? There's 2 Esper Gorios, 2 Affinity, and then everything else is a single copy of each. And
they're all very different, right?
Yeah, a lot of interesting matchups too.
Format.
Yep.
Yeah, because an Esper Gorios deck plays out just so wildly different than, say, an Affinity deck, than, say, a Tron deck or a Belcher deck, or it's just, and even the combo decks, right? The Gorios combo decks and the Belcher combo deck and the Samwise combo deck, they all play out in very different ways that require different answers. And that's what really gives the format so much depth, I think, is probably the way to look at it, because it's not just like, okay, well, we play all the same cards, but we have 6 cards different for our combo, and that's a different deck. No, Belcher is very distinct from Samwise Gamgee combo.
Yeah, and you bring up Belcher. I think this is actually, like, looking at the bracket in terms of how the matchups played out, I think this is a pretty good looking top 8 for Belcher. I think Jacob is going to be favored against the Samwise deck. I think Jacob is going to be probably favored against either Gorios or Tron. Certainly, probably more favored against Tron than Gorios. But yeah, I think this looks like a pretty good top 8 for Belcher.
Yeah, and someone said, hey, if Raja on Control loses, it should be a cakewalk for Belcher. But also no Boros Energy, by the way. As I called it earlier, sort of the de facto best deck of the format, just because it sort of, was a known quantity post Nadu, is straightforward, has a lot of angles to it, but no copies of it here in our top 8.
Yeah, I see three zeros here for Jacob. Funny start. Boros Energy is one of those decks where it is, most of the time going to be the most played deck and most popular deck in a given room for Modern. But it's one of those decks where, like, there are certainly the tools that exist to beat it, and just in terms of matchups, right? I think both Esper Gorios and Belcher have both a pretty reasonable matchup against Boros. And we see those decks represented here, and I think that the people who showed up to this event certainly came prepared for Boros, and that definitely shows.
Yeah, well, this is the potential to be a very explosive start for Jacob here, right? With, as you said, the 3 zeros. I mean, but we didn't have the pinnacle or anything to pay it off, right, in sort of the most straightforward way. So instead, it's just kind of a lot of permanents put into play, but at least for now, they kind of amount to air for Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob did have the Thoughtcast on turn 2, which was met with a force negation from Casey. And you'll notice that, Jacob maybe is going to sacrifice them this turn, but the baubles are still in play. So that signifies to me that Jacob potentially has another payoff in hand. Could be a second thought cast, could be something like a Kappa Cannoneer. Although if it was Kappa Cannoneer, that probably would have got cast this turn. So likely not that. But if Jacob doesn't have a payoff, maybe needs to dig for a third land to be able to activate the saga. We might see some cashing in of the baubles this turn.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. Just to try to dig for some gas. You got to get something going. Your opponent, has a high power ceiling on their deck. You got to get moving.
Yeah, one thing that I wanted to mention here in Casey's deck list, and we've seen this, a little bit kind of materialize in Modern over the past past month or so, is the inclusion of Quantum Riddler. As you see, that's the card that Casey casts here. 4 copies in this Espergorios deck, and Espergorios is a deck that already wants to play Ephemerate anyways. Because the turn that you Gorios, you want to Ephemerate to be able to keep the large legendary creature in play. And given the fact that your deck already has Ephemerate, it just makes sense to play this card. And also, Riddler pairs very well with Psychic Frog, where you can use the Frog to get your hand a little bit lower, and then that will draw you more cards off of the Riddler.
Oh, here we go. Drawing cards is the name of the game with Thoughtcasts, and we've seen a lot of very effective Thoughtcasts out of Jacob today. Don't think I've seen one cost more mana than that.
Yeah, and the Amber in play for Jacob was able to turn on, or excuse me, the Tamiyo turned on the Amber, so was able to play the Tamiyo and the Thoughtcast in the same turn. And it might not seem like a lot, but that is a threat. The Tamiyo Ultimate will threaten to draw Jacob enough resources to just sort of plow through whatever Casey has. So that is something Casey has to respect here. Looking in the main deck, there are 3 copies of Prismatic Ending. So if Casey has one of those, that can go after the Tamiyo. But yeah, Casey doesn't really have a ton of ways to pressure the Tamiyo outside of Psychic Frog, and maybe if Agorios can resolve that, can go after the Tamiyo.
Yeah, nice. I don't know if explosive is the right word, but solid start here from Jacob. Taking advantage of being on the play, and does put the pressure back on Casey here. So we'll see what the follow up is access. It's just we're going to pass the turn. Okay, so we've got 1 mana open here. And
not sure what the discussion. Oh, okay. The Thoughtcast cost 2 mana, right? Because there's 3 artifacts in play, and I think Jacob only tapped 1 for the Thoughtcast, so we're just kind of clearing that up a little bit. But
all right, Tamiyo bites the dust as well. Unexpected ending, or prismatic ending there. Takes it down. So now we're going to have to, instead of untapping with a Planeswalker, if you're Jacob, have to decide what to do with Chapter 3 on this Urza saga.
Yeah, and Jacob does have a couple of good, notable targets here, and does have a Tormod script in the main deck, so that is something that Jacob can go ahead and get if he's worried about Casey setting up a Gorios next turn. Could also go towards something like Lava Spur Boots if he has an additional land to be able to equip the Construct token. But that maybe is not as good in the face of a Solitude, so might just want to be a little bit more defensive, or, if he doesn't have a land, just get an Opal.
Yeah, sure. Just go for some mana, I guess. Now, maybe that means signaling, I've got a spell in my hand that I need this mana to cast. Maybe it's deciding I have multiple spells in my hand. I need to progress my board by getting this Opal here. You don't see that quite as much, though, but that is where we're at. So,
could be a Metallic Rebuke.
That was my thought.
Or maybe another Thoughtcast.
Okay.
Emissary. Okay. So this will be able to, let's let Jacob's battlefield go a little wider. Oh, that's why we didn't search the crypt. We just had it in hand.
Always had it. Yeah.
Well, that makes more sense.
Nice old Tormod script there too, by the way. But that is just obviously you put them in your deck to draw them. Sometimes I guess some of you put them in your deck not to draw them, but in this case, you wanted to draw that Tormod script and draw it. Jacob did, and using it as a follow up there to the Pinnacle Emissary is just an absolute huge way to start off the top 8 for our number 1 seed here.
Yeah, and now Jacob has the kind of the mix of things that he wants, right? He has pressure in play, has a way to stop Casey from doing his powerful thing in that Tormod script. So now Casey not only has to find something like Goryo's plus large creature, but then also find another prismatic ending to be able to answer that crypt before he can really go for anything like that. So, with that crypt in play, Casey might want to just say, okay, well, now, maybe I'm leaning less on the Goryo side of things and go towards stuff like Riddler and Ephemerate or Solitude and Ephemerate and just kind of play more of a fair game, because if that one construct gets answered, then Jacob no longer really has any meaningful pressure.
All right. Well, this is probably not how you expected this game to go if you're Casey, just in the sense that it's, usually you expect to not be controlled by the affinity deck. You expect to be trying to control the affinity deck. And especially when you had such a interaction heavy start there from Casey. So definitely back up against the wall here quite a bit, especially as, we see another Thoughtcast come down for Jacob, just refill that hand even more.
Yeah, Jacob, looking for stuff like Metallic Rebuke because presumably Casey is setting up to just cast the Quantum Riddler this turn. There's a big attack here, though, and it doesn't look like Casey has a Solitude, so this should be a 2-turn clock, right? This should be 7, I believe 9 damage, putting Casey down to 6, yeah. And Casey just doesn't have a lot going on.
Still being represented as well.
Yep. If you're in Jacob's side, you're just saying, okay, well, if Casey had a Solitude, he would have cast it by now. So maybe just, you're just kind of chilling, right?
I mean, you don't, sometimes you don't need a 10-10.
Yeah, I mean, Casey really looking for a Solitude. Like, the combination of Solitude and Ephemerate would certainly clean up this battlefield.
Yes, very quickly.
So gonna go for Sewers here. Because, I mean, the Riddler is not even really that good here. If Casey just, if Casey's plan is cast Riddler, even if Jacob didn't have the counterspell, the Riddler would just have to chump block the construct anyways. I think it's another Riddler that Casey's looking at.
Yeah. Puts that one in the graveyard. Are we going for a mending, flashback to mending? Okay. That's going to get him a couple cards deeper here.
Yeah, really
gains a little life.
Really needs to find a Solitude here. That is a way that Casey gets back in this game. I mean, a pending would also do it. Pending to just, clear the construct token, because that is the main threat. If you can answer the construct token, you can.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of a buffer on just, the pokes from the rest of them.
Okay, there's a shock.
Oh, that portends something good.
You would imagine. But yeah, I mean, again, the Riddler is okay. I think Casey has passed. So maybe going to do like an upkeep Solitude. Yep. So we'll see if there is.
Called it. That's what he needed. That's what he has. So
no Metallic Rebuke.
Here we go. It resolves. Casey did a good job, or Jacob did a good job representing it the whole way, but it wasn't there. So the Solitude makes this game very interesting again.
Yeah, now Casey all of a sudden is just sort of, well, I mean, it had in the race at least, right? Because you're gaining 3 off the Solitude. A lot of things that Jacob could have here. Another Saga, a Kappa Cannoneer. Looks like we're lining up some amount of mana for the Emissary.
Okay.
Which is not bad, but
it's great, yeah. But one of the less high-powered plays in this situation, even though you are going to go ahead and get, we're going to play another Opal just to get a trigger, to get a token. Here we go, though. We're tapping a lot of creatures. This is a big improvise. I know what it might be.
Yeah, there is the turtle. So now, Solitude, good card. Not quite as good. Although, if Casey does have an Ephemerate...
Yeah, he can pay the ward.
He's got 5 mana.
It's not unreasonable that he might have that. It does look like he has at least 1 or 2 lands in hand, but we've seen some Faith, played and Faith flashback a Faithless Mending this game. So, very possible that he does have that. And if so, has maybe in his mind felt like, okay, well, maybe we can see a way through this here. But Traxa now hitting the graveyard.
Yeah, that one's not doing much against the Tormod's Crypt, though.
And we're just going to pass the turn back. All right. 5 mana open for Casey still.
So yeah, Ephemerate on Solitude would do the trick unless Jacob had the Rebuke. Because even though Casey can pay for the Rebuke on the Ephemerate, he then wouldn't have enough mana to pay for the Ward on Kappa Cannoneer.
Right. So, which makes you think if he had it, he might have main phased it instead of passing.
Right. Yeah.
Which means that this might be a big Kappa Cannoneer turn for Jacob here to this Jeskai Affinity deck that we watched a couple times on camera. It's looked good, and it took the #1 seed here.
Kappa Cannoneer is a hell of a card.
Yeah, it's been the finisher every time.
If we can get that one up on camera real quick, that card is crazy. You want to talk about payoffs for Affinity, and we've been talking all this time about Arcbound Ravager, and I mean there's just nothing that does it like Kappa Cannoneer. That card is wild. Just the ability to, the fact that it's so hard to kill, it can't be blocked. It just keeps on growing. It's crazy. But
here we go. He did in fact have it, and maybe he determined Jacob didn't have the Metallic Rebuke or decided he needed to wait to combat anyway. But either way, it works out. Casey's Ephemerate on the Solitude is able to pay the Ward. So Kappa Cannoneer, as big as it was, all it does is really put Jacob's life up to 33. And Casey, I guess,
casting another one
from the attack.
I think Jacob might be casting another Kappa Cannoneer, but that one's not even good in the face of the Rebound Ephemerate. Although the drones might do the trick here because now
you've got this swarm of 1/1s at this point.
Yeah, because you have to kill the Kappa Cannoneer and you have to pay 4 mana. That's basically your whole turn. And then if you do that, you can't attack with the Solitude this turn. Although, to be fair, even if Casey could attack with the Solitude, he goes to 5. There's 5 drones in place. That would still be enough.
Yeah, I mean, as it currently stands, he does just get swung to death, even if he answers the Cannoneer. So,
yeah.
I mean, while you basically are priced into, you just have to do that, you're then going to need something else.
Looks like we are, I think in response to the Ephemerate, we are casting Faithful Mending. Pretty heads up play here.
Some counters on the Cannoneer, right?
Yeah, Casey.
We got there. Okay, so there we go. That takes it down. Game 1 going over to Jacob Havard on Jeskai Affinity. The deck, whether it's going big with Constructs or Kappa Cannoneer or sort of bumbling its way there with 1/1s, the deck has looked really good, and it takes the first game here in the quarterfinals. So let's take a look at the sideboard that both of our players are working with here. Esper Gorio's Casey Ryback's going to be on the play in game 2, having dropped that first one there. All right, Devin, what do you look at and see that you like out of the sideboard here?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about Affinity basically all day, and we're trying to figure out what specific cards people have decided to bring to the table here, specifically for Affinity. And it looks like Casey is opted for Wrath of the Sky. So there's 2 copies of those. Those will certainly be coming in, cleaning up the Urza sagas and all the other cheap artifacts along with it. Pest Control, it is not as good as Wrath of the Skies in this matchup, but still probably will certainly be coming in. Cleaning up constructs, all the artifacts, things like that. From there, you could consider something like Mystical Dispute, because there are quite a bit of blue cards in the Affinity deck. There's Emery, Kappa Cannoneer, Pinnacle Emissary, and Tameo, and Thoughtcast.
Yeah, so, catching any of those for 1 mana feels good, and catching Cannoneer can be game-changing. So,
yep. And then I think the Subtlety as well. That one's good against Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah. That said, you're going to have to find ways, find what to cut around, right? Because as we see, this deck has Atraxas and a Gristlebrand and 4 Goryo's Nightmares and 4 Psychic Frogs and a Ketramos. And it definitely has some room. I'm sure you can cut down some numbers. But again, we talk about a deck that has a thing it's doing, and you can only sort of get away from that so much. Now, the reason the Goryo's Vengeance in particular, I think, is such a sort of a strong archetype, especially once Psychic Frog was introduced to the mix, is that sort of the Vengeance plus 4 to 5 reanimate creatures is sort of good enough when it's just Atraxa, right? Like you can just put that package into a deck and then build your deck how you want. Because when you're playing things like Faithless Mending or Psychic Frog, the downside of drawing your, uncastable Atraxa or Gristlebrand is lessened quite a bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's take a look Over at Jacob's sideboard, the Jeskai Affinity deck we've looked at a few times today, you need some graveyard hate. So we're probably looking at our Soul Guide Lanterns, probably some counter magic. Probably not Whip Flares this time.
Not a lot here, right? I mean, there's the Soul Guide Lantern, which, that's definitely going to be coming in. Pithing Needle could maybe to stop like Psychic Frog or the one Gristlebrand. Force of Negation to fight over stuff like Wrath of the Skies or a main phase Goryo's Vengeance. Test of Talents is pretty interesting. I don't know, that one is counter a spell, and then you get all the counter an instant or sorcery rather, and you get all the copies of that card. So if you
this
can hit
probably
something
matchup
like
where it comes in, right?
yeah, Goryo's Vengeance, that's a good target for it.
Yeah. So maybe we'll
Canonist, I don't think. Whip Flare, no. So yeah, I think it's really just the Lantern, maybe the Needle, the Test of Talents, and the Force of Negation. So yeah, I mean a decent amount, but like not a ton of specifically targeted graveyard hate.
Right. And of course, some of it, and by some of it, I mean you have Tormod's Crypt in your main deck, along with 4 Urza Sagas to go find them, along with, some amount of card draw / Emery to mill it. So it's one of those things where less is more when it comes to the number of sort of hate cards you're bringing in, because you have a lot of ways to find them. That said, this is a matchup where sometimes you just have to have that stuff as soon as turn 2 or turn 3, and you don't necessarily have time to dig for it. So that's sort of the game both players are going to play. But you saw in game 1, when Jacob draws a piece of interaction and just sort of has that protection online, can kind of really disrupt the Goryo's deck enough to find a way to victory while demanding interaction on its own. So here we go, off and running. Both players, I think, keep their opening 7s, and it is a Tameo to start things off for Jacob.
Yeah, this is from Jacob's side of things. This is certainly a matchup where you don't typically want to play Urza Saga on turn 1, although unless you have the way to the mana generation to be able to activate it on turn 2. But even in situations where Jacob does not have the Mox Opal to be able to activate Saga on turn 2, still might want to play it just to, especially on the draw, to make sure he can get that piece of graveyard hate before Casey is able to set up a Goryo's.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Lots to consider for both players here. And they took a while with the sideboarding too, as I think, obviously a lot on the line. We're playing the top 8 here, but also just a lot to consider in the matchup, right? In Modern, not a format that's been featured a ton at, high competitive level play. Been a lot of standards so far this year. So for a lot of people, maybe this is the first they've kind of looked in on Modern in a while. So definitely want to take their time, make sure they know what they have their sideboard cards for. But I spot a Psychic Frog in play, and I think an Atraxa in hand for Casey here.
That's a combo. Yeah, Psychic Frog, for everything that it does, it is a creature that deals a lot of damage, draws you additional cards. It's also just a discard outlet for your Goryo's Vengeance, if it didn't already do enough.
Yes, it slotted perfectly into this deck. It's interesting. It almost serves as I didn't play around when the card's sort of inspiration Psychotog was played, but I don't know. Psychotog, I think, was more of a finisher than an enabler, whereas Psychic Frog tends to be, it seems like, more of an enabler, although I've certainly seen it finish some people off. And in fact, 2 of them here for Casey to start the game off.
Yeah, and I think
a third land.
I'm pretty sure Casey had a Goryo's Vengeance in hand, so did have the ability to go for Goryo's and Atraxa, and just said, you know what, play another frog, right? Didn't have any way to back up the Goryo's, so sort of putting Jacob under the gun in a different way, where just deploying the second frog, Jacob clearly didn't want to block the first one, not going to block this time. Yeah,
doesn't want to do this either.
Ahead, gets 2 more cards, and
Casey missed that third land drop, so needs those, like, really was leaning on those frogs, and I am not certain.
I don't know if he drew a land
there.
Yeah, they drew 3 cards. I'm not sure if any of them were lands.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna discard the hand size, we might as well just go for it anyways, probably.
Yeah, just throw them in on the frogs. Yeah.
Well, I guess you could, instead of discarding the hand size, you can just discard, Atraxa or what have you. I think what Casey wants to do is maybe go for an end step and you sort of make Jacob use mana, not on Casey's turn, right?
Right.
Because you can imagine, if Jacob holds up the ability to make Saga, and Casey goes for a Goryo's end of turn, and Jacob has to fight over that, that's one less construct token. So that's more basically you're
Buys
like
you a
just
lot
sort
of
of
time. Yeah.
yeah,
And
you're
the
really
frogs
restricting
will
Jacob's resources.
Yeah, and and if that's how the way the game goes too, right? Like the frogs will continue to do work in that scenario where you just kind of trade turns in mana, doing what amounts to nothing, and the frogs just run away with things as they tend to do. So that's certainly how Casey's probably hoping things go. Jacob has the 4th land, so he's going to have plenty of mana for whatever the play is here. And it looks like we're starting off with an opal.
Jacob played Tamiyo on turn 1 and didn't have a profitable attack with it until turn 4.
Yeah,
So
it's kind of brutal.
it's been a tough sledding here for Tamiyo.
Yeah, not often you see that, but Psychic Frog does have that upside. So, okay. Mox Opal, and then Jacob goes into the tank a little bit here, thinking this one through. Oh, no, we're actually just going to pass back. So, all right. That is a land. That is a basic land picked up for Casey. So, a 3rd land is available now. Didn't even do anything on the instep there.
Yeah, I think Casey has just basically everything. I think he has the Goryos. I think I saw a Solitude and an Ephemerate too. So
He's
has
going to
the
make
ability.
Jacob do something before he does
Right.
anything. He's got the frogs to force his hand.
Yeah, you see Jacob he doesn't want to do anything, and Casey's like, well, I mean, if you don't want to do anything, I don't have to do anything. I'm just gonna bury him at card advantage. Yeah, 2 more cards here for Casey. Well, now he's flooded.
Yeah. All right. Well, Casey is trying to find a way back into the game, and I guess a 3rd Psychic Frog.
Sure, why not?
I say a way back into this game. I meant with mana, but like the 3rd Psychic Frog, hey, he's ahead on life, and that's a ton of pressure now. And it is a construct coming in for Jacob. So I guess we're off and running in terms of the race.
I mean, if the first 2 are good, the 3rd one's got to be better, right?
Okay, well, it was good enough that it earned the counter spell from Jacob there. The rebuke takes care of that frog. So that was a pretty good sequence, I think, for Jacob.
Now with the counterspell gone, Casey can now go for the Solitude, yeah? Because now Jacob has on shields down, so now we can go Solitude and Ephemerate, clear both of the creatures, and that'll make sure there's no
pressure. Casey being mana screwed like that was going to have a ton of gas in hand, and this is basically the perfect way back in. This is eating eight. Okay. The Ephemerate is running into the Force of Negation here, though, so it's not as devastating as it could be. In fact, not even close to that. Is Solitude now in the graveyard, and we still have some creatures, still staring down a couple of frogs, but that was honestly not a bad sequence for Jacob there after Casey thought he had his way back in.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think if you're in Casey's side of things, you got to be happy with that.
Yeah.
You got an extra card out of Jacob. Now there is construct 2 artifacts, so Jacob can go make another token, get Lava Spur Boots. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So hasting the token would be an additional 1. That's 11. So then if Jacob can somehow play 3 artifacts, that would be presenting a 17-point attack. I don't know if he can play 3 artifacts, but maybe something like actually an Emissary and a 0 would also do it, because the Emissary would be 1 and then the 0 would be 2 more. So we are going to make a token and presumably going to go towards that Lava Spur Boots.
That's the mind of an Affinity player at work there, by the way.
You also have to wonder how close is Casey to just killing you with the frogs, right? Because Casey has 5
cards
in hand? 5, that's 9, 10 with the draw step, so not quite.
But enough of it is a bit of obviously becoming a consideration, because that is what the frogs do. You think you're doing okay. Oh, they're just drawing up some stuff, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, they just pitch 6, 7 cards to it and you're dead. So that is something you always have to consider. But the math does seem to work out, and you called it. Here come the boots.
These boots were made for walking.
These boots were made for hasting up these constructs, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's no walking. They're stomping.
Yeah.
There's no walking here.
All right, rough spot if you're Casey and you just die here, right? That would got to feel brutal after you feel like you've been in at least you
Pretty
felt like you
unlikely.
managed the game to get to this spot. But we'll see. It's a big moment here. Remember, Jacob already up a game, so if he is able to come up with 17 points of damage here, I would send him on into the semifinals.
Yeah, the last two cards have to be Pinnacle Emissary and a 0. I don't think it's any of that
I don't
because we're
think
just
so.
going to combat. So this is an 11-point attack, put Casey down to 6. And if Jacob does not kill Casey this turn, I saw a card in Casey's hand. It looks like Casey does have the Wrath of the Skies. So unless there
That'll clear
is
some
another,
tokens.
yeah, it could be a Metallic Rebuke here from Jacob because it does have the Seachrome Coast and 3 artifacts on tap. So maybe has a Metallic Rebuke, but
Casey also has to think it through, right? Because if you want more cards, you can attack first, get a couple more cards into your hand before you make a decision, but then you don't have a blocker should you need it. We do have a 4th frog, though, who's made an appearance in hand. That's what we're...
let's cast it. No, he's not going to cast the 4th frog. He's thinking about it. No, we're gonna go for Wrath. And it makes sense to, I guess... Ooh,
Pest control.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
This will clear out all of the 0s and 1s.
Looks like there's a counter spell.
It is running into the counter spell. Metallic Rebuke. That was a huge play there from Jacob. Keeping the tokens alive, keeps the pressure on. Your opponent has been incredibly mana tight. And now they're down more.
One other thing that's worth noting here is Casey had the option to hold up a black source, decided to hold up the Hallowed Fountain instead, and maybe has the Gorios in hand for the Atraxa, right? So if he had left the black source untapped, maybe could go for attack with Psychic Frog, draw untapped land number 4, discard Atraxa Gorios. But now he's in this other situation where, I can attack with the Psychic Frogs to draw, maybe find a Solitude, or we can play defense, right? Because the Psychic Frogs can maybe get into combat with these constructs, but so there's 2.
I think he has a second Wrath, or rather, he still has Wrath of the Skies in hand.
Okay.
So there's also, if I just survive for another turn, I can blow up all of this stuff, and then I actually have the 4th frog in hand. If I think I can just run my opponent out of cards.
3 mana Pinnacle could be an emissary here from Jacob.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So this will make the constructs 6/6s, 8/8s rather, or 7/7 because Mox Opal Legend roll. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 to 7/7, 1 is an 8/7, and Casey has 4 cards in hand. So if you dump all 4 to 1 frog, you can't even save it. You can make your frog a 6/7, so you have to go.
You're priced into
chump,
probably double chumping and then wrathing and following up with another frog, and hoping that that's good enough.
Yeah, so chump, take 4, go to 2. But here's the other issue: Casey only has 4 lands, right? So doesn't have the ability to wrath for 3. And if he doesn't draw an untapped land that isn't a shock land, because now he's a 2, he can't actually kill the Pinnacle Emissary. So that's another wrinkle as well.
Really tight game here. It's a good match.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought Casey was in a commanding position there with the double frogs. Jacob wasn't doing that much, but that one turn where just construct, untap, construct, haste, hit for 11, and it was that's all it takes to get the affinity deck back into a winning position from when it just looked so dire for Jacob.
Yeah, a couple key counterspells too along the way, right?
Casey Druid Island.
Playing in, so okay.
Which is perfect because that's not a shock land or a fetch land. So now you can wrath for 3, which presumably we're going. We can actually just go for the Gorios too, right? Yeah, okay. Yep, which is, yeah.
That is a kind of a sad shake of the head from Jacob who goes, thought I had this one. Now we're going to have to fight through this Gorio or this Atraxa here.
Yeah, now Casey could just find the Ephemerate. Presumably Ephemerate the Atraxa, keep that in play, and Wrath of the Skies the construct tokens away.
I don't see an Ephemerate there though, right?
It is true.
Not sure what's in the hand, of course. We see a frog and a couple other things, but
I believe the holdings are Frog, Wrath, and Mending. Maybe not.
all right. Well, no ephemerate means that the game stays in a pretty interesting spot here. Now, so how does Jacob deal with a resolved Atraxa? Is there any way through this?
There is one copy of Aether Spellbomb. So that's the, usually a saga target. But if Jacob does draw that card, and if Casey has the ephemerate to keep the Atraxa in play, that is, if Jacob draws the Aether Spellbomb, that can bounce the Atraxa. But other than that, not really. I guess the Dusk Rose Reliquary, if that came in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it would, but that would be an out as well. So
yeah, well, it's the Wrath for 0 does mean that Jacob does get to keep the Pinnacle Emissary in play. So okay, well, yeah, there's the Solitude. Never mind. So that's gone. And Traxa also gone. So maybe Jacob's best draw here, maybe another Pinnacle Emissary. We can haste that and then hit for 4.
yeah, both players at 9 life here. Wow, Jacob just had to pass back. And Casey that sat up a little bit, moves a little quicker, says, no, maybe I turn the corner here. Psychic Frog number 4 comes
He answered the
along.
first 3, but
yeah, well, this one, he's up, 2 or 3 cards? He drew 2 or 3 or 4 cards off of Psychic Frogs? Checks out, although this one is going to bite the dust underneath a portable hole.
Corbin, that's what they always say. It's the 4th frog that gets you.
Yeah, that's what they say, for sure.
That is what they say. They do say that. This game has been very, there's been a lot of back and forth, very swingy game where it's, we thought Casey was very ahead early with the frogs. Then Jacob had that big turn with the constructs, and Casey had the second Wrath.
Right?
Yeah.
His third land drop multiple times, was probably already planning out dinner in his head. Instead, finds a way back into it with some tight play and some clutch lands off the top. It's going to be a late dinner, though, if you win the tournament.
Sorry about that. I don't know if you guys cut that on mic, but I dropped my water bottle. But I apologize. I will not do that again.
All right. Well, the Psychic Frog comes back because a prismatic ending takes down the portable hole. So now we've got a Lava Spur Boots.
Wait, the 4th frog is back.
Anything Jacob finds, staring down a lonely frog out of Casey.
Yeah, Jacob does have enough mana to cast a Kappa Cannoneer, but doesn't have the extra mana to also give it haste.
Yeah, that was a long time to think on his turn. So it was either a complete whiff or not sure what we're thinking about there. If it's not just maybe a rebuke.
Yeah, but that is sort of maybe Jacob's best draw at this point is the Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah.
Although, Casey does have enough mana at this point to be able to go Solitude and pay the ward. And we might just be done here because I believe that is Goryu's on Gristlebrand. There you go.
Nice comeback by Casey Ryback.
Yeah.
Takes it down, evens up our quarterfinal match here at 1 apiece with Jacob Havard. He missed his 3rd land drop for at least 1 turn, possibly 2. But came back and won that. Really, you get so much mana out of a Solitude Ephemerate turn that it can really catch you up. So let's look at the sideboards here. Go ahead.
Casey can't even believe he won that game. Look at the expression on his face. But yeah, there was that situation where, like you said, Casey missed a land drop and then drew 2 additional cards from the 2 frogs that he had in play and then missed another land drop. But yeah, was able to just claw back. Very, very well played. As far as sideboards, I think we're just, mostly the cards that we already talked about. The Lantern, definitely. The Force of Negations, we saw those come in for Jacob. The Test of Talents. But other than that, probably not changing a lot here.
Do you think this deck can afford to, as someone who knows much more about Affinity than myself, where is this deck at on cutting Tamios? Because Tamio came down on turn 1 in that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then was stonewalled almost the entire time. Is there any room there where it doesn't match up, or is that just kind of a poor run of variance in the way it lined up?
Tamio is certainly not great into Psychic Frog, But I will say with Jacob on the play, Tamio gets a little bit better because you can at least get the first attack in before Casey plays the frog. And I think under most circumstances, if Casey has an unchecked frog, he's going to be in a big advantage anyways.
Mhm.
So maybe if Jake, like say for example, if Jacob decided to trim on portable holes because there's not a lot of targets, maybe more of those came back in to sort of supplement the Tamios. Because if you can answer the frog, Tamio gets a lot better.
Of course, yeah. Has the ability to run away with things. Just so much value on that card for 1 mana that
Yeah,
it works
and
out in this deck.
and Tamio is also a threat, right? If
Mhm.
left unchecked, the ultimate will win the game. You if you draw half your deck, it's pretty hard to brick.
Yeah. Well, especially when drawing into your deck like that will produce mana, given that you're playing so many 0-cost cards. Okay, well, off to game 3 we go. Both players taking a look at their opening hands here, and it's like a bit of a thinker for Casey. Big moment here, big decision.
I see a Mystical Dispute. That's the only card that I can really
He shifts it back.
identify.
This is going to be on the draw for this one here. Opts to ship that one back. It was missing something. And I think in this, obviously we saw in game 2, at least anyway, Casey doesn't mind keeping a 2-lander. That's for sure. So that hand, we assume was missing something else, or just didn't even have enough lands. So these decks in Modern these days, and I shouldn't say these days, everything is very lean, right? Even in the Reanimator deck, everything that isn't the Reanimator targets is very low to the ground, and you can get by on pretty low land counts, especially in a format where all your fetch lands can grab surveil lands, which then give you sort of, however you want to count it, surveil as a look for more lands when you're digging.
Yeah, stuff like Quantum Riddler and Solitude as well. They have 5 in the top right, but you're never going to pay 5 mana for those cards.
Yeah. Yeah.
I shouldn't say never, but
they cycle through too, right? Is when you do play
Yeah.
them. So keeps things moving through the deck. So looks like this one's good with Casey. Ships a card to the bottom, and here we go.
All right, let's see if we can have another explosive start here for Jacob.
This is not bad.
Is Term on Tamio explosive? I mean, in some regard it is, but
not explosive in the sense that we've seen this affinity deck just explode permanents onto the battlefield, but still a turn 1 I think you're probably okay with if you're Jacob here. Remember, he did keep 7, so we presume he's fairly happy with the hand. He is back on the play for game 3.
Tamio's going exile. Looks like a prismatic ending. Yeah, there it is. See what Jacob has to follow up. Ideally, want some sort of pressure, maybe like an Urza Saga this turn, maybe a Pinnacle Emissary and a couple zeros off the top. There's always this kind of interesting dilemma with the Affinity deck. It's like if you have the zeros in your hand, do you play them early to bluff the Metallic Rebuke? It looks like, well, there's the Emissary, and there's at least 1 0.
Yeah, this was a nice start by Jacob in that it was going to be Tamio into Emissary plus an Opal, and really, just do work. But yeah, passes the turn with Metallic Rebuke represented here. Yeah, because you can improvise with the Opal.
Mm-hmm.
But just a surveil land and a pass back from Casey's. We got not positive on the graveyard. I don't think that there's a big target in there.
It's impossible to tell. There's the glare. The glare is kind of killing me right now. Okay. So Jacob choosing to not deploy the Pinnacle Emissary. I wonder what that signifies, because you
would have had it open, right? You would have been able to still play that and keep open the Rebuke.
Yeah, and even if you're worried about Solitude on Emissary end step to take down shields on Rebuke, you could just not attack with the Thopter the drone token. So, wonder what that signifies here from Jacob.
All right, well, we're just going to cycle the bauble, draw for turn. Now, the pressure he did add to the board is in the form of putting that second counter on the Urza Saga, so now you can threaten Karnstructs. But not a lot going on the board for Jacob, although we got a couple new cards there now thanks to the bauble. So we'll see if he's able to get going a little bit here. Kind of a slow start after that Tameo bit the dust, but looks like he's just going to play the Pinnacle.
And now we're casting the Emissary. I wonder why we're casting it this turn instead of last turn. Well, we found the Tormod's Crypt. Is good to draw on the one of. And presumably, if there is some sort of large creature in the graveyard, now Jacob just doesn't care about it, and the portable hole as well. So,
well, this was a turn of events here. Because for a second it looked like Jacob was going to have kind of a weak turn where you just play the Emissary, or he's going to play something else. He's going to make a 1/1, but having both the hate piece and the removal means that you are winning the fair game on board with just your 3/3 and your 1/1s, and you have the combo part covered with the Crypt. So Casey is actually just going to be warping in that Riddler and trying to dig his way out of this a little bit. So we're going to ephemerate the Riddler, keep it around.
Yeah, the only thing that Jacob didn't have covered that turn was Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah.
But thankfully for Jacob, Casey did not have that. So sure, there's the Riddler in play, and that can maybe hold off some of the 1/1s. But you could even say go activate Urza Saga. If Jacob has a land in hand, can activate the Saga, go get the Lava Spur Boots, play the land equip, and still hold up the Rebuke. And that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There'd be an attack for 10. You could even send in the drones as well to get in 12. Actually, with that, okay, so 10. If you block the 3/3, that'd be 13. So not quite enough. Casey fetching here. I wonder if there's a Solitude, or if we don't want to get needled. I think we just didn't want to get needled.
Also possible. I don't know if I've seen that. I don't know if I've seen that one very often pop up in Modern, but it is there.
Well, it's one of those things, right? You forget about it, and then it happens to you, and you're like, oh well, yeah.
For those who don't know, we're talking about Pithy Needle can name any card, right? And then the activated abilities of that card can't be activated. What people don't realize is that, or think about, is that also means your fetch lands. So if you name Marsh Flats, you can suddenly no longer answer or crack your Marsh Flats, and it strip mines it or whatever.
Yeah, just get them good. I myself am a fan of a good strip mine every now and again. Maybe not the one that's legal and timeless, but
Tectonic Edge. I was a big fan of that one back in the day. Now we've got Demolition Field is clutch in many formats.
There's the land. So equip the Lava Spur Boots and still hold up the Metallic Rebuke. And this should be an attack for... Yeah, I guess the question for Jacob is, how much else do you want to send? You could send everything, let Casey block the Pinnacle Emissary, and then Casey would take 13 and fall to 2. And I don't hate that. Yeah, looks like we're just getting it in there. I like it.
We've seen time and again, although, I mean, I guess it didn't technically get there last game, but the drones have just been enough of a threat to just finish games off, right? Like after things get messy, after constructs get involved, like the drones just kind of do work. And that's why it makes an attack like this possible.
Yeah, Casey is, I believe, should be taking 13, falling to 2. And then from here... Yeah, so you can ephemerate now, and then on upkeep you get 2 more. I'm just gonna keep cycling. But if Jacob does have the Metallic Rebuke, that might be good enough. If Casey then has to try to present 2 different threats, right? Something like Wrath of the Skies and Agorio's Vengeance in the same turn, and it's not clear that Casey can do that. Well, there's the first ephemerate.
We have rebound triggers on the stack here, right? That's what makes this work.
Right.
Yeah. So the rebound trigger goes on the stack. So it's not that you have to target it with both ephemerates and then one of the fizzles. You put the rebound triggers on the stack so you can do this as you want, which for Casey meant just drawing 3 or 4 cards here.
And I think that might be a Solitude in Casey's hand. So that is step 1. That answers one of the threats. So you can Solitude the token. Maybe there's another ephemerate in hand for Casey. Looks like Psychic Frog, Mystical Dispute, Ephemerate, Faithful Mending. Can't quite get a good look at the rest of it. I don't think I see a Wrath, though. Yeah, Casey, with the Riddler in play has one creature has one blocker, right? So the Solitude on the construct token that would answer one of them. The Riddler can block a drone token. You still have to answer at least one more. So that could be done with the Frog, maybe. So you go Frog, Solitude, block, go to 1.
Tight spot here. Casey got so many cards over the last turn cycle, but as is often the case in Modern, is under pressure from some 1/1s. Not even an infinite number. Not even elves.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't mentioned Casey's SpongeBob Basics a single time. We talked about Jacob's full text ones, but
yeah, they
SpongeBob
are,
Basics. Now we're talking.
I do. They do look. Hey, they look good on camera. They're striking.
Oh, you know what the awkward part is here too? Casey has to pay 1 to kill the construct token because it has ward 1. So
Yes,
I don't know if that necessarily like messes with how many spells he can cast this turn, but you see the shake of the head for Casey. I think it might.
Whatever the math he's mathing, he's not liking. That's for sure.
He just passes, I think. No, maybe he was just thinking about it. No, he did just pass. Okay.
All right. Well, Jacob says, okay, this is the turn we would think, because Casey is at 2 life. Jacob has multiple cards in hand. I would expect some fireworks here.
Jacob can also, because I forgot the saga was going to chapter 2. He can even main phase make a saga token and then equip the new saga token with the lava spur boots to make another lethal creature. So then if he does that, right? So say he goes equip, Casey maybe respawn solid. Oh, because then Casey could solitude the new one, not have to pay the ward, chump block that, but then there's still 3 drone tokens. Yeah, I don't know.
Isn't affinity math fun? Everything you just laid out, that was Jacob just put his cards down and goes, oh man, all right.
It'd be easier if you had Arcbound Ravager, I'm just saying.
It sure would, wouldn't it? You just turn them all sideways. Every one of them's lethal. All right, well, here we go. We've got a decision, and it's actually to lead with a Tameo. Okay.
Tameo.
Followed by...
Which is actually kind of funny, because the Lava Spur Boots would give it a point of power. So not normally a lethal threat, but
now there's... you've got 5 attackers. You need 2 of them to get through.
Right. So you can now I wonder if that changes the math, because now Casey can just solitude the construct without having to pay the mana. So I wonder if whatever math Casey was going through last turn, maybe he needed Jacob to do exactly this and like give him, I guess it wouldn't change the math, right? Because it's still...
No, but this is an interesting... it's an interesting line to see. I didn't expect, the Tameo hasted out to be where we went here, with given that Jacob has several cards in hand, but Jacob does have a counter spell open, mana open, right? And that could, if he's sitting on that, that may very much change how he interacts with the turn, knowing that he has that to lean on, in case he only having 5 mana total is basically going to have to run whatever spell matters into the counter spell.
Yeah, I wonder if the plan here is, okay, so Faithful Mending up to 4, discard some number of cards, whatever. If Casey, I don't know if he had Ephemerate already in his hand, but if he can find an Ephemerate, then he's kind of in a good spot, because he can go Solitude, Ephemerate the Solitude, and then on one of the drone tokens, block the other one. Yeah, and then that would be able to clean up the others. But as is, without this, I guess even without the Ephemerate, he still doesn't die, because he can Solitude the construct and take 3, go to 1.
Well, we put Solitude onto the stack, so this is step 1 here. Jacob's thinking it through.
There's no Ephemerate in hand.
Yeah, you would expect if he had the counter spell, he would have just immediately fired it off. So he doesn't. The construct goes away to the Solitude. Frog, land, Atraxa.
Yeah, so then damage. Casey's going to fall to 1. One of those drones should be dead. Yeah, okay, we'll get that sorted out.
Okay,
So now Casey at
Casey's
one,
at 1 life,
still facing down 3 lethal attackers.
Yeah, exactly. 3 lethal attackers, but I mean, he needed to find a way to untap there, and now that he has, I mean, that was the turn Jacob was going to kill you if he had a really straightforward way to kill you. Now you have to feel like if you're Casey, there is a line back into this thing.
Yeah, so with Prismatic Ending is a good one because now you can Prismatic Ending the Lava Spur boots, and then that means the next construct will not threaten a lethal attacker. So if you Prismatic Ending the boots, Jacob at most can only present 2 lethal attackers next turn. But you only have 1 blocker, so you still have to find something to answer the other one. I don't know if Casey... Yeah, he's Frog. Okay, so you can go Pending the Boots, play Frog, Riddler Frog, block the 2 drones. I guess that wouldn't work if Jacob has either Spellbomb in his deck, because he can Spellbomb one of the blockers.
Yeah, I think that the saga is going to end up being what changes everything here, right? Because there's lots of lines I can see here that work without Spellbomb being considered.
Yeah.
Once you consider the Spellbomb, I don't know. But they do probably start with most of them with some form of this, which is Prismatic Ending on the boots. As you said, that takes away the threat of the construct with haste coming down on the next turn. Here comes a frog and a pass of the turn, it looked like.
Yeah, and assuming that the Spellbomb remains in deck for Jacob and he decides to go for it, that would be this. I don't believe Casey's leftovers are good enough. I think it's a land and a Traxa and a dispute. So if he has the Spellbomb and decides to go for it, then...
Yeah, it is that decides to go for it part that always seems to be...
Oh, it's a Goryo's is the last card. So I believe it's Goryo's... Was it Goryo's Atraxa Dispute? Yeah, but the Goryo's is not good enough because of the Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah, I think he actually chose to keep the Atraxa in hand, and the idea that if the game went long, he would cast it, I guess.
Wait.
Because he
I
would've...
wonder... Casey might have had a line. We could have maybe gone Pending the Tormod's Crypt, and then we could have went Pending Crypt, 2 mana for Frog, discard Atraxa, and then Goryo's for 2 mana. Interesting. I wonder if that was that could have been a line.
Yeah.
Because I believe that's a Goryo's in hand for Casey, if I'm not mistaken.
It is also possible. Well, no, that's...
Oh, no, the Goryo's was discarded to the Mending. That's what it is. I knew I saw Goryo's at some point. Yeah, he discarded Goryo's to the Mending. That's what it is. So he could have kept Goryo's in hand.
And here is the Spellbomb. It was still in the deck. Jacob does go get it. He does show it. Puts Casey to the question, do you have anything here, or is this game? He drew the ending for the Prismatic Ending for the turn, is what chat has updated us on. And that means it was too late for that. And the game goes to Jacob Havard, who wins the quarterfinals with Jeskai Affinity here at the NRG Championship. That was a wild match.
That was a lot.
Wild game 3 in Indy.
That was a really, really intense match. There was a lot of back and forth there. I mean, all those games were just amazing. There was that game where Casey had 2 frogs, missing land drops. We thought he was dead. We thought he was winning. We thought he was dead. Then he won anyways.
Yeah,
just a lot of back and forth. Really
very
fun match.
Back and forth. And you know what? We're not done. We have more magic coming from the quarterfinals for you. And you know what? Why don't we do it right now? Let's go down to the table. As always, these players got us. They got us on the sideboard. And as soon as we go down to the table. So welcome back into the booth. Maybe we'll get some deck lists. But either way, we'll get some magic coming to you in a few moments, because we are in the Modern 10K Top 8 here in Mundelein at the NRG Championship Series. And we have had some great matches so far. I think we had, 6 different decks in the top 8?
Oh, yeah.
5 different decks in the top 8?
6. I think it might have been 6.
Yeah. Very impressive overall, got to say. It has been a great tournament. And I got to say, I think that there were a couple lines there at the end, because there was also pitching to the Solitude, where there was a Mending pitched. Could have been an Atraxa or something at that point. So lots of decision points throughout the game. Very interesting to follow, because that's what Modern is, and we've seen a lot of it. So talk about, I think we were trying to follow up with blue-white in this next round, Devin. So talk me through what we might find there.
I think we're actually, I don't know if we have a second feature match for it. I think these players, that match took a little bit longer, so I think we might be heading to a break real quick here.
Oh, that might have been the end of it, not
Yeah.
my bad. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, here you go, everybody. We are heading directly into the semifinals next then. So stick with us here at the NRG Championship Series, and we'll be back on the other side with some top 4 action. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwick O'Donnell. We are here to take you through the last 2 rounds of the day. The last 2 rounds of the day, that means the top 4 and the finals here at our NRG Championship Series in Mundelein. So, Doom, we're going to look at this top 4 bracket. It's been a great day of Magic so far. Who is left battling?
Yeah, we have so the matchup we just saw was Jacob on Affinity, and then the winner of the other match was Raja. So that's going to be Affinity versus Azorius Control. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Belcher and Tron. So that's where we're going to start, because we're assuming the Belcher Tron matchup, which probably not going to last very long. We're not
going to go a little faster than the
a lot of turns. Yeah,
white control matchup.
Yeah, we'll probably have plenty of time to check in on Raja. So we're going to start with Belcher and Tron. And, this is a matchup where it certainly heavily favors the Belcher deck, right? Tron doesn't really have a ton of meaningful interaction in terms of stopping the Belcher combo. The one thing that I will mention, probably Daniel's single most important card in the entire 75, is Karn the Great Creator. And there are 4 copies of those. So if somehow Daniel can catch Jacob without a Force Negation or a Flare of Denial, and maybe can resolve a Karn and have that stick and play for an extended period of time, that is the one card that Daniel is looking for. But outside of that, it's just the Tron deck doesn't really have enough ways to clock, especially this version. Like, there's no playing towards a fast Emrakul, there's no Thought Knot Seers. It's really just a bunch of Planeswalkers and getting the Tron and Devourer of Destinies as well. But just those cards don't really cut it against Belcher.
Well, and you have to keep in mind, too, that the Belcher deck plays interaction. Again, this is not mono red Char Belcher. This is, I'm playing Stern Scolding, although maybe that one's not as relevant here, right? But I'm playing Spell Snare. I'm playing Into the Flood Moths. I'm playing Force of Negations and Flare Denials, right? These cards can be relevant. Very much so in the matchup. Obviously, any one counter spell can be huge. Jwari Disruption, costing only 2 mana, being a key one as well. So again, this Belcher deck, we assume it's advantaged because it can set up its own game plan while just its lands countering the important spells out of Tron.
Yep. Well, I mean, if you're a Daniel Stop fan, Green Tron fan, that is a good sign. Jacob is taking a mulligan down to 6, and Daniel kept 7, which means that presumably, this is the type of matchup where not only do I think you have to mulligan to Tron, you probably have to mulligan to Tron and Karn specifically. So the fact that Daniel kept 7, I mean, maybe you would just keep a hand with Tron and hope to draw the Karn, because it is still kind of hard to mulligan a hand with, that has Tron.
You probably just have to keep it on hand, but
right, yeah. But that's Daniel at least has access to Tron, I would have to imagine.
Both of these decks that mulligan well as well, right? If you're Tron, all you really need are 3 Tron lands and a payoff, and you've got it. And if you're Belcher deck, all you really need are a way to get a Lotus Petal, a Belcher, and a couple lands, and you've got it. So the fact that Daniel keeps on 7 does very much indicate that he has a hand that he likes, that it has pieces that he wants, whether it's the aggro ones or whether it's the Tron pieces. And it looks like it's Tron pieces because there's a tower and a power plant.
Talisman, which doesn't necessarily indicate turn 3 Tron yet.
He put it up there. Do you have Spell Snare? Nope. Okay.
Could have the natural Tron rolled up.
There's all right. This isn't bad, though. You got one deeper with the egg, and then you are able to ramp on turn 2 and still dig with the Stirrings. And there you go, Karn the Great Creator.
All right. Daniel's cooking with something. Now, again, this presumes that Jacob does not have any of the free counter spells. So if there's a creature this turn, you could pair that with a Flare of Denial
Or
or
even the ones
just
that cost mana.
force. There's only one Force of Negation. One Force Negation, 3 Flare of Denial, and looking at the rest of this, there is 4 Sink into Stupor. There's 2 into the Flood Maw. That's what Jacob is working with.
It looks like it's actually an expedition map crack out of Jacob here, or out of Daniel here, to go find the last Tron piece. So he does now have it, but that means there is no Karn this turn.
Yeah, but now Daniel has access to 8 mana, so it's possible that maybe that Karn was actually a second copy of Karn. So
Yeah.
it is maybe entirely possible that Daniel just has the ability to play 2 cards next turn and say, okay, well, if you counted the first one, I still have the second one, and you're going to need a second answer as well.
I spotted a Nugan in his hand as well. Not that that is the key card in this matchup, but it is a payoff. But all right, here we go. I think we're passing the turn back. Jacob is thinking, maybe we're thinking through a Whir of Invention or something here.
I think we're thinking about this Chromatic Star. Yeah, I think Jacob is thinking about potentially fighting over Chromatic Star, which maybe signifies to me that he has something like Jwari Disruption, and was thinking, okay, well, I can
fetch much.
Right, and I can make Daniel pay the extra colorless so that he can't cycle this turn, but then decides to just let it go. And as you mentioned, doesn't have a Whir end step either, so no access to just a turn 4 kill. If you go end step Whir for the bloom, untap, play land, then you have 7 mana. That's enough for Belcher plus activate. So this is the big turn. We know Daniel has a Karn, so the first test is, can Jacob answer the first Karn? And then the other question is, does Daniel have a second Karn?
Yeah, Jacob's hand's got to be. I do wonder what his hand is, because obviously he's played no spells this game, but I would have expected a Whir on the instep there if you didn't do anything with your turn and you haven't done anything else in the game. So really curious what he kept and what we're looking at right now.
So cycle the stars, 2 floating. I see, it's hard to tell. I see an Ugin, the card that we know about. It's hard to tell. So 6 mana.
Okay.
Okay. This is cute because now you can actually, and that'll blow up a land, and then Daniel can go search up another tower, which would give him the ability to have 7 mana, which is still not enough to play 2 Karns. So if there is an answer to the first Karn,
well, you got to take the land away, though. So it is. I mean, Zoe Micason's. This is Micaspawn is low key one of the spells that make several decks kind of. I'm not going to say work, but it really greases the wheels in a lot of decks, right? It smooths out everything, and that's exactly why right there. I mean, it's a plow under good card, I guess.
It's like plow under plus. So 3. I'm going to use 2 of it. There's a talisman. What's this? Okay. Just going for a scrying here, which doesn't matter too much because he's already playing a land this turn. So whatever land that Daniel gets off of this will not really matter for this turn, but it could matter for the follow-up.
What do we think Jacob's working with?
Oh, never mind. I lied.
Boseiju. Okay.
I didn't think about that. So you can actually get Boseiju and then use the talisman to then Boseiju the Restoration. It's kind of wild to me that Daniel has done all of this and just didn't even cast the card, which, makes a lot of sense, right? Because he knows that Jacob has a ton of interaction and like ways to stop the card, any amount of counter spells. So Daniel had a better plan and said, okay, well, I'm just not even going to play into your counter spells. I'm just going to blow up all your lands. And it's working out pretty well.
It sure is. I mean, Jacob's at 14 life. The Mega Spawn will still take a little while to kill him. I mean, but if he didn't do anything when he had 4 mana, taking him down to 2 mana doesn't make it seem like he'll be doing much this turn either. Actually, did we shock that one in or bolt that one in, I guess.
Yeah, third land. Yeah, we bolted that one in, which I think it's pretty clear that Jacob has some sort of 3-mana counterspell because both players know about the Karn. But now I wonder if Daniel can just do other stuff, right? I mean, we did a lot of other stuff last turn.
Wait, now
Maybe
he has
there's
enough
another Micro
mana,
Spawn.
right? So that's 6. Okay.
Is there a second Beseiju? Let me look at
That'd be
Daniel's deck
sick.
list.
1,
There
2, 3,
only one Beseiju.
7, 8, 9, 10. Sanctum of Vugan. We're deep into the Tron Eldrazi lockdown now, where the Sanctum of Vugan is going to, when he casts a big colorless spell, can sacrifice to go get another one. There is a big colorless spell. It's the Ugin.
So he can sacrifice the Sanctum of Ugin, floating a colorless, and get another Myco spawn because 1 mana floating plus the two
talisman.
mines. That's 5 plus the talisman is 6.
Pretty good.
Wow.
Good old land destruction Tron plan, I guess, is working out very well against Charbelcher. For all the look, we said this is a good matchup for Belcher for all the reasons we said, and that is all the reasons we said are true. But this is a heck of a way to steal game 1.
Yeah, I was just so fixated on Daniel trying to cast the Karn, and Daniel just didn't even have to do that. Like basically in this entire game, Daniel basically knew that it was very likely that Jacob had some way to answer the Karn. And, Daniel has just found a way to kind of play and make sure that Jacob can't play without even putting the Karn on the stack. This has been very, very impressive.
All right, is Jacob going to cast his first spell of the game here?
Yeah, what are the odds? Do you think Jacob will just lose this game before casting a single spell?
I do think that, yes.
It's becoming more and more likely.
I think that very much. He's going backwards. Here comes the Karn, the last piece of the lockdown puzzle here,
man.
it seems, for Daniel.
And Jacob couldn't even fight over it because I think he had Flare of Denial.
And he floated the world's saddest 3-mana counter spell sitting in hand.
Yeah, he floated mana, but then Daniel just went to combat. Yeah, okay.
It was such a all right. Game 1 of the semifinals down. As it always goes, the casters say it's a good matchup for this deck, and they cast 0 spells.
It's the caster curse.
Yeah. All right. Let's look at Jacob Cup's sideboard, though, against Tron. We would, again, assume that he has some cards here. So I see a Force of Negation. Another Spell Snare is probably fine. There's Fluster Storms. There's some options here, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's the 2 Harbinger of the Seas. I know you're a Merfolk gamer, so you know all about that card. That card will definitely be coming in against Tron. 4 Consigned to Memories. If we didn't have enough answers to Karn in game 1, we got 4 more on the board, so those are coming in for sure. As well as the Force of Negation that you called out. So those 7. Nothing else. I mean, maybe Spell Snare to hit like Sylvan Scrying and Talisman, but I would imagine that's probably worse than your other options.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we've got some number of cards you can cut. Again, it seems like he has the tools he needs, but the game can just kind of go, and sometimes your deck has a fail rate, and in that game, he obviously cast 0 spells, but obviously it just didn't work. So let's take a look over at the Tron sideboard from Daniel Staup here. I love the basic wastes in the sideboard, by the way. That's a pro gamer move when you know you're going to need it against that kind of land destruction, but I don't think you'll be looking for that one here. What are you looking for here, Doom, against Charbelcher?
No changes. Right to the point. Well, I guess maybe that's not true. I don't know. If there are cards that you just desperately want to get out of your main deck, and there are cards in your wish board that you think you don't have enough time to Karn for, then maybe. Like Devourer of Destiny, not really doing that much in this matchup. That card could easily come out if you had 3 cards that you wanted to bring in. Yeah, I don't know. Like
the dismembers are good for Tameshi, right? But that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
that's kind of.
I think you want to keep them for Tameshi though.
You need an answer to.
You need
Tameshi.
something.
Yeah, you just lose some spot.
Like maybe you can board in
you want the flute, right?
You don't want to board in the Haywire Might. Yeah, maybe the Flute, maybe something like Trinisphere. Like you don't really have time. That's actually Trinisphere is a good one, right? You don't have time to go Karn Trinisphere maybe a lot of the time. But that one just naturally drawing that could like really put a wrench in Jacob's plan. So stuff like that. If you wanted to board out the Devourers, maybe for like the Flute, the Trinisphere, something along those lines.
All right. Well, let's head back down to the match. This is, of course, Daniel Stop on your left, Greentron up a game, looking to punch his ticket to the finals here in Mundelein, NRG Championship Series. Jacob Cup on your right with Mono Blue Charbelcher.
Ooh, a second pile shuffle has hit the battlefield, Corbin. A second pile shuffle has hit the battlefield. I repeat.
Well, Jacob
that's a party foul right there.
Yeah, Jacob Mulligan in that first one too. So Heavy Feels, I really need some better vibes here, because this is as everyone knows, pile shuffling is about vibes.
All good. I forgive you, Jacob. I forgive you.
Do you think you're looking for a fast hand if you're Jacob, or do you think you're looking for an interaction hand? Because clearly in game one he had an interaction hand and it did not work out.
Did he? I don't know.
Well,
we couldn't tell what his hand was.
I guess maybe you have to interact to have an interaction hand by definition.
Yeah.
But
maybe the wrong interaction.
He clearly was sitting on a counter spell, right? As opposed to a War of Invention as his 3-mana play.
I wonder if his hand was something like a couple of lands, maybe he would have played Belcher if he had a couple of lands, maybe like a Flare of Denial, some other situational counter spells, was hoping to draw a creature to pair with the Flare, didn't find it. But yeah, I mean, the ideal hand for Jacob is like a creature, couple like either the Philagi or the Thunder Trap, couple of lands, maybe a Belcher or a War of Invention, and then 1 or 2 counter spells. That's kind of what Jacob is, the hands that Jacob is looking for sure. So it's possible he had, given the fact that he mulliganed to 6, he had something similar to that, but maybe just didn't find the creature.
All right, this was looking a little better, though. Suspending a Lotus Bloom on turn 1. This is a very old play in Modern and very good play in Modern still, because it's what powers this Belcher deck. Usually it's a War of Invention to go find it, but just suspending it on turn 1 works pretty well as well.
Yeah, looks like Devourers did stay in, so potentially maybe Daniel just didn't sideboard at all. Maybe he boarded something else out. But yeah, it kind of makes sense to leave some of that stuff in. Like I said, I think the Trinisphere is maybe interesting to board in. But even then, like sometimes you just go 7 mana on turn 3, Karn Trinisphere, like that is a pretty good 3 to go get. So you don't want to you don't want to limit your options when it comes to the Karn side.
Your Karn board options, yeah. 2 pieces of Tron though for Daniel after sacking the top cards there.
That means the third one's in hand.
That's
what that means.
It is looking pretty good. Another Lotus Bloom has suspended for Jacob.
Just don't let me down, Daniel. Play a tower next turn. I wonder if Daniel, like the one, how many times Daniel has had natural Tron in the event, and 2, if he's like changing up which land he plays first, just to, like you said, based on vibes, like sometimes, it's a power plant kind of day, power plant kind of match, and then, next round it's a tower kind of match or whatever. But
it's
all about
sometimes you don't want to eat the Oreo,
Well, speak for yourself.
So you don't want your tell. You don't want to have a tell, right? If you always play your Tron lands in the same order, and tell people you have natural Tron. Now, the way to know your opponent has natural Tron is if you're playing them, and you're not the Tron player, your opponent will have natural Tron, in my experience.
Oh yeah. Speaking of natural Tron,
yes,
here we are
at a pretty convenient time. Here's natural Tron on turn 3 for Daniel.
This is when he just passes.
I think Tron and nothing to do with it.
I think he did pass. Or no, he didn't. Okay, we're waiting.
Well,
no, he did pass.
He did, but we're gonna use our mana to Eldrazi command or Kozilek's command.
Okay. Well, if there is a Belcher and a land at hand, we're going to game 3. So, actually,
Yeah.
that's not true. Daniel could have boarded in the Disruptor Flute.
And flash it in response to the Charbelcher
Response
being
to Belcher,
cast.
yeah.
But yeah, Lotus Bloom hits battlefield. That means 3 mana from that is available to Jacob, along with 3 mana from lands. If there is an untapped 4th land, that's enough for Charbelcher plus activation. But it doesn't look like that's the case, or it probably would have happened already.
Yeah, maybe Jacob just has all the counter spells in hand and just looking for the payoff.
He had the mana this game.
Yeah, because if he had War of Invention, you could just do that this turn. Although it's not a kill right now, you can go maybe. I guess you would need an untap land too.
He's
But
got
untap
something.
land.
Thinking this one through.
Yeah.
Saw some counting going on there. And here we go. 3
Oh,
mana.
it could be a Tameshi.
Yeah, 3 mana for Lotus Bloom. From Lotus Bloom, rather. It's going to be 3
For making
white.
white mana, it's definitely Tameshi.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. And here we go. We're gonna. That's why you had to do some counting. We're gonna go down to 1 white mana along with 1 other mana, and there is Tameshi.
Okay, so let's do
on screen. Yeah.
some math here. So pick that up, get that back. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Play land is 11. That would be 11. Is that enough for Whir plus activate? That is right, because you only need 10 for Whir plus activate. Yeah, so that would be enough. But that is, I'm assuming that's Dismember.
That's what I was trying to figure out. It's got to be.
I've never seen that before, though.
Yeah. Okay. So assuming so, that's a Dismember taking down the Tameshi here. So much for the plan of just going all in on Tameshi, making a bunch of mana, winning. At least it seems that way thus far. Although there is the Lotus Bloom does come back.
Okay, so now with the Tameshi gone, the Lotus Bloom comes back. We have 1 floating, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we only have 6 mana, so that wouldn't be enough that wouldn't even be enough to whir for Belcher without
an activation.
Without an activation. But did Jacob not replay land? I don't know if Jacob passed yet. Okay,
yeah, here's trying to figure out whether he was bolting it in, perhaps. No, okay. So here we go. We got more.
The trainer.
God Nodder.
So yeah, my guess is that Jacob's hand is probably consistent of War of Invention and some counter, maybe like 1 or 2 counter spells. Because I think Jacob did the math, realized that he had enough to go for Tameshi, had enough mana to do the War plus activate, but now with the Dismember has to kind of rebuild a little bit. The second Bloom's not going to come off for 2 more turns, so it's going to buy Daniel a little bit more time.
Do you know what that Dismember is from, though? Chat's got our back. They figured it out. It's but a flesh wound.
Oh, okay. I do remember that now. I guess I've never seen it in.
Never seen it in person myself.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go with the flare's gonna get fired off here. So both players kind of trading resources, right? Daniel with the removal spell was able to keep Tameshi from going off. But the Lotus Bloom does return to play. Jacob's able to return the favor with a counter spell. And here we are getting, I guess, kind of deep into the game for Belcher versus Tron. And it's another Philology archaeologist this time for Jacob to dig a little deeper.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Jacob still has a consign in hand from the first Thunder Trap. Something to keep in mind. I'm pretty sure that's what the first one hit. Looking at 2 lands and a Floodmaw. Looks like a Flare. So Flare Floodmaw land.
Yeah.
Ooh, not taking the Flare there.
Interesting. Wants the land, does Jacob?
Yeah.
So he wants access to, obviously he has Whir.
So next turn, that's why you wanted the land, because now you have 10 mana. Okay.
You'll have 10 mana next turn. Yep. That's a magic number.
That makes sense. So assuming the hand is, consign, Whir, and any sort of other like free counter spell, as long as you can stop Daniel's most relevant play.
Oh gosh.
Well,
You're gonna need the consign.
yeah. So this is fine. You just consign the trigger, let him have a 10/10, and then untap and kill him.
That's what the hope would be here. Yeah, Daniel is thinking through where he wants to put these triggers. Remember, this is a cast trigger, is Ulamog, and that is why it is getting consigned rather than anything else. You actually still get the 10/10, but that doesn't matter if you're Jacob and you have, as you said, War of Invention in hand and 10 mana.
It's got to be Whir, because that's probably why he was doing math before. Yeah, 7
That would
mana.
certainly make sense to me. He was going to go in on Tameshi. There we go. War of Invention. This should go get the Charbelcher, and there it is. I think we will be off to a game 3 between the pair. Daniel just double checking.
Yeah, and
the
beauty
retro border one.
The beauty of Belcher is don't do it one by one.
Flip the deck.
Just flip the whole deck. Why are we doing it one by one?
Is that this is the deck tech. Look at the deck. Enjoy the deck. Oh, there we go. All right. Well,
I like how we did the first.
We fast forwarded to the end.
I like how we did the first 10 one by one, and we're like, wait a minute. Yeah.
What? There's no wait. There's no lands. Oh. But yes, this is how it always ends. You hand your opponent your deck to look through. They get to make any notes of it. In this case, it's open deck list. So nothing Daniel doesn't know except for the fact now he knows exactly how Jacob sideboarded. And we'll take a look back at those sideboards as these players are knotted up at a game apiece. Going to go to game 3. The winner heading into the finals. Tron here. We saw that one looked more how we expected the match to go. But even still, I mean, we were able to see a little bit of pressure in the terms of mana generation and an Ulamog out of Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, that game is definitely a quintessential game of exactly how Belcher wants it to go.
Yeah.
Daniel had Tron, had a couple of things to do, had a command, had a Devourer of Destiny, had an Ulamog. But when you're casting one spell a turn against a deck that has a bunch of cheap or free counter spells and a card that kills you on the spot, that's that's why the matchup is so bad for Tron. Basically, I think given how game 1, like how we saw game 1 play out, I almost wonder if that's Daniel's best plan. Is just find those Myco spawns, try and now that Daniel's on the play, try to have a really fast Myco spawn, try and just stunt Jacob's mana production, do a little bit of pressuring with Myco spawn, find a spot for Karn. But yeah, I wonder if Myco spawn is just a huge part of this, just this matchup in general.
It seems big for him, right? Especially where some of these counter spells specify non-creatures.
Yep.
Right. So that's another layer. And I mean, it provides a little bit of a clock for what it's worth. So I don't know. I don't know if that game 1 was more of a fluke, right? In terms of that being the actual plan, or if that's how, he wants game 3 to go as well. But we'll see. Let's take a look at the Belcher sideboard again. Real quick, if we can. I think players are still shuffling up, down there. We saw Consigned to Memory being the all-star. You see 4 of them in the sideboard. That card really holds together a lot of the modern format, certainly modern sideboards.
Yeah, Consigned is crazy. I mean, it definitely came at the right time, right? They juiced up a bunch of Eldrazi cards. They gave us all the Eldrazi package, and people were playing with Tron and things like that. But yeah, no, Consign is maybe the most played sideboard card in the entire format, and rightfully so. It just does so many different things. Even against decks that you wouldn't expect it to be good against, like Blink, for example, the Esper Blink deck, the fact that it can counter any triggered ability means that, you can stop stuff like Solitude. You can stop things like Flicker Wisp and Felia. They have 2 separate triggers so that the return trigger, if you counter the delayed trigger, their thing doesn't come back. It just does everything. It's crazy.
I played an event where I think I was playing an Erratic Explosion type deck. I don't remember. One of those where you flip cards off the top of your deck and deal damage equal to power or something.
Calibrated Blast.
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah. That also had a delayed trigger. I lost like a very important match and learned that one in the moment. So I am familiar with that one. All right, Daniel's starting things off with the Ancient Stirrings here. But that means if you have a turn 1 Ancient Stirrings, that you have a turn 1 Forest, which is not a turn 1 Tron land. Although he does obviously find a power plant to hand. So it won't be turn 3 Tron this time around.
Yeah, and I believe that was a mulligan to 6 for Daniel, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe where's the talisman? Yeah, see, I know it's been so long since this happened, but you probably remember this, the Handshake Tron list. And this whole talisman was just like such a huge innovation where the Handshake Tron deck was playing just like the maximum number of talismans. And it just like it seems so subtle, but it really does increase the range of your opening your keeps. Because now, especially in a matchup where card is so important, Daniel still has the ability to go turn 3 card off of that talisman, even without Tron.
And importantly, turn 3 or 3 mana, spend 3 mana on turn 2 as well. Because we've seen games, and here you go, we're tapping this for the flute, where you play the talisman on 2 and then just immediately tap it for a map or something like that. And that is just a little mana efficiency that the deck really needed. And it feels like a talisman, isn't that a commander card or whatever? Isn't that just a random uncommon from an old set? No, it actually just fills the exact need that some of these decks have.
Yeah, very subtle heads up play here for Daniel. Main phasing the Disruptor Flute, even though it has flash, because the Thundertrap trainer revealed a consigned memory, so it doesn't want to give Jacob a good opportunity to use that. The Lotus Bloom, no, you don't really want that one on turn 3.
No, under no pressure though. So I mean, is it
well
in the sense that if there is Tron, it's coming down next turn. You hope to be able to counter it. Like if you're Jacob, you hope to be able to get to 3 turns from now with this, right? You're not under an immediate threat. Your opponent had a mana heavy hand with a flute. They haven't shown you Tron yet. They then have to have a payoff after a mulligan. You hope to get to the end counter on that Lotus Bloom, and going to dig a little deeper with the archaeologist here. There's a consign, but it's actually a Flood Maw going to go to hand.
See, you say under no pressure, but if my Tron opponent has 2 Tron lands, I feel like I'm under max pressure.
Fair enough. It's just he still has to have several pieces to the puzzle.
Yeah, no,
Daniel, for you to truly be punished here, right? If you're Jacob, so you have a path to hoping that you actually can get to this. And in fact, wow, look at that, Daniel's just passing the turn right back.
Nothing. Okay, I saw an Ugin in Daniel's hand. I couldn't quite get a good glimpse of what
brutal. He's stuck on 5 mana.
The other ones were. And for Jacob, ticking down on that Lotus Bloom, although it does have to, I'm going to assume that a flute is naming Belcher. I can't quite get a good look at the handwriting. I'm just going to assume it's naming Belcher. So it does have to find
that's what it is, yeah,
an answer to the flute at some point. Yeah, I can't imagine you'd name anything else, so. Oh, right. He picked up the Flood Maw, so he does have the Flood Maw in his hand to be able to eventually answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a command here.
Here we go. So we're going to go Kozilek's command, kill your trainer. And what is our second mode? We're going to go ahead and scry.
Okay.
Needs the land, it seems like.
Yeah, and this will give him 2 additional 3 spawn tokens, rather, excuse me. So Daniel will have access to more mana next turn. And if he finds the 3rd Tron land, then he's going to unlock a lot of possibilities. Oh, not making spawns. Okay.
No, I went for the kill. And
exile draw. Okay.
Yeah.
Wonder why he would go after one of the creatures there instead of making spawns. I guess maybe if he figures he plays Ugin this turn to kill the other Philology, which he can do, that will maybe cut Jacob off of playing Flare. Yeah, okay. Here's the Tron land.
If he knew that his turn was going to be, well, and I don't know if he would have, because you would think he might have done it last turn, right? But to say if your plan is to scrying Ugin, then maybe on that end step you determine that those extra spawns aren't relevant to your turn here. But I would have thought that obviously if you had scrying, you would have fired it off last turn. So that must have been the
Yeah,
draw.
he probably
he
probably found the scrying off of
So
the
so here we go.
man.
Ugin hits the battlefield, and it looks like he's actually going to point at the Philagi.
Well, there's no other targets, right?
Yeah. So what I mean is that's going to, if this does resolve, it removes all flare
Yes.
for Jacob. But the fact that if it resolves at all, surely it's still on the stack here. There's no counters on it yet.
See, I don't know if Jacob actually cares about this card. Like, I mean, I guess it does threaten winning the game in 2 turns, right? But as far as impacting the battlefield right now, it doesn't actually do anything. And
True.
as long as if Jacob thinks he can win the game when that Lotus Bloom comes off, the bloom is going to come off before Daniel has an opportunity to untap with an Ugin at 11. So if that's kind of what he's thinking, well, maybe I would rather just save a counterspell for something else. The other option is just use the consign on both the Ugin and the trigger, keep the Philagi in play. That'll unlock your flare for later.
But then, of course, you're considering, hey, last game I got Ugin'd and really need, or Ulamogged and really needed this. So instead, we're gonna sink
gonna
into
let
super. Okay,
Yeah, we're gonna
bounce
let
it
the
back to your
creature.
hand. That's pretty mana efficient.
So now Jacob still has. Well, there's also this
flare.
other.
Sorry, it's a flare, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there's also this other dynamic where if Daniel just holds up 2 mana, he can just replay the Disruptor Flute. I guess you play the Belcher first and then bounce the flute, so then you have a window to activate it. So that, I guess that doesn't matter.
Okay, well, here we go. We're just going to attempt to put Ancient Stirrings on the stack, dig a little deeper. Jacob says, that's fine. I'm going to sit here. I have 5 mana open. Lotus Bloom coming off suspend next turn. If you're Jacob, you're thinking, okay, well, maybe I can answer one more spell here and then, win the game. And that Stirrings just finds, I say just, we'll see how much it matters, an Ugin's Sanctum, which can turn into more gas if Daniel has something to start it, the chain in the first place. And he's counting his mana like he does.
He's thinking about something. I mean, we know about the Ugin that's in hand from the Sink into Stupor. Not really sure what the other holdings are. So 7, 8, 9, 10. Doesn't really have enough mana to go for something like... Doesn't have enough to go Ugin, fetch Myco Spawn and play Myco Spawn, right? Because you would need 13. Yeah, so not quite enough for that. Oh, Corbin. Oh, Corbin, that is a stone brain. I mean, it's not going to resolve, but
say that is a good one to put on the stack, because as you see on the screen, you can exile the stone brain, choose a card name, and just get rid of them. Get rid of all of them from the game. And obviously, you name Charbelcher, and your opponent's deck cannot win, so that one runs right into a counterspell.
Yeah, cannot let Daniel have that one. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the magic number here normally for Belcher is 7, right? 4 to play the Belcher, 3 to activate, but it's actually 8. I guess this also works. You can Flood Maw the flute, and then if Daniel decides to cast the flute in response to Belcher, then you could just consign it. Because I think Jacob has one more consign as well.
Yeah, remember the flute having flash is especially disruptive. See what I did there? To the Belcher deck. In that you need to both cast the Charbelcher and activate the Charbelcher.
Right. But so, for example, if Jacob didn't have another counter spell, what he could have done, right? The way to play around the flute there, if Jacob didn't have a counter spell, is you go play the Belcher, then bounce the Disruptor Flute with the Belcher in play, and then you get priority to activate the Belcher before your opponent can replay the flute. So even if Daniel replays the flute after the Belcher activation, well, it doesn't matter. It's already resolved.
Okay, so here we go. Fluke comes back down. As you said, it runs right into consigned to memory, and that means it's a handshake from Daniel. Jacob Cup coming back from down a game to take the match with Mono Blue Charbelcher, and that means, Devin, that he is into our finals here at the NRG Championship Series Modern 10K in Mundelein.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if game one was just a fluke or something, but yeah,
It was
there
fun to watch.
that game one was very, very interesting. But yeah, the post board game's kind of exactly how we thought the matchup was going to play out. So
Sure did.
congratulations to Jacob.
Yeah, speaking of how we thought it was going to play out, remember how we teased Control on table B? Well, guess what? They're still playing. And guess what? They're still in game one. And guess what? They both are still at above 15 life. So here we go. We're going to have all the magic brought to you this round. Raja deep in the tank here with a ton of mana, trying to think about what to do against Jacob Haver's Jeskai Affinity.
See, this is why we leave Raj on the backup feature match, because we know Raj has got us. If we ever need a backup feature match, he's got us. He's got us.
Always it's a strategy, tried and true for getting camera time. I got to say, being the blue-white player. And they're pretty deep. Is that a Gaia Reach What is that land?
It's a Gaia Reach.
Okay.
That is a Gaia Reach Sanitarium.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna pull up deck lists here because I want to take.
There's a Wrath of the Sky, so we're back to square zero here anyway.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna pull up Raj's deck list real quick. Yeah, so 2 Wrath of the Skies main, 2 Verdict main, 3 Prismatic Ending, 4 Solitude, 4 Time Raveler. He's not playing the I can't remember the name. Escron Scepter. That's not here.
10 lands to 4, by the way, in play right now. Is that a Kahira? Oh, we're at the Kahira stage of the game?
It's a win condition. What do you want?
Oh,
wow. You gotta kill him somehow.
Oh, he's going to. Slowly.
Yeah.
Painfully, though. I'll say that. I feel the pain for Jacob.
I think we have entered what the kids call garbage time.
Garbage time.
Look, I like Affinity, and I think there are definitely some situations and board states where Affinity can come back. But especially with the Lava Spur boots in the graveyard, seems
would you say this is one of them?
Tough.
No.
I would in fact say this is one of them, yes. Every time Jacob goes to reorganize his lands, I think he's picking them up to concede, but then he doesn't. So.
I'm fascinated by the Gaia Reach Sanitarium for Raja. If we end up chatting with him, we have to ask that. But the counterspell there does wrap it up. And into game 2 we go. With Azorius Control going up a game from Raja Suleiman against Jacob Hubbard, our number 1 seed with the impressive Jeskai Affinity list, which we're going to take a look at right now as these players sideboard. So take a look there. And what do you see for blue-white? I suppose maybe some Force of Negations might be had. I don't know, maybe a Test of Talents. Not the Whip Flares this time around.
Yeah, definitely Force of Negation. That one's going to be coming in to stop stuff like Wrath of the Skies. Past that, I mean, there's not really a ton else. These players do have open deck lists, so if there is a card in Raja's deck list that would warrant the Wear Tear, which I'm looking at Raja's deck list, there isn't, so that one's not going to come in. Dusk Rose, no targets. Needle, not. I mean, Needle against Narset, maybe, but I think that might be a little too narrow. Yeah. So, yeah, really just like the Forces and probably the Test of Talents as well.
Yeah, drawing Needle is the kind of thing where you draw one too many non-action spells, and your opponent just gets too far ahead of you. And the blue-white deck doesn't exactly need any one particular card to function.
No.
But yeah. All right, let's take a look at that blue-white deck, though, and see what Raja is working with in the sideboard against Affinity. Safe to say Wrath of the Skies comes in.
Yeah, we call it an Azorius deck, but it's actually secretly an Esper deck. There's 4 Psychic Frogs hanging out in the sideboard here. This is just a classic Raja thing. He, very, very frequently loves to have like additional threats in the sideboard, and it makes sense, right? A lot of people are going to be they play against Azorius Control, and they think typical Azorius Control fashion, opponent doesn't have any creatures. Why would I board in my room? Why would I keep in my removal spells? And you just kind of sidestep them. Now, I will say that that doesn't happen as often in open deck lists, so maybe that tactic is more useful in the Swiss rounds, less so in the top 8. But it's still like there's like a little back and forth. Like you kind of get the juke when they or zig when they zag, and so on and so forth.
Okay, this might be a dumb question.
Okay,
Do you have to reveal Kahira?
you can't.
So if you don't, are you giving away that you have the frogs?
Yeah, so there's some
Interesting.
leveling because
Yeah.
Raja could also not board in the frogs, but
Not
also
do it.
not reveal Kahira.
Yes, I love
there's
it.
there's this like really interesting leveling where he like doesn't do it for game 2, and then game 3 he also doesn't reveal the psychic frog or the Kahira, but
Yeah.
then has the psychic frogs. There's some cool leveling there. As far as this matchup is concerned, yeah, the Wrath of the Skies for sure. That's the 3rd copy, and the March of Otherworldly Light to answer Urza Saga. Stern Scolding against Tamio and Emery, but I don't know if there's enough targets for that. But yeah, the March and the Wrath. But I mean, honestly, I think Raja's kind of got all of his. The matchup is good enough. He doesn't need a lot.
You got Supreme Verdicts in the main deck. It's blue white. You're doing what you want to do. I do think it's interesting the Consult the Star charts making its way in here, right? As the sort of card selection, the impulse of choice, or whatever you want to call it, the reload spell. Because if you look through the deck, obviously there's Narset, which will dig you, and obviously Jace will brainstorm, and Teferi will dig you a little more. But again, just like actual, I want 2 cards for my 1 card. Consult the Star charts is one of the better ones and more flexible ones that has been printed recently.
Yeah, that's a huge new addition here. It's very subtle, but these decks before did play something like Stock Up. But when you're playing with 4 copies of Counterspell and all of these instant speed, interaction, it makes a lot of sense to play something like Consult. And especially later in the game, Raj's deck is typically going to play a game that lasts 10, 11, 12, 13 turns. And, if you're looking for one very specific card, especially after sideboard, you're looking for one of these silver bullet one-ups in the board. If you look at the top 10 cards of your deck with Consult, you're probably going to find it.
Yeah. Also, that probably plays into the choice of, along with, the spells that matter for it, but tune the narrative as the cantrip of choice in the deck, right? As an instant speed one. Obviously, the other parts of the card are relevant as well, but that all plays well with sort of the vibe of this instant speed Azorius deck with literal counter spell, as opposed to sometimes you see blue white in other formats, especially where it's more of a tap out type deck. But all right, here we go. We are off and running, and in fact, a decent little start here for Jacob. We've got a Tamio and a Mox. All right, we'll pass the turn back. I think both players kept on 7 here, so should have a lively game.
It's a card that Raj is definitely going to want to answer.
As I say, it's a lively game. We're in the tank on the land drop on turn 1.
Yeah, Raja definitely
White Theater.
thinking about which land we want to play. Yeah, would like something like a Prismatic Ending to handle the Tamio, but looks like that is not the case. I see a Solitude, so if Raja is willing to, give up 2 for 1 himself, give up an extra card, I'm not sure. Looks like Teferi, Supreme Verdict, Solitude. We did bring in the frogs. Okay, interesting.
That is interesting.
I wasn't sure if he was going to be one they
verdicts.
right. Well, it's not even that. It's their face up.
Yeah.
So Jacob knows about them and is maybe more likely to keep in something like Portable Hole, where Portable Hole is not really good against you. But maybe it's also a thing of you actually don't really mind if Jacob is keeping in Portable Hole, because even if Portable Hole trades for a Psychic Frog, that makes your Wrath of the Skies even that much better.
That is true.
Yeah, so I think if it was something like maybe Fatal Push or some other sort of removal spell, then Raja would be less interested in bringing them in. But it's like, yeah, sure, play Portable Hole, just play into into the rest that I'm already going to bring in anyways.
That's a really, really good point, I think, right? Because that's one of those next level things, and whether or not that went into all of this decision making or not, versus he just always does this in this matchup. Like it is very smart because it works out that way. And if on turn 2 or 3, your opponent trades their 1 mana for your 2, yeah, you're down in that, but that means they're still just ultimately keeping the board state at a status quo, which in the end is going to benefit you as the Azorius control deck. So sort of maybe unintuitively presenting threats or even the threat of threats out of your control deck can ultimately help you stall the game.
Test of Talent's down. That's only a 1 of. I didn't even notice this before. I think Jacob has a playset of serialized Emrys. Those look nice.
Oh, wow. Good for him.
Yeah, Jacob definitely definitely has we'll say definitely blinged out over there.
Yeah, I love that.
Those Mox Opals. I hadn't even seen those Mox Opals before today. I didn't even know that version of it existed.
Me neither. The joy of Magic in 2025 is that and the curse as a commentator, but is that there's new versions of cards to look at all the time, things you've never seen before. Wander the floor at an event, an NRG show, and say, oh, look, I've never seen some of these cards. That's a lot of that in Magic.
All right. Will Raja deploy the frog? He will not.
Now, this makes sense, right? If this gets through to Fairy, bounce your Emery, just have the stall down. And in fact, it earns a Kappa Cannoneer getting pitched to that Force of Negation to keep Teferi off the battlefield.
Yeah, I think you'll take that as a win if you're Raja. Nice clean 2 for 1. Yeah. Sure.
So that's an Amber in play, right? So there's 3 mana now available for Jacob here.
Is there even anything good in the graveyard? I think the mills were Tameo, 2 lands, and a Kappa Cannoneer, so nothing there. Did hit a bauble, so at least has that.
There's a Thought Cast, and it does resolve, so okay. Digging a little deeper here.
So now, at worst, he can go sack bauble, replay bauble off Emery.
Looks like that might be what we're going for. Yeah, I mean, this seems like it's just kind of a small play, but you are, hey, I'm up a card, I'm up a little bit of value, and in fact, able to make a land drop is Jacob, and that's the kind of small benefit you need against Raja, and that's why everyone fought over the Emery in the first place.
Yep. Yeah, and that's why Jacob was willing to 2 for 1 himself, just to be able to answer that Teferi, which, and thinking about it from the perspective of has to pitch a Kappa Cannoneer, but one, maybe the Kappa's not that far. Maybe we're not that close to the Kappa anyways. And 2, if I get to keep the Emery in play, well, I have a Kappa in my graveyard, so I don't even need this extra Kappa in hand. It's not doing that much for me.
And also, Kappa Cannoneer is a threat. It's probably the best threat, but also not the only threat or the only way to win games. And every turn I'm able to loop Bauble and Emery is another card up. And obviously when you're playing against a blue-white control deck, they're trying to bleed you out of cards. So yes, any card you can sort of, I don't want to use the word steal, but any kind of card you can gain through just a sort of small trade like this that doesn't seem like it's making a huge difference in the overall match, right? Obviously life totals are the same. It's just one extra card, but those are the kind of small advantages that you need to build up. And that's why you actually see a Supreme Verdict getting fired off here just to answer the Emery.
Yeah, I mean, Raja, maybe not the happiest that he has to make this play, but it's just going to keep getting worse for him if he doesn't. Because like I said, at the very least, Jacob can still draw an extra card every single turn. So if he has Kappa in hand, he's got 5 total, so we'd need a land to be able to play Kappa from hand. We got something. Needle. So the needle did come in. We weren't sure if it was going to. Very curious what the name is here, because Raja didn't reveal the Kahira, so maybe Jacob can assume the frog came in. So I almost wonder if maybe he would name Frog.
This is actually the exact spot where we talked about the needle being kind of awkward because it just doesn't impact the board at all. And you're in a position where we just talked about every card mattering, and now you more or less have a card that in this situation doesn't matter, and maybe it'll matter later. But as it stands now, maybe Raja just, fires off against all the star charts or something and just pulls so far ahead on rock hard advantage because you ran out of threats. That's the concern if you're the affinity player here.
Can you read that, Corbin? I can't read that. I can't read that. Chad, if you get if somebody in chat can read that.
Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Jace the Mind Sculptor. Okay. Well, that is a card in Raja's deck. That is a card. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about. It's, this needle is not really doing that much. It's not even clear that Jace was stayed in for Raja.
Yeah, this is exactly why needle is awkward. So we'll see if Jacob's able to follow up with anything here. But Raja's he doesn't have a ton of cards. He's probably feeling pretty good though. He was able to just get the turn passed back to him. I mean, he didn't have an instep spell, but that means he's got all reaction spells in hand.
Raja's had
spells.
Raja's had this Psychic Frog in hand since turn 2. It's now turn 9, and he still just hasn't cast it yet. I mean, I respect it. He will not be casting this card until you have 0 cards in hand. I'm holding up mana the entire game. He doesn't even want to play the subtlety. He has no intention of getting this game over with.
In hand as well.
Respect it.
He's just going to react.
He's a man of his craft. I get it.
It's a blue-white player. You can't get hasty. Wonder how our Samwise, but Samwises didn't make it, did they? Lord of the Rings references are out, but you can't get hasty if you're a control player. You just have to grind it out. No time limit here in the top 4.
Okay, now we're casting Frog. Now I feel safe. Get a rebuke?
It's going to get rebuked. Okay.
Well, you never know, Raja. It's not clear that Jacob had the rebuke the whole game. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Okay, Saga, though. This is a more difficult one to answer.
That card's good. Well, there's a Wrath.
Yeah.
Then I think Raja has a counter spell as well. So we
Raja
can actually
need to find lands at some point here. But this is pretty clean. He's able to play out Jace onto an empty board, although this one is also going to get countered, this time by a force of negation. That's just going to be hard cast. So no 5th land for Raja, no Teferi to draw an extra card.
Yeah, I love that play from Raja too. Had the ability to just run out the Wrath there, but good bait with Teferi because what's the either Jacob fights over it and he's down to counterspell, or he lets Teferi resolve and he can't fight over the Wrath next turn. And Raja was not necessarily in a rush to cast the Wrath, but now he kind of is.
Yes, I do think Raja wants to find lands at some point here.
I think it's a question of does he want to do it for 0 or blow up the needle? I don't think there's a counterspell in hand, but yeah, probably just not super concerned with the needle. Does Jacob have a way to fight? I mean, if he has another counterspell, keep the Saga in play. That would be pretty good. We are asking a question.
Okay.
What do we think we could be asking here?
To the list we go.
To the deck list. I don't know. Maybe it's something with like timing on Urza Saga triggers.
We're back.
I don't know.
We're back.
Okay, that was fast. What happened? Oh, Odawara the Saga. I see. Okay.
Okay, sure. And that allows me to replay it.
Raja did have a second frog there, so that is something that Jacob has to answer. Is this a Cap Cannoneer? Okay.
This is all not bad here for Jacob. You've got the Saga redeployed. You've got the Kappa Cannoneer cast. It is going to run into that subtlety that's been hanging out in Raja's hand for so long. Stern Scolding going to get exiled there. Both players really far down on cards here. Saga versus Frog almost.
Looks like a third frog picked up for Raja here. And worth mentioning, Raja is down both Supreme Verdicts. There's only 2 in the 75, so that Kappa Cannoneer is going to be really hard for Raja to kill. I guess something like Solitude Pay 4 could do it, but...
Yeah, Raja thinking this one through. I think he had a plan to deal with that Saga, and then It did not work out. We'll see if this comes up. Ironically, Jason Mind Sculptor bouncing constructs is one of the ways to dig out of that fairly without a board wipe. But Roger's going to go the other direction here. We're going to commit more to the board. We're going to go second Psychic Frog.
Yeah, I didn't actually see if Jacob kept the Kappa Cannoneer or if he bottomed it. I think he put it on top, right? But I'm not positive. We'll see. Because if he did top the Kappa Cannoneer, do you even want to cast it here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if you do, you cannot make a Saga token.
Yeah, on the other hand, Raja does not have specifically the card counter spell up on this turn.
Right.
Something to consider. But
because I'm thinking if you
consider, like, which of these actually allow you to catch up to these frogs is the real thought, right? Because you said it, if you go for the Cannoneer and for whatever reason it doesn't work out, the frogs are just going to turn the corner on you instantly.
Yeah, funny enough, I think Needle on Psychic Frog would have been kind of nice this game. All right, we got to go for the Kappa Cannoneer. I think this makes sense because even if you make a construct this turn, right, you have 2 artifacts, you untap, you make a third, you get a fourth, then you have 2 4/4s. Presumably you get a boot and then one of them's a 5/4, as opposed to Kappa this turn. Next turn, make a construct. You would then you still have 4 artifacts, and the Kappa would be a 6/6 plus 5. That would be 11. So it is a little bit more damage next turn.
Rogers felt like it's felt like Rogers had control of this game, but hasn't really been able to develop the mana that much. We just have to get in there with the frogs. That does work out. So we're going to pick up a couple extra cards here, does Raja.
Couldn't quite tell.
He's got a lot in hand. So
yeah, now we got cards.
Yeah, and one of them is, in fact, 2 of them are lands. That is the Gate, and the other is a Polluted Delta. So we do have mana now. So the question is, where do we want to go from here? Is that another Wrath?
Is that the third Wrath? That's brutal. Because that one can actually clear the Saga. Yeah, the third Wrath is kind of brutal here. So that's going to clear the Needle as well.
Jace unlocked.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, but I mean, just for clarity, that Needle didn't accomplish anything. No, but this Cannoneer might, because it is turning sideways. Like, Jacob has at least progressed the game to where he is able to attack, but now not a lot of cards to work with, and Raja's got 2 active frogs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of Raja's almost at a point where at 17, right? Can you make this a 2-turn clock and still keep enough stuff in hand that you feel safe, right? Because you do have to think about eventually, no, Raja's not going to go discarding. I was wondering if that was the turn, maybe we dump an extra card or 2. Because if you discard 3 that turn, right? You make it 5, then you put Jacob down to 12, and then you have 5 in play, and then you have to, if you can get to 7 next turn, that would be a 2-turn clock, and I don't know. Something to think about. Because there is a string of draws where maybe Jacob, draws Thoughtcast into Pinnacle Emissary plus a 0 and turns the Kappa into a 2-turn clock. Not sure. But I guess you have the Thoughtcast covered anyways with the counterspell. So not a big deal either way. See what Jacob finds. A Bauble. That'll make the Kappa unblockable for a turn, but...
Yeah. Don't know if that's what Roger was looking to do.
Getting him anywhere. So that's an attack for 6. Well, I mean, I guess an artifact would theoretically be lethal next turn.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Roger down to 7 here. Pop the Bauble. Get another card deep.
But Roger's going to consult here and probably find a Solitude. Because he's only gone through 1 this game, right?
Yeah, this is what we talked about in the sideboarding, right? Like how flexible and good this card is right here. And here he's looking at 6 cards, right, to pull some. So this is just very powerful to get back in it.
Dig through time.
Yeah.
That card's banned.
It is in fact banned. Yeah, he's taking his time, but Raja has to feel pretty good about this. The frogs, they worked pretty well. I mean, I think really though, I mean, like Wrath of the Skies is just so good here that Frog is a good follow up. Anything would be a good follow up, but Frog being more card advantage is particularly strong, and there's now a pair of Solitudes in hand for Raja.
Yeah, it's like Raja. This matchup is so good for Raja. It like obviously Psychic Frog is, definitely a more powerful way to win the game. But that could have been a subtlety. I guess maybe not because Raja did draw a lot of cards off these frogs. So just the ability to like end the game and make sure he's got a steady flow of cards going. It's not, it is very unique, but yeah, I could have. Now we're definitely in garbage time. I just saw how many cards he had in hand.
That's a lot. That's quite a few. There's a couple counter spells too. So, all right, I think we might have a finals soon to be set. With the way this is going here, Roger looking to put the finishing touches on another masterpiece with blue white.
And I would say this is a heads up play here from Jacob.
Yeah.
Although Raja I think has this covered because he can counter spell and then still pay the 4 mana. But if Jacob,
you're able to, yep.
if Jacob somehow has another counter spell, this could be good enough. I can't. Okay, so we counter this, and then if Jacob has another counter
No way.
spell, we're thinking.
Oh
Not
no,
quite.
I don't think we got there.
Man, yeah, another rebuke, right? Because even if
Yeah.
Raja pays, he can't pay the word for
anything would have worked there, honestly.
Yeah.
That was very close.
But yeah, going back to what you were mentioning, we're lining up a finals here, and it's kind of the exact finals that we mentioned, right? We said that the Belcher player was super favored on their side of the bracket, and if Belcher was favored in the top 8, as long as Raja didn't make it to the finals. Well, now Raja's maybe in the finals, or at least on the cusp of it. So very, we'll have to see if that maybe it's just classic caster curse. We said this the whole time, and maybe Belcher's just gonna 2-0 sweep anyways. But
Belcher blue against blue white. That's good clean magic right there.
Oh, I think Raja had a second Solitude in hand, so even if
it
didn't even matter.
Yeah, once he was able to consult the star charts and do that, and then draw a card for turn, and then draw 2 more with Frog, right? That is just an insane amount of cards you cannot give to a blue-white deck, right? And that's, of course, how it goes with Frogs. Once they turn the corner, they turn the corner very hard. And conversely, the Jeskai Affinity deck or any Affinity deck is just not going to be able to rebuild for multiple Wrath of the Skies in that way.
Do you think Raja is even considering like any sort of like X turn clock with these psychic frogs? He's probably I don't even think that's not even on his mind.
Yeah, can't just do anything to not lose. You really can't lose at this point as long as you don't like make a major blunder. So I think that one of the few ways that would be is to go all in on frogs and have something terrible happen. I don't know, settle the wreckage or whatever, right?
Well,
type play.
All in, just discard a couple cards.
Well, that's the only way I really think he could win or he could lose here, right?
Yeah.
And this kind of goes back to like I don't even remember if it was that game we came in on earlier in this game, but we talk about how like, well, you could do something here, but you don't become a blue-white control player by doing something when you can do something.
True. The answer is you just never do anything.
Yeah. The Psychic Frogs do turn the heat up though. Very well. Like this was a perfect showing of why they are in the sideboard.
My eyes might be deceiving me, but I think I might have seen him thumbing through a Jace when he was shuffling, so it's possible the Jace stayed in. You never know.
We don't know what Raja's sideboard plan is. I mean, imagine if you have some cards to cut, Jace is a nice fine one of in there, but here we go. Frogs are coming in. Now we have a choice. Do we want to pitch anything to them?
Come on, discard a land. You know you want to, Raja. Come on. All right, fine. Not even a land.
Nope.
Can't even give me a land.
All right, Teferi has hit the stack. We will See if this resolves. If it does, of course, Jacob will be cut off spells on Raj's turn. So this baits out. Oh no, a turn too late rebuke. Needed that one a few turns ago or last. One of those turns that when Raja was able to turn the corner here.
There we go.
There we go. That's a handshake. Raja Suleiman takes it down and moves to the finals. Stop me if you've heard this one before, Devin. Raja Suleiman in the finals of a NRG championship.
Oh, I've definitely heard it before. And, we got to see the matchup we wanted to, right? We said the Belcher player was a pretty big favorite to win the event, assuming that Raja didn't make the finals. And Raja's now in the finals. So we'll have to see how that matchup plays out.
That's right. Well, we're going to head to a short break, let the players catch their breath, maybe use the bathroom, get a drink, shake the cobwebs out. It's getting a little late, but get on in there for the finals. That's what we have coming up to you. Raja Suleiman, Jacob Cup on the other side. I'm Corbin Hostler, Devin Wicke O'Donnell with me. Stick with us, and we will have the finals of NRG Championship Series on the other side of the break. Welcome in, everyone. It is time for the finals here at the NRG Championship Series in Mundelein. I'm Corbin Hostler here to take you through the end of our Saturday with Devin Doom Wake O'Donnell. We've watched quite a bit of Modern today, 8 rounds plus some quarterfinals, some semifinals, a lot of very different decks, a lot of very fun Magic to watch, Devin.
Yeah, and we got one match left to determine the winner, and very interesting matchup. We have kind of the blue-eye control deck on one side of things and the Belcher deck on basically the opposite end of the spectrum. So it'll be interesting to see how those two play out. But let's take a look and see what these players are playing for.
Yeah, first place, of course, $2,400 and that guaranteed invite to the NRG champs and the regional championship. And that means a lot to both of these players. We'll take a look at the leaderboard here in a little bit, but Raja was in the top 20, is definitely going to be moving up after guaranteeing himself a minimum of 25 points here this weekend. And of course, minimum of $1,200, $2,400 should you win. Payouts through the top 8, at least $400, down to 32nd place for $100. And of course, the true prize going to the winner. Doom, tell them what they can win.
They get a token in their own likeness by Inkling Customs, custom token. You see some of our past winners, Matt Hoey, Nikachu. They got the team event. That just amazing work by Inkling Customs, and there's definitely nothing like it in in terms of prizes. Players, like I said, leaderboard points and money, but at the end of the day, this is what they really want.
That's right. Of course. But let's take a look at that leaderboard before we head down into the finals. I mentioned that we have Raja Suleiman there in 17th place. You can see with 68 points, he'll be adding a minimum, as we said, 25. My math, and I am not playing in the finals of the NRG event, but my quick math tells me that puts him up to 93 at a minimum, which would, in fact, put him into the top 5, as you see a bunch of regulars up there. So that is what is on the line here. Players trying to qualify for that season-ending championship, and the winner here will do so. So I think we are going to go ahead and get a look at either the decks, or we'll see where the players are at, but we are ready perhaps to head on down to the match. Here we go. It is time. Sit in. Thank you for spending your Saturday evening with us. Enjoy the finals of the NRG Championship. Raja Suleiman, Azorius Control on your left, Jacob Cup, Mono Blue Charbelcher on the right.
Yeah, so this matchup is, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's definitely favored for Raja. But I will say the Belcher deck has its own form of counter spells. It has a lot of disrupting shoals, flare of denials, a force of negation, and then some other, a couple of their counter spells in the sideboard. So it does have some ways to fight over the counter spells that Raja is presenting, right? You can set up a turn where you go Belcher and have counter spell backup. The really rough part here for Jacob is the presence of Teferi Time Raveler, and there are 4 copies in Raja's deck list, because if Teferi resolves, not only does that mean that Jacob can no longer fight over any of his spells with his own counter spells,
Right.
also something like a suspended Lotus Bloom off the table.
Yeah, that's where it's really brutal. Is that Teferi's static ability finds new ways to get you every time. Also, can confirm there that Raja did in fact reveal the Kahira, as he does in game one every time. As
I would hope so.
As we noted in the last round, you can no longer play Kahira as the companion once you board in the Psychic Frogs. But as he pointed to it there, Kahira could be the win condition in this one, as it was in his first game in the semifinals that we watched.
Yeah, no Psychic Frogs in game one, but I would have to imagine this is probably a matchup where once we do get to the sideboard games, Raja will likely go towards those Psychic Frogs. Because not only do they, they give they allow you to pressure your opponent in a unique and different way. Just the constant stream of finding more counter spells to make sure you can always win those fights over Jacob stuff. Very, very important for Raja. Yeah, trying to think of the ideal hand here for Jacob on a mulligan.
Yeah.
Wants to have some sort of 2-drop, whether it be Philology Archaeologist or Thundertrap Trainer. Mostly just because it's effectively a cantrip, but it also turns on Jacob's Flare of Denials, and that is his best counter spell. Allowing you to something like Force of Negation. You can only pitch cast that on Raja's turn, so you can't go like cast the Charbelcher and fight over it with Force Negation. But Disrupting Shoal can also do that. There are a large number of 3-mana cards in Jacob's deck list. As far as 2s, if you're trying to shoal a counter spell, how many 2s do we have? 4, 8. So we have the 2-drops, the creatures, what else do we have? Jwari Disruption. So it looks like about 12 total. So a decent amount.
Yeah. I have to imagine Jacob's happy about this. Although must need the land here, passes up the Lotus Bloom. Or with maybe can the Archaeologist only grab his sorceries?
Yeah.
So he's able to pick up.
I think it's any non-creature. Hold on, let me look at it. Yeah, non-creature, non-land.
Yeah, so he opts for the land there over the Lotus Bloom.
Yeah, and that could signify a couple of things. Either he, wants to try to play around Teferi, and if he grabs the Lotus Bloom and Raja has something like, Resolve Teferi, that could make that a little awkward. And in that instance, he'd even rather have the Lotus Bloom in the graveyard because of Tameshi. So, because if you suspend the Lotus Bloom and Teferi goes off, that Lotus Bloom remains in exile. But in the graveyard, you can still pull it out with something like Tameshi.
Yeah, so all in all, not a bad Archaeologist on turn 2 here, given that you assume we're on an uphill battle, as we're just going to pass the turn back.
I see a Jason Mind Sculptor in Raja's hand.
Yeah. I picked up a Force of Negation there as well, so
that's big.
I caught that. So don't know how many counterspells he had before, but there is another. Actually, I just saw Teferi as well. He might go for, as Jacob does not have 3 mana, he has 2, so it'd have to be Flare or Exile. So at the very least, your Teferi is drawing cards, multiple cards from Jacob in that scenario. But we'll see. A lot of options available to Raja here.
Yeah, I don't know if Raja. Raja is aware of the presence of Jwari Disruption in Jacob's deck list. And, Raja has a couple of 3-drops that he maybe wants to try to deploy, but doesn't really, unless he absolutely has to. He does not want to just play into Jwari Disruption like that.
Wow, just pulls the trigger on this, though. Plays into this one.
I mean, so Raja's going to counterspell. Jacob's probably going to flare.
What if he doesn't have a counterspell, though?
Yeah, I mean, Jacob also might have a flare. I think Jacob does have a flare, yeah.
Yeah. So he just decided to go for it and fight over it. We're going to flare to protect the Charbelcher, forcing Raja to pull off another spell here. Now, we know Raja has a Force of Negation in hand, I believe. I think he's debating over which card to pitch.
This is tricky. So there's also Teferi, and I think Raja's maybe considering letting it resolve and then Teferrying. That line is very risky, though, because then if Jacob counters the Teferi, then you can't really fight over it. So it's
whereas
better
if you fight over it, if you fight over it and lose the fight somehow, you can still Teferi it back to buy time. So as it turns out, though, he doesn't lose the fight. The Force of Negation pitches the Jace, as it were. So found a use for Jace in 2025. Good work, Raja. And now makes a land drop with Jacob being down counterspells and Charbelcher, and Teferi hits play.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense because if Jacob had a Disrupting Shoal, he likely would have fought over the Force of Negation. So knows that the fairy is very likely good. There is one copy of Force of Negation that Jacob couldn't fight. Like if Jacob had Force of Negation, couldn't use that to fight over the stack the previous turn. But it's only a one of second Belcher.
Okay, second Belcher. He knows it's just going to get bounced. He goes for it
Yeah.
anyway. Roger's going to land cycle here. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Teferi can just bounce the Charbelcher, so he knows that it's not really doing anything. It's just buying time. But hey, it's buying time.
Yeah, force the minus with the fairy. Maybe if Raja doesn't find another counter spell, you can cast it next turn. Maybe it resolves. Teferi is only on 2 loyalty, so it can't bounce it again the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, Raja, this is not the what we saw last round where we're 8 turns in when the fight happens.
Right.
This is Raja doesn't have that many cards in hand. It's not inconceivable that he just doesn't have another counter spell.
I think I'm pretty sure after this Narset, the holdings are Prismatic Ending, Wrath of the Skies, 2 lands. I think he found another Narset. I think there might have been another Narset in that pile. Raja is playing the Days Undoing. Yeah, 1 Days Undoing. That would be a nice one.
Lovely combo.
Oh, yeah. That's the real win condition. Looks like Snare is the take, which makes sense. Wants to have at least something up this turn. And Snare does have some premium targets. Both Trainer and Philagi are pretty good. Like you would want to, they are 2-for-1s, and they do turn on Jacob's best card, which is Flare of Denial. So
yeah, and if that is, for Jacob
Although
to go for, Raja's able to do that and then fetch out a Surveil land as well and set up even more.
Flare not great on this board with the Fairy, but just gonna keep jamming. I do what you got to do, right? I respect it.
But it looks like it's going to resolve.
Yeah. And we could maybe see Wrath of the Skies for 4 next turn, perhaps.
Well, he's going to get a Narset activation to dig here. So what are we looking at that can actually deal with it? Prismatic Endings, Wrath of the Skies, March of Otherworldly Light?
Yeah, March. Yeah, there is one March? Yeah, 1 March in the main. That'd be a good one too, because that would turn off Tameshi from getting it back.
Otawara buys time, but you won't find that off a Narset.
Yeah.
I think he might have a Wrath, though.
He does have a Wrath, so he can at least Wrath for 4 next turn, but that, is his whole turn.
Yeah, you get activations, and I guess even if there's then another... Well, gosh, I guess at this point, if there were an untapped land and Charbelcher, Jacob would just have 7.
Right. And you might even assume that Jacob has a second Belcher, given how much we've just been jamming the first one. And maybe it's, maybe he recognizes with the Fairy in play, it's like, well, it's not going to get any better. I have to jam anyways. But
yeah, so he picked up a counter spell. So if he can, but he still actually has to figure out how to deal with the one in play here.
Yeah.
If you tap out to do it with a Wrath or something, then your counter spell is not going to work anyway on whatever follows. So we'll see. Roger's it seemed like he was in an okay spot here, but just jamming Belcher over and over again maybe works.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot here for Raja.
And he's definitely, he's deep in the tank here on this Narset. It did not reveal anything that was at least an easy choice.
Yeah, I think the card he's probably looking for the most is Force Negation here, because that would give him the option to go land 6, Wrath for 4, and hold up Force.
And then if he's able to do that, even if something gets through, Jace is able to minus again next turn.
Oh, the Teferi, yeah.
Sorry, Teferi, yeah, thank you. My broken blue planeswalkers, get them mixed up.
I mean, he does have Jason hand, so. Ooh. We are not. Oh, no. Wait, he can tune, get the 2 energy, and then Wrath for 4, still leaving up a mana. This makes a lot more sense, yeah. I always forget that tune is like a ritual of sorts for the Wrath. I mean, hell, if he found another tune, he could even go second tune, Wrath for 4, and hold up Counterspell.
True. No, not it, but yes, that is a good call. All right, here's the Wrath.
Yep, so X is 4. What are we doing? Okay, I was going to say. There's Teferi in play. We can't do anything. We can think in response. Okay, so if Jacob has untapped land Belcher, we're done. But I don't think he does. I believe...
I think we would have seen that. It's sinking to stupor.
Sink on Teferi? Okay. So this means that Jacob probably has a counter spell, and we're going to try and counter it on the way back down. I think there is a flare in hand for Jacob. But that's not going to work because we know Raja has the counter spell.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, that plan works if Raja doesn't have 6 cards in hand at this point.
Yeah. I almost wonder if you're Raja, if you don't find another counter spell, you maybe just let the Teferi go. Because, yeah, I think it's what? Narset, pending, counter spell, Jace, Teferi is the hand. I believe that's his exact hand. So if you Teferi, counterspell Jacob's counterspell, then you're leaving yourself open to him drawing Belcher next turn. Yeah, and you see Raja doesn't even want to pick the fight.
Are we reaching? Right. Gaia reaching in the upkeep. Let's go.
We almost have him in the lock.
Yeah.
He's only got 2 cards in hand.
I didn't see what he picked up off of that, but putting away the redundant Narset into the graveyard certainly isn't hurting the situation here for Raja.
Yeah, and Teferi does give him the full lock, too. Once Jacob is out of cards in hand, Teferi it does represent the full lock. The lock, I should explain for people at home.
Yeah,
so Narset has a static ability that prevents your opponent from drawing additional cards each turn. Gaia Reach Sanitarium has an activated ability where it says both players draw and discard a card. And what you can do is that in your opponent's draw step, if say they have no cards in hand, after they've drawn a card for turn, you can activate the Sanitarium, they draw discard, but they can't draw because they've already drawn for turn, so they just discard the card they draw every turn. And with Teferi, that makes it a full lock because you can't even cast instants in your draw phase when you would normally be able to try to get out of that lock.
Azorius as heck is what I would describe that as.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, funny, we played the hydroelectric specimen. You normally wouldn't want to do that, but...
without power, baby.
Yeah.
Did not work.
Now this is the full lock. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. That is game 1 going over to Raja Suleiman here in the finals. Blue-white looked very good there against Charbelcher.
Yeah, I mean, that was just kind of textbook, right? Raja had a bunch of counter spells, stopped Jacob from doing anything fast with Belcher, and then was able to just kind of use his planeswalkers to take advantage and then lock him out with an Narset.
Yeah, let's take a look at the sideboards here as the players have open deck lists, of course, here in the top 8. Belcher against the blue-white. Well, I guess we've got some counter magic that seems like it's decent.
Yeah, so Jacob is going to be looking towards... there's some Flusterstorms.
Yeah,
other than that, in the force,
yeah,
not really much else, though. Yeah, there's the Snapback. You don't want bounce spells. Consign, there's really no targets for that. Harbinger. I guess Raja, if we get a basic count, we got what? There is 2 planes, 2 islands, so I don't even think that's that good. Yeah, there's not really much here besides the 2 Flusters and the Force Negation. Maybe cutting Can trim. The scolding is not very good. The spell snare is kind of. I guess spell snare does fight over counter spell.
Yeah, let's take a look at Raja's cyborgs. That's what I wanted to bring up is are the
Yeah, are the frogs coming in?
The stern scoldings are where I looked as the first cut.
Yeah.
Which then leads me to the question, are the frogs coming in? And if
You
the
would
frogs
ass-
are coming in, are the scoldings going out, etc. So yes, I love all the questions that these frogs on the sideboard pose.
They are really nice. The frogs are almost certainly coming in, and I guess so you probably do keep in the scoldings there if you're Jacob. Yeah, from Raja's side of things, I think pretty sure he wants the 4 frogs. Mostly because he has prismatic endings in his main deck that, for the most part, don't really do that much.
Right.
If you have a Teferi, you can Teferi uptick and then tag the Lotus Plume in upkeep. But outside of exactly that, there's not really a ton of usage for it.
Usually the Belcher is played and activated all at once.
Yeah, exactly. So those can probably come out. The frogs probably come in. You could maybe subtlety for something like Tameshi, although that's kind of narrow. Spell snare, there is a large number of 2-drops, so something like spell snare or scolding could come in for Raja to stop the thunder traps and the Philagis. Besides the frogs, not a ton else here, but I think Raja's main deck is pretty is already good enough that we can just kind of upgrade these pendings and these Wrath of the Skies to frogs and some counter spells.
Yeah, blue white or Esper if we want to talk about the frogs that way, but seems like it was a nice choice for this event. And honestly, like if you look at this deck list, there's a couple choices that are a little smaller in number, right? Like the one settled T. You can talk about like the Mind Sculptor, etc. But for the most part, we're talking 4 counter spells, 3 Narsets, 4 Teferis, 4 Solitudes, right? Like this is a very efficient blue-white list that seems like it's tuned pretty well against the current meta, despite all of the Wrath of the Skies gives you, I guess, just a lot of range. But there's a lot of very different strategies as we talked about. But it seems like Raja has a build here that's lined up pretty well against anything. I mean, I don't know how many aggro decks he ran into today versus etc. But it's been a really impressive showing for the archetype.
Yeah, Raja putting on a clinic.
Yeah, as usual, you might say. I am interested though, like Jacob Cup's mono blue Belcher list, and our players are still shuffling, so we'll take a look at this here. But this deck is just a masterpiece of deck building if you like this sort of thing. They started printing all of these sink into stupor type cards where the one side's a spell and the other side's a land. And at first, the lands always came into play tapped, as I think some of these might, but that's certainly a part of the mechanic when it was first introduced. And that was sort of a paradigm shift in the sense that you actually could truly build decks without any lands in them. And therefore, that leads people to Charbelcher. But then once they print ones that you can just lightning bolt yourself into play on tap, and then they print more and more free counter spells, this entire deck really just came together over the last, I don't know, maybe 2 years of Modern, sort of in the background of the Nadu, Boros Energies type, metagames of the world. This deck just kind of kept picking up pieces and improving, and players grinding it, and it has picked up some wins. And here it is in the finals of another big event.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that this deck would not be possible without the additions of Sink into Stupor and Hydroelectric Specimen from MH3, but it would certainly be a lot worse. And, just the ability to, like you said, have 12 enter the battlefield untap lands allows you to curve out, like normally, before, because people have tried Belcher a bunch in the past before MH3 came out. And before, you were kind of always playing third because all of your lands came into play tapped, except for the one land that you had, the one Seagate Restoration. And now you just have hands that function a lot more like normal Magic hands when you have this overabundance of enter the battlefield untap lands. Certainly MH3 has made a huge impact in terms of what you can actually do with building a deck like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think
Corbin, bring me back to the days when people played Belcher with 4 land grant. That's
that
they
is
played one Taiga. You know what I mean?
that is the time of Magic when I entered and learned about Legacy. And it sounded like Dredge, right? It was like a paradigm breaking deck that kind of shows you what's possible within Magic, but not just, oh, I'm playing casual Magic. I can play whatever I want, but what you can actually kind of create within even the confines of competitive Magic. Yeah, it's one of those decks that just sort of, you know, scratches that itch in a way for Magic players that a lot of decks don't. And I think the fact that here we are in 2025 and it's in the finals of a big event against the card Counter Spell and a classic blue white deck means that Modern's in a pretty good spot. We talked about we had 6 different decks in the top 8. That's a good place. Obviously, the Pro Tour is Modern, and that's in a few weeks. And perhaps we'll see some of these players there. Now, obviously, the winner of this finals will receive not just an invite to the NRG Championship at the end of the year, but also the regional championship. So a lot riding on this. And Raja Suleiman is up a game right now with Azorius Control. So it looks like players are getting ready to go. So, all right, Jacob Cup gets to be on the play here with this mono blue Charbelcher deck we just talked about. He had a pretty decent hand. It seemed like last game had some amount of interaction, had several Charbelchers to jam, but has to start this one off with a mulligan, unfortunately.
Yeah, as bad as that game went for Jacob, there was some spots, right? And Jacob, I think, picked his spots accordingly. There was definitely a turn where Raja was in an awkward situation where he I think I go back to the turn where he had to cast the Wrath of the Skies. Like there was a window of opportunity, multiple turns for Jacob to steal that game. Given how bad the situation was. So, and that was on a mulligan from Jacob as well last game. So
Yeah,
it's
just did not quite get there.
yeah, it was very, very close, but yeah, that one turn, if he had untapped land, a second Belcher, but yeah, and also Tameshi didn't make an appearance, and I'm curious to see how many Solitudes Raja kept in. I don't know if you
Kept in
maybe
Jace. I see it right
did
there.
keep in Jace, yeah.
Hopefully it makes an appearance. We've had a lot of
Was
talk
it
about it. Best it's done
Jace,
out so far.
Jace, Narset, Spell Snare, Lorien, and lands? Not the worst.
Yeah, maybe a little light on lands, but it didn't count if he had 2 or 3 there. But
He has 3.
Then he's good to go. It seems like
He's
a
good.
great opening hand.
Now he's got 4.
I guess the one thing is the planeswalkers are, they're not counter spells. So you do have to kind of tap out if that is the path you go.
Oh, we missed the most important part. Raja didn't reveal his companion, which we kind of assumed was going to happen, but we should have mentioned it.
Yeah, good catch. The frogs are in. Or
And,
this is the mind game.
I don't think this is the type of matchup where he would mind game.
Finals of
because his opponent doesn't have it. Well, you would want to do that against decks that have removal spells because there is actually like some sort of leveling there. But I mean, Jacob's not going to fight over the psychic frogs. Once they're in play, that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he is able, Raja, there to snipe a otter with a spell snare. Very important when you are on the draw. If you're hoping to take a game on the draw, is to use that spell snare to catch a 2-drop.
Yeah, I wonder how often, if at all, Raja did that today, where he's just like, game 1, maybe wins game 1, doesn't reveal Kahira for game 2, maybe loses, and then game 3 doesn't reveal Kahira again, but then like doesn't have the frogs in for game 2, but then also doesn't reveal Kahira for game 3, but then has the frogs in for game 3.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Where
Just the leveling. Maybe I'm just thinking too much about it, but
yeah, but that's what's fun about it. That's what makes it fun. Sure, you can just say, I always board him in this situation, but that's not as fun. All right, resolving a surveil trigger here is Raja. Jacob has 3 mana after that mulligan, all untapped, so does have access to any counter magic here, or War of Invention for Lotus Bloom, as the deck likes to do on turn 3.
He likes it.
It's a consign, or has a consign at least. Yeah, this is a matchup where just at every point, obviously, Jacob has to play into blue-white. And we do actually see the war here on the instep, and it does resolve even to go get the Lotus Bloom.
The
So
Lotus.
maybe we'll see a fight here on turn 4. Jacob just going for a win. But Raja, well, he's got some cards at hand. We'll see how if any of them actually interact here.
You know, Raja does only have one way to fight. Raja has one consign. I believe the rest of his hand is Jace,
Yeah.
Solitude, Narset.
Lands. Yeah, Narset and lands, I think.
And lands.
And so he
So
opted to keep the consign up here over playing Narset, which is
yeah, makes
not exactly
sense.
what you want to do.
I was going to say,
because you don't want to be forced into that situation.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Jacob had untapped land, Belcher plus Disrupting Shoal, that might have... Well, actually, no, that wouldn't be enough because he can just kick the consign. So, yeah, that still wouldn't be enough. Yeah, if you're going to hold up any card to fight, it's the consign because that one basically can't be fought over with counter spells. Except for Flusterstorm.
Yeah.
Depending on there could be some weird stacks where you're like consign, copy, and then Flusterstorm your consign copies, and depending on how much mana they have left over, so on and so forth.
All right, that was an actual counterspell picked up by Raja, though. So and he has lands. So if you are the control player, all you really need to do here is make land drops and have counterspells, and that's what Raja's doing. And again, opts to not play a planeswalker. I imagine we're going to get to turn 5. He's going to play a 3-mana planeswalker, keeping up counterspell, but maybe not. Maybe he'll just
honestly. I don't even think
keep passing.
Yeah, I don't even think he'll play a 3-mana planeswalker because if he plays a 3-mana planeswalker, shields are quote unquote a little bit down because then he'll have counterspell backup, but the counterspell again gets fought over by just one.
So
of
here
Jacob's
we have now we're just you just keep passing the turn with now you have counterspell and consign open, and I'm not sure if he has another land, but if you're Raja, you just draw another land, play another land next turn, keep doing this until Jacob has to do something.
Yeah, I was thinking about if Jacob does nothing this turn, I wonder if there was any interest in playing Solitude. Well, now there certainly is interest in playing Solitude.
So Tameshi for Jacob. This, keep in mind, for those who don't know, is actually a combo with Lotus Bloom that can sometimes just win the game on the spot.
Yeah, he can't really afford to Solitude this because if he doesn't have a white card, so if he Solituded this, then it would just be
real risky here when you get a counterspell. And Jacob actually thinking about what he wants to do here, just trying to figure out, is this the card I fight over?
But think about it from the perspective. Obviously, Jacob doesn't know about the Solitude, but like this is sort of a win for Jacob, right? Because the Solitude is theoretically sort of a clean answer to the Tameshi in a weird way. But now you're getting Raja to trade one of his other more premium answers on a card that he has another answer for. So, in the grand scheme of things, I think this is good for Jacob, but tough to say at this juncture.
Okay, well, Raja's going to untap here. I don't think he hit a land, so it does make things a little more awkward. I once watched a match where 2 control players I covered, and they just went, I think it was 11 turns in a row of land to go without playing a spell.
Oh, yeah.
Action didn't happen until one of them had to discard to hand size, and that is when the game began.
That's when they control players refuse to discard to hand size. They'll start playing spells when they're about to miss a land.
It was Shoda and somebody, so just a control master versus another control player, and it was something to behold. That's for sure. We're not quite there, but Raja is deep in the tank thinking about this because he's got a lot of spells. And what is most important for him is effectively managing this mana so that you don't stumble into a loss here. Because theoretically, with that much action in hand, nothing should be able to get through, is at least what you are. That's the approach he's taking. So any mana you spend has to be 100% necessary.
I mean, there maybe was some consideration to play the Narset that turn because the counterspell that you have back up is the consign, right? And the consign, as we mentioned earlier, doesn't get got by a single counterspell from Jacob.
So you could go for if you do, want to go that way, you can he hit land. So you can play land to Jace this turn and do that. But you can also, if you really want to get into it, you can just try to hit land next turn and have 4 mana open after your 3 mana Planeswalker. It's just all about how aggressive Raja wants to be to push the advantage he definitely has. And here it is, the 3 mana Narset hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. And this Narset could also just find a counterspell too.
Yeah, exactly.
Which...
looks like a fairy I spotted, perhaps. So that's the one that's going to hit the hand as well. So I think it's probably unlikely he taps out here for it, but he is assembling what he needs. So War of Invention again for Jacob fired off.
So this one we have to fight over that. Ooh, do we have a way to fight? I think if Jacob has a way to fight, this game is over.
Maybe, because there's Force of Negation.
Because I don't think Raja,
which is going to go get the Charbelcher.
Yeah, and I don't think Raja has a way to fight back over this, because you can't consign the activated ability of Belcher. It's an activated ability, not a triggered ability. So yeah, this gets a Belcher, and I don't think Raja has any recourse. Wow.
Well, that's what we said. He went for the Planeswalker, and it did not work out because Jacob had the War of Invention, and at least from the looks of it, is going to be able to send us into a game 3 here in the finals.
Yeah, the thing is, Raja was covered against as many hardcast Belchers as Jacob could have ever, possibly got his hands on. But I think specifically the War of Invention with the 2 consigns in hand just didn't have enough ways to fight over the Belcher itself. I think it's not a triggered ability, but although we were having this conversation about
damage.
Yeah, no, it's not like Calibrated Blast.
Okay. Oh man. All right. Well, I think this is Jacob winning the game. Raja picking up the deck to look through it before we head. Yep, as in fact, you see the little bubble pop up there. Jacob Cup takes game 2 of the finals. Into a third we go. Raja going to get a good look at that sideboarding, though. Committed all to memory.
All right, fourth time's the charm. I don't think I thought I maybe saw the Harbingers at one point, but maybe I'm crazy. I don't think I saw Harbingers, but in any case, we are going to the restroom, it looks like.
All right. I mean, this is a big match, right? This is a huge finals, third game of the finals coming up, right? One Magic game for the RC invite. And I imagine these players, as skilled as they are, can get RC invites. On top of that, though, the NRG Championship invite, that is a difficult ticket to acquire. And the winner here is going to be able to do that. So, hey, take your bathroom break, get your pile shuffle in, do everything you need to calm your mind, and so you can be at 100%. Because, hey, we want a great game here in the finals. We don't want our last one to be, sullied by mana screw or anything of those sorts. We've had a lot of fun watching these players throughout the top 8, which, as you said earlier, basically went as according to prediction.
Yeah, I mean, that game was a little bit more. Raja did draw a couple of sideboard cards, right? Raja basically had 2 consigns in his hand and, did have the capability to fight over a Belcher on the stack. But, just the fact that Jacob had War of Invention for Belcher instead of just having the Belcher in hand made it so Raja's sideboard cards just didn't work. And that's going to happen some of the time with consign, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the few times where it's kind of a little bit awkward for the deck, but yeah, I mean, that was kind of a little bit of a Planeswalker flood almost for Raja. Ended up with multiple Planeswalkers there, 3 of them by the end of it, in hand or in play, and needed either mana for the interaction or just, the actual interaction spells. That said, he gets to go back on the play here for game 3. So he'll have the opportunity to get out ahead on mana, get ahead of the curve. So We'll take it back here for a second while they take a break, and where we will go is to a graphic to look at our next event that is coming up in Elmhurst, Illinois on November 1st and 2nd. That's just a little under 2 months from now. Mark this one on down on your calendars for a team trios showdown on Saturday, standard, sealed, and modern, followed of course by a 10K modern showdown on Sunday. And this will be coming a month or so after the Pro Tour, which of course is modern, which will be taking cues from this event. So you can see some pre-Pro Tour modern meta here. There'll be the Pro Tour. You can see some post-Pro Tour modern meta in Elmhurst, Illinois for that 10K modern showdown. And some of the players you will see there are these players who will be chasing points on our leaderboard, because at the top of it, you see some players, those in orange, who are already qualified for the champs at the end of the year. But everyone whose name it isn't in orange, starting with Will Kowalczyk there on the right, as well as Alden Cates. And again, by my math, Raja Suleiman will be at a minimum tying Alden Cates with 93 points. So you're going to have everybody whose name you don't see in orange there fighting to get a spot at the 2025 NRG Championship. But the winner of this match will get there automatically, no questions asked. And that is what they are playing for. In addition, of course, to the money, $2,400 for first place, that regional championship invite we mentioned, which also, by the way, goes to the top 4 overall. So these players have already locked that up, of course, and the points, the cash paying out all the way down to 32nd place here this weekend. Because Devin, this is what we talk about every time we have one of these shows. The series is not just one event. You come out, you play, you do well, you do poorly. That's that. It's no, you're building something over the course of the year and over the course of the season, and it gives you something to shoot for and aim for and improve even on your own over the course of the year. And that's really what I love about having the NRG series as opposed to just an NRG tournament.
Yeah, and somebody like Grayson Nemitz, right? Grayson's been basically just crushing every single event that we go to. He's year to date just crushing I guess not crushing anymore. Harrison's catching up with him a little bit, and Grayson did have not the best tournament today, so maybe Harrison's gaining a little bit of ground as well. Not sure exactly how both of those players finished, but yeah, I mean it's great to see the amount of consistency that some of these players have. They just keep doing well over and over again, and just a lot of mainstays on the NRG series.
Yep, that's how you know you're doing something right. People keep coming back. You know what else who did something right? Both these finalists. Let's head back down to the finals table here. We're getting one last shuffle in before we get going. Here in Mundaline, it is Jacob Cup and Raja Suleiman. You see what they're playing for right there on top of everything else we talked about, that 2025 Showdown winner trophy, because there's nothing like a little hardware for all of your hard work.
It's a nice trophy. I will say that.
It looks good.
All right.
Raja gets to go back on the play for this one with Blue White. We saw he had that spell snare on turn 2 for Jacob, but ultimately just ended up kind of one beat behind throughout the game, it seemed like. Not able to, always having to hold up his mana. Eventually caught up to him by the time he finally did decide to play something out. So he's going to try to avoid that this time by going back onto the play. So what did we decide for Jacob, right? Did we like that the just jamming Charbelchers over and over again? Do we like trying to set up the complicated insteps? There's a lot of options for him in terms of how he wants to sequence his own plays. And I think that's where a lot of the skill with Belcher kind of comes in.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Jacob had it his way, he wouldn't like the game where he's just jamming Belcher over and over again. I don't think he doesn't want to do that. He wants to be in situations where he's like casting the 2-drops, developing a little bit, hitting his land drops, and then sort of like setting up for this one big critical mass turn where, assuming there's no Teferian play, of course, he just gets to go, present a Belcher and then fight over it twice. And then maybe also on top of that, if none of that works, present another Belcher on the next turn. I think that's, sort of the game that he wants to play. Just a lot more sculpting and hitting land drops and things like that, and not just like, here's 4 mana on turn 4, cast this Belcher. Does it resolve?
Yeah.
Because we know the answer to that question.
Yes. And if you've done absolutely nothing to tax it before, that's why the War of Inventions are so important, just giving him an instant speed play that actually pressures the board.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, even like that game, for example, right? He whirred on turn 3 for a bloom, and then the next turn, well, actually, it was 2. I think it was 2 or 3 turns
Shortly
after
afterward
that,
for
but
the Temeshin,
had
yeah.
the ability to have 7 mana to then present a Belcher. You're just presenting an instant speed Belcher, and given the fact that Jacob knows about the 4 consigned memories, that is a really important aspect, and that's effectively what lost Raja the game. That last game is Jacob had instead of Belcher, and Raja died with 2 consigns in his hand.
All right, Raja's, I think, looking for lands on this one. Sends the Narset to the graveyard. Jacob molds to 6. Does keep from there, though. Bolts in a land.
Yeah, remember those Stern Scoldings that we were talking about?
Sure do.
Raja has a frog in hand, and I wonder if we're going to see frog trade for Scolding.
I think Raja's got a Watery Grave, and I don't know if there's a third land.
Oh, we're jamming, or he's thinking about it. Yeah, look at that. The patience from Raja. Crazy.
Wow, okay.
It makes sense, I think. Like,
He's
again,
got
open deck
counterspell.
lists.
Keep it up.
Right, open deck lists. Raja knows that the Stern Scoldings are there. Knows that Jacob shocked on turn 1. So, yeah, makes sense. Now, it's a little awkward because Raja didn't have a land in hand. Thankfully, he drew a land this turn. So, now's the question: do you want to jam this time? Now he has Spell Snare up for whatever that's worth, but Snare can't fight over the Scolding if Jacob has that.
All right, Raja committed to just passing the turn here. He's got plenty of counter magic. Don't know when he'll get an opportunity to use it, because I think Jacob is likely to just pass the turn back. Yep, okay. Oh, that was a big draw there. I think Raja needed a land.
No, I think he might have an Otawar in hand.
Oh, is that what that was?
Okay. It was hard to tell. Yeah, that's
no, you're right. Okay. You're right. That's what that last one was. That's good. He
looked like a spell when
I
first saw it. But.
Yeah. I was going to say, because this game really gets going as soon as Raja misses land drops, right? That's when things start to really, as long as he's making land drops, holding up counter magic, he's happy with the way things are progressing.
Yeah, and I wonder now that Raja's on 4 mana, now is the turn, do you want to go Psychic Frog with Counterspell backup? And if Jacob has the Stern Scolding, does Raja fight? I think it's interesting. You probably do fight because, well, I guess if you fight, Jacob can just go untap land Belcher next turn. You don't really have a good answer. I guess you have March. This is tough. He is going to go for Frog. Shocker. There's the Scolding. Now, does Raja fight? I'm going to guess no, given the way that Raja has played. Ooh, okay. I like it.
He's got these counter spells in hand, says I'm going to use them. Runs into a Spell Snare, though.
Yeah, so, that's kind of why I thought he wasn't going to fight, because you run into Spell Snare and Jwari this way.
Yeah, well, Spell Snare catches it. So Frog down. Raja tapped out. Does have Teferi in hand. Yeah, this is a window for Jacob. He was able to earn himself a window here, fighting over. Like, it was actually Raja who started the action by going for the frog. Jacob had what he needed to not just kind of lose the game on the spot, more or less, to that, right? And that leads him into this big turn now, and you can see him thinking very much about how he wants to use this little window of opportunity he's created for himself.
It's not obvious to me that Jacob has something to play, although if he's thinking this long, he might have something.
It passes, okay.
It's hard for me to get a good glimpse of what Jacob has in hand. I can't quite tell. Looks like Raja's working with, I think, Teferi, March, Counterspell.
Yeah, and does have the 5th land here, so is able to keep up Counterspell with this Teferi. which is going to run as expected into a counterspell because otherwise counterspell doesn't work. So Jacob's going to attempt to fight, and since Raja is fetching right here, it looks like he might choose to fight back.
Yeah, I think this makes sense for Raja. Given the fact that Jacob hasn't, Jacob likely has a lot of interaction, there's a chance that if he had something good last turn, he would have slammed it. And if you stick this Teferi in play, that's likely going to strand a lot of bricks in Jacob's hand.
Yep, and it looks like it worked. Counterspell takes care of the flare. Teferi hits the board. Raja gets to plus it. That was probably at least could be a massive deciding point in this game. Raja able to land the Teferi. War of Invention, though, for Jacob here in the main phase, because of course it's in the main phase. Everything you do is in the main phase with Teferi in play. So he's now able to grab a Lotus Bloom.
Yeah, this is kind of funny though, because Teferi can just bounce the Lotus Bloom.
Yep.
Which I guess Jacob could deny the card by sacrificing it, but then that effectively it's going to kill it anyways, right?
Yeah,
either
all of these roads lead to Raja grinding him out of the game. So
either it's in the graveyard or it's in your hand, and then you can't suspend it with the Teferi in play anyways. So, I mean, you can. It's just,
can. Well, you can, and you're going to answer the Teferi in a few turns.
Yeah.
Optimistic is what we call that. You're thinking about playing. Okay.
Ooh, right. We're thinking about holding the hydroelectric specimen like we did game one. I mean, game one, that specimen almost killed an Arset.
Well, I mean, he thought it. Yeah, we were thinking about main phasing it there. Turning this Lotus Bloom into a 1/4.
Beatdowns.
Yeah, that's not a good spot to be, I think. Raja, you can see slowing down here. Sets his cards on the table, taking it all in. As you can see that he's where he wants to be.
That's the look of a man that says, "I know I've won the game. Now I just have to not screw it up.
I have to not lose it." Yeah. All right, you called it. Bounces the Lotus Bloom, plays a land, passes the turn. Mana.
Ooh, well,
open, so
I called it, but Jacob didn't sack the Bloom. I feel like I might have sacked the Bloom there because not only do you deny the card from Raja, you also kind of want it in the graveyard for Tameshi.
All right, well, we're just to hand it goes. Another Bloom coming out of the graveyard now, or sorry, out of the library now with another Whir. Yeah, it would open up possible lines with Tameshi. I imagine if it's in the graveyard. I don't think this game's.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he put the card face down, and I thought he whirred for 0 and failed to find, but it was face down. I was confused.
So, all right, he's got a Lotus Bloom in play. He's got a Lotus Bloom on suspend. He's got a couple cards in hand and 2 mana open, but Raja is just he's feeling it. There's nothing to worry about. You can make mana. I'll just counter whatever you do that matters. And at this point, Jacob's run through a lot of cards with his own counter spells, so he's can't actually have that much to follow it up with. So Raja knows he just needs to, the corner has been turned, but you do need to actually park the car at some point. You can find a way to win the game.
Hope it's not parallel parking, because I ain't doing that. But the frogs came in, so maybe I can eventually find one of those. The playmat keeps getting moved. It's disorienting me a little bit. It's all good.
Really makes it more of an action-packed game,
Oh yeah.
All right, Raja, thinking on this surveil trigger here. Looks like a spell snare in hand, among other things.
I think it's spell snare, march, land. Pretty sure there's a march. Let's see. We're thinking about it. We are thinking. I can't tell if Raj is thinking about the surveil or if he's thinking about what's for dinner. Could go either way. It's a little column A, a little column B.
Options are dwindling though for the dinner. I'll say that.
That is very true. That is very true.
No, I mean, think about this. For Raja, 25 points is nice. You go up to 5th on the leaderboard. That's great. Winning, just punching your ticket to the champs at the end of the season. I mean, it is one game that you are in the lead of that is worth taking the time to think through.
I'm trying to think of what a winning situation looks like for Jacob. It's going to have to be like, I was going to say a lot of Drago and then eventually have a big fight, but there is no fight. Teferi just prevents the fight from happening. So it's like, what do you even? You just have to jam, I guess. Like, yeah, all right, X equals 4. Jacob shakes his head. He knows it's probably not going to resolve, but it's like there's not really much he can do versus an active Teferi. The only other thing he could do is like get to a situation where he has, I don't know, like 14 mana and then 3 to bounce Teferi, 4 to go after a Belcher, and then some amount of fighting after that. But it has to basically all be in one turn.
Yeah.
Because you can't bounce Teferi end step. You think of, a card like Odawara, right? Fantastic card for what it does, and it's very flexible, but it's a Belcher deck. You can't play lands. Your bounce spells are all actual spells. And that's why the Teferis are just so brutal.
Well, yeah, say another Modern Horizon set, though. Imagine the spells they'll put on lands.
Oh, yeah. Kidding me?
All right, well, Char Belcher is entering play.
Yeah. I mean, Jacob has no mana to do it with it, so Roger can just march the Belcher, move on. I'm pretty sure there's a march, I think. It's got a force negation too. Yeah, there's the march.
So had options, opted. Well, this is a chance before he has mana to just immediately activate it. I can get value out of this march. It also means that, say, there were another one to come down on this turn, he'd still be able to minus Teferi. And in fact, there is another one, at least hitting the stack on this.
All right.
This one's going to run into a force of negation.
Okay. So if Raja draws 10 lands in a row, well, I guess maybe it doesn't have to be 10. There's 2 snares and a Gaia Reach. 2 snares, 2 lands.
Had Jacob played a land that turn?
No. Jacob had not played a land that turn.
Yeah, so he was actually threatening an activation there.
All right, so Bloom's going to get exiled.
All right, well, the Gaia Reach is an interesting pickup here for Raja because it seems like for what it's worth, he's now been run out of a couple spells, and here's an archaeologist. Is going to be a spell snare, though.
Yeah, snap spell snare that. Raja hasn't found a target for those
way
spell
for Jacob to try to start getting back in it. He'd burned a couple counter spells from Raja. Maybe he's just flooding out, but good spell snare. And Raja thinking about whether or not to Gaia Reach here. Do I actually want to give Jacob a new card and loot this land away from my own hand, or am I just happy taking a draw step? He's giving go. Yep.
He's thinking about it. Just wants to eventually find a frog. Not quite there yet, though. Yeah, get these lands out of here. We don't need these lands.
I see another reason why you put the frogs in the sideboard, and it's so you can actually end rounds without drawing.
There you go. That makes sense.
You blank their removal in game 1, and then bring them in.
Okay, that is the last surveil land. What do we have? Meticulous, Backstreet, Sewers. Yeah, that's the last surveil land.
Another spell snare in hand for Raja. So most of Jacob's reload spells that cost 2 mana and dig, well, the next one's going to get eaten as well. And Raja has the ability to I'd say sculpt his hand. I mean, the thing is also sculpt Jacob's hand a little bit as it is right now, but it does stand to reason that if Raja determines that looting is better for him, he's going to do that, and that is a choice he has because he has plenty of mana and seemingly on the verge of finishing the game. Here's Tameshi, though.
That card's good.
That is possibly the best possible draw for Jacob. We're seeing mana
Let's
attack.
see if you find a counterspell.
Looting.
That's a blue card. Couldn't quite tell what it was. I don't think that was an actual counterspell, though. It was a Lorien revealed.
So. Jacob running him out of counters here. Oh, Jacob's thinking about the sanitarium. This Tameshi, though, if he's even got, it's able to do stuff. Like Tameshi draws extra cards. If we can maybe pull that one up on screen, it is not just a combo piece it is essentially.
Yeah.
In this situation, it can do a little bit more because whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card. You'd only activate it as a sorcery, but in this weird, crazy game, just doing that and getting an extra card, even if you don't then combo out of it, is I guess where you're at if you're Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, if he draws a Belcher, I think we're just done here because Raja's hand is, I believe, Lorien revealed Spell Snare. Jacob. Okay, there's a really, really interesting line here. So Jacob, now that he has Tameshi and Lotus Bloom, right? Every single land he has in play, he can effectively return to his hand to add 2 mana to his mana pool, right? So if we do some math here, 3 from the Bloom, 2 mana untapped, that's 5. Okay, now it's 6 plus 6 lands bounce. That's an additional 12 mana. That's 18 mana. He can return Seagate Restoration and all of his lands to his hand, and then with the 18 mana, cast Seagate Restoration, and then draw not 7 or 8 cards or whatever with the 11 mana floating left over. Now it's risky because he has to pick up all of his lands to do it, but
that's hilarious is what that is. He's got 2 cards left in hand. I mean, I don't know if they're counterspells, but you never know.
I'm pretty sure it's 18. I think I counted correctly.
He's got a flare in hand.
Okay. Well, the flare doesn't do that much against the fairy.
Yes.
But I mean, if you think about it from Jacob's perspective, it's not going to get any better. Like he is effectively going all in here by bouncing all of his lands and hoping there is a payoff in the top, 7, 8, or 9 cards of his deck. And then if not, that's fine. Now, there is something. Raja has a Lorien revealed. What did Teferi do last turn? Did Teferi minus or plus? It plussed, right?
It plussed.
Okay, so he can cast Lorien revealed to find Force plus blue card. I guess he has the blue card already, so he just needs to find Force. This is a wild game, Corbin. This
is a great one to end on.
Did not think this was going to this game was going to devolve into pick up all of my lands and cast Seagate Restoration for, I don't know how many cards. I think he picked up 6 lands, plus he had I think it's going to be for 7.
We told you all this Charbelcher deck is not just make 7 mana, activate Charbelcher. This is a wild trick to pull. You see Seagate Restoration up on your screen there. This is pretty intense. But that said, everything you're seeing right now, because I believe Tameshi only draws 1 card a turn. This is just making mana. This is a long, convoluted way of making mana thus far. So Raja just sitting back, forced to watch.
Easy way to think about it is every single land you have in play, if you're playing the Belcher deck at home, every single land you have in play is net 2 mana because you're spending 1 mana and you're getting back a Lotus Bloom, which is making 3. So you're minus 2 in each of the iterations where you're bouncing a land.
And he can bounce to Fairy now, right?
He could. He doesn't necessarily have to, though.
Yeah.
So 6, 12, 14, 15. Yeah, 18 mana. So I did count correctly. So 18 mana. The restoration costs 7. So he can go restoration, draw a bunch of cards, 11 mana floating, and 11 mana would be enough for Belcher plus activate, or that would also be enough for Whir Belcher activate. Now, the thing that he's thinking about, because I think he may have picked up 2 copies of Sync. So I guess if he picked up 2 Syncs, he can actually go Sync to Fairy and then cast the Restoration, which theoretically would play around this weird circumstance of Raja having exactly Lorien revealed. I don't know if that's going to happen. that may not be something that's on Jacob's radar, and I don't even think because that would also cut him off the ability to. That would cut him off the ability to whir, because you would go from because you need 10 for whir. So I think he's just going to cast Restoration. But here we go. He's thinking about it.
It's painful. A lot of thought you have to put into this, right? Because this has been a long turn for good reason. Think about where he was when he began this turn, or when he played Tameshi and was like, I'm sure this is it. But we actually got to here with Tameshi. So,
right. We just have enough to do it this way. I forgot he had the teachings.
Yeah.
So he can just teachings for whir and then whir. Right. Okay. I didn't realize he picked up teachings. Okay. Well, this is better. This has got to be better than doing
a lot of mana sitting in the pool.
Yeah. Yeah. So this finds whir for Belcher. And that should be all she wrote. Now, again, Raja has Lorien, so Raja has 3 more looks at a Force Negation.
Yeah, it's not over. What we're talking about is that Raja had Instant Speak and cast Lorien Revealed to draw multiple cards to try to find a free counterspell to fight over the whir.
He's letting the whir resolve. Is it not a Lorien? It may not be a Lorien. I may have misread that.
Okay, well, maybe.
No, it was a Lorien. Oh my goodness!
Did we miss? I thought Teferi had gone down.
Teferi plus that turn, right?
It's possible Teferi went up to 5 and then down to 2, but I also thought he had plus. To be honest,
because I thought it was. I thought it was 4 to 1, and then the turn after them was plus to 2. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, all right. Well, Jacob Cup takes it down in an shocking comeback. Really, we thought this was going to be advantage Azorius control, but instead it was advantage Jacob Cup and Belcher who takes down the victory. Now that was a huge weekend for Raja Suleiman, who rockets up the NRG Series leaderboard, but the trophy, the title, and the winner interview coming up soon. In fact, perhaps right now, is going to be with Jacob Cup, whose Mono Blue Belcher deck cut a path through that top 8. Jacob, can you hear us? Hey, man, congratulations. That was an amazing finals.
Dude, that last game was completely unbelievable. We thought that you were basically dead to rights, and we thought that he had the lock with the Teferi, and just what was going through your mind when you drew that Tameshi, and just that was, I think that was probably one of your only outs at that point, right?
Yeah, that was we were looking through that game, and it's at multiple points. It looks like, oh yeah, Raja's got this locked up. He's got a spell snare for. I don't know how he's going to get back into this one, but it seemed like, honestly, we watched a number of your matches throughout the afternoon and evening here, and it seemed like very often you had your back up against the wall in very difficult positions that you were able to navigate out of. I mean, how much of this deck is finding your way out of a very long, dark tunnel?
On there, but I figured at the very end, like that waterlogged teachings, it had to go get that, and if he has a counterspell, it is what it is. So just one of those things where I had to make sure that I was staying present there. So
yeah, no, and as far as the deck selection, I kind of wanted to get into that a little bit. So you played Belcher. Is this like a comfort choice? Do you normally play a lot of Belcher in Modern? Was this just something that you felt like the metagame was right for? Talk to me a little bit more about that.
I decided last night at 1 a.m. to play Belcher. I was going to play.
Well, there you go.
I was going to play Esper, but I've played quite a bit of Belcher. But I've been playing Esper Blink for the past 2-3 months or so. But yeah, played a couple matches with one of my friends last night, and I went 2-4 against Boros, and I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to play Esper, then I'll play Belcher, and funny enough, I did not see Boros once throughout the whole day. So,
well, yeah, it was a diverse top 8 with, in fact, no Boros.
Yeah.
What was the experience like throughout the day, right? Was it all over the place? Like, did you feel like the deck, Charbelcher has like good game against everything? You felt like you had some good matchups today? Kind of where do you see your deck existing in the wider metagame after playing through this 11 rounds of Magic?
Yeah, I think that I got a little bit lucky today. There was quite a bit of prowess, which is just historically a pretty bad matchup for Belcher, so I dodged a decent amount of that. Didn't see much Brood Scale either, which is a tough matchup as well. But I think it's definitely great into the meta. Especially with a meta that has a little bit more Boros and everything. Today's meta was very different. I played a lot of different things from Affinity to Jund Sagavan to Tron to Azorius Control. So, but it's a good news that it looks like Modern is a lot healthier than it has been in recent history. So.
Yeah, that was one thing we were noting when we were looking at the top 8. There was, 6 different decks, not a lot of repeats, and Modern seems to be like it's in a pretty good place. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Jacob. I don't know if you're prepared for this question, but the winners of all of our NRG Showdown events do get a token in their likeness. Have you thought about what you would like to be as your token?
Well, there's only one token in the Belcher deck, so I'm going to decide if that's what it's going to be. But if it would be, I mean, there's a fish token that's already taken, but there is a Thunder Trap offspring token. So there's a good chance that that's the choice, but I'll dive into my memory banks and see if there's anything else that I want to pick instead.
That's a great one. Hey, that card is played in multiple archetypes, right? So you've got some cross deck opportunity there, so that's really cool. All right, we've got one more thing to ask you before we go. There was a little bit of an audio at the beginning of it, so we're going to repeat the first 15 seconds of this winner interview. You ready?
Yeah.
Jacob, congratulations. You won with Charbelcher.
I hardly know her. What can I say?
Well, Jacob, thank you again. Congratulations so much on this event.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Corbin. I appreciate it, and Devin as well.
Congratulations.
Well, welcome back into the booth, everybody. That wraps it up for us today at the NRG Championship Series. Thank you for spending your Saturday evening with Devin and I. And you know what? NRG Series will be back tomorrow. There will be more magic at twitch.tv/NRG Series. So, Devin, thanks for hanging out with me today. All of you, thank you for hanging out with us. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.